The awakening of humanity. No one could say exactly when the dimensional gates first opened on Earth. One day, without warning, rifts appeared across the planet, unleashing hordes of monsters that brought chaos and destruction. Governments scrambled to respond, initially shocked by the sudden invasion of unidentified creatures. But their hesitation didn't last long. Military forces were quickly mobilized, deploying defensive strategies according to their standard protocols. However, there was a problem, an unprecedented one. The monsters weren't just tough, they were nearly invincible. Their bodies were surrounded by barriers that rendered bullets ineffective, and even after being riddled with hundreds of rounds, they remained unfazed. While smaller creatures could be taken down with missiles or artillery fire, the larger, more powerful beasts, unique monsters, named entities, either shrugged off attacks due to their immense resistances or dodged projectiles with unnatural speed. Some monsters possessed terrifying abilities that made them immune to Earth's most advanced weapons. Even nuclear warheads, humanity's ultimate weapon, failed against these beings, making resistance seem utterly futile. The result was a massacre. Cities fell, nations crumbled, and humanity teetered on the edge of extinction. But then, something unexpected happened. A new hope, the Transdimensional Space Association. The gates had not only brought monsters into the world, they had also opened a path for something else, someone else. The Transdimensional Space Association. As it turned out, Earth was far from unique in the vast cosmos. The universe was filled with countless planets, galaxies, and civilizations, many of which had already faced and survived similar invasions. It was these advanced beings, hailing from distant worlds, who intervened. They taught humanity a way to fight back. The visitors introduced the concept of awakening, the ability to unlock latent powers and combat the monstrous invaders. They also revealed how to harvest the creatures' remains to fuel technological advancements, enabling the development of weapons and tools tailored for this new war. In exchange, these alien benefactors had only one demand. Earth must join the Transdimensional Space Association. The condition was simple: ensure the free flow of trade between dimensions. Given Earth's status as a newcomer, trade restrictions would remain in place for the first 30 years, after which negotiations would determine the planet's full integration into the cosmic economy. With that, the extraterrestrial allies departed, leaving humanity to forge its own destiny with the newfound powers they had granted. And so, humanity evolved. Empowered by awakening and armed with alien knowledge, humans launched a counteroffensive against the monsters. The war raged on for 10 long years, reshaping the world. Major cities lay in ruins, but humanity had pushed the creatures back, confining them to designated zones. This marked the dawn of a new era, an era where survival depended on strength, and hunters became the most valuable members of society. A battlefield of monsters. Rumble, rumble. Gunfire tore through the battlefield as bullets rained down upon a monstrous foe. The rounds struck true, hitting the creature's thick hide but to no avail. Its protective barrier rendered them useless. Gruu. Rather than being injured, the beast only grew more enraged, swiping its massive claws through the air. Everyone, focus, the manager barked, his voice barely cutting through the chaos. Panicked porters sprayed bullets wildly, their fear overriding any sense of precision. It was a dangerous mistake. If they accidentally hit the monster's eyes or weak points, it would shift its aggression toward them instead of the hunters. And that was a death sentence. Stay in formation. Don't get in the hunter's way, the manager shouted again. Among the porters, a young man gritted his teeth in frustration. Tisk. Whatever, Han-Yeol thought to himself. His job was miserable, but he had no choice. With no special skills and no decent job offers, working as a porter was the only way he could put food on the table. The pay was dangerous but lucrative, especially since he held on to a desperate dream. One day, he wanted to awaken. But after 3 years in this line of work, his hopes were fading. Instead of growing stronger, all he had gained was frustration watching supposed elite hunters make mistake after mistake. Boom! A fire spell erupted from a DPS hunter's hands, engulfing the battlefield in flames. But instead of dealing significant damage, the monster barely flinched. Idiot, Han-Yeol cursed inwardly. He knew from experience and the monster encyclopedia that the silver lizard had high fire resistance. If the attack wasn't amplified by another magic type, it was basically useless. How could a professional hunter not know this? Shit, this thing's a nightmare. Tank? Hold it off for a bit. Do you think I'm not trying? The previously overconfident hunters were now scrambling, their formation falling apart. Meanwhile, the monster's relentless barrage was wearing down their defenses. Han-Yeol could already sense the inevitable. This hunt was going sideways. His instincts were right. In the next instant, one of the porters panicked and made a fatal mistake. His bullets accidentally struck the monster's reverse scale, its most sensitive weak spot. Gray. The beast's aggro shifted, and it locked onto the terrified newbie porter who had fired the shot. Run, the manager screamed. But it was already too late. The unfortunate porter stumbled, falling to the ground as the monster charged straight at him. The hunters, they did nothing. Damn it. Han-Yeol cursed. His body moved before he could think. Rat-a-tat-a-tata? He fired his gun, each bullet aimed precisely at the monster's eyes. The beast roared in irritation, momentarily blinded. Now's my chance. Gritting his teeth, Han-Yeol lunged forward, bayonet in hand. He drove the blade deep into the monster's reverse scale, its fatal weak spot. Stab. A deafening silence filled the air. Then, congratulations? The special skill Deep Stab has been activated. The silver lizard has been instantly slain. The towering creature collapsed, its lifeless body hitting the ground with a massive thud. Han-Yeol stood frozen, his heart pounding in his chest. I won. A screen suddenly appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, code number 175888957, Lee Han-Yeol. You have awakened. Welcome to the ecosystem. I am Carvis, your assigned guide. A system? Me? Han-Yeol barely had time to process what had just happened. His body was shaking, adrenaline still coursing through his veins. He had spent years dreaming of awakening. And now, it had finally happened. This was just the beginning. The harsh reality of the hierarchy. The hunters surrounded Han-Yeol, their expressions filled with veiled threats. You should be grateful we're overlooking the fact that you stole the last hit, one of them sneered. Don't go running your mouth about what happened today, got it? Their cold glares made it clear his contribution meant nothing. No recognition, no reward. In their eyes, he was still just a porter, a disposable extra in their grand hunt. This was the way of the world. The unspoken hierarchy between hunters and porters was absolute. Han-Yeol clenched his fists, swallowing his anger. But before he could say anything, a firm hand landed on his shoulder. Let it go, Tae-soo said, his voice calm but firm. You know how these guys are. No point in getting worked up over it. Han-Yeol exhaled sharply, forcing himself to cool down. I know, but damn, it's a lot of money. Tae-soo laughed, patting Han-Yeol's back. Still, you're something else, kid. Who would have thought a porter could take down a silver lizard? I just got lucky, Han-Yeol replied with a shrug, though deep down, he knew luck had little to do with it. The two left behind the shell-shocked newbie porter, moving toward the monster's massive corpse. It was time to do the real grunt work. The porter's true job. Looks like it's just the two of us today, Han-Yeol noted, pulling out his equipment. Ajasi, you start from the head down to the midsection. I'll take the tail and work my way up. Sounds like a plan, Tae-soo agreed. Despite being labeled porters, their job extended far beyond simply carrying supplies. They were essential to every hunt, handling everything from dismemberment to cleanup. With a practiced motion, they pulled out their specialized chainsaws. Unlike ordinary ones, these were crafted by artisan hunters, designed specifically to cut through the thick hide of monsters. Brrrrrrr, the engines roared to life. Han-Yeol wasted no time, pressing his chainsaw into the monster's flesh. Splurt, splurt, fresh blood gushed out, drenching the ground in thick crimson. The creature had only just died, meaning its bodily fluids were still active. Each stroke of the chainsaw sent blood splattering into the air, obscuring Han-Yeol's vision. This wasn't work for the faint of heart. Damn, I swear, we need better gear, Han-Yeol muttered under his breath, wiping away the blood that had splashed onto his face shield. Brrrrrr, brrrrrr. The rhythmic buzzing of the chainsaws filled the air until suddenly, one of them sputtered and died. Tae-soo frowned, shaking his chainsaw. Damn thing stopped working. Han-Yeol glanced up, sighing. Ajasi, what's wrong? Looks like it broke down, Tae-soo said apologetically, trying in vain to restart it. Piece of junk won't turn on. Han-Yeol clicked his tongue. Figures. The newbie doesn't have a chainsaw either, right? Tae-soo shook his head. What a pain. All right, I'll handle the dismemberment. You take care of the cleanup, Han-Yeol said, rolling up his sleeves. You sure? Tae-soo asked. Yeah, just make sure we get everything sorted properly. Appreciate it, kid, Tae-soo said with a nod. And so, Han-Yeol worked alone, cutting through muscle and bone with relentless efficiency. A new awakening. 30 minutes later. Phew. Finally done, Han-Yeol exhaled, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Just as he finished, a sudden ding echoed in his mind. You have successfully dismembered the silver lizard. A new skill has been created. Dismember. Han-Yeol froze. Wait, what? He stared at the message floating in front of him. A skill? From cutting up a monster? What the hell is going on? The cost of survival. Later that evening, Tae-soo transferred the day's pay. 1.4 million won has been deposited into your account. It was a fixed daily wage whether they worked an hour or the full shift, the amount remained the same. Just as Han-Yeol was about to relax, his phone buzzed again. Mr. Lee Chun-sam's hospital bill of 5 million won for November has been deducted from your account. His heart sank. 5.6 million won earned. 5 million gone in an instant. Damn, it's all gone already. Even though he had expected it, the reality was still crushing. But when he thought of his father, his only family, bedridden for 4 years with an incurable disease, he steeled his resolve. It's nothing, compared to what he's going through. I just have to keep pushing forward. Han-Yeol clenched his fists. No matter how difficult life got, he couldn't afford to stop. An unexpected message. Rather than worrying about money, why not check your current status? Gah! Han-Yeol yelped, stumbling backward as a floating window appeared in front of his eyes. Passers-by turned to stare. Pfft! What's that guy doing? Haha, is he okay? Mortified, Han-Yeol bolted into a nearby alley, his face burning with embarrassment. You? What the hell are you? He hissed. As I mentioned earlier, I am Carvis, the ecosystem assigned to assist you. Wait, are you saying I actually awakened? Correct. You are an awakened, a special one, at that? Han-Yeol's mind reeled. He had dreamed of this moment for years. He had endured the life of a porter hoping for this miracle. And now, it had finally happened. Show me my status, he muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. Ding! Status window. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 1. Points, 5. Strength, STR 28. Vitality, VIT 34. Agility, AGI 29. Magic, MAG 10. Luck, LCK 10. Skills, Dismember, F. Han-Yeol's breath caught in his throat. A full-on game-like system? You can distribute your points across STR, VIT, AGI, MAG, and LCK. Most awakened receive fixed abilities at the moment of awakening. However, you are different. Your growth will depend entirely on your effort. Han-Yeol's pulse quickened. Most awakened never get stronger over time. They were born strong or stayed weak, there was no in-between. But him? He could keep getting stronger. To maximize your potential, I recommend continuing as a porter while accumulating skills. TCH. More of this shitty job. Han-Yeol muttered. Your unique abilities require long-term investment. The stronger you become, the greater your rewards will be. Han-Yeol fell silent. Then, after a moment, he grinned. Fine. I'll play along. This was his awakening. And he was going to make damn sure he became stronger than anyone else.
Hello everyone, welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
The lines on the mad deer's corpse were still present no matter how many times Han-Yeol rubbed his eyes. Is this because of the dismember skill, by any chance? Han-Yeol pondered. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Han-Yeol grumbled. Did you say something, Han-Yeol? The line partner asked. Han-Yeol had asked Carvis, his ego system, but the line partner beside him had ended up answering instead. It's nothing. Please don't mind me. I was just talking to myself, Han-Yeol said with an awkward laugh. All right, if you say so, the line partner replied. Han-Yeol's line partner went back to his own work, and Han-Yeol talked to Carvis in his head instead. Why aren't you answering? Did you not tell me not to read your mind? Cancel that. You can read it from now on, Han-Yeol said, with a hint of resignation mixed with frustration. Then I shall explain. The dismember skill is a passive skill that assists Han-Yeol Nim whenever you dismember a monster's corpse. The skill will support you by providing the most efficient and fastest way to dismember corpses. So that's why I'm seeing these lines, Han-Yeol thought. Yes, that is correct. Han-Yeol cut the monster corpse along the lines visible only to him without any hesitation after listening to Carvis' explanation. Cutting up monsters was something he had been doing for the past 3 years, so there was no hesitation in his movements at all. This time, however, Han-Yeol felt as if he were basically taking a test with the answer sheet right beside him. It's really fast, Han-Yeol thought with a hint of admiration for the skill. The speed he was working at was incomparable to before. In fact, his average work efficiency was normally around 12 to 15 corpses per hour, but he had now already exceeded 40 corpses with the help of the dismember skill. He would be able to finish his daily quota in just 3 hours if he continued at this rate. This is amazing, Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. The thought of being able to finish earlier excited him all the more, and his cutting speed increased. Ding! Your repeated actions have increased your knowledge of swords. A new skill has been created, Sword Mastery. Sword Mastery. A message suddenly popped up while he was immersed in dismembering the monster corpses. He found it odd that he had obtained an offensive skill while dismembering monster corpses. Sword Mastery, F. Type, Passive. Description, a skill that appears when you gain a little bit of understanding of swords. You will gain increased proficiency whenever you handle a sword. The efficiency when you imbue your mana into a sword will increase by a little. It's a bit of a stretch to call it an offensive skill. I guess it's more of a support skill, Han-Yeol thought as he went over the skill's details. The skill helped its user to gain increased proficiency with swords, and dismembering monster corpses was technically an action performed with a sword. SHHK, SHHK, SHHK. I knew it, Han-Yeol marveled inwardly. His cutting speed had increased as expected. Chiik, chiik, chiik. Han-Yeol finished his quota of 120 monster corpses in a record time of 2.5 hours, and quickly began cleaning his workstation. Han-Yeol, have you given up for today? His line partner, who was still hard at work, asked with a confused expression. It was understandable, as it had only been 2.5 hours since they started working. The dismembering job was very labor-intensive work, so there were a few people who usually gave up halfway. Well, it's understandable. The factory manager has his eye on him, so it's actually commendable that he stuck it out till now, the line partner thought. The workers all thought that the factory manager was just a scumbag who depended on his elder brother's position as the factory owner to bully even those who were decades older than him. No, I've finished my quota for the day, so I'm wrapping things up to go and watch the Alcatraz dismemberment later, Han-Yeol replied. What? The line partner responded, unable to believe what Han-Yeol had just said. They had to work a full 8 hours without taking any breaks in between to barely meet their daily quota, and it was just impossible for anyone to fulfill their quota in just 2.5 hours. Daily quota, 120/120. However, the machine beside Han-Yeol's workstation displayed the number 120. How? The line partner muttered, unable to believe his eyes. Well, let's just say I discovered some techniques from experience. You know, like the way people get enlightenment in wuxia novels. Han-Yeol said with a shrug. He gave a silly excuse, as he had not made his awakening public yet. Besides, he was still legally a normal civilian, as he had not done any mana testing yet. Even if you say so, that's still a bit. The line partner could not make heads or tails out of the current situation. He had been working in this industry for nearly 20 years, and even he found it difficult to fulfill his daily quota in 8 hours, but Han-Yeol, who had only worked for 4 years, was able to complete his daily quota in such a crazy time. Did he pull off some tricks? The line partner thought as he gave Han-Yeol a skeptical look. Then, I'll excuse myself, Han-Yeol said as he waved his hand while leaving the workstation. Phuum hey, the air when you get off work early smells extra sweet, he exclaimed in delight. He had been working at the factory for 4 years, and this was the first time he had left work early. The fact that he had been able to finish work early made him extremely happy. However, while he was relishing in his happiness, "Oi, fuck, it's that pig again," Han-Yeol cursed inwardly. He had been planning to relax for a bit at the rest area before going to watch the Alcatraz dismemberment, but the factory manager had called him out. Han-Yeol's face crumpled in annoyance, but he was all smiles the moment he turned around. He responded in a calm, friendly voice, "How may I help you, sir?" "Huh? How may I help you, you say? You've got it quite easy, haven't you? Lounging around when you should be working? Have you even completed your work?" "Huh," the factory manager nagged, giving Han-Yeol an earful while he thought, "Tisk, this fucking beggar. How dare he try to leech off of me?" The factory manager was pettier than anyone else Han-Yeol had ever met in his life. In fact, it seemed that he still held a grudge for what had happened on Han-Yeol's first day at work, when Han-Yeol had spilled coffee on his shirt. How dare he make a mess out of the expensive shirt mommy bought for me? N/O/vel/b/n.c//om. Yes, that was how petty the factory manager was, and he was a mama's boy on top of that. The truth was that he, who did not have any particular skills or sufficient intelligence, was still able to work as the manager of his elder brother's factory only thanks to his mother. "Yes, I am done for the day," Han-Yeol replied. "Huh? I knew. What did you just say?" Deok-so asked with a perplexed look on his face. He even doubted his ears for a moment, thinking he had heard Han-Yeol wrongly. That was why he decided to double-check just to make sure. However, Han-Yeol confidently replied, "I finished my quota for the day. The whole 120 corpse requirement." Beep. Lee Han-Yeol has fulfilled his daily quota of 120 corpses. Han-Yeol tapped his employee card on the machine beside him, and the machine backed up his claim, precisely repeating what he had just said. How could this be?" Deok-so shouted, unable to believe his ears. Deok-so had worked for quite a long time at the factory, and he knew very well how labor-intensive and grotesque the dismembering job was. In fact, he was also the one who had adjusted the daily quota to be very difficult to achieve in 8 hours. "Well, it is as you heard. So, I will excuse myself," Han-Yeol said with a smile before he walked toward the rest area. He rested for a bit before going to observe how the veteran workers dismembered the Alcatraz. So that's how you dismember an Alcatraz, Han-Yeol thought with fascination. He focused on the Alcatraz, as he wanted to test whether he would be able to see the same lines he had seen on the mad deer or not. However, nothing special happened, and he could not see any lines on the Alcatraz. "Huh? What's going on? Why can't I see anything?" Han-Yeol thought, perplexed. "Your dismember skill level is still too low to support you in dismembering an Alcatraz." So that's how it is, Han-Yeol thought, feeling slight regret. He felt that he could do nothing about it, and instead decided to focus on observing the veteran workers dismember the Alcatraz. He learned a lot just by observing the veteran workers. Han-Yeol's dream had been to become a professional dismemberment technician in the event that he failed to awaken. "Well, it doesn't matter anymore since I managed to awaken." He had originally planned to leave this place as soon as he awakened. However, it had become difficult for him to just get up and leave the factory, as his ability was not an instantaneously empowering one, but rather a growth-type ability one might see in a video game. Let's stick around for a bit longer. After finishing his observation of the Alcatraz dismemberment process, Han-Yeol put on his coat and left his workplace for the day. The factory manager looked as if he had just eaten shit as he watched Han-Yeol leave early. Han-Yeol felt slightly nervous, but he decided to brush it off, as he was not in the wrong at all. He also remembered to politely give a 90-degree bow toward the factory manager before he left. Han-Yeol went on his way home. His house was around 40 minutes away from the factory by foot. He had never felt that it was too far, so he preferred to walk to save money on transportation. He ignored the bus that had just left the bus stop as he started to walk, just as he always had every day for the past 4 years. He had always loathed the fact that he had to walk just to save money, but his steps were unusually light today. "I'm also unawakened now," Han-Yeol rejoiced inwardly. He had lived with no hopes, and dreams had just been a luxury he could not afford, as he worked day in and day out to pay his father's hospital bills. He had never felt alive for even a day in his life as he struggled to make ends meet, but it was different now. Things were slowly starting to change for the better. The way back home that had once been empty and filled with despair felt as if it were praising him and cheering him up. It was then. Ding! Your positive mindset combined with your light steps have created a new skill. A new skill has been created: walking. Whoa, what nonsense is this? Han-Yeol exclaimed, surprised and perplexed at the same time due to the sudden creation of a skill while he was walking. Of course, the creation of a skill was always a good thing for Han-Yeol. However, He could not help but be dumbfounded at the way it had been created, along with the strange name the skill had. What kind of a skill is walking? Han-Yeol wondered as he opened the skill's details. Walking, F. Type, passive. Description, a skill created through the combination of optimistic thinking and walking. You will recover a little bit of mana whenever you take a step. Recover mana whenever I take a step. Any awakened can use mana. As you can see in your status window, Han-Yeol Nim's current mag stat is 10. You may invest your bonus points into your mag stat if you wish to increase your mana. Any awakened can use magic? Han-Yeol thought in surprise. In truth, that was unexpected information. There were no communities online that had mentioned anything of the sort. Or maybe they only let the paid subscribers in on this info, Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. If that was the case, his ecosystem, Carvis, was the most perfect partner any awakened could ever wish for. Yes, it is difficult to explain through words, but mana can be considered your mental strength. You will be able to use it if you desperately wish for it and focus hard enough. I advise you to try it out once you get back to your residence. All right, I'll do as you advise, Han-Yeol replied. His steps home were lighter thanks to the unexpected gains he had obtained on the way home. He took a quick shower and sat down in a comfortable position on the bed. Then, he looked at his hand and focused all of his senses on it. Mana? Come on. Mana? Show yourself? Han-Yeol thought as he channeled his mental strength. 5 minutes passed since he had begun staring at his own hand, and it was right when he started to doubt what he was doing and wondered how much longer he needed to do that when, Fuya? A bright blue ball of light suddenly appeared above his hand. It was the size of a table tennis ball, and was so small that it seemed negligible. However, without a doubt, Han-Yeol had succeeded in channeling his mana. Ding! You have gained an understanding of how mana works. A new skill has been created, mana control. A new skill has been created, mana mastery. Wow, jackpot! Han-Yeol exclaimed. He was normally not the type of person to talk to himself that way, but he could not help but shout in joy as something really amazing had just happened. He. I'm going to stay up all night tonight? Han-Yeol thought excitedly. He was going to be on night shift the next day, so it did not really matter if he stayed up all night. Woong. Perhaps it was because he had gained the mana control skill, but Han-Yeol could now easily control his mana, and the ball of mana floating above his hand that had been the size of a table tennis ball had now grown to the size of a tennis ball. He tried to focus even more just in case the ball of mana could grow further, but it seemed to already be at its limit. What should I do with this? Han-Yeol pondered, and he threw the ball of mana toward the wall just to test it out. Thud. The impact was so weak that it would probably have been stronger if he had punched the wall with his own fists. Growling. His stomach suddenly growled, crying for food at a late hour. I usually would have eaten dinner at the factory. He usually ate dinner at the factory, but he had forgotten to eat as he rushed home filled with the joy of leaving work early for the first time. Tisk. I should have eaten before I left. Missing out on a free meal was quite a blow for Han-Yeol, who had to save every penny to make ends meet. In fact, he had begun thinking about how to convince the cafeteria lady to feed him in advance starting from tomorrow, and he was even ready to beg her if he needed to. However, what was done, and he went to check his kitchen cupboard to see if he had anything to eat. He found a pack of ramyun, which was the only food he had in the house. He then took out a portable burner stove and cooked the ramyun. It has been quite a while since his gas stove had broken down, and he had had no choice but to buy a cheap portable burner stove, as the homeowner had shown no signs of fixing the gas stove anytime soon. Burrup. A spicy, savory scent filled the room. Its lack of proper ventilation made the ramyun smell even stronger. Slurp. Han-Yeol turned on the TV while eating his ramyun. Any other hobby that cost money would be a luxury to him, and that was why the only other hobby he had was watching TV after work. A baseball game was live on TV, so he decided to watch it. Jian Guangyal throws a pitch. A baseball player wearing a red uniform fiercely threw the baseball in a flashy motion. Tack. Strike. It was a powerful throw. The pitcher's ball messed up the batter's rhythm, easily passing the bat and digging itself into the catcher's mitt. It was a throw befitting a player who was known as a top-class pitcher. Wow, it must hurt like hell if anyone gets hit by that ball. Han-Yeol suddenly had a thought while he was watching the baseball game. An idea suddenly came to his mind as he watched the pitcher throw the ball. Carvis, Han-Yeol called on the ecosystem in his mind. Yes, Han-Yeol Nim. Carvis, who was always on standby at any time of day, responded immediately without any hesitation when Han-Yeol called for her. Is it possible to imbue mana into an object using the mana control skill? Han-Yeol asked. Of course. Although it will not make a huge difference, the infusion of mana into an object will increase its durability by multiple times. Is that so? Han-Yeol thought as he decided to test out his idea. First, however, he slurped up the ramyun he had cooked and drank its soup down to the last drop. He would have liked nothing more than to put some leftover rice into the ramyun soup, but he was so poor that he did not even have any leftover rice lying around his house. That was how Han-Yeol filled his starving stomach with ramyun and left the house. He then climbed the hills of his moon village. Anybody who lived in the moon village would know that it was located adjacent to a mountain, and that mountain would be accessible if one climbed the hills of the village. The mountain was not that great or pretty, however, and nobody ever bothered to climb all the way up to visit it. The only visitors one might occasionally see were old people who sought refuge under the cool shade of the trees on the mountain. The only facility on the mountain was an old resting hut next to a dimly lit street lamp, and the place emitted an eerie atmosphere once the sun set. That was one of the reasons why nobody dared to visit the place after dark. Additionally, the local street urchins claimed they had seen a ghost there a few days before, and people had avoided it ever since. This looks like a good spot, Han-Yeol thought. He looked around the vicinity before finding a few things he might be able to use. He found 5 empty cans, then picked them up and lined them in a row. Then, he picked up a few stones that were littered across the ground. I have to imagine my mana becoming one with the stone, to infuse the stone with it, Han-Yeol thought as he closed his eyes and focused. Then, he felt a sliver of his mana traveling all over his body. He gathered all of the mana he felt and infused it into the stone in his hand. The stone started to emit a blue glow as he infused more and more of his mana into it. Alright. Han-Yeol made all his preparations before entering the pitching stance he had learned back in middle school. He pulled his knee all the way up to his chest and twisted his waist, then threw his arm forward while fully extending his shoulder. Tack, clank. The stone flew out of Han-Yeol's hand, crushing an empty soda can and embedding itself in a tree behind it with a deep impact. It was much stronger than throwing the ball of mana alone. Alright, I can use this as a weapon from now on. Han-Yeol decided to kick the gear up a notch, deciding that this would be one of his offensive skills. He pushed himself and practiced harder as he was not satisfied with his hit or miss accuracy. Thud. He had briefly played baseball back in middle school, but he had not attended any lessons or classes for it. Additionally, a long time had passed since he had last thrown a ball, so his form and everything else were a mess. He repeatedly imbued stones with his mana and threw them, heavily depleting his mana. His head started to hurt from his excessive use of mana, and his body suddenly started to feel weak all of a sudden. He walked around the mountain for a while to aid him in recovering the mana he had used. An hour passed after he began walking to recover his mana, nearly restoring his reserves to full. Tack. Alright. The fruits of his labor finally started to show as he successfully hit 10 cans in a row. Ding! Your persistent practice has created a new skill. A new skill has been created. Power strike. Yes? Han-Yeol cheered inwardly at the creation of a new skill. He exhaled. He was covered in sweat from his continuous practice, but he felt as if he were on cloud 9 at the moment. Power strike. Power strike, F. Type, active. Description, a skill that imbues your mana into a small object and inflicts damage when throwing it toward an enemy. You will deal greater damage the closer your hit gets to an enemy's weak spot. Now all that's left is a defensive skill, Han-Yeol thought, picturing the concept he already had in mind. The offensive skill, Power Strike, had required a lot of movement and effort to create. On the other hand, the defensive skill on Han-Yeol's mind required an extremely high amount of concentration. That was why he had begun sitting comfortably at the resting hut. He initially crossed his legs the way the characters from a martial arts novel would, but he decided against it since he was quite susceptible to cramping. Wuong. All Han-Yeol wanted for his defensive skill was a simple shield, nothing more and nothing less. That was why he gathered as much of his mana as he possibly could and created a ball of mana. Next, he stretched the ball of mana to be as wide and thin as possible before forming it into a circular shield. Then, he practiced maintaining the mana shield for as long as he possibly could. The training he was doing demanded a lot of concentration from him, and he gritted his teeth as he tried to sustain the shield for as long as he could. It was his first time doing such a thing, so he had no clue if he was doing the right thing or not, and the only means he had to progress was to go through a process of trial and error using his own body as the test subject. Tremble. His arms started to tremble, but Han-Yeol did not give up. He had enough of running away and giving up, and he was sick and tired of living like a loser as he had before he awakened. He no longer wanted to give up. Graya! Han-Yeol screamed, squeezing out every single ounce of strength he had in his body. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. Ding! A new skill has been created, Mana Shield. He had finally managed to create his own defensive skill, and was thus no longer required to concentrate as hard as he had when creating the skill to sustain the shield. The shield remained casually on Han-Yeol's arm as if it belonged there naturally. Finally, skill, Mana Shield. Mana Shield, F. Type, active. Description, a shield made by stretching the user's mana to be wide and thin. It will be able to protect the user from attacks depending on the user's mana capacity. Han-Yeol had successfully created the two skills he desperately needed, an offensive skill and a defensive skill, and felt that he had managed to take care of the urgent stuff for the time being. He wanted to create more skills, but he did not have any ideas for what to make. Besides, his stamina was quite low after creating two new skills, and so he decided to go back home and rest up. I'll just continue tomorrow, Han-Yeol muttered, walking back to his home while swaying from side to side. It was then. SHHH, be quiet? I can't guarantee your life if you don't. Han-Yeol looked around when he heard the voices of a man and a woman. However, the impression he got from the sound was not a pleasant one, but rather that of a cliched criminal and victim scenario. This place is pretty lawless, after all. The Moon Village where Han-Yeol currently lived had a lot of people who worked in the sex industry. That was why many criminals gathered in it, and those criminals took advantage of the lack of foot traffic in the area to commit all sorts of crimes. The roads were winding and arduous with steep inclines, and that made it difficult for the police to patrol at night. Ignoring what he heard was the right thing to do, as he would end up getting the short end of the stick if he got hurt by chance while trying to be a hero. The criminals who committed crimes in this neighborhood usually carried weapons with them. However, something feels off, Han-Yeol thought. The instincts he usually depended on when life got tough for him kicked in from time to time. This time, his instincts told him to go and take a look. His body was telling him to go home and rest, but his instincts kept nagging him to go and help out the woman. Ah, damn it, here goes nothing. Han-Yeol decided to listen to his instincts, and walked toward the active crime scene just as those instincts told him to. Yup, he, look at this little bitch. You must have wanted it too if you were out loitering around at this hour. Stop resisting and stay still, will you? As I thought. It's just a stupid pervert. A lot of poor, powerless women lived in this neighborhood, so there were a lot of sex crimes that specifically targeted those women. Due to that, there had been a public outcry from the surrounding neighborhoods to destroy this neighborhood and put it up for redevelopment. In their eyes, the Moon Village was nothing but a cancerous tumor that reduced the value of properties in the surrounding neighborhoods. It was right as Han-Yeol was about to click his tongue and leave when he suddenly noticed something. A high schooler. Han-Yeol noticed that the victim was a beautiful high school student who lived with her mother next door. The fact that she lived in this neighborhood alone was more than enough to speak volumes about what kind of poverty she lived in. Despite her circumstances, however, the girl was quite polite and always smiling. She was always the first one to approach and greet Han-Yeol, who usually avoided interacting with other people. I knew it. My instinct is never wrong, Han-Yeol thought. Ding, you have displayed a keen sense that surpasses the normal 5 senses of a human being. A new skill has been created, sixth sense. What's with this sixth sense all of a sudden? Han-Yeol was momentarily confused by the sudden development. Sixth sense, F. Type, passive. Description, the sixth sense that follows the 5 senses of a human being. You will be able to read the enemy's movements. The duration and coverage of the skill will increase the higher the skill level is. Who knew this was going to turn into a skill? He had never imagined that his instincts, which had no shape or form, would actually turn into something he could depend on. He also thought that there was no harm in having more skills, and he could not complain about his unexpected profit. However, that was not what was important at the moment. The rapist had tied up the girl next door's arms while Han-Yeol was distracted, and he had even taped her mouth to shut her up. At that point, he was about to strip her clothes off. What should I do? What should I do? Han-Yeol panicked. The girl next door was going to be scarred for life by a horrible and traumatic experience if he did not do anything. As he looked around in a panic, however, he found something on the floor. He thought as he grabbed the object, I don't know. Here goes nothing. Now, shall we have a taste of you, pretty little thing, the rapist said excitedly in a creepy voice. Yup. The high school girl's face was covered in tears, as the only thing that went through her mind was, Mom, help me? She had probably called for help more than 100 times in her mind. It was then. Shweaini. Bam! A stone suddenly flew out of nowhere and embedded itself in the street lamp right beside the rapist's head. Who the hell are you? The rapist exclaimed in surprise. Damn it. I missed, Han-Yeol cursed under his breath. Perhaps it was because he was nervous, but the stone imbued with his mana had missed his target. Fortunately, he had been able to separate the rapist from the girl next door, as his attack seemed to have startled the man. Here goes nothing, Han-Yeol thought as he used the opening to rush at the rapist. This little bastard, the rapist cursed, moving quickly in an attempt to cement his advantageous position by taking the girl next door hostage. But, Truyuuk. Tak? What the hell, the rapist exclaimed. He tried to attack with a knife, but his movements were suddenly restricted by a chain thrown by Han-Yeol. The rapist tried to undo the chain wrapped around his hand, but it was tightly bound up as if it had been pulled together by a magnet. And no way, the rapist thought, going into denial. Die, you trash. Han-Yeol shouted as he threw a punch. The rapist could not avoid the punch, as he had been held in place by the chain. Bam! Kahok! The rapist let out a groan as he flew backward and hit a wall, having been hit by the punch of an awakened. Hoo! Han-Yeol let out a sigh of relief. It was a risky gamble, but thankfully, it had paid off. Suddenly, he received a notification. Ding! A new skill has been created. Restrain. Restrain? Han-Yeol thought as he checked the skill details. Restrain, F. Type, active. Description, the user may imbue mana into an object such as a rope or a chain before throwing it at a target. The target will be momentarily stunned and bound by the skill. The new skill was a flexible skill that was open to improvisation based on the situation. Han-Yeol felt that he had received quite the reward, as he had succeeded in saving the victim as well as obtaining quite a useful skill. Tremble. Tremble. The rapist was already down and out, but the high school girl still had her eyes closed while trembling uncontrollably. She was aware that someone had helped her just then, but there was no guarantee that the newcomer was a good person. She was scared that she would spiral into unending despair if she expected them to be a good person, but then they turned out to be the exact opposite. She was still young, but she had been forced to experience the world at a young age, so she knew a bit about how the world worked. Hey, high schooler, Han-Yeol called out. Flinch. The girl's trembling ceased for a moment when she heard the familiar voice that called out to her, and she carefully opened her eyes. She saw a familiar face standing in front of her, and that person knelt down and carefully removed the tape over her mouth. He also untied her arms and fixed her disheveled clothes. His gaze did not possess any lust or ulterior motives, even though an exposed and vulnerable young girl was right in front of him. How would it feel if I had a little sister like this? Han-Yeol thought. He did not treat the high school girl right in front of him as an object of lust or desire, but rather saw her as a little sister. This is the name used to refer to shanty towns in Korean cities where low-income people live. The little sister in his imagination was the unrealistic type who acted cute with her older brother and took care of him. However, "Are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere?" Han-Yeol asked after undoing the rope that bound her and checking for any injuries on her. Sniffle, the girl just sobbed quietly. Hey, Han-Yeol said, looking genuinely worried about her. Then, the girl suddenly cried loudly, the tears she had been holding back gushing out. Shrrk? The girl suddenly jumped and hugged Han-Yeol tightly as she started to cry even more loudly. She was usually always bright and cheerful, but she was still a teenager regardless, and the traumatic experience was undoubtedly a huge shock to her. She cried in Han-Yeol's arms over and over again. Pat pat. Han-Yeol, who did not possess the talent of comforting a woman with words, could do nothing but gently pat her back. She smells good. While having those kinds of silly, childish thoughts, 20 minutes passed since the girl had started crying in Han-Yeol's arms. Finally, she gradually stopped crying before looking away in embarrassment. She then took out a small mirror and checked her puffy eyes. Her face turned bright red when she realized that she looked like a mess. Are you alright? Han-Yeol asked carefully. Why yes, I'm fine now. Thank you, Han-Yeol Appa, the girl replied. Wow, you used to give me the cold shoulder whenever I told you I wanted you to call me Appa. Am I your Appa only in circumstances like this? Han-Yeol playfully teased her. I don't know, the girl exclaimed before turning her bright red face away from him. Haha. Han-Yeol let out a hearty laugh while looking at the shy little girl. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation that seemed to be warning him that his back was about to be stabbed. He immediately turned his body and sidestepped to avoid the attack from behind. Swoosh! Kaya! The girl screamed. The rapist had regained consciousness and tried to stab Han-Yeol from behind, and the girl screamed when she saw the man charging aggressively toward Han-Yeol. However, the rapist was dumbfounded when Han-Yeol sidestepped and avoided his surprise attack. He had been certain that it was a perfect sneak attack from the guy's blind spot, but the guy easily avoided his attack as if he had already been expecting it. Yeah. The rapist was stupefied for a moment, but that moment lasted for only a split second as the enraged Han-Yeol punched him once again in the face. Pukok? Yuk? The rapist could only utter a moan, as the power-packed punch knocked him out cold and made him foam from the mouth. Han-Yeol had only put a small amount of mana behind his punch, so he was certain that the rapist was not dead. Are you alright? The girl asked Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol replied calmly, I'm alright. You must have been surprised. Why yes, the girl said. It's alright now. It's all over, Han-Yeol said, comforting the high school girl as he smiled brightly at her. Then, she returned a small smile, slowly starting to calm down. She's surprisingly tough, Han-Yeol thought. The incident was already over, but the fact that she was still trying to smile after what she had just gone through was quite impressive. The whole incident was wrapped up after Han-Yeol called the police, and they reached the scene after huffing and puffing up the hills of the Moon Village. The suspect, the victim, and the witness all went to the police station together. The high school girl, Yubai, testified about everything she had gone through at the hands of the rapist, and Han-Yeol testified about the things he had witnessed. Thankfully, both of their testimonies matched, and the rapist was arrested on the spot and locked up due to the police having sufficient evidence against him. The cops were about to have their dinner, but Han-Yeol pulled out his usual shameless money-grubbing face and convinced them to order additional servings for two. They enjoyed a hot meal of police kickbap before leaving the police station. I'm full. It feels as if it's been ages since I ate this well, Han-Yeol said in satisfaction. Hehe, me too, Yubai added while smiling brightly. Yubai was already back to her old, cheerful self, and she was smiling so brightly that nobody would believe that she had just been a victim of attempted rape. Are you really alright? Han-Yeol asked. What do you mean? Yubai asked, tilting her head in confusion. You just went through a horrible experience. Are you really alright? Han-Yeol asked once again. It would have been bad if that guy managed to have his way with me, but that wasn't the case. Appa helped me and saved me from danger, Yubai replied. Hug? Yubai clung to Han-Yeol's arm, and his face turned bright red when he felt a certain kind of softness unique to women for the first time in his life. Han-Yeol had grown up in a single-parent household, and they had not been that well off in his younger days. In fact, one of his inferiority complexes was because he had actually been poor growing up. He had tried his best to cover that up by making a lot of friends, and he had been famous among the girls in school. However, he had been unable to afford to go out with women, let alone hold a woman's hand, in recent years as he had been busy trying to make ends meet. Now, though, he had a young and beautiful high school girl clinging onto his arm. Han-Yeol, who was turning 28 years old this year, would be called a criminal by his friends if they saw him with Yubai just then. Is that so? Han-Yeol replied, stuttering from embarrassment. An infectiously happy aura surrounded Yubai once again as she smiled. Han-Yeol liked the feeling of her clinging to him, and he did not even make an attempt to push her away. Appa, you will walk me all the way home, right? Yubai asked with a hint of anxiety in her voice. Her anxiety and nervousness were clearly evident no matter how hard she tried to hide it by pretending to be cheerful. She squeezed his arm with trembling hands when she asked if he was going to walk her home, and Han-Yeol could clearly sense her anxiety through that trembling. Of course. Let's go. Your house is right beside mine anyway, Han-Yeol replied. Their houses really were literally right beside each other. Han-Yeol safely walked Yubai home before entering his house. He plopped down on his bed and stared dazedly at the new phone number on his mobile phone. Han Yubai, 010-4XX8-9XX5. Yubai had given him her number and firmly insisted that she would definitely repay him one day after thanking him a few times, and she had also told him to send her a message whenever he was bored. Yubai, Han Yubai. What a pretty name, Han-Yeol thought. He had already known that her name was Yubai, but he had not known that her surname was Han. He had initially been reminded of the main character from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms and found her name to be funny, but her name sounded beautiful now that he added her surname to it. That was how Han-Yeol felt his heart flutter for the first time in a long while as he slowly fell asleep. His sleep that night felt very different from how it usually did, when he would pass out from being too tired. It was a little past lunchtime the next day when Han-Yeol woke up and slurped up a bowl of ramyun. He flicked through the channels on TV briefly, before turning it off with a yawn as he found nothing interesting on. He then put on his trainers and left the house, heading to a commercial complex in a residential neighborhood next to the Moon Village. There, he went up to a gym on the 3rd floor. Ring? A voice greeted Han-Yeol the moment he went in. Welk. Oh, Han-Yeol? Long time no see. A middle-aged man with a buzz cut warmly welcomed Han-Yeol, and Han-Yeol greeted the man in response. Hi, coach. How have you been? Thud. The two men greeted each other with a tough hug, of the sort commonly shared among men to express how glad they were to see each other. The scene brought to mind the term bromance. Hey, you brat. I'm doing well. How about you? How many months has it been since you visited? I thought you died working as a porter or something, the middle-aged man joked. In truth, however, his words were halfway between a joke and the truth. That was because the porter's line of work was a dangerous job, in which they never knew when and where they would die. I'm sorry. I've been too busy and too tired these days, but I have a bit more free time these days so I plan to start working out again, Han-Yeol said. Han-Yeol had a personal relationship with the owner and coach of this place, the Okgim. The owner of the Okgim had been a hometown junior of his father. It was also this man who had pushed Han-Yeol to work out and train when he was younger, telling him that a man should be strong and dependable. Han-Yeol had been able to train for free at the gym in exchange for cleaning the place, as the man could not help but feel guilty if he took money from a boy who was no different from his nephew. Han-Yeol had visited the gym for old time's sake and to use the newfound free time he had on his hands. I'm going to do some exercise and clean up the place. Leave this place to me and relax for the day, Han-Yeol said. The man replied, all right, just call me if you need anything. Okay, Han-Yeol replied. The man went to his office, and Han-Yeol got to work, taking out the cleaning tools and meticulously cleaning the place. He finished in no time, as he had cleaned this place more than 1,000 times by now. Afterward, it was time for him to start exercising. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, hyup, hyup, hyup. Han-Yeol started warming up by doing double jumping ropes, running on the treadmill, and doing bench presses. He did some weight training as well by utilizing the assorted equipment at the gym for 10 minutes each. 2 hours after he had started doing weight training, a message popped up. Ding! Your continuous body training has unlocked limitless potential for you to grow stronger. A new skill has been created, body strengthening. Body strengthening skill? Han-Yeol read the message in his mind. Tack. He had been doing bench presses when the message popped up, so he put the barbell back in place and checked the skill's details. Body strengthening. Type, passive. Description, you will be able to permanently increase your physical stats by putting yourself through arduous training. Wow, what a haul! Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. The exercise and training he would do from now on were no longer merely for the purpose of maintaining his health. If the skill was going to increase his physical stats, he now had the potential to grow exponentially stronger through his own effort and hard work. I should work out more frequently from now on, Han-Yeol thought after he checked the skill's details. He would want to work out more if it were up to him, but unfortunately, he had other things to attend to. So, he said goodbye to the gym owner and left the gym after taking a quick shower to freshen up. Then, he took a bus and went to the hospital, the hospital where his father was admitted. Hi, Han-Yeol, a nurse warmly greeted him. Han-Yeol greeted her back. Hello, Nurse Kim. She was the nurse Han-Yeol had become close with, as he frequently visited his father whenever he got the chance to. The doctors in charge of his father had changed multiple times over the years, but the nurses who watched over him had stayed the same. Have there been any changes to father these days? Han-Yeol asked as he went into the ICU. Nurse Kim followed behind him and replied while smiling bitterly, unfortunately, there is no news I can give you. Oh, don't mind it. I can entrust my father to this hospital's care because of Nurse Kim, after all, Han-Yeol said. The doctors had said that Han-Yeol's father had cancer, but the cancer he had was very different from the normal cancers most people knew of. The doctors had no idea what the cause of his illness was, nor the cure for it. The time his father spent sleeping had started to become longer than the time he spent awake as the cancer progressed, and his father could not wake up at all no matter how many times anyone tried to wake him up once he fell asleep. How many hours has father been sleeping these days? Han-Yeol asked. He sleeps for 14 hours a day these days, Nurse Kim replied. Han-Yeol was speechless. The only thing he could do was to hold his sleeping father's hands, and his own hands trembled as he held on to them. Han-Yeol was aware of what was happening to his father. He had overheard the doctors talking to each other by chance one day, and they had been saying that his father was going to pass away once his sleep began to last for 24 hours. Han-Yeol had been holding on hoping that a miracle would happen one day, but the miracle had never come, and his hope was getting fainter and fainter. However, Han-Yeol now had hope. Carvis, can I also learn a skill to cure illnesses? Han-Yeol asked the ego system in his mind. Of course. Although there is a tricky condition, you will be able to learn it as long as you satisfy that condition. I see, Han-Yeol pondered. Yes. His hope lay in the true power of the ability he had awakened with. An average awakened usually possessed 3 abilities after awakening, and their positions were decided based on the skills they had. Han-Yeol, on the other hand, had no limits on the number and types of skills he could learn. That was when Han-Yeol decided to use his ability to learn a healing skill to cure his father's illness. There's no time? Carvis, what should I do if I want to cure my father's illness? Han-Yeol asked. The most basic condition is to increase your level first. That's right. My level, Han-Yeol thought. He felt the need to change his usual schedule of working as a porter 4 times a week. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Let's go work as a porter for now. It won't be a bad idea to gain some experience while working as a porter, since it's a growth type ability after all. Han-Yeol left the hospital and went back home. He then turned on his most expensive asset, which was his old, slow, outdated computer, and checked for any raids that were going to take place the next day. He logged into the website dedicated to porters. Lee Han-Yeol level 22. His name and level were visibly displayed on the screen. The level that was displayed here was not a measurement of Han-Yeol's ability, but rather of his ability as a porter. The porter leveling system had been introduced to make it easier for hunters to filter and hire porters. A porter was awarded experience points whenever they joined a monster hunt and survived, and their level increased when they gained the required experience points. I wish my real level would be level 22 soon, Han-Yeol thought wistfully. Hunters preferred to work with high-leveled porters, as they would have to deal with fewer headaches the more experienced their porter was. Han-Yeol scoured the website searching for any parties that were going on a monster hunt the next day. However, there were no potential parties he could join, as most of the ones listed were being hosted by useless hunters. A greenhorn porter would not mind joining any party as they only wanted to make quick bucks, but experienced porters like Han-Yeol were very selective about the kinds of parties they joined. Unfortunately, there were no parties going on a monster hunt the next day that caught his eye. Should I just join any party? Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. He did not really want to join just any bunch of ragtag hunters, but that was the only choice he had at the moment if he wanted to go on a monster hunt the next day. In the end, Han-Yeol scrolled through the list and left a message for a party that had been assembled by a hunter who seemed to have a good reputation, as well as a lot of experience with monster hunting. I'm a porter with 4 years of experience. Do you need a porter in your party, by any chance? Han-Yeol waited in silence for a moment. You may join us tomorrow. He received a reply in less than a minute, and of course, the reply contained the party's acceptance. As expected. It's not easy to get a porter like me, after all, Han-Yeol thought with a smirk on his face. He received the time and location of the meeting before shutting his computer and heading to bed. He was planning to take a quick nap before heading to work at the factory. I should quit the factory at the end of the month, Han-Yeol thought. He was not an officially recognized hunter yet, but he felt it was only a matter of time before he became one, and if he did become an official hunter, the factory would no longer be a source of income for him. Rather, it would become something that held him back from going out on monster hunts. Just as his eyes were about to close. Ding dong? The doorbell suddenly rang. That's weird. I'm not expecting anyone, Han-Yeol thought. It has been quite a while since he had cut contact with most of the people he knew, as he would not have both the mental and physical energy to hang out and chat with them even if he somehow managed to set some time aside. Besides, he did not want to show other people how miserable his life was, and so he also changed his mobile number after moving to the Moon Village. Yawn, Han-Yeol yawned as he got up lazily and dragged his feet toward the door while scratching his abdomen. Step. Step. He opened the door and asked, who is? However, nobody was at the door. Fuck. Who the hell still pulls doorbell pranks nowadays, and in broad daylight too? Han-Yeol grumbled, and was about to close the door when something caught his eye. Banana milk? There's a letter too? Han-Yeol thought as he looked at the 2 items left on the floor. Who put these here? He wondered before bringing the banana milk and the letter inside. I hope this isn't one of those chain letters or something. Han-Yeol expected the contents to be like the letters he had used to pull pranks in his younger days. He then scoffed and thought, that's not going to work against me. He decided to read the letter. As childish as the prank was, he decided to be considerate of the effort they had put in preparing the whole thing. Dear Han-Yeol Ajasi. I mean, Han-Yeol Appa. I am really thankful to you for saving me yesterday. I could not think of any way to thank you, so I am giving you my favorite banana milk. Thank you so much. That kiddo, Han-Yeol thought with a smile. The letter had not turned out to be a chain letter. Instead, it was a letter sincerely written by the cute and beautiful high schooler who lived next door to express her gratitude. He could not help but smile, as he found the girl's actions adorable. He drank the banana milk and prepared to go to work. Today's going to be a good day? Han-Yeol optimistically started the second half of his day. Han-Yeol fulfilled his daily quota faster than anyone else once again. Deok-soo, the factory manager, stood and watched from the second floor, trying to catch Han-Yeol red-handed just in case he pulled any tricks. Of course, Deok-soo could not find any fault in Han-Yeol, as he was not pulling any tricks and was just working at a faster rate due to the buff from the dismember skill. Then, I will be off, Han-Yeol said as he confidently clocked out after fulfilling his daily quota once again in 2.5 hours. The other workers glared at him with eyes full of envy, but the thick-skinned Han-Yeol was not someone to be fazed by that as he clocked out of his shift. Should I practice a bit before going home? Han-Yeol thought as he walked up the road of the Moon Village and past his house to reach the park. Coo. The park was deserted and eerie as expected, but Han-Yeol had experienced too many things in life and fought against too many monsters right before his eyes for something like that to scare him. Han-Yeol's nerves had been tempered such that the only time he would actually get scared was if his life were in danger. Han-Yeol sat at the resting hut after arriving at the park, then he assessed his current situation by focusing on himself. The things I have at the moment are: Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 1. Points, 5. STR, 29. VIT, 35. AGI, 30. MAG, 10. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, F. Swordmaster, F. Walking, F. Mana Control, F. Mana Mastery, F. Power Strike, F. Mana Shield, F. Sixth Sense, F. Restrain, F. Body Strengthening, F. I gathered quite a few skills. Han-Yeol thought proudly about his growth type ability that was different from those of the other awakened. He had so many skills under his belt even though he had not even gone out on a single official monster hunt as an officially recognized hunter. However, he could not help but feel nervous. He might have obtained a game-like ability, but monster hunts were reality, not a game. He knew very well that he would have to forfeit his life if he died in reality. Many people registered as porters every year, and many porters managed to awaken as well. However, many porters and many hunters were also killed in action by the monsters every year. The occupation of hunter guaranteed wealth, fame, and social status, but the death toll rose every year, while those who were lucky enough to escape death ended up being disabled. Working as a hunter was definitely only for those who were brave enough to bear the risks. But I have to become a hunter, Han-Yeol thought as he clenched his fists. He had to take care of his father, who had devoted his whole life to Han-Yeol and was bedridden due to an unknown illness. Han-Yeol had to become a hunter at all costs. It did not matter that he was scared, nor did it matter that it was going to be a difficult journey. He had to do it for his father, who was barely hanging on to life. I'll never give up. Han-Yeol screamed. Whoosh. Kablom? Han-Yeol had been practicing throwing a decent-sized rock at a target he had drawn on an abandoned building. However, his emotions had flared up and he ended up putting a bit too much power behind his throw this time. The rock, which had only managed to create small cracks in the building previously, penetrated the building wall completely. Ding! Your continuous training has produced results. The rank of Power Strike has risen from F to E. You are now able to imbue more mana into objects. Your throwing accuracy has slightly increased. It ranked up, Han-Yeol thought, surprised. He had not expected his skill to rank up from what he had done. He was amazed, thinking, so my skills can rank up like this as well. He then continued throwing for another hour before heading home, and he started to prepare for the monster hunt that was taking place the next day. He did have a lot of skills, and even a skill that had ranked up, under his belt, but he was technically attending the monster hunt the next day as a porter, so he had a lot of things that he had to prepare. The intense competition between porters made them provide all sorts of services that were not within their scope, but that had made the hunters even lazier, and now, the hunters came to monster hunts empty-handed with only their weapons in tow. The porters had to prepare and provide food, shelter, and other things that were required for parties to survive in the hunting grounds. I'll never be like that. Han-Yeol steeled his resolve as he finished packing his gear for the next day, before setting an alarm and going to sleep for the night. The next morning, Han-Yeol woke up due to the alarm he had set the previous night. He took a quick shower, then took a taxi together with the gear he had prepared and packed last night. Of course, there was no way that Han-Yeol, who preferred to walk instead of taking the bus to save money, would ever take a taxi normally, but he had so many things packed this time that it was impossible for him to ride the bus, so he was left with no choice but to take a taxi. The place he went to could be called the headquarters of the porters. It was located in the City Hall building, where they had created a special department called the Porter Handling Department. Calling all porters designated for Team A007, departing at 09:00, a staffer from the handling department called out, identifying the party's code number. Nov. L. B //JNN. Yes. Han-Yeol and two other porters responded while raising their hands. Lee Han-Yeol, Choi Chung-hyun, and Kim Han, the staffer asked. All of them nodded in response and replied, yes, that is correct. The staffer received the IDs of the three and verified their identities using their photos before guiding the three to the basement to receive their weapons for the monster hunt. All three of you have experience working as porters for over a year, so I will skip over the rules and regulations. In return, I pray that you will return alive and return these guns to us, the staffer said. The three porters received their weapons and the blessing from the staffer before moving together toward the vehicle rental area. It did not take long for them to get along with each other. Hello, my name is Choi Han-Yeol, and I am 26 years old. I was preparing to be a civil servant before I became a porter to make ends meet, one of the porters said as he introduced himself. The other porter followed suit, saying, Hi, my name is Kim Han and I am 21 years old. It has always been my dream ever since I was young to become a hunter, so I applied to become a porter as soon as I graduated high school. Then, Han-Yeol finally introduced himself. I suppose I am the most senior among us then. I am 28 years old, and I have been working for 4 years as a porter. Porters had to spend the whole day together, so most of them usually introduced themselves at the start and tried to get acquainted with the others. It was also not too hard for them to get close and form camaraderie, as they usually went through the same stresses and problems working as porters. The three of them wrapped up their self-introductions and went to the rendezvous spot with the truck they had rented. The hunters aren't here, as expected. Come early, my ass. I'd be glad if they weren't late. The porters grumbled and waited until the hunters arrived before leaving for the hunting grounds. Thud, thud. Han-Yeol drove the truck, and the hunting ground they were going to was located in what had been known before as the DMZ at North Gyeonggi-do. It boasted the highest concentration of monsters in Korea, and a lot of hunters made their way there to hunt. Alright, hunter nims. The monsters we will be hunting today are mad dogs. As you may know, they might be called mad dogs, but they're violent monsters that are as large as cows, and they're very agile and strong. They roam around in packs of 2 or 3, so we need to be alert at all times, the manager said. Nod. The hunters nodded nervously in response. Haha. There's no need for you to be so nervous. They're weak compared to you, and we won't be having any casualties as long as we don't lower our guard, the manager said, skillfully calming the hunters down and showing why he had the title of manager. He was there to make sure that none of the party members were overly nervous, so they would not end up making a mistake that might cost the party later on. We're finally almost at our destination. Let's get off here, the manager said. Creak. They crossed the CCL of the DMZ, and parked the truck on a wide and vast plain. Shall we get off? The party exited the truck and traversed the plains with the manager guiding them. Grr. Woof. Woof. They're here. It's the mad dogs, the manager called out, alerting the party. The mad dogs had used their excellent sense of smell to sniff out the party from a great distance. 3 gray mad dogs charged fiercely at the party, foaming at the mouth. Porters, open fire, the manager commanded. Rat-a-tat-a-ta. Han-Yeol and the other two simultaneously opened fire, but something felt different about their bullets today. I should be able to imbue mana into bullets, Han-Yeol had thought previously when they were going over their supplies and equipment. He had imbued the bullets the porters were shooting with mana through his power strike skill. Growling? Kakang kakang? They're faltering? Porters, cease fire? Hunter Nims, go ahead and finish them off, the manager ordered. Hop. The 5 hunters simultaneously charged at the mad dogs. Sukok? Kakang? Why is it so easy? The hunters were perplexed at how easily they were able to kill the monsters. They had chosen a hunting ground that was slightly easy for them, but they were confused as to why the mad dogs, which were famous for their tenacity, had died so easily. I guess it's not that bad. I agree. The manager nodded in satisfaction as their first engagement against the monsters wrapped up and said, we can kick things up a notch if we keep this up. The mad dog hunt went easier than they had expected. Sukok? A hunter slashed his sword at a mad dog's neck. Kakang? The mad dog howled loudly in pain, and its neck spurted out a fountain of blood before it staggered and died. Ding! Your level has risen. Han-Yeol's level went up, and he secretly rejoiced. Yes, I'm finally level 2. All he had done was shoot his gun a few times and keep the monsters at bay, but his contributions had nonetheless been acknowledged by the system, and his level had gone up. The hunters took a break from hunting, sitting in folding chairs one of the porters had brought and waiting for the porters to finish dismembering the mad dog corpses. Things are working out very well today, don't you agree? I know, right? Who knew hunting could be this easy sometimes? The hunters chatted leisurely, but that was not always the case. Rest time on most monster hunts was very quiet, as hunters usually did not have the energy to chat leisurely. They usually rested in silence or distracted themselves with video games to cope with the stressful situation of having their lives on the line. The hunters were in a very good mood today because of how smoothly the monster hunt was progressing, and they shared stories with each other to further boost their morale. Hey, do you want to go on a vacation to Europe after this hunt? Shall we? Count me in. I've just been stuck at home these days. It's not as if money is an issue, so why don't we travel the way the other hunters do? We can go there and sweep the luxury brand shops too. Great, that sounds like a plan. Let's go. While the hunters were busy dreaming up plans for their vacation, Huiyining, 3 people armed with tools that would normally only be seen at a construction site were hard at work as each of them dismembered a mad dog's corpse. They extracted mana stones from the monsters and placed them in a special container made for them, then finished up dismembering and cleaning the area. Hunter Nims, the porters are done. shall we get moving again? The manager asked with a clap after the dismembering job finished. Really? Alright, let's go, everyone. It's time to hunt. Alright, let's go. The hunters got worked up as the hunt progressed more and more easily, and they hunted so diligently that calling them a ragtag party seemed almost unbefitting. Fire. Rat-a-tat-a-ta? The porters, on the other hand, were extremely busy thanks to the hunters' vigor. Hunters usually hunted until they got tired and took multiple breaks in between, which was probably the only time that porters could catch a breather. However, the hunters this time were so excited that they only took individual breaks in between. That, in turn, made the porters have a taste of hell, as they were not given the luxury of rest due to the endless stream of monsters being hunted. He-oak, we really might die at this rate, one of the porters said, nearly out of breath. I know, right? What insanity is this? Why the hell aren't they taking a break as a party? Another complained. Weaponizing? The porters ended up having to slow down their dismembering speed, as that was the only way they could catch their breath. The two other porters were grumbling and swearing at the hunters for their insane hunting pace, but Han-Yeol, on the other hand, focused on his task and dismembered the monsters without saying a word. Weaponizing? It was at the moment that he finished dismembering a mad dog. Ding! Your skill dismember has leveled up. Yes? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. Han-Yeol had been completely immersed in training his skill while the other porters were about to go crazy from fatigue. Yes, the pace was very quick, but Han-Yeol recovered mana whenever he walked thanks to his walking skill, so his stamina depleted quite a bit more slowly than the average person. Additionally, his stamina had already been quite good even before he awakened. Ding! The intensive labor has increased your VIT stat by 1. Alright, Han-Yeol thought, greatly satisfied. There was no way he was going to give into exhaustion when he knew all his efforts were going to be rewarded by his stats growing. Porters? What are you guys doing? Get a move on. The hunters, ironically, reprimanded the porters for being too slow. Why yes, we are coming, one of the porters responded. The hunt continued. Fire cross. One of the hunters cast a spell, and a wall of fire in the shape of a cross came crashing down on the mad dogs. Kakang? Ding! Your level has risen. Alright, I'm finally level 4, Han-Yeol thought with a satisfied look on his face. The hunt was almost over, and Han-Yeol had leveled up 3 times to reach level 4. He had amassed 20 bonus stat points that he had not allocated yet to any of his stats. I'll decide how to distribute these when I'm sure of my fighting style, Han-Yeol thought. The fact that there were only 4 stats to distribute the points across made Han-Yeol all the more cautious as to how to invest those bonus stat points, because there were no stat resetting systems in reality, unlike the ones one would find in games. Let's take a break. The hunters finally gave the porters a break. Yuck. I'm dying. They were still young men, but the 2 porters were sprawled across the dirty ground, as the intense hunting pace had exhausted them. They did not care about rolling in the dirt, as their first priority was to appease their exhausted bodies that were screaming at them for rest. The 2 porters looked at Han-Yeol, who did not seem to be tired, while lying on the ground. They asked, Hyung, aren't you tired? I'm alright. I've been doing this thing for 4 years, so I'm used to it. You don't usually come across guys like them, but there are hunters like that from time to time. That's why I try to go to the gym and work out at least 4 times a day. You won't be able to survive in this industry if your body can't keep up. That's why I advise that you go and exercise on your days off, Han-Yeol said, giving a word of advice to his juniors. However, the porters did not seem to be convinced at all. You're making it too obvious that you're a boomer. I agree. Tisk. I'm saying this to help you guys, Han-Yeol grumbled. All he had wanted to do was to help his juniors out, but it seemed that they were not interested in his help. Yeah, whatever you say, his juniors replied, brushing off his words. Tisk. This is why I don't like to get involved with other people, Han-Yeol thought as he clicked his tongue. He sincerely wanted to help and get along with other porters, but his instincts were telling him that these 2 were not worth wasting his time on. Based on his personality, he would no longer be offering them any help or advice in the future. Han-Yeol sat on a rock some distance away from the others before thinking, I need to have an accurate grasp of the monster's strength if I want to hunt alone from now on. Perhaps it was because he had been living alone for a long time, but Han-Yeol had automatically started thinking of hunting solo, and he decided that it was going to be important for him to find a way to assess the monsters before attempting to go solo. Hold on. Maybe? Han-Yeol thought as he suddenly had an idea. He imbued mana into his eyes with the help of mana control. Woong. Yuk. Han-Yeol groaned in pain. His eyes felt dry as if he had kept them open in front of an electric fan for a long time after he injected mana into them. The problem was that the pain felt intense, and the mana he had imbued into his eyes clung to them and did not show any signs of dissipating. Cook. Han-Yeol groaned while covering his mouth and toughed out the pain. Drip. Tears dripped down his cheeks, and the pain eventually subsided. His vision was hazy, and he blinked a few times to refocus his eyes. His mana was still gathered around his eyes, perhaps because of that. He could see the hunter's mana when he turned and looked at them as they leisurely chatted away. At first, he could only see the hunter's mana as something akin to white steam coming from their bodies. He concentrated and focused his vision once more. Then, he could see the mana flowing inside the hunters' bodies just like an X-ray. Not only that, he could tell how much mana they had overall, as well as its density. Does the density indicate the mana's strength? Han-Yeol wondered. It was only a speculation, but it seemed right to him, as mana was the source of every awakened hunter's strength. Then, can I also see the monster's mana? Han-Yeol wondered once again. Break time's over. Let's go and hunt again, the manager said, beckoning the hunters over. Aish. What the hell is this? We barely even rested. The two porters grumbled, and Han-Yeol looked at them and said inwardly, stop grumbling, you punks. Han-Yeol had tried to get along with them at first, but their grumbling and lack of respect toward him had made him change his mind, wanting to distance himself from them. Manager, are there mad dogs in this area? A hunter asked the manager. The manager replied, yes there are. He then took out a mana detector from his bag and ran it. Beep. Beep. A mana detector was a device that used mana waves to detect creatures that possessed mana. The device emitted mana waves into its surroundings and detected any mana that reacted to those waves, using the reactions to pinpoint the locations of any creatures. 3 mad dogs detected, 1.2 kilometers northwest from here, the manager informed them. Okay, let's go toward them, the hunter enthusiastically exclaimed. All right, the manager replied politely. He turned and ordered the porters, Oi, we're moving 1.2 kilometers northwest from here. Get moving. Yes, we heard you, the porters grumbled. Han-Yeol, who was in charge of driving, drove the truck to the location the manager had given him while continuously looking around the surroundings with mana in his eyes. He thought as he scouted around, objects don't seem to contain any mana, but things like plants and trees have a minuscule amount of mana in them. They soon reached the place where the mad dogs were located. The monsters are on their way here, the manager shouted the moment he spotted the mad dogs on the move. One of the hunters exclaimed in response, all right, stop the truck. The hunters prepared for combat, and the porters aimed their guns and prepared to open fire once the order was given. I can see it, Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly, as he could clearly see the mana of both the mad dogs and the hunters. Ding! You have learned how to imbue your mana into a part of your body to strengthen it. You have imbued mana into your eyes and can now see the flow of mana. A new skill has been created, Mana Eyes. Mana Eyes? Han-Yeol thought as he checked the skill's details. Mana Eyes, F. Type, active. Description, you may imbue your mana into your eyes to see the mana capacity, flow, and density of the target. Isn't this really good? Han-Yeol thought after reading the skill's details. He was now able to further improve the ability, as it had turned into a skill that could be leveled up. Fire, the manager ordered. Rat-a-tat-a-ta? Kakang? Kakang? The party started their onslaught against the mad dogs once again, and the one who was the most excited about the hunt starting once again was none other than Han-Yeol. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The party that had started at 9 in the morning finally ended when it was around 6 in the evening. The hunters who formed parties like this usually took fewer risks and preferred comfort over profit or growth, which was why the monster hunt started and ended similarly to office hours. Thank you for your hard work. However, the party was not aware of Han-Yeol's interference, and they still believed that the monster hunt had gone so fast because of their own abilities. Indeed, the monster hunt this time had moved quite a bit faster than usual. Here, 1.4 million for each of you, the manager said as he gave the porters their pay for the day. Tui? The two porters spat on the ground, openly expressing their severe dissatisfaction at their pay. Hey, does it make sense that we worked multiple times harder than usual and still get paid the same? They earned so much today by overworking us. Shouldn't they pay us more for it? Don't you agree, Hyung? Chung Hyun and Kim Han grumbled as they tried to coax Han-Yeol to their side, but Han-Yeol did not even bother responding to them. Don't waste your time asking him. He's been doing this for 4 years. He probably thinks it's best to kiss those hunters' asses. I figured. They had started on good terms at the start, but had slowly drifted apart as the monster hunt went on. Han-Yeol was unable to remain on good terms with them, but his business with them was already finished. He ignored the two and confirmed that his pay had been deposited before leaving the city hall. He no longer needed to get involved in the affairs of porters, as he was no longer one of them. I need to increase my level, Han-Yeol thought as he looked down at his hand with his new skill, Mana Eyes, active. He had looked at his hand with Mana Eyes for no special reason, but he realized that his mana density was distinctly inferior compared to the hunters from before. He thought, I still have a long way to go. He possessed a lot of skills, but none of them were very helpful in combat. Additionally, the only thing that stood out about his mana was the fact that he possessed excellent mana regeneration, but his mana's strength and capacity was still very negligible. I should stick to being a porter for now and keep increasing my level the way I did today. Han-Yeol steeled his resolve as he drew up plans in his mind to grow stronger. One the term a male would use to refer to an older brother. The next day, Han-Yeol went to the hospital to visit his father's doctor as he always did. Have you still not found a cure for my father? He asked. It was the same question he would always ask whenever he went to meet the doctor. However, the doctor's response was always the same. I am sorry. We can only delay the progress of the illness with current medical technology, as this is a rare type of cancer that drains the patient's life force. A normal cancer cell is usually a mutated cell that infects the other cells near it, thus causing a problem once the tumor has grown large enough, but this cancer works in the exact opposite way. The cancer your father has is growing at an abnormal speed, and it is eating away at the life force of the cells near it. The mechanism of this cancer is completely different from those we know of. I am sorry. Han-Yeol covered his face with his hands. He had heard the explanation countless times, but it did not change the fact that his heart was torn apart whenever he heard it. His father had never hesitated to do anything for him, but the fact that he could not do anything in return now that his father needed him hurt Han-Yeol a lot. Why not visit your father since you are here anyway? He should be awake right now, the doctor suggested. Thank you, Han-Yeol replied. His father was always asleep whenever Han-Yeol visited the hospital, but it seemed that he had gotten lucky, as he was told that his father was awake today. Han-Yeol immediately went and filled up the visitor's form, then changed into a sanitized gown before going to the ICU to pay his father a visit. Han-Yeol, his father's extremely weak voice called out to him. Han-Yeol grabbed his father's withered, bony hands that did not have an ounce of strength in them. He said softly, "Father, aren't you busy? Why did you visit?" his father asked. Han-Yeol did not get to visit frequently, and yet his father was always worried that he was causing trouble for his son at his workplace. He was also always concerned that Han-Yeol was neglecting work just to make time to visit him. Han-Yeol had lied to his father, telling him that he was working for a mid-sized corporation and that he was doing quite well at work. He did not want to make his father worry whenever he was awake by telling him that he was risking his life as a porter. "I told you, I am doing very well at work. I told them I would be going out for a while to meet a client, and I decided to drop by and visit you on the way," Han-Yeol lied. "You brat. When did you grow up so fast? Look at you, talking about clients already. This old man of yours won't have any regrets even if I die today," his father said with a laugh. "Father, you have worked your whole life. I will take care of you from now on, so you have to get better and let me," Han-Yeol replied. His father always apologized and felt sorry toward him, but Han-Yeol wanted to save his father no matter what. He held his father's hand and tried infusing his mana through it. He infused his mana into his father with a desperate plea in his heart that it would make a difference and cure him. "Wuong, you have to get better, father. I can't send you off like this," Han-Yeol pleaded inwardly, looking away to hide the tears that were welling up in his eyes. Maybe it's just because it's been a while since you last visited, but I feel really good today. I suddenly feel vigorous," his father exclaimed. Han-Yeol and his father did not realize it, but the numerous scars all over his father's body that looked as if they had been drawn with a pencil slowly started to disappear. Han-Yeol decided to pour all of his mana into his father before leaving, hoping that his mana would help alleviate his father's illness even by a tiny bit. It was then that a message suddenly popped up. "Ding! You may heal the body depending on how you utilize your mana. A new skill has been created. Heal." Heal? Han-Yeol was surprised by the sudden message, and he checked the skill's details. Heal, F. Type, active. Description, the skill infuses your mana into the target to heal their external wounds and regenerate their vigor. He was very happy that a new skill had been created, and he did not waste time as he called out to his ego system, "Carvis. Will I be able to cure my father if I level this skill up?" It is possible in theory. There are other skills that can cure illnesses, but you might be able to cure this illness by leveling up your skill and using a powerful version of heal on the target. Carvis made an appearance after a long period of absence. She normally waited quietly on the sidelines due to her personality as an ego system, not saying a word until Han-Yeol asked her something. Han-Yeol. I'm getting sleepy, his father said. Father, please rest well. I will definitely come and visit you again, Han-Yeol replied. Ho, I feel much better going to sleep after seeing my son's face, his father said with a laugh. What are you talking about, father? Just hang on a little bit and you will be able to see my face until you are sick and tired of it, Han-Yeol said seriously. All right, his father muttered before succumbing to the drowsiness and falling asleep. Han-Yeol looked at his father's face and gripped his hands tightly as he steeled his resolve. Father, I'll definitely cure you. Believe me, I will. Lee Han-Yeol Nim, visiting hours have ended. A nurse opened the door and informed him it was time to go. Yes. I will get going now, Han-Yeol replied with a sigh before leaving the hospital. He looked up into the sky after leaving the hospital. The sky high above was a deep blue. He thought as he clenched his fists tightly, I don't have a lot of time. I need to hurry up. His plan had been to slowly and safely grow stronger, but he had realized after meeting his father that time was unfortunately not on his side. He had felt his father's life force slowly being extinguished when he had infused mana into him. Clench. Han-Yeol clenched his fists even more tightly as he resolved, I have to change all of my plans, even if it will be dangerous. I could end up dying, but what's the point of living if I don't push myself and my father ends up dying? What he needed now was not a stable income, but a huge gamble that would strike it big. A gamble could make one lose everything in an instant, but the opposite also held true, as one could also strike it big in an instant. All right, I'll give it a shot. Besides, was there ever a time I planned ahead in life? Han-Yeol made up his mind as he sat at a nearby bench and took out a memo pad. I'll pass on the hunter registration for now. It's too complicated and it's just going to take a lot of time, Han-Yeol thought as he jotted an entry down on the pad. Of course, he planned to officially register as a hunter sooner or later. It was just that the registration process was very complicated, and he would not be allowed to go on any monster hunts until he received his hunter license. A single second was precious to him right now, and he could not afford to waste time sitting around while waiting for some bureaucratic process to finish. Also, I have to quit working at the factory, Han-Yeol thought, adding it to the list. What Han-Yeol needed right now was not to make money, but to level his skills up. Getting a gun is going to be a stretch, he thought, clicking his tongue. It would be extremely easy for him if he used a gun and imbued his mana into the bullets, but guns were impossible to procure unless he went through a lengthy legal process. He had heard that there were ways to illegally obtain a gun from the black market, but Han-Yeol did not have the funds to purchase a gun that would definitely be sold at multiple times the cost of a legal gun. I need to utilize my skills to the fullest extent. They might not be that powerful, but I do have a lot of them. There's definitely going to be a way for me to use them efficiently, Han-Yeol thought as he stood up and walked. He had learned that if there was a problem he could not find an answer to, taking a step back and going for a walk would help. He ended up going to a supermarket. As he was passing by the supermarket's entrance, he saw some street peddlers selling various dubious things. He did not pay much attention to the peddlers as he passed by them. Han-Yeol stopped for a moment as something caught his eye. That something was a slingshot. A slingshot? He thought. It was not a toy slingshot of the kind sold at the kids' toy corner, but rather a proper slingshot made out of wood and composite plastic that adults would use to hunt for small game. Grandpa, this is a real slingshot, right? Han-Yeol asked the street peddler. Of course. I might be old, but I was a slingshot maniac back in the day. But Grandma hates these babies and threatened to throw them away. That's why I'm trying to sell them off and make some booze money out of them before that hag throws them out, the old peddler replied. Han-Yeol picked up a white slingshot made out of wood and pulled the band attached to it. Wow, its elasticity is no joke. Han-Yeol was impressed. He felt that it would be a dependable weapon if he imbued the projectiles with his mana. Grandpa, how much is this? He asked. Since you're my first customer, how about 50,000 won? I'll throw in 2 bundles of bullets as a service, the peddler replied. Han-Yeol flinched for a moment when he heard the price, but he decided that 50,000 won was not a bad price for a weapon. Thus, he ended up opening his wallet and passing 50,000 won to the street peddler with trembling hands, saying, "Here you go." He then received the slingshot and 2 bags of steel shot as a bonus. Please treasure it. I might be selling it because I'm bending to my wife's wishes, but it was my partner at one point in time, the peddler said. I will, Grandpa, Han-Yeol replied with a nod before placing the slingshot and the bullets into his backpack. He then said, well, I hope you sell a lot today. Goodbye. Thanks. Goodbye to you too, the peddler responded. Han-Yeol was delighted by the fact that he had been able to purchase a weapon so soon, and he decided to drop by the supermarket before going home. However, another old street peddler suddenly caught his eye once again. He called out, "Excuse me, Grandpa." Why are you calling me? The peddler responded. What the hell? Why would someone selling something ask why I called him? Han-Yeol was perplexed by the old man's response, but that was not the important thing right now. Grandpa, are you allowed to sell these kinds of things here? He asked. The peddler suddenly got worked up and retorted, what's the problem? I want to sell them? Who dares to complain? The items displayed in the peddler's stall looked as dangerous as the old man's outburst. I did see on the news a few days back that there were illegal street peddlers selling dangerous things like axes or machetes on the streets, Han-Yeol thought as he looked at the peddler's wares. Among the items that the old street peddler was selling, there were several normal hunting knives, but he even had knuckle knives and folding military-style knives in his selection. The weapons seemed illegal even in the eyes of Han-Yeol, who had zero knowledge about knives. However, excellent. The slingshot can be my ranged weapon, and I can buy some of these knives to use for close combat, Han-Yeol rejoiced inwardly. Han-Yeol would technically require a license to legally keep such weapons in his possession, but he did not have the luxury of being picky about legal and illegal things right now. These weapons were the best he could do at this point in time when a gun was definitely out of the question. Which one should I get, though? Han-Yeol pondered as he observed the knives. The folding knives looked cool, but they did not look as if they would be of much help in combat, so he passed on them. That meant only the normal knives and the knuckle knives were worth considering. What are you hesitating for? Han-Yeol thought, then made up his mind. He pointed at a normal knife and a knuckle knife, saying, give me these two, please. That will be 70,000 won, the old peddler said. Yuck. I'm in the red today, Han-Yeol grimaced inwardly, as the money he had saved up for some time had gone down the drain in less than an hour. Still, he had been able to purchase several items and solve his weapon issue thanks to his frugal habits. I need to invest rather than save up right now, he thought to console himself. I hope you sell a lot, Grandpa. Goodbye, Han-Yeol said as he received the knives. Yeah, you have a good night too, the old peddler replied while waving his hand. Thank you. Han-Yeol bowed before he turned around and left, as he had been able to fill his weapon arsenal earlier than expected. Right when Han-Yeol left, 4 men approached the old street peddler. Do you want to buy some knives? The peddler asked. Grandpa, we were alerted that someone was selling weapons illegally here. We are confiscating these knives, and you will have to come with us to the station, one of the men, who turned out to be a cop, said. Huh? What the hell are you talking about? Who are you to say anything against me? The peddler screamed at the men. However, one of the men, who had a civil servant ID, did not budge an inch. He told the police, hurry up and take him away. Yes, sir, the cops replied as they grabbed the old man from both sides. The old man resisted while shouting, let go of me, you bastards. What's the problem with me trying to make a living? However, he was no match against the 2 young, able-bodied policemen. Tisk tisk. I knew this was going to happen, another peddler remarked. The surrounding peddlers clicked their tongues. They had warned the stubborn old man multiple times that what he was doing was illegal, but he had refused to budge an inch, and now he was getting dragged away by the cops. The civil servant collected all the knives the old man was selling and put them in a bag he had prepared in advance while thinking, I hope no one bought anything from him. There were not many people passing by this place at this hour, and there were even fewer people who would go out of their way to come all the way here just to buy some weapons, of all things. The civil servant closed the bag after collecting all of the knives in it before getting into his car and following the police cars in front of him. The knives he had collected were going to serve as evidence against the old man. N/O/vel/B/n.C//om. Han-Yeol returned home after purchasing his weapons, and the first thing he did once he reached home was to check all of his equipment. The equipment he had used when he was a porter would be quite useful as well if he went out to hunt monsters alone. He went online after he finished checking his equipment, and searched for any trucks he could rent. He could get a truck from the porter department at the city hall for free, but what he was trying to do right now would be considered unregistered, illegal monster hunting. Getting any support from the government would definitely be out of the picture. That was why he was checking online to rent a truck. RV truck daily rent. 500,000 won per day. The RV trucks used to go monster hunting were trucks that were specially modified to suit hunters' needs, which was why the daily rental rate was so expensive. It's a bit expensive, but it's an absolute necessity. There's no way around it, Han-Yeol sighed inwardly. There was no way around it, as he absolutely needed a truck if he wanted to earn money, and the only way for him to get one was to pay to rent it. Han-Yeol immediately called the rental company and requested them to bring the truck the next day by 9 in the morning at the location he gave them. He was supposed to pay up front, but he was able to convince them to take the payment the next day when they handed over the truck to him, as he would be paying by cash. All right, the truck is ready as well, he thought. All of his preparations to go on a hunt were complete. That evening, slide. Han-Yeol passed a white envelope toward the factory manager, who was giving him a dirty look. What's this? Did you write a letter or something so I would treat you favorably? Deok-su said with a cocky grin. There were a few young kids who came to him with handwritten letters in the hopes that he would treat them better, but Deok-su ripped their sincere letters to pieces whenever someone brought one to teach them a lesson. However, it's my resignation letter, Han-Yeol said with a straight face. What's with your tone? Deok-su raised a brow at Han-Yeol's informal tone. He was so focused on the way Han-Yeol had said it that he did not even hear the words that had been said. Bam! Deok-su slammed his fist on his table and stood up in a fit of rage as he screamed, What? You bastard? Have you finally gone crazy? Huh? This fucking moron dares. Whoosh! Deok-su swung his hand and tried to slap Han-Yeol. He was aware that it might end up turning into a case of corporate violence, but he felt that a social outcast and loser like Han-Yeol deserved to have a taste of reality. Nov. L.B//JNN. Tack? Of course, Han-Yeol easily caught Deok-su's hand. Grip? Ayok? Yuk. You? Let go of me this instant. Deok-su screamed while groaning in pain. Han-Yeol did not grip his hand that hard, but for Deok-su, who was a normal person, it was already strong enough. However, Deok-su still did not come to his senses as he spoke in his usual derogatory tone toward Han-Yeol. You fucking loser, he screamed as he swung his other hand, but this time it was balled into a fist. Puk. Deok-su had put all of his weight and power behind the punch, so the sound reverberated quite loudly when the punch connected with Han-Yeol's right cheek. However, Han-Yeol nonchalantly rubbed his right cheek with his hand before opening and closing his mouth a few times. He then said in a coldly threatening voice, You hit me first. Deok-su tried to free the hand Han-Yeol was holding, but Han-Yeol had other plans. What? Deok-su exclaimed. Whoosh. Bam. Kahok. Han-Yeol threw Deok-su into the wall, and the manager hit the wall hard and landed on his face. He could only groan in pain, as he was left stunned and barely conscious from the impact. Yuyak. Deok-su rolled on the ground while groaning in pain. Factory manager Nim. It would be strange if nobody had come rushing in, as the sound that had emerged when Deok-su hit the wall was quite strong. Deok-su's secretary and 3 other people who had been waiting to enter the office came rushing in. They were shocked by the factory manager's condition, and they hurriedly approached him to check his condition. One of the senior staffers glared at Han-Yeol after checking Deok-su's condition, saying, Hey, you bastard. Have you gone insane? However, Han-Yeol smiled nonchalantly, holding up both of his palms toward the senior staffer as he leisurely said, I just protected myself when that bastard hit me. What did you say? The senior staffer exclaimed, taken aback. Oh, and, Han-Yeol said as he grabbed his resignation letter from the table and walked toward Deok-su. He was smiling, but he gave off a chilling aura at the same time, and the senior staffer and the secretary slowly backed away as Han-Yeol got closer to the man. I think you didn't hear me a while ago. This is my resignation letter, Han-Yeol said. Munch. Munch. Han-Yeol stuffed his resignation letter into Deok-su's mouth, and Deok-su gagged as his breathing became more labored. Tack. Tack. Han-Yeol tapped Deok-su's cheek twice and said, Try to be better next time, alright? Kakik. Then, he stood up and leisurely left the office. TTT that gangster bastard. Has he gone mad? I told you, didn't I? That bastard was famous around here for beating kids up when he was in school. I told you he was a good-for-nothing gangster wannabe scum. Just as the senior staffer had said, Han-Yeol had never been a model student in his school days. He had neither been talented nor interested in his studies, and he had gone to a trade school and gone around town beating other kids up for 3 whole years. He had never officially acted like a gangster, but he had been infamous as someone to avoid messing with. Han-Yeol's gaze was cold after he left the factory. Well, I just repaid him for all the shit he gave me, he thought. He was someone who would definitely pay back anything done to him, whether it was good or bad. He did not feel relieved or anything, but he knew that anything more than what he had done could land him in legal trouble, which was why he decided to be content with that. All that's left is to start hunting. Oh right, rations? Han-Yeol thought. He had already decided not to choose the comfortable route of going to hunt at 9 in the morning and coming back at 6 in the evening the way other hunters did. I'll focus on getting stronger and only that. I won't come back until I'm satisfied with myself. Han-Yeol steeled his resolve as he went to the supermarket and bought the cheapest MREs available. Preparation complete. The next day, Han-Yeol woke up early in the morning, as he had gone to sleep early the previous night. He took a quick shower before putting on all of his porter equipment. He did not forget to bring the weapons he had bought the previous day, and he went to the place he had specified to the rental company. Mr. Lee Han-Yeol, the rental company staffer asked. Yes, I am Lee Han-Yeol, Han-Yeol responded. A staffer from the rental company was already at the place they had agreed on, and Han-Yeol handed his ID over. I have confirmed your identity. Here is your key, the staffer replied, then passed the truck's smart key to Han-Yeol. Here you go as well, Han-Yeol said, passing a white envelope with 10 50,000 won bills inside to the man. Can I just pay you for whatever time I exceed if I do not return it in 24 hours? Han-Yeol asked. The man replied, yes, you may do that. Then, he blew into the envelope and counted the bills in it. Huh? All right, that checks out. Have a safe and successful hunt. He took off his hat and bowed toward Han-Yeol. Then, I'll be off, Han-Yeol said as he drove the RV truck toward Gangwon-do. If the North Gyeonggo-do DMZ was a hunting ground crawling with mid-tier monsters, then Sacho in Gangwon-do was a habitat for low-tier monsters. Vroom! The RV truck let out a loud roar of exhaust as it sped toward Gangwon-do. Sacho contained many low-tier monsters, and one had to pass a checkpoint manned by the military if they wished to enter the hunting grounds there. Please show us your ID, a soldier asked. Here it is, Han-Yeol replied as he passed his porter ID to the soldier. I see you are a porter, but why are you alone? The soldier asked. I am the advance party. I am supposed to go first and set up the base camp before the main party arrives, Han-Yeol lied. I understand, the soldier said. He did not seem to suspect anything, as he waved his light baton to signal the gate to open. Kriayak. The sturdy gate slowly swung open. Vroom. Han-Yeol drove the truck through the gates, and soon arrived at the hunting grounds. He looked around the hunting grounds. The entire area was enclosed within a giant, invisible dome that resembled the force fields frequently seen in sci-fi movies. Such domes had been put in place by the aliens to contain monsters, and also to quarantine locations where dimensional gates had appeared, separating them from civilian areas. The domes were truly an example of hitting 2 birds with 1 stone, as they acted to prevent monsters from leaving their enclosures while providing hunters with places to actively hunt monsters down. Buzz. Buzz. The sound of insects noisily buzzing around filled the air as soon as Han-Yeol parked and exited his vehicle. They said on the internet that this was an insect field, he thought, recalling the information he had read online. There were insect-type monsters that had crossed over to Earth through dimensional gates, but there were also a lot of cases in which Earth insects had been exposed to the dimensional gate's energy and mutated into monsters. The dimensional gate in this place was known to be a habitat of insect-type monsters, and had thus been called an insect field. Oh right, I have to distribute my bonus stat points, Han-Yeol thought. The hunt today was not a time for him to joke around, nor was it a time for him to save up his bonus stat points. Status, Han-Yeol muttered in his head. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 4. Points, 20. STR, 29. VIT, 36. AGI, 30. MAG, 10. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, E, Swordmaster, F, Walking, F, Mana Control, F, Mana Mastery, F, Power Strike, E, Mana Shield, F, Sixth Sense, F, Restrain, F, Body Strengthening, F, Mana Eyes, F, Heal, F. 2 of his skills were E-ranked now, and he still had 20 bonus stat points to distribute. 10 points each to STR and MAG, Han-Yeol commanded. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 4. Points, 0. STR, 39. VIT, 36. AGI, 30. MAG, 20. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, E, Swordmaster, F, Walking, F, Mana Control, F, Mana Mastery, F, Power Strike, E, Mana Shield, F, Sixth Sense, F, Restrain, F, Body Strengthening, F, Mana Eyes, F, Heal, F. Badump. Badump. He felt his muscles tighten and his heartbeat increase the moment he invested his bonus stat points into STR and MAG. HMPFH. HAAA. Han-Yeol tried to exhale slowly and control his breathing. The shock subsided, and his breathing soon returned to normal. Now, shall we start? He thought as he looked around his surroundings and checked for any traces of monsters in his vicinity. Han-Yeol was certainly going to be ganged up on by monsters if he moved too noisily or plowed through the field with the truck, so he chose to quietly and stealthily move around and find some monsters first. He imbued his mana into his eyes and scoured his surroundings to look for monsters. Aren't these footprints? He thought as he saw a footprint with numerous holes. It did not seem to have been made on purpose, nor did it seem to belong to a human, so the only answer was that it definitely belonged to a monster. Is it this way? He thought as he carefully followed the footprint's direction and went into the bushes. Rustle, rustle. Han-Yeol stopped when he heard a strange sound from somewhere. Rustle, whoosh. He instinctively turned around as soon as he heard the sound of something coming from behind. Growling. A Volax? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. The monster that had appeared behind him had the body of a large dog and green skin. Its face looked hideous, as it was made up entirely of a mouth divided into 4 parts. Volaxes were monsters that had crossed through dimensional gates, and were classified as low-tier monsters. Using the slingshot at this distance isn't an option, Han-Yeol thought as he took out a chain from his backpack. The steel chain was not something he had purchased, rather, it was something provided for free by the porter department to porters, for them to tie up large monsters during monster hunts. Han-Yeol had gone to a local hardware store and asked the owner to weld a hook onto the end of the chain. Grr! The monster growled at Han-Yeol while drooling from its divided mouth. Monsters usually treated humans as food. They saw hunters as nothing but walking meals, freshly delivered to monster habitats by their own 2 feet. Tadak, tak, roar! The hungry monster charged at Han-Yeol. Ha! Restraint! Han-Yeol shouted. Shwaak! Han-Yeol imbued his mana into the chain, and it flew straight toward the Volax. All he had done was throw the chain in the monster's direction, but the chain moved through the air by itself, twisting and turning to bind the monster's body. Shwaak! Then, Han-Yeol pulled on the chain, dragging the monster around helplessly. The Volax was stunned for a moment, unable to move or do anything just as the restraint skills description had said. However, it regained its ability to move almost immediately, as the stun's duration was very brief. How dare you! Han-Yeol roared as he stabbed the knuckle knife in his other hand deep into the monster. Puak! Kakang! The Volax winced in pain and tried to escape from Han-Yeol. So you don't want to die a quick death, eh? Han-Yeol thought as he mercilessly stabbed away at the monster. Puke! Puak! Puak! He just had to stab multiple times if it refused to die the first time. Han-Yeol kept stabbing the monster again and again until it finally stopped moving. Thud! The monster that had just been flailing around, trying to escape from Han-Yeol, dropped dead on the ground. I did it! Han-Yeol rejoiced. Ding! Your level has risen. Finally, I'm level 5. Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly in delight before looking down at his hands. Clench. Then, he balled his hands into fists and clenched them tightly as he thought, it's easy. I can do this. There's a cultural barrier here. The Korean version says, which is the end of an informal sentence without any honorifics, but there's no way to express that in English, so we went with tone. Yes, Korean can be quite complicated if you add the honorifics and formalities. Gangwon-do, or Gangwon Province, is one of the provinces of Korea that borders North Korea. Gangwon is the name, and do stands for province. Rustle. A sound suddenly emerged from behind the bushes while Han-Yeol was still rejoicing from his victory. Han-Yeol muttered as he turned around. Growling. There were 4 Volaxes prowling a short distance from him, their jaws wide open. It was impossible to tell when they had gotten so close. Damn it! Han-Yeol cursed, instantly recognizing the gravity of the situation. He had barely managed to deal with 1 Volax, there was no way he would be able to deal with all 4 at the same time. Thus, he wasted no time running away from the Volaxes. Grrrah! The Volaxes roared and chased after Han-Yeol. They're going to catch up to me no matter what at this rate, Han-Yeol thought. The Volaxes were much faster than him when it came to running. While he ran, Han-Yeol looked around at his surroundings. He spotted a rock and used it as a stepping stone to jump up onto a tree, which he used as another stepping stone to jump to an even higher tree. Ding! Your quick thinking and nimble movement have created a skill. A new skill has been created. Jump. He gained a new skill, but he did not have the luxury to go over its details. Quachik! The Volaxes failed to jump onto the tree the way Han-Yeol had, however, they instead chose to chew through the tree trunk with their strong split jaws. They were chopping through the trunk faster than a professional lumberjack would, but Han-Yeol retained his composure, thinking, I bought the slingshot exactly for this reason. Han-Yeol tucked his chain and knuckle knife into his waist before taking out the slingshot and some steel shot. Sheeaik! Han-Yeol loaded the slingshot, aimed at the Volaxes, and drew the band back. Then, he imbued the steel shot with mana and activated his skill, Power Strike. Power Strike? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly, as he found it embarrassing to shout the skill name aloud, before letting go of the band and firing the slingshot. Tak, whoosh, pukok. The steel shot imbued with mana flew at an incredible speed before penetrating through a Volax's body and embedding itself into the ground. Holy! Han-Yeol could not hide his surprise. The shot had not killed the Volax, but it had been powerful enough to make the monster crawl limply along the ground in agony. One more time? Han-Yeol tried to reload his slingshot, but, crack! The 3 remaining Volaxes managed to chew through the tree trunk, and the tree started to lean sideways, beginning to fall. Daeom, it! Han-Yeol screamed inwardly, but thankfully, he was in a forest. He successfully jumped onto another tree right before the one he was on completely toppled over. He would have fallen to the ground and become the Volaxi's food if he had reacted a split second later. I'm alive? You bastards are dead? Han-Yeol glared at the remaining Volaxis as he finally realized what their weakness was. The Volaxis were enraged that their prey had managed to escape. As they ran toward the other tree Han-Yeol had landed on and started to chew through it as well. Don't get so cocky, you monsters! Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly as he fired another shot from his slingshot. Tak? Shi-yi-yi-ik? Pukok? Kakang? One of the Volaxis winced in pain. Han-Yeol had aimed meticulously this time before firing his shot, and the steel shot had flown accurately into the Volax's mouth and penetrated through its body before embedding itself into the ground behind the monster. Han-Yeol had managed to incapacitate 2 of the monsters. He loaded his slingshot once again and aimed it at one of the 2 remaining Volaxis. Pukok? Kakang. There was now only 1 remaining Volax. I still have 1 shot left? Han-Yeol muttered as he took aim and fired. Tak? Pukok? Kakang? The 4th Volax winced in pain and collapsed on the ground. The 4 monsters were not dead yet, but they were incapacitated and in extreme pain. Han-Yeol observed the Volaxis for a moment before climbing down from the tree holding his knuckle knife. He infused his mana into the knuckle knife and slashed the monsters next to dispatch all of them. Ding! Your level has risen. Yes? Han-Yeol cheered inwardly. Perhaps it was because he was still low level, but he was leveling up at a fast pace. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking, I have to be a bit more careful from now on. The unpredictable movements of the Volaxis were always a hazard. They were classified as low-tier monsters, but they were still formidable foes for Han-Yeol, who was still low-level and heavily dependent on his skills alone. He was only able to hunt these monsters alone because of his highly efficient skill combinations and the sheer variety of skills he possessed. Oh right, the mana stones? Han-Yeol suddenly remembered to collect the mana stones, which he had momentarily forgotten due to the Volaxis' ambush. Hunting solo was a very risky thing to do, but there was one critical advantage to risking it: he would get to monopolize all the mana stones. Other hunters would usually use a porter to extract these mana stones, Han-Yeol thought while infusing his mana into the other knife he had bought along with the knuckle knife. Woong. A bluish hue enveloped the knife. Piok? Shhhk. Shhkk. Shkkk. Han-Yeol was easily able to cut through and dismember the Volaxis without the help of the special saws produced by crafting class hunters. Of course, that was only possible because the Volax was a low-tier monster, and Han-Yeol possessed a lot of experience in dismembering monsters in addition to his dismember skill. This was not a job an average porter could ever dream of doing. Thud. Something suddenly fell to the ground while Han-Yeol was dismembering the monster's corpse. It was a translucent stone that exuded a purple glow. The crystalline stone was what people called a mana stone. This guy right here is my mana stone, Han-Yeol thought. Extracting a mana stone for himself felt very different from extracting a mana stone for someone else. The mana stone was a small one, only the size of one knuckle on Han-Yeol's finger. Mana stones were graded higher the larger their size was, but Volaxis were among the lowest tier monsters, so the mana stones they dropped were considered the lowest of the lowest quality. According to rumors, however, this tiny little stone would be able to project a barrier if worn on the body. They say this tiny mana stone can fetch almost 1,000,000 won, Han-Yeol thought. The prices of mana stones varied greatly depending on their size and density, but low-ranked mana stones usually averaged around 1,000,000 won. Tisk. They'll probably undercut me if I sell this at the black market, though. Han-Yeol clicked his tongue. Thinking about selling his mana stones on the black market already left a bitter taste in his mouth, but since he was not on a legal hunt, he had no choice but to bear the cost, as he had no other way to dispose of the mana stones. He decided, I'll just have to increase the quantity. Grip. Han-Yeol gripped the knife tightly and steeled his resolve. Grua, Gruea, Hap. Han-Yeol went around the vicinity, focusing on hunting down the Volaxis. Shwiaik. Han-Yeol threw his chain and bound a Volax, before yanking the chain and slamming the monster against a tree behind him. Piok? Kakang? Another Volax took the opportunity to lunge at Han-Yeol, trying to chew his head off with its hideous-looking jaws. You dare? Han-Yeol cursed inwardly. Pukok? Kakang? The Volax winced in pain as Han-Yeol spun nimbly and avoided its jaw before stabbing his knife deep into its neck. The monster squirmed in agony when Han-Yeol attacked the weak spot on its neck. Woong. Then, Han-Yeol infused more mana into his knife. Shhhhk? The Volax collapsed lifelessly onto the ground after being stabbed by the mana-infused knife. Grua, Grua. It was then that the Volax Han-Yeol had previously flung into a tree finally came back to its senses after being stunned, and it charged at him once more. Restrain? Han-Yeol used his skill. Shwiaik? He threw the chain in his left hand once again and bound the monster. Then, he pulled the stunned monster through the air toward him, using the monster's momentum to slash it all the way from its mouth down to its midsection with his mana-infused knife. Kakang? The monster winced loudly. It did not die from the attack, but it was left barely alive, trembling on the ground in agony like a gutted fish out of the water. Pukok? Who? Han-Yeol finally relaxed after he dispatched the final Volax by stabbing its weak spot. He muttered, every single hunt is a fight for survival. Plop, gulp, gulp. Han-Yeol sat down on the ground and took out a water canteen from his bag, then gulped half of it down in one go. Then, he poured the remaining half over his head to cool off his body. He had hunted so intensely that steam rose from his body. However, he did not have the luxury to loiter around and rest like this. He had to quickly dismember the corpses and extract the mana stones, as there were bound to be Volaxes nearby that would smell the blood and come running toward him. As such, he took out his knife and stabbed a Volax's corpse. Hook. Ding. Your repeated action has created a skill. A new skill has been created. Stab. Stab. Han-Yeol tilted his head and checked the skill details. Stab. F. Type. Passive. Description. You may infuse additional mana into your weapon when performing a stabbing motion regardless of the weapon type used. The damage dealt by your stabbing attacks will increase. Ding. Your repeated use of a dagger-type weapon has created a skill. A new skill has been created. Dagger Mastery. Dagger Mastery on top of that? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly in surprise. Dagger Mastery. F. Type. Passive. Description. Your proficiency with dagger-type weapons will increase. Your movements will receive an assistance buff. Yes, today's my lucky day. Who knew I would get 2 new skills at once? Han-Yeol rejoiced. He maintained the momentum from obtaining 2 new skills and immediately started to extract the mana stones from the Volaxes lying dead on the ground. Click. Clack. Click. The sound of mana stones bumping into each other in his bag was music to his ears, and he could not help but feel his adrenaline pumping whenever he heard it. But the mana stones were going to give him a hefty profit, but Han-Yeol could not help but feel his heart break into multiple pieces at the sight of the Volax corpses littered across the ground, which he would be leaving behind. These could also be turned into money if I brought them to a factory, Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. Mana stones were so valuable that trading them on the black market would still prove to be a lucrative business, but monster corpses were less lucrative than mana stones, as one would need a huge factory just to process them into something of value. Hunters usually signed an exclusive agreement with a factory to sell their trophies to, but that was only possible for officially licensed hunters. The regulations surrounding the processing and sale of monster parts were highly restrictive due to the fact that some monster parts could be turned into dangerous weapons. I'll definitely have to become an official hunter and turn these babies into cash next time, Han-Yeol resolved. He felt as if he might die from stress if the corpses went to waste every time he came to hunt. He finished everything he had to do before entering his truck, and moved to hunt for more Volaxes one last time. Ding! Your level has risen. The skill Restrain has leveled up. I'm finally level 8, Han-Yeol thought with a satisfied look on his face. He had diligently hunted the Volaxes and ended up doubling his level in one trip, and had gained 20 bonus stat points to allocate. What should I invest these into? He pondered. He thought long and hard about that question, before finally deciding to equally distribute 5 points into all his stats excluding LCK. He had thought about investing all of it into his mag stat because he burned through his mana very quickly due to his frequent use of skills, but he could still recover mana through the skill walking, and he needed to boost his physical abilities to be able to use his skills more efficiently. Badump. Badump. The moment he allocated the bonus stat points, his heart started to beat powerfully and he could feel his muscles start to change. The strange sensation reminded Han-Yeol that all of this was not a video game, and rather was actually happening in reality, as he would probably not feel a thing whenever he allocated bonus stat points if it were a game. His stats were basically a reflection of his physical capabilities, so it made perfect sense that he would feel any changes his stats made to his body. Hua, Han-Yeol breathed out after some time passed, and his beating heart slowly calmed down. Then, he commanded mentally, status. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 8n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. Points, 0. STR, 44. VIT, 41. AGI, 35. MAG, 25. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, E, Sword Mastery, F, Walking, F, Mana Control, F, Mana Mastery, F, Power Strike, E, Mana Shield, F, Sixth Sense, F, Restrain, E, Body Strengthening, F, Mana Eyes, F, Heal, F, Jump, F, Stab, F, Dagger Mastery, F. Let's take a break, Han-Yeol said after checking his status window. Thud. Han-Yeol entered the truck and sat in the driver's seat, finally deciding to end the monster hunt after reaching level 8. He was so exhausted that he wanted to lie down, but he decided against it, as he was still in the hunting grounds and had to remain alert to his surroundings. He raised a brow as he saw a strange-looking fruit hanging from a tree, wondering, what's that? Han-Yeol prided himself greatly on having gone to most hunting grounds in the country while working for years as a porter, but he did not recall ever seeing a fruit that looked like the one hanging from the tree. It looks interesting, he thought as he stared at the red fruit, which was shaped like a heart and marked with yellow polka dots. As he observed the mysterious fruit that resembled a peach, he muttered inwardly, it gives off the same feeling as a poisonous mushroom, though. Han-Yeol felt too lazy to go all the way to the tree, so he infused his mana into his chain and lightly threw it toward the fruit, thinking, restrain. He used his skill to pull the mysterious fruit toward him, feeling confident in his throwing control as he had thrown his chain countless times during the monster hunt. However, the chain was way off the mark, as this was the first time he had thrown it without any power behind it. Thud. Damn it, Han-Yeol cursed inwardly as the chain failed to snag the fruit, only managing to tap it before sending it falling to the ground. Ding! Your continuous use of a chain has created a new skill. A new skill has been created. Chain mastery. Huh? Han-Yeol was confused by the sudden creation of a skill. Chain mastery, he muttered in his mind as he read the skill's details. Chain mastery, F. Type, passive. Description, your proficiency over chain-type weapons will increase. The damage dealt by your chain attacks will increase. Your movements will receive an assistance buff. I'm getting all sorts of weird skills now, Han-Yeol thought with an awkward smile. The skill not only allowed him to use the chain to restrain targets, but also let him use his chain offensively. He felt grateful and dumbfounded by its creation at the same time. Oh well. Han-Yeol sighed and thought, I guess it's time to get up. He had to get up and check the mysterious fruit that had fallen to the ground anyway. Tap, tap. Han-Yeol lightly dusted the fruit after picking it up, thinking, what the hell are you? He could not discern the identity of the fruit no matter how many times he observed, smelled, and touched it, but he did not dare to eat it, as the dots on it resembled those of a poisonous mushroom. Hold on, maybe? Han-Yeol thought before infusing his eyes with mana. Mana eyes. He looked at the mysterious fruit, thinking, there's a huge concentration of mana in it. The objects Han-Yeol observed with mana eyes usually only had a minuscule amount of mana within them. Han-Yeol checked the other objects around him after seeing the mana within the mysterious fruit, just to check whether his skill was working properly or not. He looked back and forth between the mysterious fruit and the trees, but the only special thing he saw was that the trees possessed a little bit more mana than those outside the hunting grounds. But this fruit possesses a huge concentration of mana? Han-Yeol thought, perplexed. He did not possess any skills at the moment that could reveal the details of a target. The rank of mana eyes will need to increase before you can observe the target's details. You will receive the M rank, which stands for Master, if your skill ranks up from A. The skill might evolve or create a completely new skill once you reach the M rank. You will need to experience it yourself to completely understand the concept. That was what Carvis told me before. The only answer is to keep using my skills whether I like it or not, Han-Yeol thought as he put the mysterious fruit in his backpack. He would be able to solve the mystery surrounding the fruit one day. He raised a brow as a Volax emerged from the bushes after he got into his truck. Look at this punk. You dare disturb my rest? He smirked confidently as he exited the truck. He was about to take out his slingshot when he suddenly noticed his chain and thought, I can now attack with my chain thanks to chain mastery, right? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Han-Yeol whirled his chain in a circle while observing the Volax. Gruea? The Volax charged and lunged at him, but Han-Yeol swung his chain at the same time and slammed it into the monster's body. Puke? Kakang? It was impossible for a monster to change course in midair if it did not have any flight capabilities. The Volax flew a great distance before slamming against a tree and falling to the ground. Tremble, tremble. One hit? Han-Yeol was surprised at the damage he had just dealt. The monster had not immediately died, but it was left incapacitated, which made it impossible for it to avoid the knuckle knife Han-Yeol stabbed into its neck. Puke? This is amazing? Han-Yeol thought excitedly. His arsenal had been diversified even further. Now, he could use the slingshot to attack enemies at long range and use the chain to deal with enemies at mid-range. Previously, the chain could only be used to restrain an enemy, but it was now able to deal a significant amount of damage as well. Han-Yeol did not forget to extract the mana stone and load the Volax corpse into the truck. Crack, crack. It was only his first hunt, but he seemed to have pushed himself too far, as his whole body ached and his bones creaked and cracked. He did not feel particularly tired, but his body screamed for rest. I'll end the hunt here, Han-Yeol thought, deciding to wrap things up. Today was not the only time he could hunt. The hunting ground was a place he could always return to as long as he stayed alive. I should come as an official hunter next time, he resolved. He had gone on an illegal hunt this time because he needed to make some quick cash and increase his level. There was no guarantee that he would be able to keep it up and get lucky by not getting caught, however. Besides, he also needed to be able to legally cash in on the monster corpses. Thus, he made a resolution to come back the next time as a fully fledged official hunter. Vroom! Han-Yeol drove the truck back to the military checkpoint. He had to answer a few questions they had for him before they would let him pass and leave the hunting grounds behind him. It looks all clear, Sarge, a soldier said after searching Han-Yeol's truck. Pass, the sergeant said, and the gates opened as he spoke. The reason why the security checks were so stringent was that it was completely illegal under any circumstances to capture a live monster and smuggle it back to the city. The soldiers had been tasked to check if there were any live monsters being smuggled out of the hunting grounds. That was the reason why Han-Yeol had loaded a few Volax corpses into the truck, even though he would not be able to sell them. They would definitely be suspicious if a truck that had gone out to hunt came back without any monster corpses loaded into it, Han-Yeol thought as he leisurely passed through the security checks. He went to a secluded area afterward to bury the Volaxes before going home. That was how Han-Yeol's first ever monster hunt concluded. A day passed. It was already noon by the time Han-Yeol woke his fatigue-ridden body up and prepared to leave his house. The place he went to was an underground black market he had first heard of while working as a porter, from another porter who dealt in illegal goods. The black market was tucked away from the public eye underneath a busy marketplace in Seoul. This place not only dealt with illegally obtained mana stones, but also with all sorts of other contraband. Han-Yeol walked around the black market a few times, before entering a shop that he had decided was the best one. Inside, an old lady behind a counter asked, "How can I help you?" Rustle. Tay-to-talk. Clack. Han-Yeol silently took out all of the monastones he had extracted from the Volaxes and placed them on the table. The old lady behind the counter, who looked to be in her 60s, suddenly raised a brow. The monastones Han-Yeol had taken out seemed to have piqued her interest. She put on a pair of magnifying spectacles that were hanging from her neck and observed the monastones, remarking, "You must be quite a skilled hunter judging by the sheer amount of monastones you brought, but why are you trading these on the black market?" "That's none of your business," Han-Yeol replied curtly. "Well, that's true. All I have to do is to pay you for these, after all." "That was my mistake," the old lady said before placing the monastones on a special weighing scale. 22,170,000. The weighing scale was a device manufactured by crafting class hunters that measured the density of monastones, and the number that appeared on the scale was the final price those stones would be traded for. "Damn it. I brought 24, but they're only worth 22,170,001. As expected of the Volaxes. That's why those guys aren't famous at all." Tisk. Han-Yeol clicked his tongue inwardly. Not all of the monastones held value. In fact, out of the 30 Volaxes Han-Yeol had hunted, 6 of them had produced damaged monastones. The 22,170,001 figure had emerged because those damaged stones were mixed into the pile. "You seem to have hunted Volaxes. They're quite infamous for their damaged monastones. But the fact that you still went ahead and hunted them down means there's something fishy about you," the old lady said with a grin. "Shut up and give me my money," Han-Yeol shot back curtly. "You are aware of how the black market works, right? The real price outside might be 22.17 million won, but I'll buy them for half the price at 11 million won," the old lady offered sharply. "Yuk," Han-Yeol could only groan. He would only have had to pay a 10% tax if he sold the monastones directly to the government, but the black market took a whopping 50% of the total amount and rounded down the other digits aside from the first two. It might have been unfair to sellers, but most sellers who came to the black market were troublesome figures, and no other places would be willing to accept their wares. That was exactly why the black market merchants held the upper hand against them. "All right, I'll sell it for that," Han-Yeol said, accepting the offer. "Hehe. Good thinking, young man," the old lady said with a laugh. She took out an envelope that contained 11 bundles of 1 million won each, then passed it to Han-Yeol. Finally, Han-Yeol rejoiced. The amount might have been far below what he would have received if he sold them properly, but the money in his hands at that moment was the largest amount of cash he had ever touched in his entire life. "Fuyua hey, this smell of money," Han-Yeol exclaimed as he sniffed the bundles of cash one by one. He took in an especially deep breath when he reached the last two, and the smell of freshly printed bills filled his nostrils. "Hehe, you're a funny one. Come again if you need anything from me," the old lady said. However, Han-Yeol snapped, "No way, Granny. Did you really think I would come here again?" An ordinary person who saw Han-Yeol speaking to the old lady would probably think he was a bastard with no manners at all. However, anyone who knew how the black market worked would not find his actions strange at all. All of the people who came to the black market, whether to buy or sell, were people with checkered pasts. The old lady Han-Yeol had just dealt with had also been a hunter in her younger days, before she lost her mana due to her age. She had been one of the so-called black hunters, hunters who were infamous for stealing and robbing other hunters. She had used the money she saved up and the connections she had made to enter the black market and set up shop. "I would easily have killed someone like you back in the day," the old lady said with a sinister smile as she reminisced about her glory days. "Then you should have killed me back in the day," Han-Yeol shot back before adding, "Then I'll get going." He left the shop in a good mood, his steps light. He thought, "I should pay off the pending medical bills with this money before anything else." Han-Yeol had always done his best to work 2 jobs to make ends meet, but treating his father's rare illness that had no cure in sight was like pouring water into a broken jar. The illness was a rare form of cancer, to be exact, so the doctors had tried every single treatment available with modern medical technology. The costs of those procedures had added up to hundreds of millions of won. Of course, not all of the hundreds of millions of won remained as debts. Han-Yeol had paid most of them off with the money he had earned from risking his life as a porter. However, a significant amount of the debt was still left over, and he would have to use all of the money he had just earned to repay the outstanding amount. "I'll be able to pay back my debt in no time at this pace," he thought as he balled his hands into fists and clenched them tightly. He was already planning to hunt the way he just had from now on, so money would no longer be an issue for him. "First, I have to go visit my father," Han-Yeol thought. He could not cure his father's illness with his heal skill, but he had still found out that it greatly helped his father's condition, so he wanted to go and cast the skill on his father again. "Father, I have come to visit," Han-Yeol said as he entered the ward, but only silence greeted him. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. There was no way that a miracle would happen twice in a row. His father was asleep by the time Han-Yeol visited him. Han-Yeol turned his father over the way he always did to prevent his skin from blistering. He then began massaging his father's back and wiping his body clean with a towel. The nurses usually handled that task, but Han-Yeol did it whenever he visited nonetheless, as it would be beneficial for his father. "Father, I earned a lot of money today. You do not have to worry about your hospital bills anymore. So please do not leave me," Han-Yeol pleaded, tears welling up in his eyes. He had resolved not to cry before he came to the hospital, but he could not hold his tears back after seeing his father sleeping motionlessly. After he finished massaging his father, it was time for him to do what he had come for. Han-Yeol held his father's hand and muttered, "Heal. Wuong." Han-Yeol closed his eyes and focused on infusing as much mana as he could into his father. His continued use of mana, paired with the mana control skill, allowed him to have better and more efficient control of his mana. That, in turn, translated into him being able to further amplify the effect of his heal skill. "I have to keep going until visiting hours are over?" he thought, gritting his teeth. Heal was a skill that consumed a lot of mana, and he could not help but feel dizzy after using heal for an extended period of time. Yup. He forced his nausea back down, despite his churning stomach. Not yet. He gritted his teeth and pushed on despite the headache and nausea. He had to finish before the nurse came in once visiting hours ended. Wuong? Han-Yeol kept infusing his mana into his father using the heal skill for quite some time. Cold sweat started to form on his forehead, while his face slowly started to look more haggard. It was the price he had to pay for overusing his mana. "Yuk," he groaned. Just then, the nurse came to inform him, "Mr. Lee Han-Yeol, visiting hours have ended." Hap. Hap. Han-Yeol started to breathe heavily, stopping his use of heal as soon as the nurse came in. Ding! The rank of mana control has risen from F to E. The rank of heal has risen from F to E. Who? Han-Yeol breathed raggedly. A delightful notification had popped up notifying him that 2 of his skills had leveled up, but he could not rejoice over it at all. He was barely conscious due to the side effects of overusing his mana. "Mr. Lee Han-Yeol," the nurse called out. Hack. I will get going soon," Han-Yeol muttered. "Sure," the nurse replied, looking at Han-Yeol as if he were a crazy person. There was no reason for anyone to be out of breath in the ICU. Has he finally gone mad? The nurse thought out of concern. It had already been 4 years since she started working at the ICU, and Han-Yeol's father was the first patient she had begun taking care of, so she felt a special attachment to the father and son duo. Sigh. I can only imagine how a son who has been taking care of his father for the past 4 years without even knowing what the name of the illness was would feel, the nurse thought as she looked at Han-Yeol with eyes full of pity. She knew better than anyone that it was completely expected for Han-Yeol to have gone crazy after so long. "Mr. Lee Han-Yeol, you should not do anything drastic no matter how hard life becomes," the nurse cautioned Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol muttered in confusion as he thought, what the hell is she talking about? Hang on, fighting. The nurse sincerely cheered Han-Yeol on before going to check up on another patient. Meanwhile, Han-Yeol was left standing there absolutely confused about what had just happened. What the hell was that all about? One fighting or is a cheer in Korean, used as a way to cheer someone up. Han-Yeol returned home after exhausting his mind, body, and mana. It was only after sleeping for 24 hours straight that he finally woke up and moved his exhausted body. His body felt heavy, just like a lump of lead, and he found it difficult to move. Yawn? He yawned and got up. His body was still riddled with fatigue even after sleeping for so long. He grumbled, "I slept for 24 hours, but I still feel tired. Are the side effects of using up my mana always going to be this bad?" Han-Yeol slept around 5 hours every day, and even if he slept in due to exhaustion, it would only take an additional hour or 2 at most. However, the fact that he had slept for 24 hours continuously meant that he was not only dealing with physical exhaustion. He thought it was possible that he was experiencing mind shutdown syndrome, after squeezing his mana out to the last drop. Still, 24 hours of sleep was too long, despite the fact that he had recovered some of his mana on the way back home. "I have to pay extra attention to my mana next time," Han-Yeol thought, as he now knew that his walking skill would be limited in the event of mana down. Let's apply for the hunter evaluation first. I've taken care of the urgent stuff and delayed father's illness from progressing, so I should officially become a hunter and start earning legitimate money, Han-Yeol thought as he walked toward his computer. He booted the computer up and went to the Hunters Association website, then entered his identification code and applied for the hunter evaluation test. So, it's 3 days from now. What should I do until then? Han-Yeol thought. He stretched his tired body and moved his neck from side to side before suddenly thinking about his father's illness. Isn't there any way to cure father's illness in one guaranteed shot? Curing his father's illness was his top priority now that he had 3 days to spare. He was prepared to live his whole life in hiding while hunting illegally if it meant he would be able to cure his father's illness. Carvis. Han-Yeol called out to the ecosystem, as Carvis would not speak unless he called for her first. Yes, Han-Yeol-nim. Is there a way to treat my father's illness? If my heal skill might be able to help, is there a way for me to quickly level it up? Han-Yeol asked. There is a way. Han-Yeol's eyes opened wide when he heard Carvis' response. He quickly asked, really? Yes. I did not tell you because you did not ask me, but you do not necessarily have to keep using the skill to level it up. Of course, in the case of physical skills, you have to train your body, perform any actions indirectly related to the skill, or use the skill often. Your passive skills will level up when you repeatedly perform any actions related to them, however. Carvis only seemed to be quiet because Han-Yeol did not speak to her often, but she was quite talkative once she started talking. She started spitting out assorted information related to skills non-stop. Indirect. Han-Yeol asked. I will use the support skill heal as an example, since Han-Yeol Nim is trying to level it up. The heal skill is related to repairing the human body. Thus, it will be possible to level up the skill if you read medical literature and expand your knowledge related to the human body. Han-Yeol could not hide his surprise. He thought, astonished, I can level my skills up just by reading books. Yes, although I do not know the reason why. That is how the system has been designed. Then I absolutely have to do it? Han-Yeol thought to himself. Combat-type skills required Han-Yeol to risk his life by repeatedly using them at the hunting grounds, but reading a book was definitely a much easier method to level a skill, since there was no need for him to risk his life. This time, the battleground Han-Yeol had to go to was not one of the hunting grounds, but rather the library near his place that had multiple air conditioners. Let's go! Han-Yeol cheered enthusiastically. He was the type of person who would act first instead of putting things off for later. He changed quickly and prepared to go out, then left and went to the library. The library had been around for decades, but continuous complaints from the people had forced the government to renovate it and open it anew this year. It was also the place Han-Yeol had frequented in his primary school days to borrow comic books. How long has it been since I was last here? Han-Yeol thought with a hint of nostalgia. However, that lasted only for a few seconds before he quickly entered the library building. He checked the information board in the lobby on the first floor before going up to the comprehensive archives located on the third floor, then looked for the books he needed. Let's see. Medical books. Medical books. Where is it? He thought as he scanned the place. The medical books he was looking for were not those used by medical students, but those used in regular schools that were easier for an ordinary person like him to understand. The library made Han-Yeol feel awkward and out of place. Although he had frequently visited it when he was younger, he had gradually stopped once he got older as the realities of life caught up to him. Eventually, he found a total of 10 books that he needed. He then picked a spot at a nearby table and sat down. Flip, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. There were a lot of people at the library, even though it was noon on a weekday. All of them seemed to be absorbed in their books, and appeared highly focused. However, the truth of the matter was that they were there just to read their own books, and they were only using the library because it was convenient and quiet, not that that was illegal or anything. All of them must be preparing for the civil servant exam, Han-Yeol thought as he glanced around. He always watched the news no matter how busy his life was, because he had always maintained a glimmer of hope that he would be able to hear of a new cure that could potentially treat his father's illness. That habit of watching the news had made him aware of all sorts of issues. The economy of Korea was undergoing a recession, so there was a boom of people applying to become civil servants. Figures. No matter how much money hunters can earn, the process of becoming one is pretty tedious and difficult. They have to become porters first and join in on monster hunts to be able to become awakened, which is a prerequisite to becoming a hunter. Most people who have experienced risking their lives as porters while being looked down on by hunters would definitely give up and try to become civil servants instead. Han-Yeol grimaced, recalling memories of wanting to quit countless times. He had not minded being looked down on by hunters, but the main reason he had wanted to quit was because he had experienced countless near-death situations. Who will take care of father if I die? Was the thought that had always entered his mind whenever he wanted to quit. However, in the end, he had decided to keep going. Well, I got lucky in the end, he thought. He had almost died countless times, but he had survived, and had even managed to awaken in the end. I probably would have preferred to become a civil servant instead of going through all that shit just to become a hunter if I had been born in a normal household, he thought, and that felt somewhat bittersweet. The world was changing. The economy that had once depended on fossil fuels now relied on a new form of energy derived from monostones, and the power possessed by a nation had begun to be decided by the quality of the hunters they possessed instead of their military might. A lot of jobs had been created because of the change, although a lot of jobs had disappeared as well. The ones who had noticed the change and grabbed the opportunity had managed to land a spot in the new industries, but most normal people who worked paycheck to paycheck had been unable to adapt to the changes that had happened to the world overnight. Those sudden changes had increased the popularity of stable jobs. Civil servant positions, which were already the most popular jobs in Korea, had seen the highest increase in popularity. However, the changes had also further increased the wealth gap, as money had become even more concentrated in the possession of the elite few. That's not what's important to me right now. Han-Yeol shook his head as his train of thought started to drift into the political domain. The people around him in the library trying to become civil servants were not what was important to him right now. He needed to focus all of his efforts on finding a cure for his father's illness. Thus, he checked the title of the book in front of him. A Study of Rare Diseases. Rare Diseases, Han-Yeol thought as he flipped a page. Flip. He turned the first page, but its contents were not as impressive as the title of the book implied. The content of the book was simplified to give the reader an introduction to medicine, but there was not much that could prove helpful for Han-Yeol. All kinds of rare diseases follow certain mechanics, ruled by the same laws. We must understand and resolve those mechanics to help the countless people dying from those rare diseases. The book started with those words. Han-Yeol started to read the book diligently. Some time passed since he began reading, and he managed to read a significant proportion of the books. His reading comprehension speed was normally very fast, due to his habit of reading fantasy novels in his school days. However, he struggled to read the medical books quickly, as he had no medical background and there were some complex words included that took him a while to understand. Still, he slowly managed to read through all of the books. I think I've made some good progress, he thought. Suddenly, however, ding! Your continuous reading of medical textbooks has increased your medical knowledge. Your newfound knowledge has contributed to its related skill. The proficiency of Heal has greatly increased due to your newfound knowledge. A message popped up, before another message quickly followed suit. Ding! The rank of Heal has risen from E to D. Heal had ranked up from E to D. It was astonishingly fast progress, if he compared it to his other skills that were still at rank F or E at most. He was greatly pleased with Heal's fast progress, as what mattered more than earning money for him was the treatment of his father's illness. Yes? So this is what Carvis meant when she said that gaining knowledge would help rank skills up? Han-Yeol rejoiced. Carvis had already told him how it worked, but seeing it personally still shocked him, and he decided not to waste any time and take full advantage of it. He read all of the books he could get from the shelves, planning to maximize the 4 days he had left before his hunter evaluation test. Ding! Your continuous reading has enhanced your mind and increased your rate of absorbing knowledge. A new skill has been created: Infinite Library. Infinite Library? Han-Yeol thought as he read the skill's details. Infinite Library, M. Type, passive. Description, a library rumored to contain all of the knowledge in the world. Its fame has traveled across the world, although no one has been able to see it yet. It will increase the user's ability to absorb knowledge, as well as the proficiency gained by the user for gaining knowledge related to a skill. You may witness a miracle if this skill levels up and evolves into another skill, although the chances of that are slim to none. This is interesting, Han-Yeol thought after he read the skill's details. It was his first time obtaining an M-ranked skill. The skill's description was nothing short of a riddle and he understood almost nothing about it. However, the only thing he could do at that moment was to keep reading books to develop his skills. Ding! The rank of Heal has risen from D to C. Han-Yeol had been focusing on medical books. He had first started by reading the simplified ones that were easy to understand but had less detail. Now, he could slowly increase the difficulty of the books he was reading. He had initially had a hard time understanding the content of the books, but now, whether it was the effect of the skill Infinite Library or because Han-Yeol was naturally a genius, he could now understand the medical books even if he speed-read through them. I should become a doctor if I fail to become a hunter, Han-Yeol joked inwardly. In any event, his Heal skill had grown to C rank after he read books for 3 days straight. HAA. I would have been able to go to Seoul National University if I studied this hard during my school days, he thought. It would be basic social etiquette to let people off at least once in their lifetime for such delusional remarks, no matter how arrogant they sounded. He still had more books to read, but the hunter evaluation test would be conducted very soon, and he had to leave the library. But first, there's something I have to do, Han-Yeol thought before he left the library and headed home. He quickly prepared to go out once again, heading toward the hospital where his father was. Beep, beep, beep. His father was still sleeping motionlessly with an oxygen mask over his face. He did not need to wear an oxygen mask while he was awake. However, his breathing had been unstable for days while he was asleep, which was why he needed to have the oxygen mask on while sleeping. Father, Han-Yeol grasped his sleeping father's hand tightly. Then, he slowly infused his mana into his father's body. Slowly and carefully, he kept repeating in his mind while infusing his mana. Heal? Han-Yeol used Heal, which had now grown to C rank. Woong? Blue light emitted from his father's body when Han-Yeol used the now stronger Heal. Fortunately, his father's room was located farthest away from the reception of the ICU, so no one noticed the strange phenomena going on in the room. I used to hate where they placed him, he thought. Han-Yeol had initially been worried that the location of the room, being farthest from the staff, would be the deciding factor during an emergency, as the staff might reach him a second too late. However, the room being the farthest away from everyone else was a blessing in disguise for him now. There's no chance of anyone passing by unless they come over on purpose, Han-Yeol thought. However, he stopped dwelling on those meaningless thoughts and decided to focus on infusing his mana into his father's body. He made sure he was not infusing too much or too little of his mana, and he also made sure that the mana was neither too dense nor too sparse. Time passed for a while. Badump. Badump. Cook. Han-Yeol groaned, as the effects of overusing his mana started to show. He had ignored the signals his body was sending him the previous time, but he decided to take things slowly this time. The healing process he had chosen this time was less like a 100-meter sprint, and more like a 42.195 kilometers marathon. He cut off the flow of mana after using Heal sufficiently on his father. Hua, Han-Yeol looked around after releasing a breath, just to check if anyone had witnessed what he had just been doing. There's no one, Han-Yeol thought, relieved. Of course, it was an odd hour, so there was nobody else coming to visit the ICU aside from Han-Yeol and the nurses. Most of the patients had just taken their lunch, so they were probably asleep as well. Han-Yeol looked back at his father after checking to ensure there were no witnesses. He had no problem with anyone seeing that he was an awakened, but he was still worried that someone might annoy his father because of the fact that he had become an awakened. Mana eyes? Han-Yeol infused mana into his eyes and used the skill that allowed him to see the mana within the target. He checked his father's body with mana eyes and saw a faint blue light within him. I can see it? He rejoiced. Han-Yeol's father was not an awakened, so he only had a minuscule amount of mana flowing in him. However, Han-Yeol also saw that there was a lump of black mana clinging to his father's heart. That's the thing causing all of this? Han-Yeol thought, gritting his teeth in anger. He was enraged at the black lump, having realized that it would have killed his father by now. The only reason his father was still alive was that Han-Yeol had awakened and infused mana into him. It was a lump of evil that had not only stolen away his father's life, but would also have taken away his father, someone who meant everything to Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol's anger slowly turned into rage, and he started to emit killing intent toward the black lump. I advise you to set aside your anger. Increased anger will only make it more difficult for you to control your mana. Your unstable mana may affect the ordinary people in this place and could lead to their deaths. This place has a lot of weakened people who are vulnerable to mana. Han-Yeol Nim's future will be in ruins if you cause an incident here. Carvis' tone was completely different from her usual monotone. She was speaking in a soft, gentle voice while trying to convince him to let go of his anger, and her advice soothed Han-Yeol's raging emotions. Hua. Thank you, Carvis. Han-Yeol expressed his gratitude toward his ecosystem. Please do not mention it. I was just doing my job to support Han-Yeol Nim. It's reassuring to have you by my side, Han-Yeol said inwardly. He then calmed down and observed the black lump of mana. He steeled his resolve, thinking, Father, I promise that I will cure you of this fucking thing. I will cure you myself. Han-Yeol had been denied any insurance claims because the doctors could not come up with a proper diagnosis for the illness. However, he could now clearly see the black lump of mana that was slowly sucking his father's life force away through his mana eyes. The black lump of mana greatly resembled a parasite that was eating away at its host. No wonder the doctors couldn't figure out anything about this, Han-Yeol thought, clicking his tongue. The doctors had been unable to find out the cause of the illness despite using almost every single device available to modern medicine. That was because they had never thought of using a mana detection device. Such devices had never been considered medical instruments in the first place. Well, it's not as if they would have been able to treat it just because they saw it. Han-Yeol sighed. Of course, even he had no idea what the cure for the parasite-like thing was. His heal skill had been able to preserve his father's life, but it had not been able to get rid of the black lump of mana. Carvis, is it possible to cure my father and get rid of that thing? Han-Yeol asked his ecosystem. I cannot tell for sure, but it should be possible to cure him. The limit of the ability Han-Yeol Nim has been bestowed is almost infinite and cannot be measured. You might be able to get rid of that black lump of mana if you grow stronger. Yeah, that's right. I definitely should grow stronger. Han-Yeol steeled his resolve once again. Grip. Han-Yeol balled his hands into fists and clenched them extremely hard. Mr. Lee Han-Yeol, visiting hours have ended, the nurse informed him. I will take my leave now then, Han-Yeol responded to the nurse with a smile. He stroked his father's hand a few times before leaving the ICU. Sheek. Han-Yeol stood alongside several nurses in a disinfection room, which was located in the corridor in and out of the ICU. The ICU contained a lot of critical patients, so the disinfection room was something all visitors and staff members had to pass through on the way. Han-Yeol was going through the disinfection process when one of the nurses suddenly spoke to him. She remarked, Han-Yeol, you seem to be visiting quite often these days. She was a nurse who seemed to be around Han-Yeol's age, and at one point he had even been interested in her. Normally, she did not even pay any attention to him, but this time, she suddenly spoke to him first. Of course, he had no idea what her name was. Yes. I am a bit freer these days, Han-Yeol replied awkwardly. He was close to the older nurses, but this was the first time that a younger nurse, who was around his age, had spoken to him about personal matters. Han-Yeol was taken aback by the sudden conversation, but he pretended to maintain his composure and replied as calmly as he could. Did something good happen? The nurse asked. Not at all. I am really busy just trying to make ends meet, Han-Yeol replied. Oh, is that so? The nurse replied, putting on a cute expression. What the hell is this woman planning? Han-Yeol thought, perplexed. He might have been busy trying to make ends meet, but he was not detached from the world. He knew everything there was to know about current affairs, as the internet was the only pastime he had. He had also found out everything there was to know about S Hospital, the place where his father had been admitted, through the internet. The fees charged by S Hospital were on the expensive side, but the facilities and staff were the best one could find in the country. Even the nurses received a hefty salary that was easily double what they would earn in other hospitals, and they were well known for being proud and haughty. That was why the younger nurses had never even given Han-Yeol a second glance. He had always come to the hospital sweaty and smelly because he had to rush over from work. In fact, they had even been worried that Han-Yeol would show interest in trying to strike up a conversation with them. In the event that they had to speak to him because of work, they would usually speak to him in a very stiff, official way and leave as soon as they said everything they had to say. In other words, they usually tried to wrap up conversations with him as soon as possible, not wanting him to bother them. Is she interested in me? Nah, no way. Han-Yeol snapped out of it before any delusional thoughts took over. He had started to wash up before coming to visit, but he was still poorly dressed. However, this young nurse had talked to him first. Most young men would get the wrong idea that she was interested in them. Of course, in most cases, those men were simply delusional. She is pretty, though, Han-Yeol thought as he stole a glance at her. Interestingly, there had been some rumors flying around that S hospital picked their nurses based on both looks and qualifications. That was said to be the reason why all of their nurses were so beautiful. But what the hell is she planning? Han-Yeol thought skeptically. He had never received the interest of women after his family became poor when he was in his 20s. As such, his first reaction was to be suspicious of the nurse's motives. He finished disinfecting before turning and giving a slight bow to the nurse, then hurriedly walked away from her. "Ah," the nurse exclaimed. She had wanted to talk to him more, but Han-Yeol had quickly moved away from her, leaving her all alone. She looked in the direction he had walked toward with longing, and suddenly, something changed. Her innocent expression suddenly turned into that of a predator as she thought, "Tisk. What a waste. He seemed as if he might be good prey. Oh well, this isn't the only chance I'll get. Ho ho, slurp." She slowly licked her lips, like a carnivore anticipating its prey. It was an expression that would give anyone goosebumps all over their body. Then, "Oh, Nurse Kong? There you are," a man suddenly called out. "Yes, doctor." Nurse Kong enthusiastically replied. "Haha, I was looking all over for you," the doctor who had called for her said. "Ah, how may I help you, doctor?" Nurse Kong asked. "There is something Nurse Kong has to help me out with," the old doctor said as he moved closer to her and motioned inappropriately with his hand. "Tisk. That guy's way better than an old fart like this," Nurse Kong thought while thinking of Han-Yeol. She smirked while thinking, "I'll definitely reel him in next time, hee." "Nurse Kong," the doctor called out again. "Yes, doctor," Nurse Kong replied. The predatory look disappeared from her face, and her expression shifted into the innocent look she normally had at work. "Are you busy tonight? I made a reservation at a fancy restaurant," the doctor said. "Omo, are you treating me to a nice meal tonight?" Nurse Kong asked with a smile. "Of course. Nurse Kong has been so good to me lately," the doctor replied with a hearty laugh. "Ho ho ho, of course I am free for that," Nurse Kong replied, letting out a sly laugh. The gaze of a predator shone for a second before reverting to innocence once again. Han-Yeol checked the time after escaping from the suspicious nurse and leaving the hospital. 14:02. I still have 3 hours left, Han-Yeol thought. His appointment was at 5 in the afternoon, so there was no need for him to rush at all. Han-Yeol pondered for a moment before taking out his phone. He opened a map app created by N Company and looked up the distance between the hospital and the Hunter Association building. "It should take around 2.5 hours if I walk from here. That's not bad at all," he thought. He still had his scrupulous mindset, even though he had just made a lot of money from selling the mana stones. He flung his bag onto his back and followed the path the map app showed him. Han-Yeol was not particularly smart, but he was very skilled at finding his way using a map, and he would never forget directions after walking along a path once. "Ah, how long has it been since I was so free?" Han-Yeol thought. It had been ages since he was last able to walk leisurely without thinking of anything. It had even been so long that he had forgotten that doing so felt therapeutic in a sense. He felt an unfamiliar bliss upon realizing that he did not have to think about his next work schedule, and that made it seem as if he had found true happiness. However, peace was bound to be disturbed at any moment. Crack. Boom. What? Kaya. Yuck. Help me. A large boom rang out from the opposite side of the street where Han-Yeol was, and the ground there suddenly sank. 3 people standing in that spot were swallowed by the hole that had opened up. What the hell? It's a sinkhole. Omo, what should we do? The onlookers were shocked, their mouths hanging wide due to the sudden turn of events. Some of the passers-by stopped, took out their phones, and started to take pictures or videos. The cars that had been busily moving around also stopped in their tracks when the sinkhole suddenly appeared. Wait a minute, Han-Yeol suddenly felt an ominous sensation. Mana eyes? He infused his mana into his eyes and observed the sinkhole. His instincts never failed him. The moment he used the skill on the sinkhole he was shocked. Damn it! He cursed inwardly and ran away as fast as he could. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone, run away. That's not a sinkhole. That's a dimension gate. What the hell is he talking about? Dimension gate? Is he crazy?" Han-Yeol tried his best to evacuate the civilians from the area, but nobody believed him. In fact, some of them even looked at him with disgust, treating him like a lunatic. It was understandable, as no dimension gates had popped up ever since the aliens came and helped the humans out 30 years prior, and people had become complacent about the possibility. However, it was an unwritten rule that such complacency was bound to bring forth a disaster. Boom, shit. Han-Yeol cursed and stopped in his tracks when he saw a tremendous source of mana suddenly emerge from the sinkhole. A large monster that resembled a giant lobster rose out from the sinkhole, confirming it to be a dimension gate. The bystanders all froze in place as the monster suddenly emerged from the sinkhole. The monster had large pincers, and there were strange-looking mushrooms on its back. Of course, the first person to snap out of their shock was Han-Yeol. He once again shouted, "Everyone, run away. Kaya. The streets had been turned upside down, and chaos ensued. People started screaming wildly and running in all directions, and cars bumped into each other. Some people even abandoned their vehicles and ran away on foot. Nov. L.B//JNN. Damn it, Han-Yeol cursed. Zip. He hesitated for a moment before opening his bag, but the situation left him with no choice. He seemed to be the only awakened in the vicinity, from the looks of it. Oh well, I was on the way to get my hunter license anyway. They won't treat me as an illegal awakened later on, though, will they? Han-Yeol wondered. It was illegal for awakened to hunt monsters without a hunter license. After all, there was no reason for anyone not to get a hunter license, as there were a lot of benefits that came with having one. Of course, there were still some who decided to become illegal hunters just to avoid taxes. However, now was not the time to think about such things. Han-Yeol took out his slingshot and his chain from his bag, wrapping the chain around his right arm. He cursed, "Fuck. It looks pathetic now compared to that monster." The monster that had emerged from the sinkhole was as large as a two-story building, and the thought of Han-Yeol attacking it with a steel bullet as small as his own fingernail seemed pathetic and disheartening. Shweaek. Han-Yeol stretched the slingshot band to the limit. "Fuck. There's no other way, right? Power strike?" He let his shot fly while muttering curses under his breath. Shwu. Pukok? Kiikik? The monster, which had been looking down at the people running away from it, suddenly looked around when it felt something tap it. "Fuck. Damn it. I knew it wouldn't work," Han-Yeol cursed. The size of a monster was usually proportional to how strong it was. The one in front of Han-Yeol now was too strong an opponent for someone like him, who had only been hunting Volaxes a few days before. Kirik. The monster looked at Han-Yeol and his surroundings. Then, it started doing something with its pincers, seemingly gathering energy. What the hell is that thing doing? Han-Yeol thought in confusion. He possessed a lot of knowledge about monsters, but even he could not help but be perplexed by the actions of the monster he had never before seen in his life. The mushrooms on the monster's back suddenly started to squirm after the monster performed the strange motion with its pincers. Didn't he tell me? Han-Yeol imagined the worst-case scenario. That worst-case scenario was plop, 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 shwayayak. The mushrooms on the monster's back spewed clouds of spores into the air. What the hell are those? The spores spread out into the area and flew toward the civilians who were running away from the monster. They clung to the civilians' bodies, then slowly started to poison their newfound hosts. Red spots grew all over the bodies of the spores' victims. They started to collapse one by one, and it was impossible to tell if they were dead or alive. Kaya, help me. The city had fallen into utter chaos, as people frantically ran for their lives after the appearance of the new threat. Is something like that even possible? Han-Yeol thought in shock. He had worked as a porter for years and had seen various kinds of monsters, but even he was bewildered by what the monster in front of him was doing. However, he did not have the luxury of just sitting around and watching. He looked around at the destruction in his surroundings, before his eyes darted toward a fallen signboard. It might be possible if it's that, Han-Yeol thought. He threw the chain on his left hand toward the signboard, thinking, restrain. Shweaenik. Han-Yeol's chain wrapped itself around the signboard. Graa, he roared, squeezing out every bit of his strength to fling the signboard toward the monster. Of course, he did not forget to use his skill before throwing the signboard, exclaiming inwardly, power strike. His mana flowed into the signboard through the chains, and it was greatly strengthened by power strike. The signboard, which had become extremely hard due to the effects of Han-Yeol's skill, slammed into the lobster-like monster. Bayam? Kiik? The monster let out a shriek, as the signboard seemed to have inflicted some damage through its tough exoskeleton, unlike when Han-Yeol had first fired a steel shot at it. It worked? Han-Yeol rejoiced. However, Kiik? The monster let out a shriek that was more akin to a roar. Han-Yeol thought, perplexed. The truth of the matter was that the monster had not been damaged by Han-Yeol's attack just then. In fact, all it had done was redirect the monster's aggro away from the fleeing people to him. Boom, 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 n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. The lobster monster slowly began to move, before gradually picking up speed and charging at Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol's eyes opened wide in surprise as he screamed inwardly. His morale had been sky-high after he landed a blow against the monster, but he had soon realized something not long after. The reality was that his chances of winning against the monster were next to zero, and that realization came crashing down on him as the humongous monster drew nearer and nearer. That was why Han-Yeol had decided to at least buy time for hunters to arrive by running away and luring the monster. I don't care if it's a rescue team or the special forces. Hurry up, you bastards. Han-Yeol cursed and hoped that help would arrive while running as fast as he could. Boom, 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 everyone, run away, it's a monster. Han-Yeol shouted at the top of his lungs. Kya. Han-Yeol shouted to alert others to run away, even while running as fast as he could. In truth, however, it did not really matter whether he shouted or not. Everyone else had already run away after hearing the booming footsteps of the monster chasing after him. Eat this. Han-Yeol shouted. He did not only run away, rather, he frequently flung signboards toward the monster just in case, to prevent it from redirecting its aggro toward someone else. Thanks to Han-Yeol's heroic actions, numerous innocent signboards were destroyed. Bomb? Kiik? The monster shrieked in rage. My 800 million won Lamborghini, someone screamed. Hyok? Han-Yeol was taken aback for a moment. He had been throwing signboards left and right at the monster while running away, and had not had the luxury to check the cars parked on the side of the road. Thanks to his heroic actions, a very expensive luxury vehicle was destroyed. Sorry. The government will pay you back. I think. Han-Yeol apologized inwardly before sprinting away. The city was already in tatters due to the sudden appearance of the monster, and the car owner could only pray that his vehicle would be covered by insurance. What the hell are those hunters doing? Han-Yeol cursed inwardly. It had already been 20 minutes since the chaos ensued, but the hunters were still nowhere to be seen. Huh? Hunters? He suddenly rejoiced. Right as he was cursing the hunters, he saw a group of hunters he had followed around in his porter days. I'm saved, he thought, suddenly feeling relieved. He was certain that the hunters would take care of the lobster monster that was chasing after him. That was their job, and prior to receiving their hunter licenses, they had been taught to help in these kinds of situations. Han-Yeol was not yet a hunter, but he had always aspired to be one. That was why he, who had a knack for gathering information, knew about that fact. However, Han-Yeol was perplexed. He was certain that the hunters had locked eyes with him, but they all seemed to turn a blind eye toward the monster. Hey, shouldn't we help him out? One of the hunters asked. Are you crazy? Can't you tell that monster is way out of our league? Do you have a death wish or something? Another hunter retorted. But, the first hunter said. SHH, shut up and ignore it. The second hunter hushed him. Alright, the hunter obediently closed his mouth. These were hunters who had been taught the obligations of a hunter, but they quickly pretended to be ordinary civilians when they sensed that they would be no match for the monster in front of them. Those assholes? Han-Yeol threw all sorts of curses toward them inwardly. These were the hunters who had looked down on him just because he was a porter while bragging about how great they were just because they were hunters. Han-Yeol still clearly remembered the arrogant words they had spat out that day. But those same fools who had wanted to bask in and enjoy the glory that came with being a hunter were now running away when it was time for them to fulfill their obligations. What should I do? Han-Yeol despaired, as he slowly felt his stamina running out. Ding! Your continuous walking has increased your skill level. The rank of walking has risen from F to E. That's not what's important right now, Han-Yeol screamed inwardly. Wah, mommy. Suddenly, while Han-Yeol was busy running for his life, he saw a little girl crying on the street while holding her bloodied leg. What the hell is it this time? He thought in despair. He looked around frantically, but he could not find another escape route. However, the child would be in danger if he kept running toward her. Someone come help? Damn it! Han-Yeol pleaded and cursed in his mind. The child was injured and crying on the street, but nobody seemed to even care about her, as they were all busy saving themselves. Phew-yuck! Han-Yeol cursed inwardly. He had no choice but to stop running before he reached the spot where the little girl was. Here goes nothing, he screamed in his mind before infusing as much mana as he could into the chain. Grah! He shouted. He swung his chain as hard as he could and launched an attack with the help of the chain mastery skill he had recently obtained. Boom! Kahok! Han-Yeol groaned in pain as he was flung backward by the impact of his chain colliding with the monster, landing in front of the little girl. Ajasi! Why the little girl cried after seeing Han-Yeol collapse in front of her. Hey, kiddo, I'm not an Ajasi, Han-Yeol joked despite the dire situation they were in. The lobster monster was only a step away from him, and it raised its large pincer. Is this the end? Han-Yeol lamented. He dragged his aching body over to cover the child. Boom! A loud sound reverberated across the city, and the place where Han-Yeol was standing was covered in a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. Dust covered the surroundings, and Han-Yeol could not help but cough as he inhaled it through his nose and mouth. What happened? Han-Yeol thought, perplexed. He was certain that something had sparkled right before the monster slammed its large pincer down toward him, and that sparkling light had turned into an immensely powerful shockwave that swallowed the lobster monster. That thing had also caused the cloud of dust. Step. Han-Yeol looked around. He could not see clearly because of the cloud of dust, but he was certain that someone was walking toward him. He wondered, who's that? The silhouette behind the cloud of dust slowly got closer. Only when the person was standing right in front of Han-Yeol did he finally recognize the person's identity. What? Han-Yeol was shocked. It was someone he knew very well. Master Han-Yeol? He exclaimed inwardly. Han-Yeol was one of the 6 master-ranked hunters in Korea. The master rank was the pinnacle among hunters. Are you alright? The expressionless Han-Yeol asked Han-Yeol in a worried tone. Han-Yeol only realized he was still alive when the hunter called out to him. Thank you. This child and I only survived thanks to you, he said while looking at the unconscious child in his arms. Thankfully, it seemed the child had only passed out from excess shock due to the turn of events. It is a relief I was not late, Han-Yeol said. Haha, that is a huge relief, Han-Yeol replied with a weak laugh. However, he thought to himself, I almost shat myself. It was probably the greatest escape he had ever had in his life, but it was also one he hoped to never repeat ever again. He had honestly thought that he was done for when the lobster monster's pincer was about to fall onto him. Do-do-do-do-do-do. It was only then that the sound of helicopters filled the skies, and sirens blared noisily across the city. Haha, it's all over. You fucking lazy assholes, Han-Yeol cursed inwardly before he finally felt the tension lift from his body. The monster's appearance in the city caused a huge uproar, and the repercussions were immense. The incident had happened when the 30-year promise made with the aliens was almost over, and that prompted various media outlets, academics, and conspiracy theorists to throw all sorts of theories out into the open. A new dimensional gate? A dimensional hole? What is the government's response to this new crisis humanity is facing? Will we be safe from the monsters? Hunters should be more proactive in closing the dimensional gates. Humanity will go extinct. The news headlines were so extreme that they sounded like tabloids, which further fueled the fear and insecurity that the general public was feeling. On the other hand, Han-Yeol could not care less whether the public was scared or not, as he was being dragged to the Hunters Association. Ironically, he had been arrested and charged with hunting without a license. However, he had his own reasons for having done what he was accused of. Hey, I registered for an evaluation with the association on that day. I was on the way to take the test when the monster suddenly appeared, and I had no choice but to fight against it. Should I have just let civilians die just because I lacked a hunter's license? Han-Yeol argued. He felt that the arrest was pure injustice and just did not make any sense. Logically, he was supposed to receive accolades for his bravery in standing up against the monster, but all he was getting in return was an investigation? That was a load of bullshit, in his opinion. Well, we sent some people to go and check that, so we will find out whether you are telling the truth or not, an investigator from the Hunters Association said with pure skepticism in her voice. She did not give Han-Yeol an inch, standing by her suspicions. Ha, this is driving me nuts, Han-Yeol grumbled, thumping his chest with his fist in frustration. A few moments later, click, clack, another investigator came and whispered something into the ear of the investigator in front of Han-Yeol. The first investigator raised a brow in surprise while looking at Han-Yeol. See, my name was on the list, wasn't it? Han-Yeol asked. Correct. Well, you still hunted before receiving your license, so you still committed a crime. I will let you off this time, but do not forget that you have committed a crime. You may go now, the investigator said haughtily. What the hell? Not even an apology? Han-Yeol thought, feeling frustrated. However, he was content with the fact that he would not be charged with anything and the case would be over. Oh, right, he began while getting up. What? Do you have anything else to say? The investigator asked. She had thought that Han-Yeol would just run away with his tail tucked between his legs, but was surprised when he sat back down again. Han-Yeol had sat back down because there was one important thing he had forgotten to tell the investigator. He suddenly said, Team registration number SW3-5587. The hunter team, I mean. Yes, what about them? The investigator asked. I am certain that that team was at the scene. They even locked eyes with me, but they did not even help and just ran away. If I am not mistaken, the hunters have responsibilities to uphold, just as much as the benefits they get from being licensed. Am I right? Han-Yeol replied seriously. That is right, the investigator replied. Han-Yeol felt some of the stress he had received from the interrogation fade when he reported the team that had abandoned him earlier in the day. He said with a smug smile, then, I will excuse myself. Han-Yeol was about to leave the room when the investigator suddenly said, the hunter test is conducted on the floor above. Huh? But the test is already over. Do I not have to apply and come again next time? Han-Yeol asked, tilting his head in confusion. The test had been scheduled at 5 in the afternoon, but it was already 6:03 p.m. The test should have long since concluded. Well, you are not mistaken, but since you have already proven your worth as a hunter, the Hunters Association has decided to exempt you from the test and specially acknowledge you as a hunter, the investigator said. Ah, Han-Yeol was shocked, but he exclaimed inwardly, that's a relief. He had been worried that he would have to hunt illegally for a few days since he had missed the test, but the news the investigator gave him was quite the silver lining after the day's events. He said goodbye to the investigator and rode the elevator to the upper floor. What greeted him when he got off on the upper floor was a wide, spacious hall, with a room labeled reception. He entered the reception room, and saw a group of beautiful receptionists in purple uniforms who were busily going around doing their work. Excuse me, Han-Yeol carefully called out to them. Ah, hello. Are you Mr. Lee Han-Yeol, by any chance? One of the receptionists replied. Yes, that is me, Han-Yeol replied. May you kindly show me your ID? The receptionist asked. Of course, Han-Yeol replied. He took out his ID from his wallet and passed it to her. The receptionist compared the picture on the ID to Han-Yeol's face with a nod. She then guided him toward a machine to scan his fingerprint. Beep, beep. I have confirmed your identity. You may proceed to testing room 1, the receptionist said. Ah, thank you, Han-Yeol replied. He was aware of the process, since he had researched it before. They're probably going to test my mana capacity and type with this test, he thought, recalling the information he had looked up. Normally, a candidate was supposed to first get tested to determine whether they had the aptitude to become a hunter, then go through 4 weeks of training before their mana was tested, which was what Han-Yeol was going to do now. Ha, I got lucky this time, he thought. He had almost died because of the lobster monster, but he had been able to save 4 weeks of his precious time because of it. He had originally planned to hunt illegally during his 4 weeks of training, but there was no longer a need for him to risk that anymore. Please come here, a receptionist said as she guided him. Ah, yes, Han-Yeol replied. This place, which was usually crowded with those hoping to be hunters, was supposed to be closed and empty by 6 in the afternoon. But now, he was the only one taking a test in the large hall. It feels as if I rented the whole place out, Han-Yeol thought smugly. When he entered testing room 1, he was greeted by a modern interior and a large machine. The machine had 4 pillars and a circular platform in the center. Please take your shirt off and stand on the platform, a staffer instructed him. take my shirt off?" Han-Yeol asked in surprise. He was suddenly embarrassed by the request, as the staffer present was a woman, but she did not seem to be bothered by it, despite the way he was feeling. "It will be over quickly, so please cooperate with us," the staffer said. "Yes," Han-Yeol replied, and he obediently took his shirt off. Beep. The staffer pressed a few buttons and activated the machine. Whoong. Bluish light that resembled mana slowly started to flow out from the 4 pillars, moving up and down Han-Yeol to scan him. The process went on and on for a while before the light suddenly dissipated. Beep. Beep. Your mana rating is F. You have my sincere condolences, the staffer said. Han-Yeol pretended to be disappointed. It was something he had already expected, as he had a growth-type ability, and he was not truly disappointed at all. The next step is supposed to be a demonstration of your skills, but since you are F-ranked, I will just do it as a formality. What are the skills you awakened with? The staffer asked. Han-Yeol contemplated for a moment before replying, a skill for using chains in ranged combat, and a skill for using a dagger in close combat. The staffer muttered while writing something down. SHK, 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 isn't he just a mishmash? What rotten luck he has, the staffer thought. However, she politely said, then, please just wait for an hour. Okay, Han-Yeol replied. He was able to receive his freshly printed hunter license after an hour. He stared at the card for a while, and he could not help but feel deeply moved after seeing his face on it. In fact, he felt more emotional than when he had first awakened. He finally felt that one of his lifelong goals had been achieved, as he was now looking at his own hunter license. I'm officially a hunter now? Han-Yeol rejoiced inwardly. It did not matter that he was F-ranked on his hunter license, as he no longer had to sneak around and hunt illegally from now on. Alright, first things first, he thought. He really wanted to sleep. He was exhausted after running away all day from the lobster monster. Master Han-Yeol. She was really beautiful. He suddenly thought of the beauty who had saved his life. In addition to her superhuman strength, Han-Yeol possessed beauty that was out of this world. She also had the strong backing of the S-group as well. She was still in her mid-20s, and there was no man in the world who would not covet her, as she was the definition of a perfect woman. No one deserved the title of perfect woman more than her. Right. I don't have time for all of this, Han-Yeol thought, snapping himself out of his reverie. He dragged his tired body home, collapsing onto the bed as soon as he returned. Snore. Zzzzz. The next morning, Han-Yeol dragged his half-awake body out of bed and sat down in front of the computer. Let's see. Where should we go hunt today? He thought as he waited for his computer to boot up. He could have rested for longer after his near-death experience, but his fight against the lobster monster had made him realize how weak and powerless he was. Still have a long way to go. I'm still lacking, he thought as he steeled his resolve once again. His fight against the lobster monster could not even be considered a real fight. All he had done was draw its aggro and run around while hoping that someone would come and help. The chain attack he had thrown with all of his might had easily bounced off of the monster, and he was the one who had received damage instead when the impact flung him backward. Han-Yeol desperately wanted to grow stronger even more quickly, and thus did not even consider taking a break. He began scouring the internet for information. He was planning to hunt solo for the time being, and was browsing for information on small and low-tier monsters when one particular piece of information caught his eye. Anthill? This should be about right, Han-Yeol thought. He decided that the anthill would be his next hunting ground. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. He had to secretly rent a truck from a company when he hunted illegally the last time. It was different this time around, however, as he confidently walked to the Hunters Association to ask for support. He was now eligible to borrow a fully equipped RV truck as a licensed hunter. Thank you, Han-Yeol said to the association staffer before driving the truck toward the anthill. The anthill was located at a mountain in Cheongcheongbuk-do. Despite being called an anthill, it was not located in a cave or anything resembling one, instead having a wide-open ceiling. It was not dark at all, as the area was fully lit by sunlight. SHHHHKKK. Pukok? Kaririaik? Giant ants were the weakest monsters found in the anthill. However, they were still strong monsters, as their large frames and hard exoskeletons made them able to withstand Han-Yeol's chain attacks without dying in one hit. He had to hit them with at least 3 chain attacks to stagger them, then stab them in the head with his mana-infused knuckle knife, in order to kill them. Their guys are annoying, Han-Yeol thought, clicking his tongue. The giant ants' hard exoskeletons and natural barriers made his slingshot useless against them, which made him wish that he possessed a powerful AoE skill to sweep them away in one go. The hook attached to the end of Han-Yeol's chain wrapped itself around the neck of a giant ant, which was the size of a large dog. SHHHK. Thud. He yanked the chain and pulled the giant ant down to the ground, and the ant fell over with its abdomen facing up. Han-Yeol did not miss the opportunity to charge at the giant ant with his knuckle knife, stabbing it in the chin and neck. Giant ants possessed tough exoskeletons, but the areas around their neck and chin were covered by a softer shell, and targeting those areas was the fastest way to kill them. Ugh. This way of hunting is too inefficient, Han-Yeol grumbled. Such a method would make quick work of 1 or 2 giant ants, but it would hardly be effective when facing a lot of giant ants. It had been 4 days since Han-Yeol started hunting at the anthill, but he had not made any progress at all, only being able to hunt carefully around the entrance. Ding! Your level has risen. Han-Yeol invested all of the bonus stat points he gained after leveling up into VIT, the same way he had previously when he invested them into STR. He exhaled deeply, feeling his fatigue leaving his body and his muscles contracting and relaxing after he invested his bonus stat points into VIT. He thought, status? Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 10. Points, 0. STR, 49. VIT, 46. AGI, 35. MAG, 25. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, E, Sword Mastery, F, Walking, E, Mana Control, E, Mana Mastery, F, Power Strike, E, Mana Shield, F, Sixth Sense, F, Restrain, E, Body Strengthening, F, Mana Eyes, F, Heal, C, Jumping, F, Stab, F, Dagger Mastery, F, Chain Mastery, F, Infinite Library, M. He had just been hunting conservatively at the entrance, but there had been more than enough monsters to make him level up twice in the span of 4 days. However, Han-Yeol was still not satisfied. Arg. I don't like this, he thought, sitting down in frustration. Thud. Han-Yeol pouted as he sat in the truck, even though he had gained an average of 1 level per day. It's slow. It's too slow. My level is rising too slowly, he thought, feeling frustrated. His heal skill was at a meager C rank, and he also needed to level up to quickly raise his other skills levels as well. His father's illness had been slowed down thanks to his skills, but he had still failed to completely cure it, and it could suddenly explode like a ticking time bomb. I need to at least raise the level of heal for now, he thought. He had kept some medical books in the truck to read from time to time while taking a break, but the speed at which the heal skill leveled up had slowed dramatically after it reached the C rank. In that case, the best method is to use the skill repeatedly, he thought. If there was one similarity among many video games, it was the fact that the best way to level a skill up was to consistently use it again and again, rather than leveling one's character up. Should I join a party as a healer? Han-Yeol pondered. There was bound to be a shortage of healers, whether in games or in reality. No, I'll only end up becoming a backup healer, since I can't heal as quickly as a real healer, he concluded. At its current level, his heal skill was not as efficient as a main healer's skill. Things have, just, circled back to me having to level up in the end, he thought with a sigh. Level up explosively, and level up monstrously. Those were the only 3 choices Han-Yeol had at this point. Kirik? Huh? Ah, damn it, Han-Yeol grumbled. A group of giant ants was approaching the truck. He had not noticed them fast approaching, as he had been busy spacing out while thinking about many different things. Shwiek. However, Han-Yeol calmly prepared for combat, extending the chain wrapped around his left arm. There are 6 of them in total, he counted. It was the largest group of giant ants he had ever faced at once. He was slightly nervous, but he was not afraid. He thought with a smirk, in the end, they're only ants. Bam! Han-Yeol slammed the truck door shut, then jumped and threw his chain toward a giant ant. Shwiek. Pukok. Kiik. One of the giant ants shrieked in agony. However, the other giant ants surrounded Han-Yeol as soon as he landed after throwing his chain. The giant ants' hard exoskeletons made them able to withstand Han-Yeol's powerful chain attacks up to 3 times before they were incapacitated. He had to follow them up by stabbing them in the neck as soon as they were incapacitated, as they would recover and get up once again if they were not taken care of within 3 minutes. Kiik! A giant ant shrieked as it charged toward Han-Yeol. In your dreams? Mana Shield! Han-Yeol yelled, casting his defensive skill. Thud! He had forgotten about it for quite some time, but offensive skills were not the only skills he had obtained until then. Mana Shield had been neglected for a while, as he had not particularly felt the need for it. It was a small, round shield made out of his mana, which acted as a barrier and protected him from attacks. One of the giant ants tried to bite Han-Yeol with its strong jaws, but it was thrown back as soon as it hit his Mana Shield. Alright, Mana Shield is really effective, Han-Yeol thought. He had invested 5 points into his STR and 5 points into his VIT after leveling up, which meant he would no longer be pushed back by the giant ants. Giant ants were simple-minded monsters that only knew how to charge at their target with brute strength, and the newfound boost to his stats made it possible for him to use their strength against them. Pyok! Kiik! One of the giant ants shrieked in pain after being hit by Han-Yeol. Mana Shield! Han-Yeol quickly shouted, once again using his defensive skill. Thud! Cook! Han-Yeol groaned when a giant ant slammed itself into him with its signature strength. However, he parried the giant ant's attack by twisting his body slightly. Pukok! Kiik! The giant ant shrieked in pain as Han-Yeol drove his knuckle knife into its neck, having lost its balance when he parried its attack. Squirm! Squirm! The giant ant squirmed as it struggled to survive, and its fellow ants rushed in to save it. Thud! Huh! Han-Yeol was stunned for a moment, finding that he could not pull his knuckle knife out of the giant ant's neck. He hurriedly tried to remove his fingers from the knuckle knife, but even his fingers were stuck inside the ant's carapace, and he could not free himself no matter how much he struggled. He tried to pull his hand out, but it simply would not budge an inch. Damn it! Han-Yeol cursed out loud. The giant ants were closing in on him. Eat this, he shouted. His right hand was stuck, so he used his Mana Shield to bash 2 of the giant ants multiple times. The giant ants retreated for a moment before closing in on him again. Again? Bam! 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 Kiik! The giant ants shrieked and retreated after Han-Yeol bashed them with his mana shield. It was then. Ding! Your improvised use of the skill mana shield has created a new skill. A new skill has been created, Shield Bash. What? Shield Bash? Han-Yeol was surprised by the sudden message. 1. In Korea, you are required to scan your fingerprint to prove your identity whenever you do something at a government facility. This measure was implemented to prevent identity theft. 2. Is a province in Korea, divided into North Chungcheong and South Chungcheong. The Bukor here means north in Korea, so the province mentioned here is North Chungcheong. 3. Area of effect, meaning a skill that covers a wide area in games. The situation was dire, but Han-Yeol desperately needed the skill to be useful to him, so he opened the skill details and read through them. Shield Bash, F. Type, active. Description, a skill linked to mana shield. You may bash the enemy with your mana shield. An enemy hit by this skill will be knocked back a few steps. The knockback will be much more effective the higher this skill's level becomes. Alright. Han-Yeol cheered inwardly when he saw that a useful skill had emerged from mana shield, something he had had no expectations for. Anyway, this guy first? He thought. Bam! Keek! The giant ant shrieked in agony. As soon as he finished reading the skill details, Han-Yeol bashed the half-dead giant ant that was trapping his right hand with the mana shield in his left hand. Shield Bash. The giant ant was knocked back by Han-Yeol's newfound skill, and he was finally able to free his hand from the monster. Unfortunately, he was only able to free his right hand, while his knuckle knife was still stuck in the monster. SHHK. However, the knuckle knife was not the only weapon Han-Yeol possessed. He drew the hunting knife on his waist and readied himself for combat once again. Keek. A giant ant shrieked after it was struck down by Han-Yeol, then died. However, Han-Yeol had barely managed to kill one giant ant, and there were still 5 monsters remaining. He observed his current situation, thinking, there are still 5 of these buggers left. He might have created another skill from his mana shield, but that did not change the fact that the giant ants were still formidable opponents for him when they ganged up on him. Tack! Han-Yeol kicked off the ground and charged toward the giant ants, and the 5 giant ants responded by charging toward Han-Yeol as well. Shweaik! Han-Yeol's chain sliced through the air as he attacked in a frenzy. Hyuk, 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 hyuk. HAAA, Han-Yeol gasped for air. Ding, 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 ding. The skill Sword Mastery has leveled up. The skill Restrain has leveled up. The skill Mana Shield has leveled up. The skill Shield Bash has leveled up. The skill Chain Mastery has leveled up. The skill Sixth Sense has leveled up. Your level has risen. Ha, ha, ha. S status, Han-Yeol muttered laboriously, checking his rewards as he sat atop a pile of 6 dead giant ants. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 11. Points, 5. STR, 49. VIT, 46. AGI, 35. MAG, 25. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, E, Sword Mastery, E, Walking, E, Mana Control, E, Mana Mastery, F, Power Strike, E, Mana Shield, E, Sixth Sense, E, Restrain, D, Body Strengthening, F, Mana Eyes, F, Heal, C, Jumping, F, Stab, F, Dagger Mastery, F, Chain Mastery, E, Infinite Library, M, Shield, Bash, E. Most of the combat skills he used frequently, in battle, had gone up a level this time around, which further boosted his combat capabilities. Han-Yeol might have had weaker physical prowess than other hunters, but he was not lacking, compared to them at all because of his massive arsenal of skills. However, the one decisive skill that made him not fall behind other hunters despite being a growth type awakened was Sixth Sense. Sixth Sense allowed him to see everything around him in slow motion, and it would definitely turn out to be a cheat type skill when used to its full potential. He had allocated all of his 5 bonus stat points into AGI this time around, and he felt his body become lighter as those stats took effect. Shwick, Nov, L, B //JNN. He threw a few punches and moved around while doing some shadow boxing to test his newfound agility. My body has gotten much lighter, Han-Yeol thought with a satisfied expression. He did not seem to have become especially faster or anything, but he definitely felt his movements had become lighter. After stretching his body a few times, he cut off the dead giant ants' heads with his knife and collected their mana stones. Thud. He dismembered the giant ants and kept only the parts that were in demand by the factories, loading them up in his truck. Han-Yeol, who had previously worked at a factory that dismembered monsters caught by hunters, was probably the only one who could hunt in this fashion. Most porters usually loaded up the whole monster's remains just in case they missed something and ended up taking the blame for it. However, any excess monster parts that were not used by the factories usually ended up becoming waste products and discarded as trash. Everyone else just keeps their mouths shut, Han-Yeol thought. Factory owners could ask hunters to leave out specific monster parts when providing them with corpses, but they did not, as they feared the hunters would be offended and end up cutting all business ties with them. That was why the factory owners usually ended up stuck in a situation where they had to bear the disposal cost for useless monster parts while not being able to say a word to the hunters. But I'm different. He already had years of experience working at a factory, and he had also studied which body parts of various monsters held value during his time as a porter. Both of his experiences combined allowed him to distinguish between valuable monster parts and useless garbage. Due to that, Han-Yeol was able to load up many more monster parts onto his truck compared to normal hunters. Vroom! Han-Yeol left the hunting grounds and drove to the factory he would be doing business with. Welcome, Han-Yeol Nim. We have been waiting for you. Hello, Han-Yeol replied with a short greeting. The factory manager had come out to greet Han-Yeol in person. A normal factory manager would most likely not even bother to come out and greet a hunter who had only brought low-tier monsters like giant ants, but the place Han-Yeol was dealing with this time was a small, newly established private factory. Every hunter, no matter how small or low-tier the monsters they brought, was a precious customer to them. Schwick, here are the goods, Han-Yeol said as he pulled away a tarpaulin covering the pile of giant ants. Oh, there are a lot of giant ants today, the factory manager exclaimed in delight. I did work a bit harder this time around, Han-Yeol said, while thinking in the back of his mind, although I almost died this time. A chill went down his spine whenever he remembered the time his hand had been stuck in the giant ant's carapace. Hey, what are you doing just standing around? Hurry up and calculate the goods for Han-Yeol Nim, the factory manager ordered his staffers. Yes, Manager Nim, the staffers responded, and they immediately got to work. There are 800 kilograms of giant ant corpses, and that will be 50 million won in total. If I subtract the tax, it will be around 35 million won, the factory manager informed Han-Yeol. The tax rate for dealing with monster corpses was fixed at 30%. Many hunters had complained that the tax rate was too high, but the government had stopped their complaints by bringing up how high the percentage was in Europe. European hunters would be delighted if their governments lowered the tax rate to 30%. Anyway, Han-Yeol thought as he recalled the tax rates in European countries. The tax rate for an A-rank hunter in Germany, for example, was set at a whopping 55.5%. It was a rate that would definitely make anyone gasp. Well, it's embarrassing to think about the facilities and support that we Korean hunters get compared to European hunters. Thanks to that, the fatality rate of European hunters is much lower in comparison to us Korean hunters, Han-Yeol thought, before eventually deciding to stop dwelling on useless things. Alright, I will sell them to you, Han-Yeol replied with a nod. Ha ha ha, I sincerely thank you for doing business with a small factory like us every time. Really, thank you very much, Han-Yeol Nim. The factory manager expressed his gratitude with a hearty laugh. Don't mention it, Han-Yeol replied coolly. The factory manager smiled brightly and extended his hand, and the two men shook hands. Han-Yeol was actually losing out on this deal, but the reason why he bore the loss of potential profit and did business with this factory was the fact that there were very few hunters who operated solo. Rumors about him would spread like wildfire and the other hunters would try to keep him in check if he went to deal with the larger, more established factories. The factory he had decided to work with this time was a small one, but it was a calculated decision that he had made despite the reduced profit. In truth, the small factory had dealt honestly and fairly with him without attempting anything underhanded. He knew plenty of factories out there that would come up with all sorts of excuses and stories about their misery to try to reduce the amount they would have to pay. I wonder if this factory will survive? Han-Yeol wondered. Most factories that survived their startup phase would eventually be pushed out by larger corporations and go bust. He thought, well, I look forward to them surviving. Ding dong, deposit, 35 million won. Everything seems to be in order, Han-Yeol said. Thank you once again for doing business with us, the factory manager replied with a polite bow toward Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol left the factory and got back into his RV truck. He then drove to the Hunters Association and returned the truck before heading home on the bus. Han-Yeol really made it, huh? Riding the bus and all now, Han-Yeol thought with a snicker. He could now take the bus even for distances he had used to walk or run for if he had the time to spare. Clack. Han-Yeol returned home, took his clothes off, and took a quick shower. PSSHT. Shock. He had brought home a few cans of beer that had been on sale in a convenience store at the entrance of the Moon Village, and he drank them while watching TV. It was a moment of respite that he never could have afforded before he awakened. On the TV, a beautiful girl who was a former member of an idol group was conducting an interview with a man. That man doesn't seem like a celebrity, Han-Yeol thought while looking at the man. He did not have the handsome appearance one would expect of a celebrity, nor did he have the funny face of a comedian. Hello, Mr. Ju Hyun, the MC said in greeting. Hello, everyone. I am the Vice Master of the Hermes Guild, Lee Ju Hyun, the guest, who seemed to be called Lee Ju Hyun, introduced himself. Hermes Guild. Han-Yeol exclaimed when the man introduced himself, clenching the beer can in his hand tightly in the process. Crush! The beer can could not withstand a sudden burst of strength from an awakened and was instantly crushed, spilling its contents all over the floor. Yuck, what a waste, Han-Yeol lamented. Slurp. Slurp. Han-Yeol slurped up the beer flowing out of the sides of the crushed beer can. He might have purchased it on sale, but the fact that he had not even been able to drink much of it felt like a kick to the gut. How much do you think this was? He lamented inwardly. However, the interview continued while he was clumsily licking his own hand. Is it true that the Hermes Guild is going to attempt to raid Karakuz, the top-tier monster that emerged out of a dimensional hole? The beautiful MC asked. The Vice Master of the Hermes Guild smiled gently and replied, yes, that is true. Before that, I am aware that many of our fellow Koreans have been trembling in fear and great shock after the dimensional hole emerged recently, and I would like to sincerely apologize for that unfortunate event on behalf of all hunters. We hunters also deeply regret what happened this time and are greatly concerned with the sudden turn of events. I would also like to add that the Hunters Association is doing everything possible at the moment to prevent such events from happening again. It was a reply that was not related to the MC's question. Thus, she asked, but how is that related to the Caraca's raid? Yes, we are planning to reclaim the Namgu district of Incheon by hunting down the first ever top-tier monster summoned through a dimensional hole. I will personally be leading the raid party formed to raid the monsters that emerge from this dimensional hole and subjugate it, Lee Ju-hyun declared. Are you serious? The MC asked, her eyes wide open in shock. Lee Ju-hyun almost broke character when he saw the MC's cute reaction, but he managed to collect himself and reply coolly, Ahem. Of course, the only reason we were watching from the sidelines all this time was to prepare an efficient and safe raid plan. I wish to inform the public that it is not because we hunters were lazy or anything. Beep. Han-Yeol switched the TV off and did not bother to listen to the whole interview. He could always easily look up the details on the Hunters Association's website. Anyway, he felt that it was more worth his time to think about what he had just heard. A large-scale raid party will be mobilized to subjugate the dimensional hole? Those selfish bastards are going? He thought skeptically. Lee Ju-hyun had said that they were doing this for public safety, but Han-Yeol did not buy even 0.1% of that story. He knew very well how selfish and prideful hunters were, as he had experienced it firsthand when he worked as a porter. The most recent dimensional hole incident was a very good example. I'm certain they're doing this because they have something to gain out of it. That's the only reason they're rolling up their sleeves and risking their lives. It could be because the monsters are worth much more than usual, or the mana stones from the dimensional holes are much more valuable. Anyway, there must be a reason why they're doing this, he thought. He was certain that his theory was highly probable. But does that mean that only temporary parties and unskilled hunters will be at the hunting grounds, since most of the established raid parties will be busy with the dimensional holes? He thought. Most hunters were already affiliated with a party, and those who were not affiliated with a party were either unskilled or socially awkward. Most temporary parties at the hunting grounds were usually formed by the latter, or by hunters who were already affiliated with a party but were just moonlighting on the side. I'm not sure how valuable the monsters from the dimensional holes are, but I am certain that this is a golden opportunity to monopolize the monsters at the hunting grounds. Which means, it's a golden opportunity for me to level up explosively? He rejoiced at the rare opportunity. What do I need to level up explosively? I need to pull monsters over and kill them in groups. What would I need in order to do that? I'd definitely need an AoE skill. So, I need to obtain an AoE skill? He mentally listed his goals before getting from the couch and booting up his computer. Han-Yeol started looking up AoE skills on a search engine owned by G Company. As he scrolled through the results, he thought, there must be a skill somewhere out there that I can obtain right now. Clack clack clack. Clack clack clack. Clack clack clack. He typed away busily at his keyboard for some time, but he soon leaned back in his chair and sighed. He said in resignation, it's not as easy as I thought it would be. He had looked up the term AoE skill, but the only results that had turned up were skills used in retro RPGs. In short, the results were useless, unrealistic, and skills he would never be able to use in real life. Han-Yeol's ability was very similar to the systems seen in games, but the kinds of skills that turned up in the search results were the ones that depended purely on computer graphics, such as lightning or a giant sword suddenly falling from the sky. Am I missing something? He thought. The original text says it was an amount that would make anyone say 100 million. But that doesn't sound right, does it? The word, eok, which means 100 million in Korean, rhymes with the word, hyok, which is the sound of a gasp, as seen in many Korean novels. Tu Namgu literally means South District, as Nam means South and Gu means district, but in English the term Namgu became a name in itself, so the English word district was added to it. 3. He means drawing enemy attention, i.e., pulling aggro, to get them all in one area, not literally pulling them. Han-Yeol leaned back in his chair with both of his hands behind his head. Let's see. Let's think about this again, but slowly this time. An AoE skill is basically a skill designed to attack multiple monsters at once in a large area. A large area. That's too broad. A large area basically means it spreads out widely, he thought. Wuong. Han-Yeol began controlling his mana according to the idea he had in his mind and heart. He slowly collected his mana above his head and began to spread it in all directions. As he focused, he thought, the goal isn't to target a single enemy, but to target the whole area. Pack. Han-Yeol spread his arms forward, and his mana flew forward before hitting the wall and spreading throughout the room. The mana dissipated as soon as it spread, because he did not have any intention of attacking anything and was just testing his theory out. I should try creating a skill this way. The easiest thing to do would be to cast an explosion, he pondered. AoE skills came in all sorts of forms and attributes, such as water, wind, fire, earth, electricity, and so on. However, Han-Yeol felt that the most efficient attribute, and the easiest attribute he could work with at present, was fire, in other words, causing an explosion. In truth, the main reason he had picked fire to work with was the fact that he had no clue where to even start with the other elements, but an explosion was something that could be made artificially. The source of an explosion is fire? It's always fire? He thought proudly. Han-Yeol hurriedly made preparations to test out his new theory, preparing a few items before heading out. He went to the mountain behind the moon village, which had practically become his personal training ground. Drurruk, drurruk. He dragged over a metal barrel of the sort that would be used by the homeless in winter, which he had filled up with books and magazines he had at home but no longer needed. He even gathered any dried twigs scattered across the ground and added them to the barrel. Then, he took out a matchbox he had found somewhere in his house and lit a match, throwing it into the barrel. The reason why he was doing all this in the rear mountains was that he could end up burning down the whole apartment complex if he messed up substantially, and that was a responsibility he was not willing to take. Fwaya! The fire consumed the dried twigs and paper, starting to blaze brightly. I hope this works, Han-Yeol thought before sticking his hand into the barrel. Anyone who saw what he was doing would jump in surprise and think he had gone mad, but his hand was unscathed, as he had enveloped it in mana prior to sticking it into the fire. I'll control this fire. I'll make this fire mine, he thought, steeling his resolve. Controlling an element and making it his own was an extremely difficult thing to do, and the fire resisted his attempts to tame it. Focus, Han-Yeol. Focus on controlling the fire, he urged himself once again. He did not give up, and kept attempting to tame the fire by pouring all of his focus into his mana mastery skill. Over time, the fire slowly started to become one with his mana and listen to his will. Crackle, crackle. All right, Han-Yeol rejoiced. The fire that had previously resisted his attempts to place it under his control now sat obediently in the palm of his hand. The flame above his palm no longer needed any fuel such as paper or wood, as it had begun feeding off his mana to sustain itself. He raised his hand and looked at the blazing red flame atop his palm. Fire turns redder the lower its temperature is, and turns blue as the temperature rises, he thought, digging through his shallow knowledge he had gained while watching the news. Is there a way to increase its temperature? He wondered, worrying about whether the red fire would be enough. The things he had to face were not humans, but rather monsters that threatened the existence of the human race. Maybe, just maybe, he pondered. Wuong. He infused more of his mana into his fingertips, just in case it would work. Step, 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 step. He even walked around to recover some of his lost mana, just in case he ran out of it. Fwa! The red fire slowly turned orange as he infused more of his mana into it. Oh, it worked? He rejoiced inwardly. However, his joy lasted only for a moment, as the color no longer changed no matter how much mana he infused into it. Tisk. I guess this is the highest standard my mana can reach at the moment. He clicked his tongue in regret, as he had to end the experiment right on the cusp of creating a new skill just because his mana was lacking. As expected. I have to increase my level first, he thought. It was a problem that could be solved just by leveling up and investing his bonus stat points into his mag stat, at least. In the end, everything he wanted to do eventually circled back to his low level. At least I managed to clear the first stage of it. I guess, he consoled himself. His main objective at the moment was to obtain an AoE skill, and he had to focus on that task. Han-Yeol infused his mana into his left hand as well, and took some of the fire that sat atop his right hand. Fwa! The single flame split into two, but it did not decrease in size. That meant the way it worked was not so different from natural fire. Alright, this means I'm now able to perfectly control the fire, he thought, before throwing both of the flames in his hands forward. Swoo! PSSSSHHH. He flung both flames into a puddle of water just in case things would become dangerous. However, he soon felt extremely embarrassed for even worrying, as both flames flew in an arc before landing in the water and being immediately extinguished by a puddle of water on the ground. I can't use it like this, Then what if I add Power Strike to it? He pondered. He linked Power Strike to the fire and threw it again, but he had no luck this time either. The Power Strike skill could not resonate with the fire, as it was technically an immaterial object. Thud. I can't seem to get a grasp of it, he lamented as he sat on the ground and scratched his head in frustration. Perhaps. Would it help if I had a medium that could aid in casting the skill? He wondered. Nov, L, B /JNN. At the moment, all of Han-Yeol's offensive skills required him to infuse his mana into an object or a medium that aided him in casting a skill to attack a target. Han-Yeol went home and further contemplated how to use an AoE skill after obtaining some clues from his recent experiment. What should I use as a medium for this one? He wondered. He took the backpack lying in a corner of his room and opened it. Zip! He exclaimed. The knuckle knife and hunting knife he had placed in the backpack were broken. Yuck. It must be because I bought cheap ones off the streets, he thought while letting out a sigh. The things he had to take care of on top of the AoE skill issue had just increased by one. I guess it's now time for me to buy a real weapon, he thought. The knives he had been using until now were cheap weapons he had bought from a street peddler. They had withstood being infused with his mana, but they were bound to break one day, as their durability would eventually plummet after being abused by mana. Yeah, I should properly arm up now that I'm an official hunter, he thought. Until now, he had been hunting with the knives and slingshots he had bought off the street, which were very shabby when compared to the high-quality items most hunters used. But still, I'm not that financially well off yet, so maybe I should just purchase one sword to start with, he thought. Of course, Han-Yeol wanted to fully arm himself with those very same high-quality items used by hunters, but he did not have the funds to purchase them yet. That was why he decided to only purchase a sword, which had suddenly become his highest priority, and slowly purchase other items once he had more financial leeway. Tap 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 tap. He booted up his computer once again and navigated to an online store that dealt exclusively with hunter equipment, then searched for swords on the website. Swords were mainstream weapons that were second only to spears. As such, he was presented with a plethora of choices at reasonable prices. Wow, every single one of them is tempting? He exclaimed inwardly. The swords that were on the screen came in all sorts of designs and specifications, but the ones Han-Yeol wanted were on the higher end of the price range. In the end, he decided to settle for a sword that was reasonably priced at 5 million won. I should take this with me when I test out the AoE skill at the hunting grounds, he thought. He decided to register the sword personally, since he had to go and get a permit from the Hunters Association prior to going out on a hunt anyway, and the Hunters Association building was where most hunters and porters decided to meet up. Additionally, the physical branch of the online store he had purchased the sword from was located on the way to the Hunters Association, so he thought it would be convenient to collect the weapon on the way. Thank you very much, we hope to see you again, a staffer working at the physical store said while bowing toward Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol walked out of the store while grumbling, Aish. They should have written that the scabbard was sold separately. He had ended up having to spend an additional amount after walking leisurely into the store, only to find out from the staffer that the scabbard cost extra. You can't trust these merchants at all, I tell you, he grumbled. Merchants did not discriminate between civilians and hunters when it came to conning them out of their money. Han-Yeol was very annoyed after getting done in by the shop, but he soon composed and prepared himself before arriving at the Hunters Association. Welcome, an association staffer greeted him when he entered the building. The Hunters Association received the largest amount of tax money in Korea, and it was also the place that collected the largest amount of tax revenue for the government. Its building, which had received an astronomical amount of funding, was the embodiment of the word luxury. In fact, it could be considered even more luxurious than the Blue House itself. Of course, the employees working in it were not only quite capable, but also quite good-looking as well. Han-Yeol approached a counter and said, I booked an appointment for today, to receive a permit to hunt under the name Lee Han-Yeol. He then passed his hunter license to the staffer behind the counter. Ah, yes. Please wait for a moment, the staffer replied. The staffer was flustered for a moment, because such tasks were usually handled by the manager associated with a party rather than the hunters themselves. However, she was quickly able to snap out of it due to the intense training she had undergone to serve customers according to the association's standards. Beep. Ah, Lee Han-Yeol Nim. I have checked your appointment. Solo? Why you are going to hunt solo, is that correct? She stuttered and asked. Yes, is there a problem? Han-Yeol responded. He might have sounded nonchalant, but he was actually bothered deep inside, as he had wanted to keep the fact that he was hunting solo a secret. He was concerned that he might be treated strangely or attract too much unwanted attention. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to register as a solo hunter, since he would be lying if he registered himself as a team. Ah, no, there is nothing wrong with it. I see that you have requested an RV truck as well, the staffer asked. Yes, Han-Yeol responded. Please wait a moment, the staffer said before typing busily away at the computer. A printout emerged soon after, and she said, please submit this document to the staffer managing the equipment storage to rent your RV truck. Thank you, Han-Yeol replied with a bow. He then checked the information board to find out where the equipment storage was, before heading to it. Omo, that hunter was so polite. How is that even possible? The staffers gossiped among themselves. It was still not the association's peak hours, so they had the luxury to huddle around and gossip about things. I know, right? A hunter came and personally collected his equipment without a manager, and even spoke politely to us. Did you see what he did before he left? He actually bowed before leaving. Kaya, he's so cool. The employees of the Hunters Association all received high salaries on top of various kinds of benefits. These ladies were considered to be among the elites of society. They garnered the envy of other women and the praises of men outside their workplace due to their social status as the association's employees. Unfortunately, it was a job that had a high resignation rate, and only a few actually made it until retirement despite the high salary and benefits provided. That was because of the constant sexual harassment and verbal abuse they had to receive from hunters. Han-Yeol was a breath of fresh air for these ladies who had only ever known rude and ill-tempered hunters, and they fell head over heels for his first impression. They all had dreams of marrying a rich and handsome hunter one day, regardless of the hatred they harbored against most hunters. After all, the most eligible marriage candidates in the world at the moment were no doubt hunters. Snap out of it, you wenches. I went over his details, he's just at the level of hunting giant ants, and alone at that. How much do you think he can make in a month with that? He's just a greenhorn, one of the staffers said, instantly bringing down the mood. Why do you always have to kill the mood? Besides, so what if it's just giant ants? He must be keeping all of the profits if he's hunting solo, right? It's guaranteed that he's earning way more than what we make. That's right. Tisk tisk. This is why you girls still have a long way to go. Clack clack. The staffer had killed the mood, said what she had to say, and walked away. 1. The Blue House is the presidential palace of South Korea. They call it that because it has a blue roof. Why is she always like that? I know, right? That's why she's an outcast. The staffer who had dampened the mood always went around saying pessimistic things, and that was why none of the others wanted to be friends with her. It was a classic case of workplace bullying, but she did not seem to mind it at all. A pink atmosphere once again bloomed among the women after the pessimistic coworker left. Kaya? Should I try talking to him if he comes back next time? His name was Han-Yeol, right? How can even his name be so sexy? Kaya, how many kids do you think I should have with him? I don't think it matters, since he'll be loaded anyway. But they say you'll gain weight if you get pregnant. Well, one had the freedom to imagine. Vroom. Han-Yeol drove the truck toward the same anthill he had previously been to. He was very familiar with the way, as he had already driven over there personally countless times by now. Clack. He parked the car somewhere safe after arriving at his destination, then slowly entered the anthill. Kikik. They're here, he thought, preparing himself. The giant ants welcomed him, as expected. He glanced around and counted them, concluding, there are 3 of them. 3 was a small number for a group of giant ants, as they tended to move about in groups of 6 at the entrance. However, it was a perfect number for Han-Yeol to warm up with before diving deeper into the anthill. He took out a lighter he kept in his pocket and flicked it on. He then gathered his mana into his hand. Then, ding! You have mastered the basics of infusing your mana with an attribute. A new skill has been created, Fire Attribute. Another skill had been created. Han-Yeol wanted to check its details immediately, but he did not have the luxury of doing so, because the 3 giant ants were already prowling in front of him without hiding their intention to feast on him. He loaded a steel bullet into his slingshot and pulled it as far back as he could. The most basic AoE attack is an explosion. An explosion is basically an expansion of force. A wide expansion. So wide that it spreads all over the area, he thought as he infused the bullet with compressed fire mana. Tak, fstchu, pukok. He let go of the band and a steel bullet flew, digging itself into a giant ant's forehead. Kaboom! The steel bullet exploded after hitting its target, causing a fierce explosion in the area that swallowed the 2 other giant ants around it as well. Hyok! Han-Yeol was stupefied by the intense explosion he had created, and he could not believe it was something he had done. The explosion did not cover a large area, but all of the 3 giant ants in it died instantly. Ding! You have successfully created a new skill by infusing the fire attribute into your compressed mana. A new skill has been created, Mana Explosion. Fire Attribute. Mana Explosion, Han-Yeol thought as he read the notifications. Fire Attribute, F. Type, Passive. Description, a union of mana and fire. This skill can cause a natural ignition by utilizing mana. In addition, it also increases the user's proficiency in fire attribute skills and increases their destructiveness. Mana Explosion, F. Type, Active. Description, an AoE skill that utilizes the natural energy of mana and the explosive properties of the fire attribute. It will cause an explosion 5 meters in radius if infused into a physical medium. The explosion radius will increase the higher the skill's level becomes. It's amazing! Han-Yeol could not help but exclaim in awe at the skill he had just created. He thought, I can definitely pull and kill multiple monsters at once from now on. Previously, he had only stayed at the entrance of the anthill due to the fact that more and more giant ants would be crawling around the deeper he went inside it. From now on, however, he had nothing to be afraid of. He might not have had a proper AoE skill that covered a large area yet, but he now had a skill that would allow him to dispatch multiple monsters at once. Tak. Han-Yeol bumped his fists together with a smile and thought, shall we go and exterminate some bugs? As Han-Yeol swept through the anthill, explosions continuously rang out through the place as if a war had just broken out. Kaboom! Kaboom! Boom! What the hell is going on? Is it an earthquake? No, it sounds like some kind of explosion. Did a fire-type hunter come here or something? I have no clue. That night, a rumor spread among the hunters because of the continuous explosions. It was that a high-ranking hunter was at the anthill massacring the ants in search of something. Numerous hunters flocked toward the anthill when the rumor spread in hopes of finding that thing the high-ranker was looking for, and Han-Yeol had to stop hunting due to the sudden influx of competitors. What the? Why are there so many people all of a sudden? Han-Yeol grumbled in confusion. The only person at the anthill who had no idea of what was going on was the cause of the commotion, Han-Yeol himself. That was how he had to put a stop to his hunt even before he was fully satisfied with it, and he left the anthill. However, name, Han-Yeol. Level, 15. Points, 20. STR, 49. VIT, 46. AGI, 40. MAG, 25. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, E. Sword Mastery, F. Walking, E. Mana Control, E. Mana Mastery, F. Power Strike, E. Mana Shield, F. Sixth Sense, F. Restrain, E. Body Strengthening, F. Mana Eyes, F. Heal, C. Jumping, F. Stab, F. Dagger Mastery, F. Chain Mastery, F. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, E. Fire Attribute, F. Mana Explosion, F. He had been able to gain 4 levels in a short amount of time from hunting the giant ants and an assortment of other ant monsters in massive numbers, and he now had a whopping 20 bonus stat points piled up American Samoa a result. Mana explosion is really effective, but I can only use it a few times because of my lack of mana. I should diversify my stat distribution the way I always have, but, Han-Yeol thought, feeling conflicted. He had realized how lacking his mana was in this hunt even with the regeneration provided by walking. That made him decide to invest all 20 of the bonus stat points into mag. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 15. Points, 20. STR, 49. VIT, 46. AGI, 40. Mag, 45. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, E, Sword Mastery, F, Walking, E, Mana Control, E, Mana Mastery, F, Power Strike, E, Mana Shield, F, Sixth Sense, F, Restrain, E, Body Strengthening, F, Mana Eyes, F, Heal, C, Jumping, F, Stab, F, Dagger Mastery, F, Chain Mastery, F, Infinite Library, M, Shield Bash, E, Fire Attribute, F, Mana Explosion, F, N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Alright, he thought in satisfaction. Wooong. His mana wildly flowed inside his heart for a moment before eventually calming down. After investing all 20 bonus stat points into mag at once, Han-Yeol felt all of his fatigue dissipate as the mana in his heart spread a cleansing sensation throughout his body. I really like this feeling, he thought. It was the sort of high a junkie would experience, and he felt as if he might get addicted to it one day. Han-Yeol voluntarily ended his hunt, albeit with some influence from external forces. Unfortunately, he could not recover as many ant remains due to the explosions, but he was still able to fill up his RV truck and sell them at the factory he had sold them to the last time. He did not earn a lot from the hunt, but he was still able to earn a significant amount of money in a short period of time, as he did not have any other particular expenses aside from his father's hospital bills and his living allocations. My mana has significantly increased. I guess I can properly use heal on my father now, he thought. The first place Han-Yeol went to after receiving his money from selling the monster remains was the hospital where his father had been admitted. He had not had the luxury to frequently visit his father prior to his awakening, but he was now able to visit whenever he had spare time due to the freedom his awakening gave him. He filled up the visitor's form and entered the room where his father was staying. He approached his father, who was sleeping on the bed, and grasped his pale, skinny hand before using heal on him. Wooong. Han-Yeol's body let out a blue glow that moved to envelop his father. Ding! The rank of heal has risen from C to B. Han-Yeol stayed in the hospital's patient guardian lounge for 10 consecutive days, and continuously used heal on his father whenever he got the chance to during visiting hours. The healing he did for his father successfully slowed down the progression of the illness, but failed to show any signs of completely curing it. In fact, the more he used heal on his father, the larger the black lump of mana on his father's chest grew, as if it were resisting his attempts to cure it. He had decided to stay for 10 days at the hospital after realizing the severity of the situation, and made the most out of every single visiting hour to use heal on his father. Fortunately, he was able to rein in the black lump of mana that was trying to rampage through his father's body. His heal skill reached A rank from continuous use over the previous 10 days, but it still did not show any signs of ridding his father of the black lump of mana. During one of his usual consultations with the doctor in charge, however, "Your father is showing signs of improvement," the doctor said. Huh? Han-Yeol exclaimed in surprise. The doctor in charge, who usually said things that only made Han-Yeol worry, had suddenly said something positive today for a change. He explained that Han-Yeol's father had begun getting better, and that the improvement of his condition was nothing short of a miracle. It is really a miracle for a patient whose condition has deteriorated that badly to suddenly recover. I am certain that this will garner a lot of attention if it is published in a medical journal. The doctor, who was usually emotionless and cold, was full of enthusiasm as he spoke, his saliva spraying all over the place. However, Han-Yeol was not interested at all in what the doctor was saying, as he was lost in thought. I'm certain that the black lump of mana is still there, but father's condition has improved. He wanted to grab the doctor's collar and scold him for claiming something akin to saying a dog was a grass-eating herbivore. However, when he thought about it again, he realized that his father had managed to wake up on 5 out of the 10 days he had been using heal. He had considered it pure luck and a very good coincidence that he had managed to catch his father awake, but what if that was no coincidence at all? Wait a second. The black lump of mana is still there in his chest, but what if his body actually has gotten better because of the constant healing I was doing? He thought. He finally understood why the doctor was so worked up about the recent turn of events. He was able to reach that conclusion because of the knowledge he had absorbed from reading countless medical journals to level up his heal skill. He was deep in thought as he left the excited doctor behind and went back to his father just in time for visiting hours to start. Then, "I'm going to get myself discharged," his father said. What? Han-Yeol exclaimed, perplexed. I overheard the doctor and nurse talking a while ago. They were saying that my illness hasn't been cured, but I'm now able to function and live a normal life like everyone else, his father said. But father, you still have not fully recovered, just as the doctor said. I suggest that it would be better for you to stay at the hospital instead of at home. Han-Yeol tried to convince his father. It was not as if his father would suddenly recover just because he was staying at the hospital. Still, the hospital had people monitoring him 24 hours a day. He wanted his father to stay longer because he would feel more at ease, and someone would be there for his father in the event that something happened. However, his father adamantly refused and would not be convinced, saying, "I don't want to stay any longer in this useless hospital. Look, I've been here for so long, but they still couldn't figure out the cause of my illness. This is all a waste of time and money. I want to get discharged immediately, and I'll do it myself if you refuse to." His father tried to get up as soon as he finished speaking, but Han-Yeol jumped in surprise and immediately blocked him. He said, "No, father. I will do it myself, so please do not push yourself too hard." "All right, if you say so," his father responded. Han-Yeol could not bend his father's stubborn will, so he went to the administration office and applied to have his father discharged. The administration office had perhaps received some sort of instruction from above, as they tried their best to prevent Han-Yeol's father from getting discharged and even offered to reduce the hospital bills. However, Han-Yeol refused their offers and proceeded to have his father discharged. He had already settled all of the delayed bills, so the hospital had no justification to prevent him from discharging his father. He then returned to the ICU with 5 minutes remaining before the end of visiting hours. "Father, you will be discharged a week from now," Han-Yeol said. "All right. I'm feeling tired," his father replied. "Yes, please sleep well, father," Han-Yeol said, just before visiting hours finished. The next day, Han-Yeol moved his father out of the ICU to a normal ward, in order for his father to rest for at least a week before he gets discharged. His father's illness had stopped progressing, and there was no longer a reason for him to stay in the ICU. Now, Han-Yeol ran around busily trying to find a house that could accommodate him and his father. "Father's heart will be torn to pieces if he sees me living in such a shabby place. I lied to him that I had a stable job, after all. I need to hurry up and find a proper apartment unit we can live in," Han-Yeol thought as he checked his bank account's balance through his mobile phone. Total, 311,479,000 won. He had around 300 million won in his bank account. It was an amount he had managed to save up after tirelessly hunting giant ants and selling their remains and mana stones. "I should be able to buy a decent apartment in Gangbuk with this much money," he thought as he looked up average housing prices online, searching for decent apartments in the area. Afterward, he went to a real estate agent's office, and the real estate agent suggested an apartment unit for him. "Oh, it is clean and in a good location. This seems nice," Han-Yeol said. "Agu? Of course. It is very difficult to find a property like this in these times. The owners asked me to sell this as soon as possible because they had to go urgently to the United States, and they were willing to sell it for a cheaper price," the real estate agent said. Why do all property owners always have to go urgently to the United States? Han-Yeol wondered. However, he concluded that he was not losing anything, and so paid it no heed. But still, 420 million is a bit, Han-Yeol muttered, trailing off. He really liked the apartment unit, but it was also true that the price was a bit burdensome for him. His budget was around 300 million, and it would be nowhere near enough for the asking price set by the owners even if it really was a discounted rush sale. The real estate agent desperately wanted to make a sale because Korea was in a recession, so he tried to think of a way to convince Han-Yeol to buy the property. He eventually asked, "Excuse me, but how much money do you have?" "My budget is around 300 million, Han-Yeol replied. "Is it 300 million in cash?" the real estate agent asked in surprise. "Of course," Han-Yeol replied. He tilted his head in confusion and stared at the real estate agent while thinking, do people buy properties with credit cards these days? However, the real estate agent's eyes were sparkling, in contrast to Han-Yeol's confusion. He asked, "Have you ever heard of a mortgage loan, by any chance?" "Huh? More what loan?" Han-Yeol asked. As expected, the real estate agent rejoiced inwardly, excited by the ray of light he saw in Han-Yeol's ignorance. "You seem to be unaware, but the government has reduced interest rates as they are trying to revitalize the economy, and that includes a significant reduction to interest on mortgage loans. S-Bank is giving a special reduced interest rate of 2.59% to those living in Seoul. The current interest rate is so low that I advise you to take it at a fixed rate, so you will not be affected if they increase the rates later on. Besides, it would be a waste to pass up on this property. You will not be able to find a property like this anywhere else for this price. Look, with 300 million won, the best you would be able to find are those old apartment units in Byendong, which is quite old and does not offer a very good standard of living." The real estate agent blabbered on, trying his best to close a sale with Han-Yeol. His fervent plea seemed to have worked on Han-Yeol, who replied, "Oh, is that so?" He could not be bothered by the interest rates, as it would not be a burdensome amount for him. The main issue he had at the moment was the fact that he did not have a lump sum of cash with him, but he was prepared to take out as much money as he could if the banks would give him a loan. "Of course," the real estate agent exclaimed in response. Han-Yeol was the type of person who would always see things through to the end after he got started, and he liked the property the agent had shown him in the first place, so he did not feel the need to go around and look at other places. So there was a solution like that, Han-Yeol thought. He said, "All right. Can you proceed with that? Leave it to me, I will handle and take care of everything." Ha ha ha. The real estate agent let out a confident, hearty laugh. That was how Han-Yeol was able to quickly purchase a property to live in with his father. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Han-Yeol finished moving and furnishing his new house before going to officially discharge his father from the hospital. When he arrived, he asked, "How are you feeling, father?" "I'm fine. I've never felt better," his father replied. "That is a relief," Han-Yeol said. "I agree," his father replied. Han-Yeol had come to the hospital in a clean white sedan. Beep. "Han-Yeol, is this your car?" his father asked. "Yes, father," he replied. The car he had brought with him was something he had purchased hurriedly the previous day on a 2-year lease, just to come and pick his father up today. He actually had not wanted to buy a car right after purchasing a house, but it was not that burdensome for him, since he had the option to pay it back monthly instead of paying for it one time in cash. Han-Yeol helped his father into the car and drove toward the apartment, which was now both officially and legally his own property after he had paid all the fees the previous day. His father took a look around the house after entering it, remarking, "So this is your house?" "Yes, it is a nice place despite being in Gangbuk," Han-Yeol replied. "Yeah, it does seem like a nice place," his father said with a strange expression that Han-Yeol did not notice. Han-Yeol gave his father a tour around the house and showed his father the room he had prepared beforehand. His father suddenly started to tear up, saying, "I never dreamed that I would be able to walk into a house you owned one day." "I'm sorry, Han-Yeol." Han-Yeol's father was always strong and steadfast, but even he could not withstand the wave of sorrow he felt at that moment. "Father," Han-Yeol said as he hugged and comforted his father. As they were sharing in their sorrow, Han-Yeol suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, father." "Why, what is it?" his father asked. "Shall we dine out today?" "It has been a while since we last did," Han-Yeol said. "That's just a waste of money. Let's just order some jjangmyeon and eat here," his father grumbled. "Today is a special day, because father was just discharged. We cannot just have jjangmyeon on a day like this. We need to go and slice some meat." "We should go, father," Han-Yeol urged his father. We should just eat at home," his father protested, but Han-Yeol forcefully dragged him out of the house. His father pretended to be unable to fight back and let Han-Yeol drag him out. They went to a famous grilling restaurant that Han-Yeol had looked up on the internet. They ordered a bottle of soju, as alcohol was a must for such a joyous occasion. Han-Yeol filled his father's cup with soju, and his father took the bottle and filled his cup in return. They both raised their glasses before Han-Yeol exclaimed, "Cheers to your being discharged today, father." Clink. Ku. "Alcohol tastes really bitter after having it for the first time in a long while," his father said. "Father, you are only allowed to drink for today. You should not drink from tomorrow onward. You might have been discharged, but you are still sick. Please do not forget that," Han-Yeol pleaded. "Of course. You don't have to worry about that. I don't have any plans to be admitted to a hospital ever again," his father replied. "Haha, that is a wise decision, father," Han-Yeol happily replied. The father and son duo quietly clinked their glasses again. They did not really have to exchange any words, as they perfectly understood what the other wanted to say. "Oh, right, Han-Yeol," his father began. "Yes, father," Han-Yeol replied as he put a slice of cooked meat on his father's plate, while turning over the meat on the grill so it would not burn. "PSSSSH. You're already 28 years old, right?" his father asked. "Yes, that is right," Han-Yeol replied. Isn't it time for you to start considering marriage?" his father said out of the blue. Cough. Han-Yeol spluttered, choking on his food when his father suddenly brought up marriage. He quickly drank a cup of water and exclaimed, "Father, I thought about that quite often while I was hospitalized. I was thinking about what my biggest regret would be if I were to die tomorrow, and I realized that it was being unable to see the face of my grandchild, in this day and age where people live up to 100 years. I might be healthy right now, but who knows when this damned illness will come back. How can you call yourself a son if you can't even grant your dying father's small wish?" his father nagged him. "Nobody said anything about you dying," Han-Yeol loudly retorted, but he was still flustered by what his father had just said. He felt awkward as he thought, what's with this talk of marriage all of a sudden? "Of course, I'm not telling you to get married right now, but still. Here," his father said as he passed a picture of an average-looking woman over to Han-Yeol. "Who is this, father?" Han-Yeol asked. "I received it from an ajumma I became close with at the hospital ward." "How is she? Isn't she beautiful?" his father asked. I am not sure," Han-Yeol replied. The woman in the picture was not exactly beautiful enough to captivate Han-Yeol. She looked quite plain, and she could not compare to the countless beauties he had met while working with the hunters. However, he suddenly remembered the high schooler who lived next door to his old house. That punk. "I wonder how she's doing right now," he thought. He had been busy over the previous couple of weeks, so he had not had the time to see her, and the only contact he had with her was through the countless banana milks she had left in front of his door. That kid is much prettier than her, he thought. She was only a child, but her body and face had already matured. No, she's just a kid, and our age gap is just too wide. I'll be called a cradle robber by people if I go for her, he thought as he shook his head, but he still missed her nonetheless. Han-Yeol spent the next few days together with his father. Eventually, his father finally decided to go out alone to meet some of his friends, whom he had not seen for quite a while. Of course, Han-Yeol did not forget to use heal on his father before he left just in case something might happen while he was away. Afterward, Han-Yeol made 10 hunting trips to the anthill, which was now quite crowded with hunters, but he could not achieve any real results out of it due to the congestion. There was also one concern on his mind that had been bothering him for days. I've been using heal for days now, but the skill level shows no signs of leveling up, he pondered. Heal had leveled up more quickly than the other skills he possessed, but the skill would not budge from A rank even though he had been using it on his father for days. There must be another condition that needs to be met. Carvis? He thought, calling on his ego system. That is most probably the case right now. You need to personally experience and go through each and every one of your skills. There is definitely a prerequisite condition that needs to be met if the skill will not rank up to M. Han-Yeol was left deep in thought by Carvis' answer, but he decided to level up first. Thus, he started to look for a new hunting ground suitable for him online. The anthill is a bit boring now, and there are too many people over there. I need to find a place that's more difficult than the anthill and barely visited by the other hunters, he thought as he searched. He still had not cleared the anthill all the way through, but he had to give up on it, as it was no longer possible for him to hunt freely because of the crowds there. Then where should I go? He thought. He started to search for a suitable hunting ground to replace the anthill, based on the information he had collected about his current stats while fighting against the giant ants. Orc burrow. Orc? He thought as he read the result. He had run a simulation program that analyzed his current strength and stats to find the most suitable hunting ground for him countless times, and the results kept going back to the same monsters orcs. Let's see. The closest orc burrow from here is... it's Anzong City, he thought as he looked it up online. The orc burrow at Anzong was a place he had never visited even while working as a porter. The city had been overrun and occupied by the monsters summoned through the dimensional gate 30 years before, and the aliens had to place a barrier around the whole city to keep those monsters in check. It was a small city that had once had a population of 180,000 people, but they had been forced to give it up, unable to control the orcs that had poured out of it. The government had received severe criticism and backlash because of the civilian casualties suffered on that fateful day. Of course, they had made up some other issue to divert the masses' attention the way they always did, coming up with some excuse that Anzong was not the only important city for them and they had to protect other cities too. Anyway, my next destination is Anzong, Han-Yeol thought, deciding it would be his next hunting ground. While planning for the next hunt, he thought, but first, I have to rearm myself and upgrade my equipment. Han-Yeol had quite a large sum of money on hand. The mortgage loan he had taken out was something he could pay back leisurely over 10 years, and the total was not that much of a burden to him anyway. As such, he had a lot of money left over after diligently hunting the giant ants once again. I should visit the Hunter Mall instead of just looking things up online, he thought. It was convenient for him to shop online, but there was nothing more reassuring than being able to get a feel for goods in person before purchasing them. Online shopping was severely limited, as he could not touch, feel, or even test out any items before purchasing them. Han-Yeol quickly got ready and left his house. He took the bus to the Hunter Mall, taking a seat at the back. He placed his hand on his chin and fell deep into thought. First, I need to get a firearm. The slingshot was a good weapon, but Han-Yeol now needed a proper firearm made by a crafting class hunter that was imbued with mana. The words of the old man who had sold him the slingshot, telling him to treasure and cherish it, continuously repeated in his mind, but he could not afford to continue risking his life for something sentimental like that. I'd like to buy a new chain as well. If there's one available, he thought. The free chain he had received to tie up large monsters with when he was a porter was already damaged and chipped in places, as he had been constantly infusing it with his mana. The next stop is Hunter Mall. I'm here already, Han-Yeol thought when he heard the bus announcement. Beep. He had been paying attention to the announcements since it was his first time going to the Hunter Mall, and he immediately pressed the stop bell when he heard it would be the next stop. After he hopped off the bus at his stop, what greeted him was a huge mall. Han-Yeol was stunned by the grandeur and size of the place, as it was his first time visiting it. It's so big, he exclaimed inwardly. One gangbuk means north of the river. It's the place across Gangnam, which some of you might be familiar with from the song Gangnam Style by Psy. 2. This is a common phrase that real estate agents use in Korea to secure a deal quickly. The owner has to go to the US, so they're selling it in a rush. Someone else will take it if you don't. Hurry. 3. Byendong is an old neighborhood, almost on the outskirts of Seoul. It would take more than an hour to reach Gangnam from there, even though it's technically Seoul. 4. Jjajangmyeon is a noodle dish commonly found in Chinese restaurants in Korea. It's actually a variation of a Chinese dish, first made by a Chinese immigrant. Jjajangmyeon is considered a staple food in Korea, and there's a tradition of eating it when someone moves houses. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/jiangmyeon. 5. Soju is an alcoholic drink enjoyed by the majority of Koreans. It's commonly referred to as the staple alcohol of Korea. 6. A word that literally means aunt in Korean, but is used to refer to middle-aged women more generally. 7. Anzong is a city in Gyeonggi-do, famous for producing various kinds of crafts made out of copper and other metals. Han-Yeol had initially thought that the Hunter Mall would only be the size of a large supermarket when he first discovered that there was a mall exclusively for the gear needed by hunters. After all, how much gear did hunters really need? To be honest, he had actually thought that he was being generous with the size estimate by comparing it to a large supermarket. This is on the scale of a massive department store? He exclaimed inwardly. The grandeur of the Hunter Mall turned Han-Yeol, who had lived in Seoul his whole life, into a country bumpkin in an instant. Although it was simply called the Hunter Mall, it was actually a large complex made up of several different buildings. It was a mall made for hunters, but there were various families strolling around the plaza, where there was a large fountain in the middle. Several children were present, running around and playing with the fountain water. Han-Yeol looked around the place while standing dumbfounded in place like a country bumpkin. After a moment, he read the information board at the entrance of the mall and followed its directions to the dedicated Hunter's Corner. Welcome. As soon as the automatic sliding doors of the Hunter's Corner opened, Han-Yeol saw 8 beautiful ladies lined up, 4 to each side, and they all bowed at the waist as they greeted him. No matter how large and grand this place was, it was still sustained by the revenue from their main customers, the hunters. One of the beautiful staffers approached Han-Yeol and said, "I will personally guide you if there is a specific item you are looking for." "Ah, then kindly guide me to where they are selling the firearms, please," Han-Yeol replied. "Yes, sir. Please come this way," the attendant said as she escorted him to an elevator. They both went up to the 4th floor. Han-Yeol exited the elevator after the doors opened again, taking a look around the place. The 4th floor was packed with numerous stalls, with a variety of firearms made by crafting-class hunters on display. These firearms would just be ordinary guns with slightly higher quality than average when used by someone without mana, but they instantly became deadly monster-killing weapons in the hands of hunters. "Is there a specific kind of weapon you are looking for?" the attendant asked. Please guide me to where the automatic rifles are," Han-Yeol said. The attendant walked ahead, and he followed behind her. Gulp. What an ass she has, Han-Yeol thought. He was not sure whether she was trying to seduce him or that was just how she normally walked, but her rear was moving a bit too much compared to a normal person's gait. As expected. Being a hunter is a job blessed by the gods? Hurrah! Han-Yeol secretly cheered inwardly. Most average people would choose hunters as their ideal marriage partners. That was the case for both men and women. The occupation of hunter had a very low survival rate. In fact, nobody had ever worked in the field for more than 20 years since the job emerged 30 years prior, according to the statistics laid out by the Hunters Association recently. It was said that the average lifespan of a hunter after they started working as one was a meager 10.8 years. The fatality rate had remained at 10% ever since, which meant that 10 out of every 100 hunters died every year. In the end, the ideal spouse candidate for most people was someone who had a lot of money and lived on borrowed time. Well, that's why hunters tend to only marry their fellow hunters, Han-Yeol thought. However, that did not mean there were no hunters who had relationships with average civilians. In fact, it was quite easy to see various hunters who were in such relationships. However, most of those relationships never continued all the way to marriage. After all, hunters were very well aware of how people saw them. Additionally, being a hunter was a lonely and arduous occupation, and only someone who worked in the same field would be able to understand and sympathize with the challenges they faced. However, there was another problem. The gender ratio among hunters was between 7:3 and 8:2, skewed toward men. There were bound to be a lot of male hunters left over even if every female hunter married their fellow hunters. That's why normal women keep trying to seduce us hunters, Han-Yeol thought. Of course, it was not their fault, they could not be blamed for it, since the disproportionate gender ratio had presented them with an opportunity anyway. The attendant stopped walking while Han-Yeol was deep in thought, saying, "This is where the automatic rifles are sold. Please take your time looking around. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om." "Ah, all right," Han-Yeol replied. Before him were numerous shops lined up on both sides of the corridor with numerous firearms on display. There was quite a distance between where he was and the end of the corridor as well. This is amazing, he thought to himself. Afterward, he walked around to various shops on his own, inspecting the many firearms on display. There seemed to be both the generic guns sold all over the world, and the ones exclusively created by crafting-class hunters, he thought as he observed a few of the firearms. The world's economy now revolved around monsters, and the wars between nations had stopped because of that. As such, the technology used to produce firearms was shared all across the world, and there were no longer any copyright restrictions placed on it. Additionally, weapons manufacturers had all abandoned any business related to supplying firearms for international warfare, focusing all their resources on supplying firearms to hunters. The guns and other weapons manufactured by those companies specifically for hunters and porters were very expensive. For instance, there was even a certain model of weapon made in the United States worth 120 million won that was still not being exported to Korea. The reason for that was very simple. Any weapons manufactured through a collaboration between weapon companies and crafting-class hunters required a significant amount of mana and various exotic monster parts to be produced. As such, those kinds of weapons were different from the ones that were mass-produced in factories, and each of their parts had to be made by hand. The only way to mass-produce such weapons was for crafting-class hunters to craft the parts, and for normal workers to assemble them. Due to that limitation, there were a different variety of weapons available in the market, and their prices were astronomically high. Han-Yeol started to feel indecisive, overwhelmed by the many rows of shops. As such, he chose one at random to enter. Welcome, the owner greeted him. Hello. Oh, you seem quite young for a shop owner, Han-Yeol remarked as he saw the young man who was manning the store. He gave off the impression that he was someone who had just graduated from university and begun a new venture as a budding entrepreneur. Haha, yes, I'm quite young compared to others, but you can still trust me? I can assure you that I never pull any tricks on my customers, the young man said, thumping his chest with his fist a few times. What an interesting fella, Han-Yeol thought. He asked, could you please show me some American rifles with grenade launchers attached to them? I suppose you have no interest in our local products, then, the young man asked. Right. Admittedly, they're on the cheaper end of the spectrum, but I'm not doing this for fun, nor am I going to hunt deer in the mountains. Why would I use a local rifle when American-made rifles, which are the best in the world, are readily available? Han-Yeol replied. Han-Yeol meant every single word he had just said. He had fired tens of thousands of rounds with Korean-made firearms when he worked as a porter, because the rifles provided by the porter department were mostly locally made, stamped with the Made in Korea seal and all. However, he could never forget the feel of the American-made rifles that he had gotten the opportunity to use when he worked for a large-scale raid party once. He thought, the bullets never jammed, and I didn't have to clean the barrel so often. It had more firepower than the local ones too. That was when Han-Yeol had made up his mind to only buy American-made firearms when the time came for him to purchase his own weapons. Tisk, tisk. I know, right? They invest an astronomical amount of money every year into crafting class hunters just to develop our own weapons, but I wonder where all of that money went, since we're only left with trash like this. The young man clicked his tongue and openly complained, even though he was supposed to be selling weapons to customers. Are you even allowed to say that when you're supposed to be selling guns? Han-Yeol asked. Of course not, but I saw that you were already putting some distance between yourself and the local firearms anyway. I knew I would have no way to convince you no matter how hard I tried. So, wouldn't it be better for me to talk crap about these and build up some trust with you? The young man replied. Haha, you are an interesting fella, Han-Yeol responded with a laugh. Haha, I do get that a lot, but this isn't the time for that. I have a fella here that's just been freshly imported from the United States, the young man said as he started looking for something under the showcase. He took out a rifle from underneath it, placing it atop the showcase in front of Han-Yeol. What is this? Han-Yeol asked. It's the M4A2-001, which was released in the United States last year. The M-series designation refers to automatic rifles, and this little fella was a big hit not only in the United States, but on the entire American continent. It was so popular that the demand for it in the United States alone already depleted the entire supply last year, which made it impossible to import, but I managed to get my hands on this fella just 15 days ago, the young man explained, giving the gun a grand introduction. However, Han-Yeol was not convinced, feeling that something was off. He asked, but why was a product that was such a big hit in the United States tucked away in a corner? He thought that if he were the owner of the shop, he would display such a gun as the main product of his store and promote it massively. Haha, I thought the same way too when this product first arrived, but I took it down after just 4 days, the young man said. Huh? Why? Han-Yeol asked, tilting his head in confusion. The young shop owner silently showed him the gun's price tag. 28,200,000 won. T28 million won. Han-Yeol exclaimed in shock. Haha, yes. The price is the problem, the young man replied. Why the hell is it so expensive? Han-Yeol asked. The locally made K2 rifles normally sold at around 3 million won, going up to 12 million won for the higher-end ones. This is all because of those damned defense ministry bastards. They used petty tactics such as levying higher taxes on imported firearms when they found that the imported ones had better quality for a slightly higher price tag. They're really hopeless. They should have focused on increasing the local firearms quality rather than thinking of petty tactics like this, the young man lamented in frustration. That's just too much, Han-Yeol remarked. Well, would you like to try it out, at least? The young man asked. Why not? Han-Yeol replied. Testing the weapons was free, after all, so he did not decline the young shop owner's offer to let him test it out. He went to the basement with the M4A2-001 rifle in hand and shot a few rounds. Ratatata? Ratatata? His heart was now captivated by the M4A2-001 after shooting it in several different ways. It's amazing, he exclaimed inwardly. He could understand why this weapon had been such a big hit on the American continent. This rifle was in a different league compared to the locally made ones. It's good, right? The young man asked confidently. It's the best. It makes other rifles look like a toy, Han-Yeol replied. But the price is still an issue, I guess, the young man said as he let out a sigh. The young shop owner prided himself in selling goods at reasonable prices, but even he could not find a way around the massive taxes levied on the rifle that made the price jump several-fold. In fact, some of the other shops were selling the same model for more than 40 million won. That had happened all because the government turned a blind eye to the taxes levied on imported firearms. I'll buy it, Han-Yeol said. The young man exclaimed in confusion. I'll pay it in full, Han-Yeol added. Are you serious? The young man asked, still in disbelief. Yes. Here's my card, Han-Yeol said, extending his debit card. It was a fact that the rifle was very expensive, but in truth, it only looked overpriced when compared to local rifles. The price was not really a burdensome amount for Han-Yeol, as he had already saved up quite a bit from hunting the giant ants. He might have taken the bus instead of a taxi to save money, but he was not the type of person to skimp on something his life would depend on out at the hunting grounds. After all, the millions in his bank account would be worthless if he died. As such, he always tried to arm himself with the best equipment available. I can't die while trying to save money when I have to take care of father, he thought. Oh, right, do you sell pistols as well? He asked. The young shop owner smiled and nodded before replying, of course. This might be a shop that specializes in rifles, but I do sell pistols as well. Then, can you recommend a nice pistol? An American-made one, of course, Han-Yeol said. Yes. Please give me a moment, the young shop owner replied. A pistol was not an absolutely necessary piece of equipment when hunting because it did not pack as much firepower as a rifle, but it was still a wise choice to keep one as a backup in case of an emergency. The young shop owner eventually recommended a revolver to Han-Yeol. After purchasing the revolver and bullets on top of the rifle he had just bought, Han-Yeol's bill came up to 30 million won. He then left the shop, and the beautiful attendant asked him with a smile, is there anything else you require aside from firearms? Ah, would you know where I can buy a chain, by any chance? Han-Yeol asked. A chain, the attendant muttered in surprise. The staffers here were trained to be the best in the industry when it came to providing the best services, but even she, who had gone through intense training to always maintain her composure, showed her confusion for a moment. Her smile disappeared for a split second due to Han-Yeol's strange request. Yes, a chain. Something like this. Han-Yeol replied, taking his chain out of his bag and showing it to her. Ah, you may find these in the miscellaneous corner on the basement floor. Shall I guide you there? The attendant asked. Yes, please do, Han-Yeol replied. As you wish, sir. Please follow me this way, the attendant said as she escorted him to the basement. Thankfully, there were a variety of chains available in the miscellaneous corner. Chains were usually used to bind monsters, so they came in all sorts of shapes and sizes depending on the target monster's size. Han-Yeol had fun shopping for chains because of the huge variety available. Technically, the designation M4A2 already belongs to the Sherman tank, but author Nim used this name for his fictional gun. In the real world, the current American Army rifle is the M16A1, also known as the M4, and scheduled to be replaced by the M5. Luckily for Han-Yeol, chains were not considered to be weapons, they were mostly used as logistical tools by porters. That made them extremely cheap for someone like him who used them as a weapon. The reason why chains were so comparatively cheap was the fact that weapons were taxed by the government at a higher rate than miscellaneous items. Han-Yeol looked around the miscellaneous corner of the basement and picked out a size 4 chain from among the chains made by crafting class hunters. He thought, well, who in their right mind would ever use a chain as a weapon besides me? All in all, he had managed to purchase a rifle, a revolver, and a chain on this trip. The attendant asked Han-Yeol as soon as he exited the miscellaneous corner, shall I guide you to any other place? She had been waiting for him outside the whole time with a smile on her face. No, I would prefer to go around by myself from now on. Thank you for your hard work, Han-Yeol replied. Thank you, customer. Please do not hesitate to call me again if you need anything, and also, here, the attendant said as she took out her business card and politely passed it to him with both hands. Han-Yeol received her business card and read it. Nov. L. B /JNN. Hunter Mall. Lee Soo-yeon. Assistant Manager. Email. The business card had a simple design with the attendant's details on it. This is? Han-Yeol asked, looking confused. You may call for me again if you show that to the receptionist on the first floor the next time you visit us, dear customer, Soo-yeon explained. Oh, is that so? Han-Yeol asked. Yes, customer, Soo-yeon replied. Oh, Han-Yeol was impressed and thought that it was a good system. Anyone would prefer to deal with someone they were familiar with, after all. He said, all right. I will call Ms. Soo-yeon the next time I come again. Thank you, dear customer. Then, I wish you a pleasant day, Soo-yeon said as she bowed politely. Han-Yeol walked around the Hunter Mall complex after Soo-yeon left. It was the first time he had found out that there was a dedicated large-scale shopping complex for hunters. He really liked this place, as it had a very nice and aesthetically pleasing exterior. Oh right, I should buy a gift, for father, since I'm here after all. How could I forget to buy him a gift to celebrate being discharged? Sheesh, and I call myself a son, he reprimanded himself. He wondered how much filial piety he lacked. He resolved that it would now be his turn to take care of his father the same way his father had once taken care of him. After all, he was no longer the poor and powerless son he had been. I'm a hunter now. I'm considered to be in the top 1% now, he thought. Of course, he was still a greenhorn hunter who was lacking in many ways and still had to grow stronger, but he was confident that he would be able to grow stronger than anyone else. The place he went to next was one most hunters loved visiting, the luxury brands corner. In that area, shops sold all sorts of luxury goods such as handbags, clothes, and watches made from monster parts. If people were able to craft luxury goods from materials such as crocodile and buffalo leather, what could stop them from making such things out of monster hides? The luxury goods being sold in this place were primarily marketed toward hunters, but there were still a lot of normal people who came and bought them as well. After all, there were plenty of normal people who were wealthier than most hunters, and most of them loved coming to the Hunter Mall just as much. The best example of that was the chairman of S Group, who had been unable to awaken, but was nevertheless famous for his love for the goods sold at the Hunter Mall despite being a normal person. Han-Yeol went to a shop selling men's wallets. Father really loved wallets back then, he recalled clearly, even though it had been ages. His father had always worked tirelessly and scrimped meticulously just to provide for his son, but the only things that had always caught his eye were the expensive wallets displayed in luxury shops. However, he had always bought cheap wallets at the bookstore for 10,000 won and used them for years until they were worn out and tattered. Welcome? Is there anything you are looking for? A salesperson greeted Han-Yeol. Yes, I'm looking to buy a gift for my father. May I see some of your wallets? Han-Yeol asked. Is it your father's birthday? The salesperson asked. No, he was very sick until recently, but he thankfully recovered after some time. I wanted to buy a gift to commemorate his being discharged, Han-Yeol replied. Han-Yeol spoke freely about such a sensitive subject without reservation. He and his father had been struggling for a long time because of his father's illness, but he felt a sense of freedom now that his father has recovered. Omo? Congratulations? Then, shall I prepare the best gift possible for him? The salesperson asked. No, I'm not looking for the best one. My father has always loved wallets, so I was wondering if you had a wallet with an imposing yet luxurious design. Han-Yeol asked. Of course we do, the salesperson replied. Of course, there was no way a salesperson would tell a customer that they did not have what the customer was looking for. Is that so? Han-Yeol asked. In truth, he had zero knowledge of luxury goods. He was amazed that the salesperson had told him that they had what he was looking for when he had just repeated some fancy words he heard on the TV. He wondered, is that person just trying to sell me something, or do they really have it? Perhaps it was because he was from a poor family, but he was always skeptical of anything a salesperson said. That was why he always preferred to see the goods in person before purchasing anything. The products sold online were always cheaper, but they had the tendency to break more quickly, which would be his loss in the end. What do you think of this? The salesperson asked Han-Yeol while opening a luxurious box. Click. All of the products in the shop came in boxes. They were all expensive products, so it made sense to keep them protected in boxes at all times. Oh, it looks good. Han-Yeol exclaimed. The item the salesperson had shown him was a long wallet from L Company. In keeping with the company's trademark, it had a distinctive checkered pattern of gray and black squares, which made it look even more luxurious and elegant while staying classic. However, the only question on Han-Yeol's mind was, is this good? The wallet looked somewhat cool to him, someone who had no idea about anything related to luxury goods, but that was it. He was stuck in a dilemma about whether to buy it or not. Suddenly, the salesperson caught wind of his hesitation and started to run their glib tongue with a sales pitch. This is a product newly launched by L Company. This brand proudly holds the top spot for the brand desired by men in their 40s, and anyone who has a passion for wallets would definitely want one of these. Really? Han-Yeol said as his ears perked up. He was a Korean through and through, so the common Korean trait of choosing luxury brands based on the way people perceived them certainly applied to him. I won't get scolded if I buy something from the best company, right? He thought. He recalled a phrase he had heard somewhere, when in doubt, buy something from a large conglomerate. Okay, I'll take this. How much is it? He asked. That will be 32 million won, the salesperson replied. What? Han-Yeol blurted out in shock. That will be 32 million won. Should I find you a cheaper option? The salesperson asked. Han-Yeol was surprised once he heard the price tag, but the salesperson was surprised by his reaction as well. The salesperson assumed that Han-Yeol was a hunter, which was why they had started by presenting a mid-range product. But to think that a hunter would be shocked by such a price tag? Maybe he isn't a hunter? The salesperson thought. They had never seen a hunter visiting the luxury goods corner and getting shocked by the price tag. No, I'll take it, Han-Yeol said, extending his debit card. However, he grumbled inwardly, what the hell? What kind of wallet costs 32 million won? They call it a luxury brand, but still. L Company held the top spot when it came to desirable wallet brands, and their products did not come cheap at all. Han-Yeol was initially shocked by the price tag, but he could not help but hum a tune when he imagined how happy his father was going to be. La 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 la, he hummed while walking. While he was not paying attention to his surroundings, however. Thud. Oh my. Han-Yeol bumped into someone as he turned a corner on the way to the elevators. As a hunter, he was not pushed back at all, but the person he bumped into, who was holding a large pail of water and a mop, fell backward and collapsed. Ping! Clang clang clang! The water in the pail splashed all over Han-Yeol's legs and his lower body, covering the surrounding area around them. Unfortunately for the cleaning ajumma, the floor manager had witnessed what had just happened. He cried as he ran toward Han-Yeol, Sir Customier. This place was mostly visited by hunters, and even the ordinary people who visited this part of the mall were rich, as the prices of the goods sold in it were exorbitant. This part of the Hunter Mall was a place where top-class customer service was constantly. And yet, dirty water had been splashed all over a customer in this place? It was something that should never have happened unless someone had gone mad and done so on purpose. Ajumma, are you crazy? Have you gone mad? The floor manager screamed. I am sorry. I am so sorry, the ajumma repeated over and over again. The floor manager's anger was fully directed toward the cleaning ajumma, and he continued scolding her. Do you think this is something that will be solved by apologizing? I am sorry. I am really sorry, the Ajumma continued to apologize. Han-Yeol was not comfortable seeing a woman who was old enough to be his mother bowing and apologizing while not being able to stand up for herself. He felt that he had seen enough and decided to talk to the floor manager, saying, Manager Nim, I am fine. Just let go of it. But, sir, the floor manager mumbled hesitantly. It was my fault. My shopping bags are safe, and I am really fine. Also, I am sorry, Ajumoni. I should have watched where I was going, Han-Yeol said, apologizing earnestly to the cleaning Ajumma. After all, what had happened was clearly his fault. No, sir. It was my fault. I should have been more careful, the Ajumma said. Then it is both of our faults, so no one has to apologize. You do not have to keep apologizing, Han-Yeol said. But, the Ajumma mumbled. In truth, she was shocked. The customers she had to deal with every day were not the type to let go of things so easily. Excuse me, sir. We have to tidy this place up now. So, the floor manager carefully told Han-Yeol. The place where they were standing was on the way to the elevator, so they had to clean it up as soon as possible. Oh, I am sorry, the cleaning Ajumma said as she quickly started to mop the floor. Let me help you, Han-Yeol said. No, sir, you do not have to, the Ajumma replied. No, it is fine with me. Please, let me help, Han-Yeol insisted. He then helped the cleaning Ajumma clean the place up. His entire lower body was soaked, but he still did not complain as he assisted in mopping up the mess. Thank you so much, the cleaning Ajumma repeated multiple times. She was very thankful to the young man in front of her for helping her out, as she could have been fired immediately from her job over such an incident. He'd be a perfect son-in-law? She thought greedily, but shook her head and dismissed the idea. He must have been someone very rich or an able hunter if he was shopping in this place. She could not help but compare him to her daughter, who did not know how to do anything except fool around. Han-Yeol wrapped up the incident without a fuss, then dried his pants in the restroom with his fire-controlling skill before heading back home. His father was not home by the time he came back, so Han-Yeol could not give him the wallet he had purchased earlier in the day. Well, I can always give it to him later, he thought as he went into his room. The next morning, Han-Yeol started his day with a big stretch before heading over to his father's room. He placed the wallet he had purchased the previous day on the bedside table, then used most of his mana to use heal on his sleeping father just in case anything happened while he was away hunting. I will be going, father, he greeted his father inwardly before he left, just in case he never made it back. He stopped and looked at his father's face for quite a while as the thought that this might be the last time he saw his father crossed his mind. Eventually, Han-Yeol turned around and left the house. Seoul was a city that was always filled with people, but it also had a quiet side in the early mornings when even the sun had not risen yet. It was still very early in the morning, but Han-Yeol was able to collect the RV truck he had reserved, as the Hunters Association worked around the clock. It's nice that I get to save money on small things like this after officially becoming a hunter, but is it time for me to hire my own personal porter now? He wondered. He had initially wanted to do everything by himself to save up as much money as he could. However, after having done the work of both a hunter and a porter by himself for quite some time, he realized that not only was it a bother, he was also losing a lot of precious time by burdening himself with both jobs. Well, let's think about that a bit further down the line. He pushed back those thoughts, saving them for another time. After all, he had planned to hunt alone today, and it was not something he urgently needed to decide on anyway. He drove for over an hour before reaching the outskirts of Anzong. So it's here, he thought as he stopped his truck. Creek. It was still early in the morning, but the hunting ground was unusually empty and free of hunters, as most of them were focused on the dimensional hole raid. Perfect. Shall we go and hunt some orcs now? Han-Yeol thought as he parked the truck in a suitably safe place. He climbed up to the second floor of an abandoned house before taking out his new M4A2-001, which was equipped with a scope, to survey the area. Then, orcs, he thought, spotting 3 of the monsters through his scope. The 3 orcs were equipped with shabby swords and shields, and were simply loitering around the area. He had no reason to hesitate. He aimed at the orcs and pulled the trigger. Tang, 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 tisk, Han-Yeol thought, clicking his tongue. Perhaps it was because he lacked practice, or because he was not used to the new gun's recoil, but 3 out of 4 of the shots he had fired missed. Only one had managed to hit one of the orcs in the chest. Of course, he had not forgotten to infuse his mana into the bullets before firing them. Gyuk! The orc that had been hit exclaimed, looking around in confusion. Damn it! What kind of monster has such tough skin? Han-Yeol thought in surprise. Orcs were monsters that were famous for their thick skin. One of the shots might have hit its target, but it did not manage to inflict much damage on the orc's hide. Gyuk! The orcs roared as they charged toward Han-Yeol. They had been able to find where he was hiding due to the sound of the gunshot. One, giving something to someone older or higher ranked than you with both hands is a form of respect in Korea. 2. Ajumoni is the respectful way of addressing an Ajumma. Mana explosion? Han-Yeol activated his latest skill and simultaneously pulled the trigger of his M4A2-001's grenade launcher. The grenade flew in an arc, speeding accurately toward the orcs that were rushing at him. It's over, he thought confidently, expecting the orcs to be destroyed by the grenade. However, Gyuik! The orc in front let out a hideous howl before raising its shabby, tattered shield. Boom! The grenade connected with the orc's shield, unleashing a terrifying explosion that heated up the whole area. Gueek! The orc roared. The shield it had been using had been blasted to pieces, but the orc itself was perfectly fine, without a scratch. Hey, is this even legal? Han-Yeol protested inwardly. He aimed his rifle at the orcs and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-a-tata? He fired a whole cartridge this time around, aiming directly at their heads. His bullets rained down on the orcs, leaving them a bloody mess. Unfortunately, they did not seem to have been left tired or weak from the injuries they sustained. Tisk! Han-Yeol clicked his tongue. He realized that attacking from a distance would no longer be of any help at this point, so he put his rifle on his back and stretched out the new chain he had wrapped around his left hand. Heok! I never knew the orcs were going to be this strong, Han-Yeol thought, surprised. After all, the orc burrows were not highly ranked among hunting grounds. As expected, it must be because I'm weak. However, Han-Yeol was not the type of person who would easily give up on hunting the orcs. Eat this, you monsters, he thought as he threw the chain on his left hand toward an orc. Shhuayak! The first thing Han-Yeol had done after leaving the hunter mall was to visit a workshop owned by someone he knew. Pukok? Gueek? The orc roared in agony as it was hit hard by the claw on the end of the chain. This is my newly modified chain? Han-Yeol thought to himself. Attached to the end of the chain was a sturdy claw that was strong enough to be used as a weapon. It was his secret weapon that could smite, cut, and bind a target. It could truly be considered hitting two birds with one stone. How does it taste? Haha, Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. Ding! You have successfully landed a new attack. A new skill has been created, Chain Smite. A new skill had been created, but Han-Yeol did not have the luxury to rejoice. Heok! Quaeniak! Han-Yeol's chain cut the orc's arm off, causing it to stagger. However, the other two orcs continued to charge, running directly up the wall of the house to reach the second floor where Han-Yeol was. SHWWWRRK? Han-Yeol retracted his chain and threw it once again toward an orc that was running up to the second floor, using one of his skills. Binding. Badum, thud, boom. The orc barely managed to reach the second floor before falling backward after being entangled in Han-Yeol's binding skill. Alright, Han-Yeol rejoiced. After he got rid of the second orc, there was only one left, leaving him in a one-on-one standoff. Quaeniak! The orc screamed at him before swinging a glaive that resembled a cleaver. Clang! Cook! Han-Yeol groaned. He had barely managed to block the orc's attack by gripping his one-handed sword in both hands. He grumbled to himself, how the hell is it so strong? He had thought that he was quite strong now after diligently raising his stats, but all of his confidence flew out the window with that blow. All he was left with was the shame of having to kneel on the floor after being overpowered by the orc. Momentum was definitely on the orc's side, but Han-Yeol gripped his sword once again, aiming to land a decisive blow. He gritted his teeth and thought, here goes nothing. He had realized after exchanging one blow that he was never going to win against the orc in a sword fight, which was why he decided to throw his sword at the monster instead. Clang! However, the orc easily parried the sword flying toward it as if it had already expected that to happen, breaking out into laughter. Han-Yeol had also predicted that would happen, though. He gritted his teeth again, thinking, eat this you freak. The reason why he had thrown his sword at the orc was to free up his right hand, as his left hand was still holding onto the chain binding the second orc down. Apart from that, it was also to draw the attention of the orc in front of him. Flop! Han-Yeol did not miss the opening that had presented itself for a second when the orc deflected his sword. He immediately drew the revolver holstered on his right hip and fired it into the orc's face, using his skill. Power strike? Tang, 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 gueek! The orc roared in agony as 3 bullets hit it in the face. Han-Yeol immediately ran toward the orc while it was still stumbling in agony, firing a bullet right between its eyes at point-blank range and thinking, goodbye. Mana explosion? Tang, boom! The bullet pierced into the orc's head and exploded inside its skull. The explosion left behind empty space, and the headless orc fell backward. Hua! Han-Yeol finally let out a breath. He did not even have the luxury to reload his revolver. Instead, he grabbed his sword and went downstairs. There, he found that the second orc had managed to free itself from his chains. The enraged orc huffed and puffed, rapidly charging at Han-Yeol as soon as he went down from the second floor. SHWWWRK? Chain smite, Han-Yeol thought after he calmly pulled his chain back, sending it out again to strike the orc's heel. The orc lost its balance from the sudden attack and fell flat onto the floor. Bam! Thud! Han-Yeol jumped at the orc as soon as it fell to the ground and stabbed his sword down toward its chest. However, the orc had no intention of making things easy for him. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Clang! The orc swung its sword and flung Han-Yeol backward. Tisk! So you don't have any plans to let me win easily, Han-Yeol thought, clicking his tongue. He infused his mana into his sword and used a skill. Power strike. He threw his sword at the orc once again. Clang! Grook! The orc groaned. Han-Yeol had infused the sword he threw with power strike this time, unlike the first time. The mana-infused sword knocked the orc back as soon as it tried to guard against the strike. Then, he drew his revolver once again and fired it, just like a scene out of a Wild West movie. Power strike. Tong! The orc that had previously lost one of its arms to Han-Yeol's chain attack had recovered and tried to hit him with a sneak attack using its glaive, but the round he fired out of his revolver hit it dead center between the eyes. Thud! The bullet pierced through the orc's head and penetrated its brain, and it fell backward and collapsed onto the floor. Ding! Your excellent marksmanship has allowed you to hit your targets accurately. A new skill has been created, marksmanship. Another new skill had been created once again. One has to always watch out for any attacks from behind, Han-Yeol thought with a proud smirk. Guiyuo! The orc that had been knocked back by Han-Yeol's mana-infused sword let out an enraged roar. However, Ratatata! Han-Yeol had already aimed his rifle at the orc, and he the trigger. The orc did not even have time to defend itself, as the bullets that flooded out of the M4A2-001 rifle riddled its body with bullet holes. Cough! Cough! Griuk! The orc was left kneeling on the floor, exhausted and out of strength. After being filled with more than 30 bullets, it started to vomit out blue blood. Han-Yeol slung his rifle onto his back and picked up his sword from the floor, then he slowly walked toward the orc. Grrrrrrr, the orc growled at him, but anyone could see by then that it had lost the fight. However, each orc was born with a warrior's spirit. It refused to accept its defeat as it extended its neck and snarled at Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol quietly stared at the orc, but that lasted only for a moment before he swung his sword and cleanly cut its head off of its neck. Sukok! Thud! The orc's head fell down and rolled across the floor. Ding! Your level has risen. Han-Yeol had gained a level as the finale of the fierce battle. He had almost lost his life in the fight, but the reward was well worth the risk he had taken. After all, he had gained a total of 2 new skills and a level in a single battle. Status, he thought, summoning his status screen. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 16. Points, 5. STR, 49. VIT, 46. AGI, 40. MAG, 45. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, E, Sword Mastery, E, Walking, E, Mana Control, E, Mana Mastery, F, Power Strike, E, Mana Shield, E, Sixth Sense, E, Restrain, D, Body Strengthening, F, Mana Eyes, F, Heal, A, Jumping, F, Stab, F, Dagger Mastery, F, Chain Mastery, E, Infinite Library, M, Shield Bash, E, Fire Attribute, F, Mana Explosion, F, Chain Smite, F, Marksmanship, F, Chain Smite, F. Type, Active. Description, a skill that allows you to launch an accurate attack at your target with a chain. It increases the damage of your chain attacks and allows you to slightly control the trajectory of the chain mid-flight. Marksmanship, F. Type, Passive. Description, the damage of all attacks using firearms will increase. This skill will assist you in aiming and hitting your targets. Who knew I'd hit the jackpot after just one hunt? Han-Yeol thought. He was glad that the new skills had come just in time to help him deal with the orcs much more easily. But one thing's for sure. I won't be able to survive just by increasing my mag all the time, he thought. He had managed to supplement his lacking mana by investing all 20 bonus stat points he had gained while hunting giant ants into mag. However, he realized this time around that investing all of his bonus stat points into mag was definitely not the right way forward. This battle had made him realize the importance of his STR, AGI, and even his VIT stats if he wanted to hunt further, and especially if he wanted to operate as a solo hunter. I should go back and call it a day, he thought. It was dangerous to hunt continuously, as the odds of him falling into danger would increase by the minute. That was why Han-Yeol decided to be satisfied with what he had already gotten and call it a day, dismembering the orcs before leaving the hunting grounds. After receiving the payment for the 3 orcs and their mana stones, he dropped by the supermarket before heading home. I am back, he said as he returned home. Welcome back, his father greeted him. He was on a stationary bike while watching TV. Heh, father always took very good care of his health, Han-Yeol thought. Han-Yeol's father had always taken care of his health until he fell sick. That was why he had become even more concerned about his health after experiencing a severe illness. Han-Yeol could not help but smile after seeing his father try to get in shape. He placed the groceries he had bought from the supermarket into the fridge, then brought a can of beer to his room and sat down at the computer. PSSSSHH. He went to the Hunters Association's website after opening the can, thinking, what I need to do right now is to research and investigate orcs. Gulp. He took a swig of beer. I would have died if there were 4 orcs instead of 3, he thought. He might have won against 3 orcs, but he knew that 3 was the most he could handle at once. He had found out through an online monster database that 3 was the most basic group size orcs gathered together in. That meant there would have been a possibility for him to run into a group of more than 3 orcs if he had been greedy and tried to hunt one more time. He felt a chill down his spine the moment he realized that things could have quickly gone wrong. He thought, never. Earning money and all that is good, but I have to survive first and foremost. I need to collect as much information on the orcs' patterns and habits as I can. He scoured the Hunters Association website for any information on the orcs. Eventually, he learned through the website that most orcs loved hand-to-hand combat, and their combat style involved using their swords and shields to get as close as possible to their enemy. It's simple, but the problem is their numbers. It's already scary to think of not 3, but 4 of them, ganging up and charging toward me, he thought. It would be impossible even for Han-Yeol, who possessed a plethora of skills, to take on 4 orcs at the same time because of their monstrous strength. Maybe it's a stretch to hunt them solo? He wondered. It had only been a while since he had resolved to hunt solo, but that same resolve was now starting to crumble. Well, the fact that only a few hunters actually hunt solo is proof of how hard solo hunting can be, he thought to himself, trying to justify his shaky conviction. However, the fact that Han-Yeol was a bit different from other hunters was a silver lining. A normal hunter would awaken to their full potential from the get-go, and their overall strength would not increase significantly over the course of their life. Of course, it could improve with some training and practice, but the innate strength they had awakened with would not change much. Companions and all are pretty handy, but what I need right now isn't companions, it's more levels. I have to monopolize all of the experience points if I want to power level. Of course, I'll need to have my own companions one day, but it would be a stretch to find some immediately, he mused, deep in thought. He then shifted to trying to figure out how to fight against 4 orcs at the same time. First off, I have to hire a porter before anything else. It's getting bothersome for me to do everything alone at this point. He did not feel the need for a companion at the moment, but he definitely felt the need for a porter. He had realized that trying to save money by doing all the menial labor by himself was just stupid at this point. Click. Click. Han-Yeol opened the list of porters registered and approved by the Hunters Association and clicked through it. Most of the porters who were not affiliated with any parties usually uploaded their profiles to the website. He immediately got to work filtering the countless profiles uploaded by porters to try and promote themselves. Of course, there were no other hunters who would be as skilled as Han-Yeol when it came to filtering out porters. There won't be many porters out there who can fool the eyes of this hunter. I'm someone who personally worked as a porter for over 4 years, after all, he thought as he scanned through the profiles, so intensely that it was as if lasers were shooting out of his eyes. This was probably the first time his eyes had shone so brightly in his entire life. Huff, huff, huff. Han-Yeol exercised and trained his body on the days he did not go out to hunt. Ding! Your continuous training has produced results. The rank of body strengthening has risen from F to E. Your STR has increased by 2. Your VIT has increased by 3. Your AGI has increased by 1. All right, he cheered. Han-Yeol had been stuck in a dilemma after investing all of his bonus stat points into mag and losing after physically clashing with the orcs, but the buff he had just received to his stats could alleviate some of his concerns. This means I can grow stronger by training myself, and investing stat points isn't the only way to grow, he thought. He exhaled after finishing the first part of his physical training. As he was catching his breath from the workout, however, as I thought. Han-Yeol, you've awakened as a hunter, haven't you? The owner of Okkim suddenly asked. Ah, you noticed? Han-Yeol asked in response. He had not really planned to keep it a secret from people, but neither had he planned to go around bragging that he had become a hunter. That was why he did not bother hiding it from the people who had noticed or recognized it. Of course. You might have come by from time to time, but I've seen you ever since you were a kid. There could be no logical explanation for your sudden explosive growth, other than the explanation that you've awakened as a hunter, that is, the owner said. As expected, no one can beat you when it comes to anything related to physical ability, Han-Yeol said with a laugh. Of course, the owner exclaimed. Oh, right, how is Jisuk doing? Han-Yeol asked. Jisuk was the gym owner's only daughter. She had always been picked on for her tacky old-fashioned name, and she had cried quite a lot with snot all over her face because of it. Han-Yeol had suddenly asked about her because he suddenly remembered that it had been ages since he last saw her. They say a person has to have a bit of abundance in their life. Who knew that you of all people would ask about Jisuk? Well, she's doing fine, as always. Although she still hasn't given up on her ambition to change her name, the owner said. You can say that again. Everyone needs to have a bit of abundance in their life to relax, Han-Yeol responded. He picked up a pair of boxing gloves lying on the floor, putting them on and climbing up into the ring. Bam, bam. He bumped his fists together twice and asked, Uncle, can you hold the mitts for me? All right, the owner replied with a hint of awkwardness in his voice when he heard Han-Yeol call him uncle after a long time. Nevertheless, he brought the mitts and joined Han-Yeol in the ring. Here I come, Han-Yeol said. All right, come, the owner responded. Bam, bam, bam. It had been ages since the two of them last did some mitt work together, but they synchronized quite well even though a lot of time had passed since their previous session. The gym owner had actually seen some potential for Han-Yeol to pursue a professional boxing career, which was why he had allowed Han-Yeol to use the gym for free under the condition that he would clean it. Unfortunately, Han-Yeol had trained just to get fit and showed no interest in pursuing a career as a boxer. In the end, the man had to give up on any plans to turn him into a boxer. As expected. Such a waste of talent, the man had thought. Of course, Han-Yeol had now awakened and become a hunter, but his punches were still as accurate as those of a boxing professional. Bam, bam, huff, huff. Have you met with father, by any chance? Han-Yeol asked. Exchanging conversations during mitt work was something both of them had done ever since Han-Yeol was young. 1, 2, jab, of course. He did lose a lot of weight, but he's still as lively as ever, the man replied. That's a relief. I thought he was acting healthy in front of me just to avoid making me worry, Han-Yeol said. In truth, Han-Yeol had still been worried about his father's health the entire time. He knew that his father was a proud, stubborn man who would rather die than show his weak side to his son. Of course, his father was not stupid enough to just sit back and ignore the signs his body sent him, but Han-Yeol was still worried nevertheless, because his father had already suffered an incident of severe illness. Bam, bam, take good care of your father. He's lived his entire life just for you, the man said. Yes, I am very well aware of that, Han-Yeol replied. Han-Yeol had realized a lot of things in the previous 4 years. There was a time in his younger days when he had not known how to be grateful for the things his father gave him, and he had blamed his father for being too poor to give him the things others usually got. However, he was very aware of those things now that he had gotten older. He was aware that the only reason he had not starved and could still socialize with other people on equal footing was the fact that his father had sacrificed so much for him. It's now my turn to make sure father lives a comfortable life, Han-Yeol thought as he gritted his teeth. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Bomb? Kahok? The gym's owner let out a pained groan. Han-Yeol had failed to control his strength as his emotions started to well up from inside at the thought of his father, and had thrown a powerful straight punch. Thankfully, the thick mitt had absorbed most of the impact, but even that could not stop the sharp pain that traveled all the way to the man's wrist. Han-Yeol immediately approached the gym owner and checked up on him, asking, "Uncle, are you alright?" "Why yeah, you hunters pack quite the punch," the man replied while holding onto his wrist. "I am sorry," Han-Yeol muttered with a guilty look. His sparring session ended prematurely because of the injury he had given his uncle. He cleaned the gym just as he always did to pay for working out, then took a shower before leaving for the agreed-on meeting place. Kring, kring. The Star Cafe was a popular coffee shop in the city, and the mecca of all meeting places for youngsters to meet in. Han-Yeol stood at the entrance and looked around, thinking, oh, there they are. He spotted a man and a woman nervously sitting at a table while sipping on iced Americanos. He reminisced, I was also like them in the past. It was a tremendous opportunity for a porter to be hired directly by a hunter or a party. That way, they received more pay and had a stable source of income, as opposed to when they had to look for parties to join each time. Additionally, some porters would steal a mana stone or two whenever the chance presented itself from time to time. I've really grown a lot. Who knew I would be hiring 2 personal porters of my own? Han-Yeol thought. Until just recently, Han-Yeol had been meticulously weighing every single one of his decisions just to earn a little bit more. But now, he had the luxury and abundance needed to put money second and focus on leveling up to cure his father's illness. He walked toward the table where the 2 porters were waiting for him. DRRRD. The 2 porters immediately stood up once they saw Han-Yeol walking toward them. The male porter was the first one to introduce himself, bowing deeply from the waist. Hello, sir. My name is Choi Sungbyum. Hello, my name is Lee Ari, the female porter said, following suit with a slight nod. I used to be just like that, Han-Yeol reminisced. Memories from his past had flooded in when he saw the porter bowing deeply. He had been hired as a personal porter twice during his career as a porter, and he remembered bowing from the waist just to appeal to the hunter. I realized sooner or later that I just looked stupid, though. Hunters did not usually need to hire their own personal porters, but the main reason they would go out of their way to hire one was that they liked something about the porter. It could be because they liked the porter's skills or appearance, or because they felt romantically inclined toward the porter. In most cases, the second and third reasons were the main factors. I was just a pushover both of those times, though. Han-Yeol clicked his tongue when he remembered how he had been used both times. He had actually been hired by hunters to educate and train the other porter they had hired both times, and was fired once the other porter was fully trained. He had belatedly realized the hunter's modus operandi after the second time, so he had begun refusing all offers and gone back to working as a daily porter. It's nice to meet both of you. My name is Lee Han-Yeol. Let's try to get along from now on, Han-Yeol said with a smile. Yes, I will work hard until my body breaks, Choi Sungbyum said enthusiastically. The female porter nodded awkwardly in response, but she did not seem to be the type of person Han-Yeol would have to be worried about. Her eyes glistened when she shook his hand, and he knew very well that people who had eyes like hers were not weak types who would easily give up. Besides, he had picked them in the first place because of their stellar records as porters. Please, take a seat, Han-Yeol said. Okay, the porters said simultaneously, both sitting at the table. The reason why I wanted to see you both before going out to the hunting ground was to explain my hunting style, Han-Yeol began. I am all ears, sir, Choi Sungbyum said earnestly. Han-Yeol almost burst out into laughter, as he saw his old self in the male porter. I'm sure you guys are aware of how hunters normally hunt. Usually, they start at 9 in the morning and finish at 6 in the afternoon, Han-Yeol said. Yes, Choi Sungbyum and Lee Ari replied. They answered and nodded at the same time, and their eyes sparkled as they showed their determination not to miss a word that came out of Han-Yeol's mouth. However, I hunt in a slightly different fashion. I don't usually leave the hunting grounds until my truck is full of loot, and I rest for an hour after transporting and selling the monster remains before going back to the hunting ground. I do this back-to-back for a few days, Han-Yeol explained. I see. Both porters flinched at Han-Yeol's explanation. The 2 porters were experienced enough to understand how risky and tiring Han-Yeol's hunting style was. Even a party that hunted just once a week tended to be ambushed by monsters, barely making it out alive. Hunting day in and day out continuously would definitely increase the odds of them getting ambushed by monsters. Then, Han-Yeol added the most critical piece of information. Also, I hunt alone. The two porters were shocked by what they had just heard. They heard some rumors of hunters going on solo hunts, but they had never met one before in their entire career as porters. In fact, they had thought that hunters going out on solo hunts was a rumor people had made up after experiencing numerous grueling and dangerous hunts themselves. It was understandable for them, people who had experienced the dangers of monster hunting personally, to think that solo hunts were just rumors. There were some records of hunters going out on solo hunts, but they had always believed that there was more to those stories than the records showed. The only logical explanation for a solo hunt would be that a high-ranking hunter was going on a solo hunt in a low-tier hunting ground. It's impossible for hunters to go out on solo hunts, was what was on both porters' minds. It was now time for Han-Yeol to throw them the carrot, since he had already whipped them up. He offered, in return, I'll pay you 4.5 times more than the pay you've been receiving until now. 4.5 times more. Yes, I'm not going to exploit you for free. It's going to be a tough job after all, Han-Yeol continued. That is not the problem. The two porters were once again shocked, this time by Han-Yeol's offer. Porters who joined unofficial parties usually received around 1.4 million won a day, and they normally received around 2 million won if they were hired as personal porters. However, Han-Yeol was offering them an astonishing 9 million won for a day's work. I will do it. I will do everything you tell me to. Choi Sungbyum exclaimed enthusiastically. Me too. I will do it too. Lee Ari exclaimed as well. The two porters were not that poor, but they thought that it was well worth the risk to get paid several times more if they were going to go out on hunts anyway. All right, then please sign here, Han-Yeol said as he extended papers toward each of them. They were the porter contracts he had prepared beforehand, and he only handed them over after confirming that they had no qualms about his hunting style. The two porters carefully read the terms and details laid out in the contract, then signed it after confirming there were no problems. It's an honor to work with you too, Han-Yeol said. I will do my best. Thank you, sir. Choi Sungbyum exclaimed energetically. Me too. I will do my best as well, Lee Ari said. Good. Oh, and we'll be going to the anthill for our first hunt. We'll meet at the Hunters Association at 8 in the morning in 2 days, Han-Yeol said. Yes, sir, both of them replied. That was how Han-Yeol's first meeting with his personal porters concluded. Han-Yeol spent the next 2 days before the hunt preparing his equipment. In the meantime, however, did not forget to check up on his father's health and spend some quality time with him. On the day of the hunt, he left for the Hunters Association. He met up with both of his porters, Ari and Sungbyum, there and they left for the anthill. Creek. There was no longer a reason for Han-Yeol to drive, so he just slept leisurely in the back seat until the truck stopped. He thought, are we here already? Hunter Nim, we have arrived at the anthill's entrance, his porters informed him. His porters addressed him as Hunter Nim, that was the industry standard for how porters were supposed to address hunters. All right. Yawn, Han-Yeol responded while yawning. He stretched to wake his body up before sitting upright. The porters parked the truck, then proceeded to take their equipment from the trunk, fully arming themselves. They're certainly not the kind of porters who do it just to make ends meet, Han-Yeol thought as he observed the equipment of the two porters he had hired. The people who became porters just to make a living, the way Han-Yeol had before, usually used the cheap and reliable equipment sold by the association. However, those porters who were serious about their work and aimed to awaken as hunters, like Sungbyum and Ari, did not use that sort of cheap equipment. Rather, they purchased proper equipment made by a crafting class hunter from the Hunter Mall. Click. Clack. Ari and Sungbyum finished putting on their expensive-looking equipment. I remember drooling over that equipment back then, Han-Yeol thought as he reminisced about the past that was not so far behind him. However, he decided to stop as he realized, I don't have a single good memory from that time. It was only natural that he would not have had any good memories, since he had lived for money and money alone. The only memories he had from that period of time involved going through all sorts of tedious and hazardous situations just to make enough money to pay off his father's hospital bills. In addition, he had spent all of his free time working part-time at the factory to supplement his income just to make ends meet. Hunter Nim, the porters called out. Sorry. I was just reminiscing about the time when I was a porter myself, Han-Yeol said. Both porters muttered, looking at him enviously. Both of them were actually from well-to-do families, and they did not really have to work as porters. However, they endured the nasty things a porter had to do just so that they would one day be able to become hunters as well, people who were currently at the top of the social ladder. I want to hurry up and become a hunter as well. My father will finally acknowledge me if I become a hunter. The two porters had their own reasons for aiming to become hunters. Let's go. Han-Yeol called out. Yes, Hunter Nim, the porters both responded at the same time. Clack. Han-Yeol led the way, and the porters followed him from behind. 4 giant ants immediately showed up and welcomed them as soon as they entered the anthill. Oh right, we don't have a manager. Why don't you, Sungbyum, take on that role for now since you're the more experienced one? Han-Yeol asked. Yes, I understand. Fire. Sungbyum bellowed out a command. Rat-a-tat-a-ta. The two porters' assault rifles spat fire. Keek. The giant ants shrieked loudly as the shower of bullets struck them. However, it was not a shriek of agony, but one of annoyance. The giant ants charged toward them, but Han-Yeol was ready for them. He infused his mana into his bullets, then aimed his M4A2-001 rifle and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-a-ta, keek! The giant ants shrieked once again, but this time it was from pain. Thud! The result was worlds apart from when the porters had fired at the giant ants. The monsters Han-Yeol had fired on bled profusely with a colorless fluid, then collapsed and died. Their blood was colorless because ants did not have any hemoglobin. As expected. The bullets fired by a hunter are in a completely different league compared to mine, Sungbyeom thought. The bullets they had fired were equivalent to annoying pests, but the ones the hunter had fired went straight into the giant ants' exoskeletons. I will become a hunter no matter what it takes. Both of the porters were thinking the exact same thing. This is technically true. Ants have a fluid called hemolymph, although it's sometimes yellowish to greenish instead of clear. It has only been half a day since the two porters steeled their resolve with the thought, I shouldn't waste this opportunity. I'm tired. My body has no energy. It was the first time Sungbyeom and Ari had met, but perhaps because they were both working as porters, or because they were the same age, they got along with each other very quickly. They had both been excited to find out that they were the same age and that they could keep each other company when boredom struck. However, Han-Yeol did not give them a moment to even feel bored. They had been hunting like crazy. Normal hunts usually had around an hour of rest in between moving and hunting. However, Han-Yeol knew the place very well due to having already hunted there countless times before. Because of that, he had been able to hunt at a ferocious speed, while Sungbyeom and Ari stayed behind him dismembering monster corpses and loading them into the truck. The way they hunted would normally have been quite dangerous, as the porters were left behind on their own, but this place was composed of a single passage, so there were no potential dangers coming from the places Han-Yeol had already hunted in. They did that over and over again for 12 hours. Click. Clack. All right, Han-Yeol thought, feeling satisfied as he looked at his mana stone bag that was full to the brim. The reason why they had stopped hunting at that moment was due to the fact that the RV truck was already full of giant ant corpses. They had cut off the useless parts and kept only the essential, valuable ones, but the 1.5-ton RV truck's compartment was so full that not even a single ant leg could fit in anymore after the 12-hour hunting marathon. Han-Yeol had also gained a level, and a few of his skills had ranked up as well during the hunt. Nov. L. B//JNN. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 17. Points, 10. STR, 51. VIT, 49. AGI, 41. MAG, 45. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, E. Sword Mastery, D. Walking, D. Mana Control, E. Mana Mastery, F. Power Strike, D. Mana Shield, E. Sixth Sense, E. Restrain, D. Body Strengthening, F. Mana Eyes, F. Heal, A. Jumping, E. Stab, E. Dagger Mastery, F. Chain Mastery, D. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, E. Fire Attribute, F. Mana Explosion, E. Chain Smite, E. Marksmanship, F. Sword Mastery, Walking, Power Strike, Jumping, Stab, Chain Mastery, Mana Explosion, and Chain Smite had all gained a level this time. I have to distribute my bonus stat points? Thought, remembering that he still had 10 points to distribute. He could not decide how to divide the bonus stat points, as all 4 of his stats, except the LCK stat, was important to him. He pondered for a while, then eventually, decided to invest 4 points into MAG, and 2 points into the other stats to balance things out. He had no choice but to invest more points into MAG. He could increase the other stats by training his body, but at that moment, he had no way to naturally increase his MAG stat by training. But why the hell won't that heal skill level up? Han-Yeol thought in frustration. He was quite content with how things were going except for the stagnant heal skill. The reason he had been risking his life hunting was to level up his heal skill. He had been doing his best hoping to remove the black lump of mana causing his father's illness, but his heal skill had been dormant for quite a while. Clap, clap, attention, everyone, Han-Yeol called out, with 2 claps. His mana-infused claps boomed loudly and startled the 2 porters. They quickly jumped up in surprise and ran toward him. They did not really have to run, but Han-Yeol was not really bothered by it, as that was something he had gone through as well when he was a porter. He felt that he was already being nice enough by not talking down to them. Since the RV truck is full already, this is the end of the hunt. Shall we go back and sell these first? Han-Yeol suggested. Yes, Hunter Nim, the 2 replied enthusiastically. The 2 porters were delighted by Han-Yeol's declaration that the hunt was over. They were usually always eager to go out on hunts, but this was the first time they had hunted for so many hours without any breaks in between, and it was definitely not the type of hunt they were eager to go out on. Han-Yeol had spared a few giant ants, incapacitating them and passing them on to the porters. He had tried to help them awaken by letting them deal the final blow, but they had not felt any excitement from it, as all they had wanted to do at that moment in time was to rest and rest alone. We'll sell the giant ants' corpses, freshen up at the sauna, get some shut-eye, and come back here, Han-Yeol said. The 2 porters tilted their heads in confusion. We'll go at it again after resting for about 5 hours, Han-Yeol said. For some odd reason, the dark circles under Sungbyum and Ari's eyes grew twice as large when they heard Han-Yeol's words. Han-Yeol and his porters decided to make some amendments to the contract they had signed a few days prior, amending the wages they were getting paid from daily to hourly wages. A normal porter would be paid around 175,000 won an hour, but based on the new contract, Sungbyum and Ari would receive a little bit over 5 times that amount at 900,000 won an hour. It was a shocking offer that would probably never happen again in the industry. Han-Yeol hunted like a madman for 10 days straight. He continued to hunt even after his porters had already collapsed from exhaustion, taking over their duties while they were unable to move. It did slow down his hunting speed, but he felt that it was still better than sitting around and doing nothing. Yug. Ants. I feel sick. I'm sick and tired of these ants. Yug. Han-Yeol's mental state had become unstable. However, he had been able to gain a whopping 5 levels during the time he had spent hunting until he was sick and tired of the giant ants, and some of his skills had ranked up as well. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 22. Points, 0. STR, 58. VIT, 56. AGI, 48. MAG, 59. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, D. Sword Mastery, C. Walking, C. Mana Control, D. Mana Mastery, E. Power Strike, C. Mana Shield, D. Sixth Sense, D. Restrain, D. Body Strengthening, E. Mana Eyes, E. Heal, A. Jumping, D. Stab, D. Dagger Mastery, F. Chain Mastery, C. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, D. Fire Attribute, E. Mana Explosion, D. Chain Smite, D. Marksmanship, E. Most of his skills had reached a useful level. However, the biggest reward he had reaped during his crazy hunting trip was none other than 3,090,000,000 3,090,000,000 won. That was the amount he had earned after hunting like a madman for 15 days straight. He had been left with a staggering 3 billion won in his bank account even after paying off his porter's wages and other miscellaneous costs. This. It's not a dream, is it? He thought. 3 billion won was an astronomical figure that some, including him, would never have dared to dream of. However, that was only possible because he was monopolizing everything alone. It would take quite a long time for a normal party of 3 to 5 hunters hunting twice a week, 8 hours a day, to amass 3 billion won. Of course, that was based on the assumption that they were hunting giant ants as well. Thank you for your hard work, Sungbyum said with a bow. Thank you for your hard work as well, Hunter Nim, Ari said with a bow. The two porters approached Han-Yeol and bowed while he was still in a euphoric state after checking out his bank account. He had already told them that the hunt was officially over. My level isn't increasing anymore, he thought. He had hunted the giant ants for quite a long time, and his level no longer budged from where it was. That was why he decided to end the hunt on the 15th day. Yes. Thank you for your hard work, you too, Han-Yeol replied. He added, it's a shame you guys didn't get to awaken this time. Well, there is nothing we can do about it. This is not the only chance we will get. Both porters replied. I'm sure you'll definitely awaken next time. Han-Yeol said encouragingly, even though they were nothing but empty words. He actually liked the two a lot. He had spent around 540 million won on their wages alone, but he did not feel that it was wasted at all, as they diligently fulfilled their responsibilities until the very end. He felt that the two were doing far better work than he had back when he was a porter like them. The youngsters these days work much harder than expected, he thought, sounding like an old man. That might have seemed like the case, but in truth, Han-Yeol's work as a porter was only a means of making money back then. He had no choice but to do it, as it was the only way he could have been able to afford to pay for his father's hospital bills and make ends meet. However, it was a different story for Sungbyum and Ari. The two were currently working as porters as a stepping stone to achieving their dreams of becoming hunters one day, and every single action they took was filled with their hopes and dreams. That was the main difference between Han-Yeol's life as a porter and theirs. The difference between someone doing something because they were forced to do it and someone doing it because they wanted to do it was as wide as heaven and earth. I'll give you a call if we ever need to go out and hunt again, Han-Yeol said. Yes, Hunter Nim, the two replied with bitter smiles on their faces. They normally liked going out on hunts, but the hunts with Han-Yeol were excruciatingly tiring. That was how the trio ended their 15-day hunting trip and separated in front of the Hunters Association. Sungbyum and Ari staggered away, while Han-Yeol sat leisurely on a plaza bench while deep in thought. What should I do now? Should I keep hunting alone like this? Or should I create a party and start from there? It would be much more helpful and safer for him to go around massacring low-tier monsters the way he had this time around if he wanted a lucrative source of income. However, Han-Yeol's current goal was not to become rich and live a comfortable life. I can earn money anytime from now on, but what I need right now is to increase my heal skills level, he thought. He suddenly felt the need to hunt with others the next time, deciding, I can challenge stronger monsters if I'm not alone, and I can raise my level faster that way. He had to be prepared to give something up if he wanted to gain something in return, after all. First, I have to go buy a new chain, he thought. The chain he was currently using had been made by a crafting class hunter, but it was a miscellaneous item crafted for the purpose of binding, not to be used as a weapon. Some cracks had already started to appear after its sustained 15 days of abuse from him. I have to give the custom-made ones a try and not get one from the hunter mall this time around, he decided before heading home. Let us go eat out, father, Han-Yeol said when he arrived home. Sure, his father replied. Han-Yeol intended to treat his father at the same barbecue place as before, because he felt sorry for having left his father alone for the past 15 days. Thus, they both went to the restaurant and placed their orders. PSSSSHHH. As tasty-looking slices of beef sizzled on the tabletop grill, they ate quietly without exchanging many words with each other. Han-Yeol, his father began. He was the first one to break the silence. Yes, father. Han-Yeol asked. I think I should go and do some work now as well, his father said. Father? You have not fully recovered yet. What kind of work are you planning to do in your current state? Han-Yeol asked. Han-Yeol had continuously used heal on his father every time he left on or returned from a hunt. That was the reason why his father was healthy, as heal's effect was suppressing his illness. However, his father still had the black lump of mana attached to his body, and it was still situated near his heart, of all places. No, I'm fine. My body is doing really well and my condition is great. Rather, I feel as if I'm going to go nuts just staying at home like a freeloader when my body is in such great condition, his father argued. No, what work are you talking about? What am I here for? I suggest that you consider traveling for a while like others. You know, go play golf, seduce some ladies, and get remarried, Han-Yeol said, trying to talk his father out of it. Han-Yeol would prefer for his father not to work at all if possible. His father had already given up his entire youth to raise him, so it was now Han-Yeol's turn to let him relax and enjoy life for a change. However, his father seemed to have no plans of doing that. What remarriage? Not a chance. Besides, I'm so healthy I could fly at any moment now. How can I just stay at home? People are going to badmouth me if all I do is go out and play around. All of my friends are still working their butts off, so who will I even go traveling with? I don't want to go traveling alone, so forget it, his father said, adamantly refusing. That does make sense. I can't force him to travel alone. Han-Yeol was somehow convinced. He eventually decided to give in a little bit to his father's desire and asked, then, what kind of work are you thinking of doing? I haven't really thought about it, but I was thinking of working as apartment security. It's a job that doesn't really require any qualifications to do, and the work is really easy too, his father replied. His father was right. He had worked at a small company as an ordinary employee until before he got sick, and the only job he could probably get at his current age was as a security guard. However, no, father. Never, I will never agree to that. Han-Yeol adamantly turned down his father's idea of working as a security guard. Why not? His father asked. Have you not seen the news these days? There have been numerous security guards committing suicide after being bullied by the tenants. Frankly speaking, will you be able to handle the amount of insults you will receive working as one? Han-Yeol asked. His father merely expressed his agreement silently. His father was quite a proud man, and he would definitely be unable to handle the assorted insults and abuse the tenants would throw at him. He was definitely not well suited to a job that was exposed to those kinds of abuse. Of course, that would not be the case all the time, but there was still a chance that he would end up working at an apartment with unruly tenants. The idea of his father working in such a stressful environment was stressful to Han-Yeol as well, and there was no way in hell he would agree to that. Anyway, I plan to work no matter what, his father stubbornly insisted. Han-Yeol now had another thing on his plate to worry about, and it was not going to be something he could solve this instant. Father, I understand. I will let you do what you want, so please take your time and think about it. I think I should help you find a nice job, so please wait for me, but the security guard idea is a no-go. Are we clear? Han-Yeol said firmly. I don't mind as long as you find something for me as soon as possible, but Han-Yeol, do you even have the ability to do all of that? His father asked. Han-Yeol's father was still unaware that he was a hunter. Han-Yeol had kept it a secret because he did not want his father to continuously worry about him and end up making his illness worse. I am the most capable guy in our company, did I not tell you? Han-Yeol replied while stuttering a bit. His father stared at him with a strange look in his eyes. Han-Yeol looked up the details of a famous crafting class hunter's workshop in Gangnam, then went to pay them a visit. Ring? The sound of a classic, vintage bell that seemed out of place in such a modern city rang out when Han-Yeol entered the workshop. Welcome to the Dwarven Workshop, a woman's clear voice greeted him as soon as he entered. What kind of a name is Dwarven Workshop? Han-Yeol wondered. He decided not to think too much about the workshop's odd name as he walked toward the reception desk. There, he took out the chain he had been using, along with a picture of a chain with a claw attached to one end and showed it to the receptionist. He said, I want to request a chain weapon that looks like this. Wow, that looks unique. I have worked here for almost 5 years now, but this is the first time I have seen a request to make an unusual weapon like that, the woman said. She continued, the owner of this workshop is actually quite a fussy person. He has been complaining for quite a while now that he has been making the same kinds of weapons for too long. Well, I guess I will not have to listen to his grumbling this time. Ha ha ha. Han-Yeol laughed in response, while thinking in the back of his mind, this woman is a bit weird. It was definitely strange to see an employee openly criticizing their boss in front of a customer. He suspected that the woman might somehow be related to the owner. The woman received the picture and scanned it, then typed something on her keyboard. Then, she clicked a few times with her mouse before turning to look at Han-Yeol. She said, "The quotation came out just now. How much is it?" Han-Yeol asked in response. You cannot get shocked, okay, the woman asked. What? Han-Yeol responded, tilting his head in confusion. That will be 1,930,000,000 won, and it will be 2,123,000,000 won including taxes. Oh right, you will have to pay the whole thing up front, by the way, the woman said. What did you just say? Han-Yeol asked, thinking he might have misheard the woman. Your order will cost 1,930,000,000 won, and it will be 2,123,000,000 won including taxes. You will have to pay the whole thing up front, the woman repeated. Han-Yeol was flabbergasted to learn that the workshop had quoted him a price that amounted to nearly 2/3 of his assets. He protested the unreasonable figure, exclaiming, what the hell? Are you making the chain out of diamonds or something? How does 2.1 billion even make sense? However, the woman calmly dealt with the unruly customer in front of her even though he was protesting in a very rough and aggressive tone. She replied, I am sorry, but we are not the ones who decide the material, method, and price of our items. Our owner is the one who decides those things, and there is nothing we can do about it. We do not have the authority to touch even a single one of the total price. Never mind, I'll just go, Han-Yeol said with a sigh. I apologize for the inconvenience. We hope to see you again, the woman responded with a polite bow. See me again, my ass? Han-Yeol thought as he stumped out of Dwarven workshop. He then went around to the other workshops he had looked up before going there to request his chain. However, I apologize. Our boss does not make these kinds of weapons. I apologize. Our boss does not. I apologize. Our boss. I apologize. I apologize. What the hell? What's going on right now? Han-Yeol was perplexed by the responses he received. He has already visited more than 10 workshops, but his request to commission his chain was rejected by all of them. He was certain that the workshops he visited had all advertised that they took requests for all sorts of weapons, but all of them had repeated the same thing like parrots, rejecting his request to commission a chain. Han-Yeol's head felt as if it would crack from stress at that point. He thought, I guess I have no choice. He was very annoyed and frustrated, but he needed to get his weapon made. In the end, he had no choice but to go back to the Dwarven workshop. Ring? Welcome? Omo? You are back, the woman exclaimed in surprise. Please ask your boss to make it for me. I hope the quality will match how expensive it is, Han-Yeol said. Of course. You may request for an exchange if you are not satisfied with the quality of our work, the woman replied. Han-Yeol sighed in frustration. He finalized his request with the Dwarven workshop before heading to the bank to issue a check for 2,123,000,000 won. He then returned and passed the check over to the woman. Thank you very much, dear customer. We will contact you once it is ready if you leave your contact details with us, the woman said. All right, Han-Yeol replied weakly. He wrote down his name, address, and mobile number before heading home. When he arrived, however, his father was not home. He must have gone out to have a drink with his friends, he thought. He was not particularly worried, as he knew his father was one to prioritize taking care of his health even if he was out with his friends. Additionally, Han-Yeol had been casting heal on his father every day, so it did not really matter if he drank or not, but it was still reassuring to see his father take care of his health. Flop. Han-Yeol threw himself on top of a bed that was incomparably more comfortable than the one he had once used. I've earned 3 billion won, but I ended up using 2.1 billion already. Is this what it means to be a hunter? He thought. He suddenly remembered something he had read on the Hunters Association's website back when he was a porter. Hunters make a lot of money, but there are only a few rich hunters. He had initially thought back then that that was a load of horseshit, but he now understood what that meant. It had already cost him billions just to make a chain, but what if he requested a piece of equipment that required more precision or something even more sophisticated? How much more would he have to spend on that? A chill traveled down his spine at the mere thought of it. Let's just get some sleep, he thought, closing his eyes and deciding to leave those problems for another time. Han-Yeol was forced to rest for 4 days until his chain was complete. Shhuiaik? His eyes sparkled the moment he arrived at the Dwarven workshop and saw his 2,123,000,000 won chain. He exclaimed, wow, what's this? This is completely different from what I imagined. Han-Yeol had initially grumbled about what kind of chain would cost 2.1 billion won, but all of that changed when he received the finished weapon. The chain felt so natural in his hands and exuded such warm mana that it was well worth the 2.1 billion won he had spent. That said, that did not mean that Han-Yeol, who was a penny-pinching miser, was happy about spending 2.1 billion. Still, he was content with the fact that the chain he had received boasted quite high-quality workmanship. It's the best, he said in satisfaction. Haha, my boss of a husband is quite skilled with his hands, and his skills are the one thing I can personally guarantee about him, the woman said with a proud smile on her face. You are married to the crafting class hunter? Han-Yeol asked. Yes, did I not tell you? The woman asked in response. No, you didn't. Han-Yeol was about to reply, but he decided against it when he saw the bright, innocent smile on her face. No wonder she had no reservations talking crap about her boss to a customer, he thought. It made perfect sense if they were a married couple. Oh, and our boss wanted to tell you that it was a fun request, so he is willing to give you a 10% discount the next time you request for something else, the woman added. Ah, please thank him for me then, Han-Yeol replied. I will, the woman replied enthusiastically. Han-Yeol left the workshop, thinking about what to do next. He pondered, should I just go home? He had already gotten his new chain, so his lack of weaponry was no longer stopping him from going out to hunt. He thought of going home and searching online on the Hunters Association website under the Looking for Party tab to see if there were any parties he could join. But then, Lee Han-Yeol, Hunter Nim, someone called out from behind. Han-Yeol had felt someone approach him from behind, but he had never expected that they would call him out. He turned around and replied, "Ah, yes, that's me." When he turned around, he saw two people who were wearing black sunglasses and suits. They looked exactly like the stereotypical image of a government agent, particularly like SHIELD agents. The two people took out their official IDs and showed them to Han-Yeol, saying, "We are from the Hunters Association. We are currently investigating the giant ants' corpses and mana stones you have sold. Will you please come with us?" "Are you asking me to come voluntarily?" Han-Yeol asked. "Yes," one of the agents replied. "So it means I'm not in trouble," Han-Yeol thought. A voluntary commitment did not give the arresting officer any right to forcefully make an arrest. That meant that he had the right to refuse to be investigated. However, Han-Yeol did not refuse, and instead agreed to follow them. "All right, I don't mind at all," he said, thinking, "I'm not guilty of anything anyway." The only thing Han-Yeol had done the entire time was hunt diligently. That was the reason why he agreed to follow them to be investigated. "This will be the second time I'm going to the Hunters Association for an investigation, come to think of it," he thought. He had been investigated on charges of illegal hunting the first time he went, and he was curious as to what the charges would be this time around. Ugh! Han-Yeol groaned when the door to the investigation room opened, and the same investigator who had investigated him the last time he was there, the same one who had tried to corner Han-Yeol for illegal hunting. "We meet again. I was hoping that it was just someone with the same name when I saw the name Lee Han-Yeol, but I suppose we are destined to meet," the investigator said. "You do not have to be so nervous. You will be out in no time, if you are innocent, that is. I suppose you are right. That was what happened last time, after all," Han-Yeol leisurely replied. Han-Yeol tried his best to put up a front, but he could not help but feel nervous while he was in the investigation room, which was the kind of place he normally only saw in movies or TV dramas. He was an awakened and a hunter, but he was also a human with a beating heart, in the end. "So, what are your suspicions about me this time?" he asked. "I will get straight to the point, since you asked me first. Mr. Lee Han-Yeol, are you involved in any illegal trade of monster corpses and mana stones?" the investigator asked. "What?" Han-Yeol grumbled in surprise as he thought, "What kind of dogshit nonsense is this?" He was in disbelief. He had hunted to the point of exhaustion and experienced multiple bouts of nausea that made him vomit a few times to pay his taxes and contribute to the country's economy, but now they were accusing him of illegal trade? Huh? What a load of bull. "Look here, on what grounds are you even investigating me right now? Illegal dealings? My patriotism and love for my country made me hunt like crazy for the past few days to contribute to our economy, but what? Illegal trade?" He could not help his angry outburst at the accusations thrown at him. He was so worked up that he could not control his emotions any longer, and mana slowly started to exude out of his body. "Please calm down, Han-Yeol Nim. You will be restrained by the hunters outside if you get worked up in here. It is a complete misunderstanding, so there will be no problems as long as you do not get worked up." Carvis suddenly intervened. This was the second time she had helped calm him down. Thank you, Carvis," Han-Yeol replied to the ego system. "You are welcome." Getting worked up gave him a nice kick to his adrenaline, but anything in excess was bound to do more harm than good. "Nov. L. B //JNN. Please calm down. That is the reason why we did not arrest you, but asked you to come voluntarily. We do have our suspicions, but we do not have any concrete evidence against you. That was why we wanted to listen to your side of the story first. Please just keep in mind that the amount of monster corpses and mana stones you have sold is highly suspicious for an F rank like you," the investigator explained. I understand," Han-Yeol said. He calmed himself down and started to think about his next words. After all, the investigation room was a place where a single word could have him locked up regardless of whether he was guilty or innocent. "I saw that on the news once," he thought. Y News was a channel that specifically dealt with stories like that, and he had watched a few of their segments before. Han-Yeol lied to the investigator, explaining that his ability allowed him to grow slightly while not mentioning anything about being able to level up. He then explained the times when he had hunted with full honesty and transparency. "So you are saying, your ability grew stronger, so you hunted the giant ants for 15 days with just 2 porters?" the investigator asked. "Yes. You may check the CCTV cameras around the anthill if you do not believe me. You will clearly see me there, since I used the main roads after all," Han-Yeol said confidently. The investigator thought deeply about his words. One of the investigators watching in the other room went to check the CCTV as soon as Han-Yeol mentioned it in his statement. However, the investigator in front of Han-Yeol was already convinced, thinking, he is telling the truth. The reference here is from the Ross. Author Nim must be a Marvel fan. Han-Yeol's demeanor had been careful but confident, and he had also been able to look her straight in the eyes while he spoke. The investigator thought it would make sense that he could be lying if he were a pathological liar or a career criminal, but all this guy has on his records are a few fights he had back in his school days. Some time passed before another investigator entered the room and whispered something to the investigator in front of Han-Yeol. As expected, the investigator muttered. They had checked the CCTV around the anthill, and also received the statement of the two porters who had accompanied him. See, what did I tell you? There is no problem, right? Han-Yeol asked. There certainly is not. Though it seems that you have quite the ties with us, seeing how you have met us for the second time without being guilty, the investigator said with a straight face. Tisk. No such thing as an apology again, Han-Yeol thought, clicking his tongue in annoyance. He understood that they were just doing their job, but the fact that they did not feel the need to apologize to him ticked him off for some reason. They did that when I was a porter, but they're doing it again when I'm a hunter. Are they looking down on me because I'm an F rank or something? He grumbled inwardly. Awakened hunters were at the top of the social ladder, but the fact that they were treating him the same way as when he had been a porter ticked him off. But still, Han-Yeol decided to hold it all in as he thought, just try doing this again next time. I won't stay so quiet then. He stood up, about to stump out of the investigation room. He might have been pronounced not guilty, but the fact that he had not committed a crime in the first place made him even more annoyed. Oh, right. Please do not forget to update your rank next time to prevent these kinds of things from happening. We are also upset that we have to go back empty-handed a second time, you know, the investigator added. Yeah, I'll do as you say, Han-Yeol replied nonchalantly. I have my eyes on you, he grumbled inwardly. It was not the right moment, but Han-Yeol swore he would one day grind that investigator's nose flat. Han-Yeol finished the annoying and frustrating investigation he had to take part in before going to have his mana tested. His rank increased from F rank to E rank. F or E, it doesn't really make a huge difference, he thought. He did get some benefits in terms of taxes or access to information, but the ranks F, E, D, and C were all birds of a feather anyway. Han-Yeol went to the multimedia room, which was located on the second floor of the main Hunters Association building. Instead of going home, he grabbed a spot and uploaded his information to the community board for those looking for a party on the association's website. Looking for party E-rank hunter. I am an E-rank supporter and secondary healer looking for a party. My main weapon is a chain and claw, and I can bind enemies with my chain as well as attack them with the claw. I can also use heal, so I can assist in healing injuries. However, I cannot heal at long range like a main healer, and am limited to physical contact. Additionally, I can only heal external wounds. He uploaded his information before leaning back in his chair, thinking, I wonder when I'll receive a message. Ding, 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 ding. A wave of messages flooded the computer screen as soon as he finished wondering when he would be able to get a response. What the hell? Why are there so many messages? He wondered, before he turned the alarm off and read the messages he had received. Hunter Nim, we will offer you the best conditions. We will give you 1.5 times the share of the loot. Hunter Nim, you will be able to hunt exponentially faster if you hunt with us. We are hunters associated with the Arangsa Guild. Don't you want to hunt comfortably with us in our own hunting ground? He had received a ton of messages trying to scout him for their party. He wondered, the matching system doesn't usually work this well, from what I've heard. Han-Yeol had experienced various kinds of situations while working as a porter. There were times when a hunter had suddenly decided not to show up, so they had to find a replacement hunter, but the hunters had always used to grumble that there were no useful ones in the bunch. There were also some hunters who grumbled that they rarely received a message even after writing very good introduction posts on the community board. Don't tell me. Is it because of heal? Han-Yeol wondered. Looking back, most of the parties he had joined as a porter had lacked a healer. However, it was a given that there would be injuries and casualties while hunting monsters, so the hunters had been forced to treat their injuries with expensive potions due to the absence of a healer. Now it makes sense. My healing ability is something any party would covet even if it's not an immediate or long-distance healing ability, he thought, coming to a sudden realization. Han-Yeol had finally realized that even though his heal was not an instant healing skill that was usable in battle, the fact that he was able to heal was already a huge merit in itself. That was because the hunters would be able to save a lot of money, as they would not have to use expensive potions anymore. He decided to happily reread the messages he had received now that he understood what was going on. They were all offering him the best terms and conditions to scout him for their parties. Han-Yeol finally sent a reply after pondering which party to join for 30 minutes. I wish to join your party. Then, he waited for their confirmation. Ding. Thank you. The hunt will be 3 days from now at 8 in the morning. The meeting point will be in front of the second wharf of Inchinport. Han-Yeol replied. I understand. Han-Yeol arrived at Inchinport 3 days later, boarding a ship at the second wharf. The place they were going to was none other than Bakrayyeongdu. The place we are going to is Bakrayyeongdu, the party leader said, pointing at a screen where a projector was displaying an image of Bakrayyeongdu. He added, as you might be well aware, this is a place where trolls live. This reminds me of old times. Han-Yeol reminisced about a time 2 years before, when he had gone to this place while he was still a porter. Trolls were very valuable monsters, so entry into Bakrayyeongdu to hunt them required the party to obtain a hunting permit from the government. They were also quite the opponents to deal with. They were as strong as they were valuable, so most parties that hunted them were made up of 3 to 5 hunters. However, this party was composed of 8 hunters, 8 porters, and 2 managers, for a total of an 18-person strong party. I will now explain how the trolls attack. They use wooden clubs as their weapons, but you should in no way underestimate them. Their clubs are infused with mana that can rip through most hunters' defenses like paper. Just listen to my orders. As the tank, I will guarantee that none of you will be attacked as long as you follow my commands, the party leader explained. Then, he continued, the trolls' attack pattern is quite simple. They smash away with their wooden clubs until they feel that their prey is in a weakened state, before throwing away their clubs and hacking away with their long nails. That will reduce the reach of their attacks, but you have to be vigilant, as their nails are significantly stronger than their clubs. He explained further. Next up is defense. These monsters do not even bother to defend when they are holding their wooden clubs. They do not bother, as their hides are quite thick and their blood grants them a healing ability. They can heal from whatever damage they receive in under 5 seconds. That is why we have to restrict their movement and inflict as much damage as we can in a short period of time, and aim for their hearts or necks to prevent them from regenerating. Those present nodded, as they were all aware of those details. Lastly, I will repeat myself once again. I hope you will follow my commands. Alright, I will end my briefing here. We still have some time before we reach the island, so you may all have your own personal time till then. Our ETA is at 1 in the afternoon, the party leader said, ending his briefing. Most of the hunters chit-chatted with their fellow comrades, while other hunters took a nap after the briefing ended. However, the party leader walked over and approached Han-Yeol, calling out, Mr. Lee Han-Yeol. Yes. Han-Yeol responded. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am the leader of the Onyx Party, Ji-pyong, the party leader said as an introduction, offering Han-Yeol a handshake. Yes, it is nice to meet you too. Your briefing skills were extraordinary, Han-Yeol replied. Haha, thank you very much. I was actually very surprised to find someone with a healing ability pop up on the matching website, so I immediately sent you a message. To be frank, I was not really expecting much when I sent it, so I was really happy when you replied, Ji-pyong said. It is good for me as well, since I get to be a part of a troll hunt, which is rumored to be very difficult, Han-Yeol replied. The reason why Han-Yeol had chosen this party was because of the trolls. He could go to any other hunting ground whenever he wanted to, but coming here to hunt trolls was not an opportunity that came easily. What? A healer? Debuk? Are you saying we have a healer in our party? The biggest problem the hunter industry was facing at the moment was the shortage of healers. The large guilds scouted anyone who awakened as a healer, regardless of whether they were a primary healer who could use an instant healing skill or a secondary healer who could not. There had been numerous accusations against the large guilds of monopolizing healers due to that, but it did not really matter, as the large guilds had already cemented their status and power in their respective countries. It was possible to find a healer from time to time due to the government's intervention, but that still did not change the fact that a healer was a rare and precious asset to any party. Nice to meet you. I heard you were a healer, one of the party members asked. Yes, it's nice to meet you too. I can't really say I'm a healer, since I can't use an instant heal, Han-Yeol replied. Well, what does it matter? I'll be in your care from now on, the party member said. Alright, Han-Yeol replied. The hunters had not really cared who Han-Yeol was, but that all changed after they heard that he was a healer, as all of them rushed to get acquainted with him. After all, it was simply common sense to appeal to a healer so they would be prioritized for healing in a life or death situation, which could end up saving their lives. Additionally, the chances of them joining a party with a healer would increase if they got acquainted with a healer who was not affiliated with any party. That was what networking is all about. Haha, you sure are famous because you are a healer? I am jealous. Ji-pyong said after all of the hunters were done taking turns shaking hands with Han-Yeol. You are one to talk, party leader. I heard you were an original tank. Should you not be much more famous than me, someone who is just half a healer? Han-Yeol replied. It was exactly as Han-Yeol had just said. Another role that was just as difficult to find as a healer was an original tank. An original tank was also known as a main tank in many cases. A main tank's primary role was to block the monster's attacks and protect their allies at all costs. Most tanks these days did not focus fully on defending like original tanks, but instead focused on either increasing their strength to deal damage or increasing their mobility to avoid and parry attacks. There were also some new generation tanks who focused on honing their long-range skills in some cases. They were called jacks of all trades, as these tanks could both defend and attack, but their defense was a bit lacking for them to be considered main tanks. In fact, most of the new tanks who had awakened recently lacked defensive skills, unlike the original tanks. That was the reason why the recent trend these days was to have 2 sub-tanks in a party. However, a main tank was still preferred, as that would allow the party to free up a slot to bring in a DPS instead of having 2 tanks. Well, I do not really feel the importance of a tank. Perhaps it is because I am a tank myself? Anyway, all I know is that I am really glad to meet you, Ji-pyong said. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Is that so? Han-Yeol asked. Of course. Ji-pyong replied enthusiastically. The ship soon reached Bakryeongdo while the tank and the healer, who were considered to be the backbone of the party, chatted away and got acquainted with each other. We have finally arrived, Ji Pyong said. Did you say we would be staying here for 3 days? Han-Yeol asked. Yes, I received permission from the government to hunt for 3 days in this place. There is no reason for us to waste time by going back and forth, right? A friend of mine went ahead with the party just before us, so I asked him to save us a spot to camp. We will set up our base camp in that place, and hunt trolls for 3 days, Ji Pyong explained. I see, Han-Yeol replied. That was the second reason why he had chosen the Onyx party. Han-Yeol desperately wanted to level up more quickly, and it would have been very annoying for him if he had to hunt with a party that hunted leisurely for 8 hours with breaks in between. He had already been prepared to join an 8-hour a-day party before he luckily stumbled upon the Onyx party, who had put forth their plan of hunting for 2 nights and 3 days instead of the 8-hour a-day schedule. Well, I'm not losing out on anything either way. I actually got the best deal this time, he thought. They soon arrived at the place Ji Pyong had told Han-Yeol about and set up their base camp. Their camp was nothing special, as it just consisted of tents made out of tarpaulin. All right, listen up, porters. Hurry up and finish your preparations. We will be moving in an hour from now, the manager said. Yes, Manager Nim, the porters replied. The busiest people in any party were always bound to be the porters. That was because the job of a porter was to make life easier for hunters while they were hunting, even if it was by the smallest bit. Party leader, we have finished all preparations, one of the managers reported to Ji Pyong. All right, all forces, prepare to move out. Ji Pyong gave out the command to mobilize, and all 18 members of the party moved at his command. This place still gives off that sinister vibe, Han-Yeol thought. The place had given off a bad feeling even when he had been there 2 years ago, and this time was no different. There is a saying in Korean that someone arrogant or haughty has a high nose and the act of humbling someone is to grind their nose down. So what Han-Yeol meant was that he intended to greatly humble them, akin to making them kneel in front of him one day. Tubakrai-yeongdo, also known as Bangin-yeongdo, is a South Korean island near North Korea. You may read up on its details here if you're interested. 3 Here, the author literally uses the Korean term, which is a transliteration of original tanker in English. It's meant to distinguish them from the new style of hybrid tanks described a few paragraphs later. Yug. This place. I don't think I'll ever get used to this place no matter how many times I come here. I know, right? I heard that all of the island's residents were eaten alive by trolls when the dimension gate opened here, but I can't shake off the feeling that this whole island is cursed by an evil spirit. Han-Yeol was not the only one who felt that the island was eerie and sinister, the others all seemed to share the same thought. Mana eyes, Han-Yeol thought, activating his skill. He infused his eyes with mana and observed the surroundings while the other hunters were busy chit-chatting away. He was being careful, as there were some odd trolls that wandered around apart from the rest, and the last thing they would want was to be caught off guard by a deadly monster like a troll. Thankfully, they did not run into any trolls on the way to their target location. Listen up, the trolls will be quite active from this point on. I wish to remind you again. You have to follow my orders no matter what. We will all die if even one of you acts out of line, Ji Pyong said. Yes, yes. You don't have to keep saying that, party leader Nim. The younger hunters in the party nonchalantly responded to Ji Pyong's nagging. They were already starting to feel annoyed due to the way Ji Pyong had been saying the same thing over and over again. Ji Pyong was only reminding them out of concern for the party, but he felt upset due to the way they responded to him when he was just looking out for them. Boom, boom, boom. Several loud booms suddenly reverberated from the forest. The trolls have finally caught our scent, and they are coming for us. Everyone, get ready for battle. Ji Pyong alerted the whole party. Yes, sir. The looks in the hunters' eyes changed in an instant as they prepared for battle. They had been dilly-dallying until that moment, but they turned serious right as the battle was about to commence. Porters, prepare to fire, one of the managers called out. Clack. The first to engage in battle were the porters. Fire, the manager commanded. Rat-a-tat-a-tata. The 8 porters opened fire at the manager's command as soon as a troll emerged from the bushes. The bullets from their rifles rained down on the troll, but they failed to do any damage, and the troll only seemed to be annoyed by them. Guyuo. The troll let out an angry roar as it charged at them. Mr. Han-Yeol. Ji Pyong shouted, knowing that Han-Yeol possessed a CC skill. Yes. Han-Yeol responded. He used his skill. Restrain. Shhuiaik. The chain on Han-Yeol's left hand flew out as soon as he activated his skill, and it wrapped itself around the ankle of the troll he was targeting. Guo. The troll tilted its head in confusion. Before. Bomb. The troll crashed to the ground after Han-Yeol's chains bound its legs up, just like a person tripping over because their shoelaces were tangled. As it was running with all its might right before that, the resounding noise that followed was incredibly loud. The whole party was speechless. They had been aware that Han-Yeol possessed a CC skill, but they could never have imagined that someone they had brought along as a healer would be able to display such ability outside of healing. What are you doing? Hurry up and attack it. Han-Yeol shouted in frustration. DPS? Hurry and attack it? Hurry up. Ji Pyong snapped back to his senses and gave out a command. The hunters who had been staring at the scene suddenly came back to their senses at their party leader's command, and they rushed at the troll on the ground with their weapons drawn. The Onyx party contained 3 ranged DPS and 3 melee DPS, and all of them mercilessly attacked the troll with their own special skills. Muscle Crusher, Vacuum Spear, Bomb, Die, Die, Boom, Han-Yeol was controlling his chain to prevent the troll from getting up easily, but the troll was miles ahead of him in terms of physical strength. Han-Yeol groaned as he struggled to keep the troll under control. The moment it unleashed all its strength without reservation, however, he retrieved his chain, sensing that he could no longer keep it bound. However, Han-Yeol was not disappointed at all even after losing to the troll in their contest of strength. In fact, he was actually delighted. He exclaimed inwardly, "My new chain is really good." He had initially thought that spending 2.1 billion won for a chain was a very bad decision, but those thoughts changed the moment he used his new chain in battle. The new chain was incomparable to the ones he had previously used that came from the miscellaneous stores at the Hunter Mall. His new chain was far sturdier, absorbed his mana better, and was much easier to control. Han-Yeol stopped thinking about his new weapon and focused on the battle again. Guiyuo! The troll let out an enraged roar as soon as it was released from Han-Yeol's chain, and it relentlessly smashed its wooden club in all directions in a frenzy. Taunt! Ji-Pyong shouted. Wuong! A wave of mana emanated from Ji-Pyong's body as soon as he shouted taunt. The troll that was wildly swinging its wooden club all over the place suddenly flinched for a moment. Grrrrrrr. With a growl, the troll looked around briefly, then set its eyes on the tank. It glared at him with bloodshot eyes. Bring it on, you troll? Ji-Pyong thought as he lowered his stance. Bam! 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 The troll rushed forward and attacked the party leader as if unaware of anything else around it, and the power behind its every strike was enough to send a chill down the spines of the melee DPS who had been near it a while ago. Ha! I forgot about our leader's skill. How shameful. These hunters had hunted alongside Ji-Pyong numerous times in the past, but they had briefly forgotten about their leader's taunt skill. Aggro secured. DPS. Attack. Ji-Pyong shouted a command. Fire arrow. Wind spin. Ji-Pyong repeated his command to attack the troll after securing the troll's aggro. The ranged DPS unleashed a fierce array of spells, while the melee DPS charged at the troll. Vacuum spear. Fast walk. Bam! 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 Ji-Pyong had gained the troll's aggro, but that did not mean the troll was forever tied to him. The troll's aggro was bound to reset after it received a certain amount of damage. Grr! The troll let out a low growl. Damn it! The troll is about to redirect its aggro. Ji-Pyong shouted. The troll slowly began to look away from the tank. It was then. Shui-aik? Restrain. Han-Yeol used his skill again and threw his chain, and this time, it wrapped itself around the troll's neck. Clang! Gruyuea! The troll roared and flailed wildly as the chain wrapped around its neck. Party leader, hurry up and take the aggro, Han-Yeol shouted while struggling against the troll. Oh okay, Ji-Pyong responded. Han-Yeol had calmly handled the situation when the troll's aggro was about to be diverted to the DPS, wrapping his chain around its neck and pulling it back toward the tank. Then, he retrieved his chain as soon as the aggro was focused on the tank, as the troll might suddenly switch its aggro toward him instead. Bam! 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 The troll once again started to bash away at a large rectangular barrier the party leader erected. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Alright, everyone, attack! Ji-Pyong shouted his command once again. Yuria, Hape. They repeated the cycle of the party leader attracting the troll's aggro by using taunt, followed by the DPS safely unleashing their attacks while the troll was distracted by the tank. Then, Han-Yeol stepped in to use restrain on the troll if its aggro was about to shift, buying time for the party leader to reset its aggro once again. The innate property of the troll's blood that allowed it to recover could not keep up with the damage it received. It was impossible for the troll to withstand and regenerate from all of the damage it received when the party unleashed their fierce attacks against it. One, now, Ji-Pyong suddenly shouted. Okay, the party member named Wan replied. The spear-wielding DPS hunter took a few steps back upon receiving the party leader's command, then cast a skill. Lightning enchant. BZZZZZT? The spear he was holding was surrounded by a ferocious lightning current that seemed as if it could rip apart the heart of anything it came into contact with. Wan, end it. Ji-Pyong shouted. Alright. Wan replied as he ran and kicked off the ground. Then, he stabbed his spear directly into the troll's heart. Wan. Ji-Pyong suddenly screamed. The troll that had busily been blocking the hunter's attacks suddenly threw away its wooden club and readied its nails as if it had been waiting for that precise moment, swiping directly at Wan. Ji-Pyong felt a chill down his spine the moment he saw the troll attack Wan. He thought in horror, damn it, we were fooled. Wan was already in midair, making it impossible for him to avoid his impending doom. It was then. Shviak! Han-Yeol's chain flew out just in time and wrapped itself around the troll's right hand. He pulled on the chain and muttered, restraint. Guru! The troll exclaimed in confusion. It lasted for a mere moment, but that was more than enough. Hey op. Puak! BZZZZT? Gruyuo! The troll roared in agony. The agile spear-wielding hunter had been able to take full advantage of that split second, using the opening to drive his spear into the troll's heart with all of his strength. Then, a strong electric current spread throughout the troll, frying every single muscle in its body including its heart. Gruwa! The troll let out a last gasp, then slowly fell backward after being stabbed in one of its two critical weak points. Han-Yeol had been watching the fight from the back lines, but the entire time, he had kept his mana eyes active. He had been scrutinizing the flow of mana from start to end. These people had become hunters much earlier than Han-Yeol, and he had wanted to see whether studying how the skills of other hunters worked would help him create new skills. The troll is down. Yes. What the? That was easy, wasn't it? They had sustained not a single casualty, nor a single fatality. It was a decisive victory for the hunters, and the ones who had shown the brightest in the battle were the party leader, who was the tank, and the hunter who had dealt the final strike, Wan. However, all the hunters fixated their attention on one person. But what is that chain skill? Did you see how he instantly restrained the troll? It was awesome. The hunters started to see Han-Yeol in a different light. They had initially wondered if their party leader recruited Han-Yeol as a backup in case of emergencies, as he could not use an instant healing skill. However, they had been greatly surprised to see that Han-Yeol had more to offer than just healing, as he had used an amazing skill in the battle. We're off to a good start. I agree. We have a skilled tank and a skilled healer/supporter. It's my first time being in a party like this. I look forward to what we'll achieve this time. Han-Yeol honestly disliked getting any attention, but he could not keep from having his ego inflated when everyone was praising him. To be honest, what kind of person would not want to be praised? Ji Pyong approached Han-Yeol while he was still drunk on the others' praises. He said, "Your skill was quite amazing. Do you think so?" Han-Yeol replied, nonchalantly brushing off the compliment. However, he was actually acting humble. People were bound to praise someone even more if that person showed exceptional skills but subsequently humbled themselves. Yes, it was really amazing. I actually recruited you because of your ability as a healer, and not as a supporter. In fact, I was not really expecting much from your supporter ability. But this. Wow, I think I will have to increase your share of the profit at this rate. Ji Pyong exclaimed. Well, I will be glad if you increase my share, but there is no need to change that when we have already started our hunt, Han-Yeol replied. The party leader's proposal to increase his share was very tempting, but Han-Yeol refused the offer, as the rewards he would reap from this hunt were already significant enough for him. Additionally, he wanted to avoid any unnecessary conflict that might arise later on because of changes in the profit distribution. I understand. Then we will continue with the original distribution, Ji Pyong replied. I have no issue with that, Han-Yeol replied. It was at that moment, as the hunters were leisurely sitting around, that the two managers started to push the 8 porters in the party to move faster. One of them shouted, "Hurry up! We can't let a single thing go to waste from this troll." A troll's corpse was many times more valuable than a normal monster's, which was why the managers were rushing the porters so heavily. Huiyining! The sound of the porters' saws filled the air as they started to work on dismembering the troll's corpse. The first troll they brought down was just the start of the hunt. The Onyx party minimized their rest time and focused on hunting down more trolls. The younger hunters, who would usually complain about the fast-paced hunting, diligently fulfilled their roles without a single complaint, even they were aware that they only had 3 days to hunt these valuable monsters. Additionally, Ji Pyong, the party leader, maintained control of all the hunters in the party effectively. At this point, they had hunted more than 10 trolls. Guiyuyu, 2 trolls incoming. Unfortunately, they had to face 2 trolls at once this time around. Damn it, I'm the only tank. Ji Pyong cursed as his face crumpled. In the end, they had no choice but to use Plan B, which had been prepared beforehand in case of emergencies like this. They had hoped to never have to use it. I will keep one of the trolls busy. I want all of you to combine your strength and kill the other one, Ji Pyong commanded. They had no choice, as Ji Pyong could only taunt and keep one of the trolls busy at a time. It would have been a different story if they had a sub-tank at least, but they had pre-planned their hunt to stay around the areas where trolls were known to wander alone. Thus, they had thought they would not really need a sub-tank for the hunt. One short for crowd control, or disabling. Damn it! Fire Fist. Bam! Earthquake. The hunters unleashed their strongest skills regardless of whether they were melee or ranged DPS. Boom, 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 guo. The troll roared in agony as it was forced down to one knee by the barrage of attacks. The hunters' attacks were very effective, but it was nowhere near enough to bring down the troll through its innate regeneration. The troll soon stood up and swung its wooden club at the hunters. Avoid it. You're dead if you get hit by that. The melee DPS hunters spread out in all directions. I won't let you. Restrain. Han-Yeol threw his chain, and it wrapped itself around the troll's arm, letting him successfully restrain the monster. He did it. Everyone, attack. Earthquake. Fire arrow. The ranged DPS hunters, who were safe on the back lines, unleashed a flurry of attacks at the troll when Han-Yeol managed to restrain it. However, it was impossible for Han-Yeol to continue restraining the troll for a long period of time given his current stats. Ku, Han-Yeol groaned. Not only was it important for Han-Yeol to use restrain on the troll at crucial moments, he also had to release it at the right time for his own safety. The troll could pull him over to it by using sufficient strength to yank him off his feet. Shui Aik? Han-Yeol released and withdrew his chain, then immediately used another skill. Chain Smite? Shui Aik. Bam! Han-Yeol joined the fray, attacking the troll alongside the DPS hunters. The troll crouched and protected its face while waiting for an opportunity to attack. Ha ha ha! How does it taste, you monster? One of the hunters concluded that the troll was on its last legs from their relentless attack, then decided to ignore the safety protocols the party had with the intent of showing off his abilities. It was basic common sense for any hunter to not stay within the attack radius of a monster, but that very hunter decided to ignore common sense. Gruaia! The troll roared loudly. Suddenly, it swung its wooden club, having lain in wait for the perfect opportunity to strike. Huh! The hunter exclaimed in confusion. Bam! Kahok! The DPS, who had remained overconfidently in front of the troll in an attempt to deal the finishing blow, was struck by the troll's club as it found an opportunity to strike back. After being hit, the hunter staggered backward and was left stunned. Hunters had inhuman regenerative abilities and vitality compared to average humans, but that was completely insignificant when compared to the regenerative abilities and vitality of a troll. Cheol-jin has been caught. Damn it! The Onyx party was left in a state of emergency. Han-Yeol dashed toward Cheol-jin, the hunter who had been hit by the troll, and quickly checked his condition. He thought, phew, that's a relief. The hunter had survived being hit by the troll's wooden club, having managed to protect his body with a barrier just before impact. His quick thinking had managed to save his life. He seemed to have sustained quite a few injuries, but fortunately for him, they were still within the scope of Han-Yeol's healing ability. Of course, the injuries he had sustained were critical enough to have been lethal if there were no healers or healing potions present in the party. The situation further deteriorated after Cheol-jin was put out of commission, however. The strategy they had chosen this time was for the party leader, Ji-pyong, to keep one of the trolls busy while the 7 other hunters quickly took care of the other one. However, that was where they faced a serious problem. Damn it! No one else can tank in front. Ji-pyong cursed. Ji-pyong had initially planned the hunt based on credible information he had obtained, which had provided a route where trolls only showed up one by one. That was the reason why the DPS who had come with him this time did not have any survivability skills such as evasion or tanking, and all 3 of their skills were offensive skills. He had been very flustered when 2 trolls popped up while they were hunting in a 1-tank party composition, but he had made a wise decision to split up the trolls by taunting one away from the party. However, the problem was that the hunters he had recruited this time were too hopelessly inexperienced to deal with such a sudden turn of events. Poison ambush. Sukok? A melee DPS launched a surprise attack from behind the troll, stabbing it with a poison dagger. Dumbass? Trolls have some of the highest poison resistance among monsters? You're just going to agitate it further. Han-Yeol thought in frustration. He was very surprised by what he had just seen. How could these hunters not even be aware of the trolls' resistances when they had come to hunt these monsters? It was also funny that nobody seemed to have found anything wrong with what the melee DPS had just done, as if they had no idea what the problem was. Brew you a white? The troll roared in anger. The melee DPS hunter was perplexed. He had been expecting the troll to stagger like other monsters because of the poison he used, and had already been confident of his victory the moment he stabbed his poison dagger into the back of its neck. Let alone staggering. However, the troll seemed to have just become even more enraged. Whoosh! The troll swung its wooden club at the hunter, and as he was in midair, he could not avoid the attack. Swoosh! Right at the moment when the troll's wooden club was about to hit the hunter, his body suddenly turned into black smoke. Damn it, to think poison doesn't work against it, the hunter grumbled in frustration. The black smoke was a shadow clone he had summoned, which he had been controlling from the safety of the back lines. The troll was now even more enraged after hitting nothing with its wooden club. It stumped its feet in anger, and its eyes turned red. Watch out! It's become enraged. Monsters tended to enter an enraged state after being angered past a certain limit. Nobody knew the exact figures, but it was estimated that monsters would become at least 50% stronger in that state. We're screwed. Damn it. The situation spiraled out of control, as the troll had become enraged while Cheol-jin, one of their main damage dealers, was out of commission. How hopeless. Really? Han-Yeol sighed inwardly before extending his left hand. Restrain? He threw his chain worth 2.1 billion won, using restrain on the enraged troll. Shwiaik? The chain with a claw attached to its end flew in an arc before striking the troll. Clang? Huh? Han-Yeol thought in surprise. The enraged troll seemed to have been expecting the attack, as it easily deflected his mana-infused chain. Han-Yeol thought, so you're not going to go down without a fight. Wuong. Cough. Cough. Han-Yeol had been using heal on Cheol-jin with his right hand while throwing his chain with his left hand. In short, the enraged troll was fighting against only 5 hunters at that moment. The chain didn't work. Damn it, how are we supposed to fight against it now? The hunter's morale was greatly weakened. I guess I have no choice, Han-Yeol thought as he stopped using heal on Cheol-jin. Fortunately, Cheol-jin was no longer in danger due to the heal. I have no choice but to start getting serious now, Han-Yeol thought. He extended his chain, letting the claw hang down, then spun it around. He used mana control to accumulate mana in his body, then slowly infused that mana into his chain. As he filled it with his mana, the weapon began to emit a threatening glow. Then, chain smite? Han-Yeol threw his chain with all his might. Shwiaik? He decided to forego using restrain the way he always did, and instead chose to attack the troll directly with chain smite. The chain flew toward the troll in an arc once again. The troll seemed to have been expecting the attack, as it readied its wooden club before swinging it against the incoming chain. However, there was no way Han-Yeol would be stupid enough to try an attack that had just failed again the same way. Han-Yeol drew his revolver and aimed it at the troll's face, then fired using a skill. Marksmanship. Tang, 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 gruwah. The troll roared in agony. It would be difficult for Han-Yeol to hit a target precisely so many times without his skills, but his marksmanship skill gave him assistance and boosted his accuracy. He was able to land 4 of the 6 shots he had fired at the troll's face due to the accuracy boost the skill gave him. The troll, having only been focused on the incoming chain, flailed its arms around wildly as it felt the sharp pain of several small objects suddenly hitting it in the face. It covered its face with both hands due to the sudden pain. Whoosh! Bam! Gruuyo! The troll roared in agony once more. Han-Yeol's chain slammed into the troll's side. It would not have hurt the monster much if it were just an ordinary chain, but it was no such thing. After all, Han-Yeol had paid 2.1 billion won to have it specially crafted. The mana-infused chain's attack was nothing to scoff at, as it packed quite a punch. Thud! The troll fell down on its side after being struck by the chain. The monster is down. Attack. F-Fire Fist. Earthquake. The hunters were briefly stunned when the attack of a healer/supporter hybrid, whom they had expected would be of no help when it came to dealing damage, was the one to bring the strong and sturdy troll down to the ground. However, the hunters' instincts kicked in when they saw the troll fall over, and they unleashed their strongest skills against the monster. Boom, 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 gruuo. The troll roared in agony, before using its rage-amplified strength to withstand the attacks and stand back up. Not on my watch. Han-Yeol yelled as he threw his chain once again. Chain smite. Shuiaik. Bam, gruuo. The troll roared in agony once again. There was no reason for Han-Yeol to stand around and watch as the troll tried to get back on its feet. As such, he immediately used chain smite against the monster. The troll that had been struggling to slowly get back up found itself on the floor once again when Han-Yeol's chain struck the arm it was using to support itself. Attack. Keep attacking. Dancing sword. Ultimate strike. The melee DPS used up their mana and unleashed a barrage of attacks against the troll. Lightning enchant. Afterward, Wan, who was the key party member when it came to dealing decisive blows against the trolls, infused lightning into his spear and stabbed it deep into the troll's chest. The spear pierced right into the center of the troll's heart. Puuk. BZZZZZZZZZT. Nov. L. B //JNN. The troll tried to defend against the spear aimed at its chest, but the continuous barrage from the other hunters prevented it from moving fast enough to keep the weapon from digging deep into its heart. Gruuo. The troll screamed in agony as the spear pierced through it, unleashing a fierce lightning strike that fried it from within. Thud. Then, the troll's arms fell helplessly to the ground with a thud. We won. The troll is down. We won against a troll, even without a tank. The hunters were dumbfounded at their victory, unable to believe what had just happened. However, the situation was not resolved yet. Jipyeong. Wan shouted as he ran toward the party leader, who was tanking the other troll alone. Oh right, over there. The hunters had briefly forgotten that there was still another troll, as they had been drunk on their victory. Han-Yeol and Wan were already on the other side helping Jipyeong by the time they realized what was going on. Hurry up. Let's go. The hunters slowly gathered one by one behind Jipyeong, who was still busy tanking the remaining troll. The troll fought fiercely against the whole party, but it was no match against the hunters, who had been able to bring down an enraged troll even in the absence of a tank. BZZZZZZT. Gua. The troll let out a final groan. As Han-Yeol's chain bound up the troll, Wan precisely stabbed it through the lower right of its chest where its heart was located. The troll's dark black eyes rolled back and turned white, as the monster spasmed uncontrollably and fell backward. We won. We fought against 2 trolls and won. All right. The party was in high spirits after winning a desperate and seemingly hopeless battle against 2 trolls. Ding! Your level has risen. Yes? Han-Yeol rejoiced inwardly when his level went up. He then brought up his status screen. Status. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 23. Points, 5. STR, 58. VIT, 56. AGI, 48. MAG, 59. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, D. Sword Mastery, C. Walking, C. Mana Control, D. Mana Mastery, E. Power Strike, C. Mana Shield, D. Sixth Sense, D. Restrain, D. Body Strengthening, E. Mana Eyes, E. Heal, A. Jumping, D. Stab, D. Dagger Mastery, F. Chain Mastery, C. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, D. Fire Attribute, E. Mana Explosion, D. Chain Smite, D. Marksmanship, E. As usual, he had received 5 bonus stat points after leveling up. He invested 1 stat point into each stat except for LCK. He had intended to invest the last remaining bonus stat point into MAG, but decided to invest it into AGI instead, as his AGI stat was at 49, putting the last remaining bonus stat point into it would make it a perfect 50. Han-Yeol closed his eyes as he felt the familiar sensation of his fatigue dissipating and his body lightening after distributing his bonus stat points. Clench. He clenched his fist and thought, as expected, I can't get enough of this feeling. It's so addictive. The hunters slowly gathered one by one in front of Han-Yeol while he was still drunk on the ecstatic sensation of distributing his bonus stat points. They carefully called for Han-Yeol's attention. What's the matter? Han-Yeol asked. You were really cool when you were swinging your chain at the troll? Can we take a selfie with you, if that's okay with you? They asked. What? Han-Yeol exclaimed in surprise. He was well aware of what a selfie was, even though he was antisocial. He wondered, they say it's a trend to take selfies with strong and cool hunters these days. But me too, can I take a selfie with you as well? You're a healer, but you can use a chain as well? You were really cool. It was only difficult for the first hunter to request a selfie with him, but the others soon readily followed suit in the wake of the first. A total of 4 hunters, male and female, asked for selfies with Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol was taken aback by the situation, but he granted their requests and calmly took selfies with them. Thank you very much. The hunters bowed and thanked him. Ah, yes, Han-Yeol awkwardly muttered in response. The hunters were delighted while looking at the selfies they had taken together with Han-Yeol. I'll upload this to my social media account once I'm back from the hunting ground. Ah, it's such a shame that we can't use the internet in hunting grounds because of the signal disruption. I know, right? The hunters murmured among themselves. Well, there's no harm in it, I guess, Han-Yeol thought. He was still taken aback by the whole situation, but he knew it was not a bad thing at all, so he just laughed his nervousness off. Then, he went to Cheol-jin, whom he had stopped healing for a while to fight against the troll. Cheol-jin had regained consciousness due to the first aid treatment Han-Yeol had performed. Are you all right? Han-Yeol asked. Ah, healer Nim. I am fine now. Thank you for healing me, Cheol-jin replied. No problem. I was just doing my job as the healer of the party, Han-Yeol said. It was certainly something he had to do, as his share of the profit would be 1.8 times larger due to his role as a healer. Cheol-jin smiled, seemingly aware of what Han-Yeol meant, and replied, well, the profit share is not something I care about anyway. What is important is the fact that I could have died if healer Nim were not here. Is that so? Han-Yeol asked. Of course, Cheol-jin replied. All right, if you say so, Han-Yeol said, ending the conversation. He then placed his hand on Cheol-jin's chest and used heal again. Woong. A bright blue stream of mana that felt pure and warm spread around the area, healing Cheol-jin's leftover injuries from the battle. I realized how awesome healer Nim's skill was after experiencing it firsthand like this, Cheol-jin said with a smile. However, Han-Yeol did not reply, as he was busy focusing on using heal. That was how they won against 2 trolls without suffering any fatalities. Afterward, the Onyx party kicked up the pace further and went out to hunt even more trolls. Of course, that did not mean they were drunk on their victory and went around looking for pairs of trolls. Rather, they stuck to their original plan to safely hunt 1 troll at a time. Instead, the speed at which they hunted lone trolls significantly increased, and Han-Yeol did not have any reservations about using his chain skills. Shui Aik? Han-Yeol's chain bound a troll's leg. Gruyu? The troll let out a roar as it tried to escape the chain. Nov, L, B /JNN. However, Mega Charge. Ji-Pyong shouted. He was a tank, but that did not mean he had no offensive skills at all. He used a skill that would let him charge at the monster with a shield-shaped barrier, rushing toward the troll. Thud. Guek. The tank's skill did not deal a lot of damage, but the blunt force of the shield charge was more than enough to push back the troll. Han-Yeol did not miss the opportunity, and quickly pulled his chain that was binding the troll's leg. The troll lost its balance due to having its leg pulled while it was being pushed back by the tank, and it wobbled for a moment before falling backward. Thud. Now, all forces, attack. Ji-Pyong bellowed out a command. Yuriaya. The Onyx party hunters did what they did best when it came to a troll that had fallen to the ground, and they unleashed a barrage of attacks at it. It was basically a group lynching at that point. Bam, 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 puck, boom, die, wahahaha. Melee attacks are the best when it comes to ganging up on a monster. The hunters unleashed the strongest attacks they could muster whenever a troll fell to the ground. It was difficult for the trolls to withstand such an onslaught of attacks even though they had cheat-like regenerative abilities. One spear, infused with lightning enchant, soon dealt the final blow to the troll's heart and ended the battle. The Onyx party kept hunting in the same pattern for 3 days with near minimal rest. Ding! Your level has risen. The rank of Chain Smite has risen from D to C. The rank of Chain Mastery has risen from C to B. The rank of Restrain has risen from D to C. Name, Li, Han-Yeol. Level, 30. Points, 35. STR, 59. VIT, 57. AGI, 50. Mag, 60. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, D, Sword Mastery, C, Walking, C, Mana Control, D, Mana Mastery, E, Power Strike, C, Mana Shield, D, Sixth Sense, D, Restrain, C, Body Strengthening, E, Mana Eyes, E, Heal, A, Jumping, D, Stab, D, Dagger Mastery, F, Chain Mastery, B, Infinite Library, M, Shield Bash, D, Fire Attribute, E, Mana Explosion, D, Chain Smite, C, Marksmanship, E. Han-Yeol's level had increased by a whopping 7 levels after power leveling day and night with the Onyx party. However, only 3 of his skills had increased in rank. He had initially joined the party as a hunter who used chains, which meant he had to consistently use just his chain throughout the hunt. As a result, only his chain skills had ended up improving. Thank you very much for all of your hard work. The party members all exchanged greetings after the grueling 3-day hunt ended. Ha 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 ha. Wahahaha. Maniacal laughter rang out. The laughter came from the biggest beneficiary of the hunt. One of the 8 porters had successfully managed to awaken. He could not stop laughing in joy, his mouth seemingly fixed in a Joker-like grin. The other porters sincerely congratulated him for awakening, but it was visibly evident that they felt jealous deep down. Hunter Nims. We will be distributing the shares when we reach the Hunters Association, one of the managers said. All right. Most parties usually distributed the shares on the spot after the hunt ended, but this hunt was a special case. It had lasted for 3 days, and they had accumulated a huge amount of loot, so the final amount was quite large. However, none of the hunters had any qualms about that, as the calculations of the Hunters Association were the most accurate and trustworthy, and the association's decisions could always be considered the final say on the matter. The pre-contracted factory came right on time as they were about to end the hunt, promptly shipping the troll corpses the party had collected over the course of the hunt to their factory. Finally, it was all over. The party members all boarded the ship heading back to Port Incheon. Han-Yeol leaned against a rail on the main deck of the ship while staring out into the open, thinking, I'm glad I was able to significantly raise my level, but I have to maintain a balanced growth pattern. His main goal was still to obtain a new healing skill that was capable of treating his father's illness. However, it was difficult for him to fulfill that goal, as he had no idea what the prerequisite for leveling up his heal skill was. It would definitely not help him to keep joining parties like this while only using his chain skills. Do I have to go back to hunting solo? He wondered. It was right when Han-Yeol was seriously considering going back to hunting solo that the leader of the Onyx party, who was a type of hunter as rare as a healer, approached him and asked, What are you looking at out in the distance? Nothing. I was just thinking of a few things on my mind, Han-Yeol replied, leaning forward on the ship's rail. Ji Pyong, on the other hand, leaned back against the rail and said, I have been watching Mr. Han-Yeol for the past 3 days, and I was greatly amazed by your strange chain skills and your ability to heal most kinds of injuries. Is that so? Han-Yeol replied with a smile. It did not matter what the other person's intention was, it was customary to smile at someone who was giving one praise, and nobody ever felt bad from being praised. So what I am trying to say is, would you consider joining us from now on? Ji Pyong asked. Is this a party recruitment offer? Han-Yeol asked. A party recruitment offer was something quite common among hunters. They usually recruited hunters who matched well with them into a party by extending such an offer, and if that offer were to be accepted, they would begin hunting together as a party from then on. However, that was slightly different from the way standard parties worked. The Onyx party was made up of 3 original members including Ji Pyong, but they had recruited 5 outsiders to join this hunt. A party. Do I need that right now? Han-Yeol wondered for a moment. However, the answer was simple. I am sorry, but I do not have any plans to commit to a single party right now, Han-Yeol replied. It was an obvious decision, if anyone were to think of it. Hunters awakened with 3 preset skills, and they could develop those skills in terms of quality, but it would normally be impossible to increase the quantity of said skills. However, Han-Yeol was a hunter who could increase his level while increasing the number of skills he had. In short, he was an awakened who could grow both quality and quantity-wise. These hunters would probably be hunting trolls, or monsters of a similar level, for the rest of their lives, but Han-Yeol would need to keep aiming for higher goals if he grew stronger bit by bit. That is a shame. I did expect it, but I cannot but feel hurt a bit after being rejected so straightforwardly like this, Ji Pyong said, but he kept a smile on his face. Haha, I am sorry, Han-Yeol replied. No, it is all right. It is an obvious decision. Someone with the skills of Mr. Han-Yeol would be wasted in a small party like ours. You could easily join a larger raid party or even aim to join a guild with your skills, Ji Pyong said. Ji Pyong had tried his luck even though he knew it would not work, just in case Han-Yeol accepted. However, the reason he was thinking of and the reason Han-Yeol had rejected the offer were different. Then, I will let you have your space, Ji Pyong said with a slight bow, then returned to his cabin. Han-Yeol was left deep in thought once again. He had realized what path he should take after talking to Ji Pyong just then. He thought, I should start solo hunting again for now, and join a party whenever the need arises. He had realized that there was no reason for him to stick to either solo hunting or joining a party when he could do both. The wise choice would be to first assess his situation and move according to what he needed at that time. He facepalmed after he reached that conclusion, thinking, you dumbass. Why did you even have to think so seriously about something so simple? From time to time, Han-Yeol really thought that he had a stupid head on his shoulders. Right as he finally made up his mind about the issue, he heard the announcement that they were close to reaching port. When the party disembarked, Han-Yeol boarded a bus that had been prearranged for them, heading to the Hunters Association. It was right when Han-Yeol closed his eyes while riding the bus that the others began murmuring among themselves. Why is a hunter on this bus? I know, right? Doesn't he have his own car when he's earning so much? What a miser. In fact, the bus was the prearranged transport for the porters and the managers. 7 out of the 8 hunters who had joined the troll hunt had driven their own cars to the Hunters Association. The porters' expression crumpled when they saw Han-Yeol, who was the only hunter to have arrived by public transportation, board the bus. They knew exactly how much money a hunter made, but here he was trying to hitch a ride for free. There was no way they would ever see him in a good light for taking the same public transportation they did. He could call it being frugal, but the poor had no choice but to be frugal because they did not have much. However, here was a rich man trying to save money by taking public transportation, and a free ride on top of that? Han-Yeol opened his eyes and glared at the porters who were gossiping about him. Hyup. One of the porters who locked eyes with him immediately averted his gaze and looked down, and the other porters who had been cursing him acted coy, feigning innocence. How stupid, Han-Yeol thought. Hunters' bodies were overwhelmingly superior to that of an average human, but here they were thinking he would not hear them from this distance. However, he also thought, I guess buying a car won't be a bad idea, though. He had not really felt the need to buy a car, as no other country in the world had a public transportation infrastructure as developed as Korea's. However, Han-Yeol decided to purchase his own car after being made aware of how inconvenient it would be to travel on the same bus as the porters. His father was using the car he had bought on a lease the last time, so he technically had no car of his own at the moment. When Han-Yeol finally arrived at the Hunters Association, the amount he received as his share from the hunt added up to 600 million won. He had initially been supposed to receive only 400 million won, but the total had been increased to 720 million before taxes due to the 1.8 times share he was offered. Hehe, this is why it's good to be a healer, he thought happily. Of course, that was only the amount he had received from the monastones. The party leader, Ji Pyong, had already notified them beforehand that the profit from the sale of troll corpses would be deposited at a later date. Thank you very much for your hard work, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. As the hunt finally ended, the party dispersed into groups of 3 and 5, either they had been already close to each other, or they had gotten acquainted with each other on the hunt. Han-Yeol did not really want to be acquainted with anyone, thus, he did not mind being left alone, as he felt more comfortable that way. He thought to himself, I don't really have anything to do, so should I just go and buy a car? He took out his smartphone and searched for any car dealerships nearby. Of course, he searched for vehicles that were manufactured by crafting class hunters. After finding a suitable place, he headed over. Welcome. A man wearing a professional-looking suit ran toward Han-Yeol as soon as he entered the dealership, greeting him enthusiastically while bowing from the waist down. I'm looking for a hunter vehicle, Han-Yeol said. The salesman's expression brightened. The so-called hunter vehicles were called that because most of the people who looked for them were hunters. Additionally, such cars were exponentially more expensive than normal cars. A jackpot? I have to catch him no matter what? The salesman thought. A huge catch had walked in while the other salesmen were busy, and this was an opportunity he could not afford to lose. He asked, what kind of hunter vehicle are you looking for, customer? I'm thinking of a van, Han-Yeol replied. Please come this way, the salesman said. Unlike most hunters, who tended to look for design or flashiness, Han-Yeol focused on the practicality of his would-be vehicle. Sports cars or luxury sedans looked great on the outside, but they were not practical in terms of cargo capacity. He would still be going to the hunting grounds with an RV truck driven by a porter and most items would be stored there, but still, a sedan would be nowhere near enough to even contain his own personal gear. These vans are all hunter vehicles, the salesman said, pointing at a few vans in the showroom. Unfortunately, vans were not particularly popular models among hunter vehicles, so there were only a few options available. Han-Yeol took a look around the showroom a few times before eventually settling on a black luxury van manufactured by C Company. He asked, how much is this one? That is the Tourier model from C Company. It currently goes for around 610 million won, the salesman explained. It's not cheap, Han-Yeol replied. Shall I show you another model if you are looking for a cheaper option? The salesman hurriedly asked. No, you don't have to do that. Please prepare this model for me, Han-Yeol replied. Yes, I will immediately get to it, the salesman exclaimed enthusiastically. In an instant, Han-Yeol had burned his entire share of the money he had received from the sale of the mana stones after the 3-day troll hunt. It would likely be inappropriate to call the money wasted, but he had spent it all in one go nonetheless. I'll be receiving my share from the sale of the corpses soon anyway, he thought. Han-Yeol was not the type of person to splurge and squander all of his money, anyway. He still had a lot of money left in his bank account, so he was in no financial trouble whatsoever. Thus, he signed the contract with the salesman and wired over 610 million won on the spot. As expected, these hunters are on a whole different level, the salesman cheered inwardly. Most people preferred to pay in installments even though they had to bear a small amount of interest, as it allowed them to pay off a large sum in parts. However, the dealership would also incur some costs when customers purchased vehicles through installments. That was why all car dealerships loved the hunters who paid them up front in full. As the transaction ended, the salesman bowed 90 degrees toward Han-Yeol. He exclaimed, "Thank you very much, dear customer." Yeah, sure, Han-Yeol responded awkwardly to the salesman's exaggerated greeting. Afterward, he asked, "When will I be able to receive the van?" Yes. As the Tourier model from C Company is a high-end luxury model, and it is also imported, it will take around 10 days to fully outfit it and have it ready, the salesman replied. I see. Please let me know if there will be any changes or delays, Han-Yeol said. Please rest assured. I will make sure that everything is done as we have agreed to in the contract, the salesman replied enthusiastically. Yeah, I'd be grateful if you could do that for me, Han-Yeol said. That was how Han-Yeol mustered up the courage to splurge and purchase a luxury van for himself. Han-Yeol might have purchased his own vehicle, but he had yet to receive it, so he had to go home using the bus today as usual. Beep 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 beep. Beep. He entered a 4-digit password into the digital door lock on his front door. When it opened, he promptly entered the house. "Oh, how was your business trip?" His father, whom Han-Yeol had thought would be out at this hour, asked him as soon as he entered the house. "Ah, father, you were home." Han-Yeol replied. "Yes, Han-Yeol. Come here for a minute," his father told him. "Yes," Han-Yeol replied. His father went over to their single-seat sofa and sat down, while Han-Yeol sat on the 3-seat sofa on the other side of the table. As soon as Han-Yeol sat down, his father took out a yellow envelope and slid it across the table toward him. Han-Yeol checked the sender of the envelope, and saw that it had been sent by the Hunters Association. "I didn't check what was inside, but seeing as the Hunters Association sent you something directly, I don't think you're working for that private company you told me you were working for. I won't ask you to tell me the truth, because all I want is for you to do what you want. Don't mind me," his father said. "Father," Han-Yeol thought regretfully. He pretended to be fine on the outside, but he was close to tearing up on the inside. He had always been thankful, as well as apologetic, to his father. His father was someone who had given him so much love that nothing Han-Yeol could do could ever repay him. "Father," Han-Yeol muttered. "Go on," his father said. "I was actually a porter until I awakened not long ago, and I am now working as a hunter. I would have told you honestly under normal circumstances, but there was an issue with your health. That was why I decided to keep it a secret, because I did not want you to worry about me," Han-Yeol said, hanging his head. He had done it for his father. He had done it to repay his father's kindness and love. However, he could not help but lower his head, as it was also a fact that he had lied to his father about it. He felt truly ashamed of what he had done. "Ha ha ha, it's fine. I was actually skeptical the moment you told me you were working for a company in an office," his father replied with a laugh. "Huh?" Han-Yeol replied, perplexed. "Han-Yeol, did you forget that I used to work as a salaryman for over 30 years? I might have been a nobody working for a small company, but I was still aware of how things worked in other places. Did you really think I wouldn't know how much a fresh hire with 2 to 4 years of experience would make in a month?" his father asked. Han-Yeol was speechless. Besides, there was no way that you, who always found it difficult to socialize after you entered your 20s, would suddenly start working as a salesman, his father continued. Han-Yeol remained speechless. His father was throwing fact after fact at him. He might have lived a very busy life to make ends meet, but there was no way he would not have paid attention to what his son was doing. After all, Han-Yeol was his precious son, and his only remaining family member after his divorce from his wife. "I thought about it, and I concluded that you were working as a porter to pay my hospital bills. Then, you became an awakened recently, which is how you were able to afford to buy this house," his father said. "Why yes. That is 100% correct. There is really no way I would be able to fool you," Han-Yeol said. "Of course, you still have a long way to go if you want to fool me," his father proudly exclaimed. Haha, Han-Yeol could only let out an awkward laugh. He had always believed that his father was a wise man, which was why he was able to easily accept the fact that he had been caught red-handed. That's why, Han-Yeol," his father began with a hint of nervousness and embarrassment in his voice. "Yes, father," Han-Yeol responded. "This," his father said as he passed over another yellow envelope, setting it down next to the one from the Hunters Association. Han-Yeol opened the second envelope and checked its contents. What he found inside was a business plan. Business plan for a pool hall. "A pool hall business plan? Father, are you planning to open one?" Han-Yeol asked. His father scratched his head in embarrassment before replying, "Yeah. My only joy these days is in playing pool with my friends, but there aren't many proper pool halls in this neighborhood. I was thinking that I wanted to give running a proper one a shot." "Oh, is that so?" Han-Yeol asked. His interest was piqued by his father's idea, and he read the business plan his father had provided in detail. Well, it was not as if Han-Yeol would understand anything just because he read it, but he was still curious as to what his father's plan was. He went over the business plan again despite not fully comprehending the details. Eventually, he reached the final page, which mentioned how much capital would be required to start the business. 230 million won. It's not a difficult amount, Han-Yeol thought. The amount was not an issue for him. He was prepared to provide as much money as his father needed as long as it was within his means. "Father, give me a minute," Han-Yeol said. "All right," his father replied. Han-Yeol got up and went to his room. Then, he took out his bank book from his drawer, went back to the living room, and passed it to his father. "What is this?" his father asked before opening up the bank book. 309,310,000 won. It was a bank account with an astounding 300 million won in it. Han-Yeol, his father asked, looking at him in surprise. "I saved up hoping to be able to give it to you one day, but I was actually hiding it because I was scared that you would not like it. But it worked out in the end anyway. So I hope you will be able to use this money to follow your dream and open a pool hall," Han-Yeol said. No. I just needed a bit of help, that's all. I was planning on getting a business startup loan," his father said. His father was aware that his son was a hunter, but he had never dreamt that his son had become a hunter who earned a lot of money. Han-Yeol always wore his old worn-out clothes and did not drive around, even after becoming a hunter. Most kids his age always purchased nice clothes and a fancy car as soon as they started making money, but Han-Yeol had not done any such thing, so it was understandable that his father would be mistaken about it. What are you talking about, father? Your son is earning a lot of money. Why would you take out a loan and be burdened with interest while running a business? Han-Yeol asked. Ahem, never mind. Anyway, thank you. I'll definitely pay this 300 million won back, his father said. You can pay me back slowly, Han-Yeol replied. Things had somehow ended up with Han-Yeol loaning the money to his father instead of giving it to him. It was something people might point fingers at him over. However, he knew better than anyone else that his father, who could not stand the idea of being indebted to someone else, would immediately return the money if Han-Yeol told him that he did not have to pay it back. That was why Han-Yeol had decided to tell him to pay it back slowly instead. Han-Yeol's father stared at the bank book for a while before taking out his smartphone and calling someone. When the person picked up, he said briefly, "Hey, Chansu, I have something to tell you. Come out and let's have a meal." Yeah, that place. All right, see you, beep. I'll head out for a while, his father said. All right, take your time and have fun, Han-Yeol replied. Thanks, his father said, then tapped Han-Yeol's shoulder twice and left the house. Naturally, Han-Yeol had been using Mana eyes to observe whether his father's illness had progressed or not. He did not forget to check up on his father's illness every time he met him. HAAA, to think father knew about it, Han-Yeol muttered with a sigh after his father left the house. He thought, I'm surprised but relieved at the same time. It had actually been frustrating for him to keep his occupation as a hunter a secret from his father. But now, he felt relieved by the fact that he did not have anything to hide any longer. Shall we see what's on TV? He thought as he switched the TV on. He had been so busy these days that he did not have time to watch the news, and he now had no idea what was happening in the world. I wonder what happened to the dimensional hole issue, he thought. That was the reason why the troll hunting ground had been empty. In other news, a team of 3 hunters, 1 manager, and 1 porter went missing at the Baikuk Reservoir hunting ground near Chungbuk, Jinshangun at 4 in the afternoon. Police have said that they mobilized an emergency hunter group to look for the party after failing to contact them. Unfortunately, they did not find any remains of the party, as the field is known to be inhabited by goblins, which are infamous for enjoying human meat. The victims' families are in shock due to the sudden turn of events, but they are still hanging on to the faint hope that the bodies will find their way back to their families at least n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. According to the police investigation, the 3 hunters recently racked up huge achievements while hunting mad dogs, then went to the goblin field after becoming overconfident in their own abilities. Experts are now calling for additional measures to rank hunters according to their abilities and limit their entry to hunting grounds that are out of their league. They are calling for this reform to lower the fatality rate among hunters. However, the Hunters Association is calling this an usurpation of their authority, and this event has sent shockwaves throughout the industry. I see. Yes, I understand. I really hope things will work out in the end, and there will be some improvement soon. Moving on to the next news report, the Hunters Association recently announced a full mobilization of hunters. Most registered raid parties have been called on to join the operation to raid the dimensional hole. Quite a while has passed since then, and we will now find out more about what is going on from reporter Kim Ian-ho, who is out at the Hunters Association right now. Reporter Kim. Han-Yeol listened intently to the news. As he had become a hunter, the current story fully drew his attention. He had diligently followed the news even when he was a porter, but he was even more interested in what was going on in the industry now. It seems they successfully recaptured Incheon Namgu, but where can I get information about the dimensional holes? He thought. Han-Yeol searched for more details about the dimensional hole on the Hunters Association website. He did not have to get up, as he could use the TV's innate web browser function to search online. Dimensional holes, are they different from dimensional gates? Dimensional holes and their strange mechanisms. Dimensional holes, what are they, really? The war between hunters and the dimensional hole, what is the truth behind it? What the? There's nothing useful online? Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. He scoured various sites to find more information regarding the dimensional hole, but all of them were just clickbait tabloids that did not back up a single bit of information with facts. Is the Hunters Association keeping it confidential? Or do they really have no clue about it? He wondered. Most of the geniuses in Korea had gathered in the Hunters Association. That was because the Hunters Association had a huge R&D budget when it came to researching anything related to hunters, mana stones, or monsters. Thus, there was money to be made out of it for such geniuses. But to think that even those brainiacs had no idea what was going on. Was it really a mystery even for them? Let's not think about it. I'm still only at the level of roaming around the lower tier gates anyway, Han-Yeol thought. Most of the things that were happening at the moment were issues that were supposed to be solved by the people sitting on top anyway. What I need to do right now is to focus on getting stronger and curing my father's illness. Until I reach that goal, I just have to keep tabs on what's going on in the world, he thought as he prepared to go to the gym. The door was locked when he reached the gym, but it did not matter. He entered the passcode into the gym's digital lock and entered. He stretched lightly and warmed up before starting to work out. Hup, 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 hew-up. Han-Yeol worked out intensely, sweating profusely. Anyone who saw him working out at that moment would question whether it was necessary for him to do all that, as he had become an awakened and could use mana to strengthen his body. He was pushing his body to the limit with an intense training routine that would be difficult for a normal human to even attempt, but it was still bearable for someone like him who had awakened and gained supernatural strength. However, Han-Yeol, who was level 30 at this point, pushed his body so much further past his limits as an awakened that even he was starting to feel exhausted by it. Of course, he would have to start looking for other ways to grow stronger once he reached a certain level in the future. He started running in place as quickly as he could. Ding! The rank of body strengthening has risen from E to D. STR has risen by 2. VIT has risen by 1. AGI has risen by 2. Who? Status, he thought, calling up his status window. Name, Han-Yeol. Level, 30. Points, 35. STR, 61. VIT, 58. AGI, 52. MAG, 60. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, D. Sword Mastery, C. Walking, C. Mana Control, D. Mana Mastery, E. Power Strike, C. Mana Shield, D. Sixth Sense, D. Restrain, C. Body Strengthening, D. Mana Eyes, E. Heal, A. Jumping, D. Stab, D. Dagger Mastery, F. Chain Mastery, B. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, D. Fire Attribute, E. Mana Explosion, D. Chain Smite, C. Marksmanship, E. Han-Yeol's stats were looking much stronger than when he had first started. Where do I invest the 35 bonus stat points? He wondered. He had actually completely forgotten about his bonus stat points. He pondered for a while before deciding to invest all of them into his mag stat. Name, Han-Yeol. Level, 30. Points, 35. STR, 61. VIT, 58. AGI, 52. MAG, 95. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, D. Sword Mastery, C. Walking, C. Mana Control, D. Mana Mastery, E. Power Strike, C. Mana Shield, D. Sixth Sense, D. Restrain, C. Body Strengthening, D. Mana Eyes, E. Heal, A. Jumping, D. Stab, D. Dagger Mastery, F. Chain Mastery, B. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, D. Fire Attribute, E. Mana Explosion, D. Chain Smite, C. Marksmanship, E. Then, Woong. Han-Yeol's heart released a burst of pure, refreshing mana that spread all throughout his body. This feeling is the best, he thought. He felt a strange, pleasurable high like never before after investing all of his bonus stat points into mag. This feeling really is strangely addictive, he thought. However, he decided against gathering his bonus stat points and investing them in one go just to feel the high again, as much as he was tempted to. Grip. Han-Yeol gripped the dumbbell in his hand tightly, deep in thought. I heard that there was a gym exclusively for hunters somewhere. Should I go check it out? Of course, it was not that the gym he was currently using was bad or anything, and the hunter's gym was also quite expensive. However, it had equipment specially made by crafting class hunters, and it even had several pieces of state-of-the-art equipment researched and developed by the Hunters Association. No matter how much Han-Yeol wanted to continue using this gym, it was still a place meant for normal humans and not for awakened like him. Let's try and find some information about it, he thought. Bam! Han-Yeol smashed his fist into a sandbag. Han-Yeol finished working out and went to find more information about the gym exclusively for hunters. He found that the fee was a jaw-dropping 300,000 won a day. However, he did not hesitate to invest in his own growth, and bought a 7-day entry pass. The expensive fee covered a personal trainer he could hire for an hour a day, and he took full advantage of that to completely immerse himself in the process of growing stronger. A week soon passed after he began going to the hunter's gym. Ding! The rank of body strengthening has risen from D to C. STR has risen by 1. VIT has risen by 1. AGI has risen by 1. This place had a very special piece of equipment. That was none other than a gravitational device that could make gravity several times stronger. Even the hunters, who had far greater physical capabilities than normal humans, could sweat and strain themselves due to that special device. They were able to train until they collapsed, which would be impossible at a normal gym. Status. Han-Yeol called up his status window. Name, Han-Yeol. Level, 30. Points, 0. STR, 83. VIT, 78. AGI, 72. MAG, 95. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, D. Sword Mastery, C. Walking, C. Mana Control, D. Mana Mastery, E. Power Strike, C. Mana Shield, D. Sixth Sense, D. Restrain, C. Body Strengthening, D. Mana Eyes, E. Heal, A. Jumping, D. Stab, D. Dagger Mastery, F. Chain Mastery, B. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, D. Fire Attribute, E. Mana Explosion, D. Chain Smite, C. Marksmanship, E. Han-Yeol had been able to let his other stats catch up to his mag stat, where he had invested all of his bonus stat points, by doing nothing else apart from working out for the whole week. But what the hell is this LCK for, and how do I raise it? He wondered. He had no plans to invest any of his bonus stat points into LCK, but he could not help but be curious as it was a stat that had already been there, even though he had not gained or lost anything because of it. Well, I guess I'll find out later on, he thought. He exited the gravitational device and lightly stretched his body. His shirtless body had visibly buffed up and could be said to be close to perfection, due to the week of intense training. Due to that, women flocked toward him. Wow, I've never seen someone work out as hard as you do since this gym opened, a woman remarked as she passed him a towel and sneakily pressed her body against him, clearly trying to seduce him. What the hell is this Ajumma thinking? Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. He did not really mind that women flocked toward him, but what annoyed him was the fact that most of the women in this gym were rich Ajummas, and they were all basically asking Han-Yeol to commit adultery with them. Are they crazy? Why would I be a homewrecker when I can date any woman I want in my age range? Those words were halfway out of his throat, but he decided against saying them, as he had to keep coming here anyway. Thus, he just smiled and politely refused her approach. The Ajumma did not give up, continuing her one-sided attempts to try and seduce Han-Yeol. However, she had to fake a cough in embarrassment and give up eventually when she saw that he was not reacting at all to her seduction. Only after the Ajumma left did the trainer in charge of Han-Yeol come over with a towel and an energy drink, saying, "I'm sorry. The other members are a bit too forward, aren't they?" "No, it's fine. Don't worry about it," Han-Yeol replied. He downed the energy drink his trainer gave him while looking at her, thinking, I wouldn't mind if it were her, though. Han-Yeol's personal trainer was a beauty who could go toe-to-toe against most other beauties in Korea, both in terms of her face and her body. Han-Yeol had gotten quite close to her after they worked out together for a week, and asked how she had ended up working in this gym. She had told him that she majored in physical education, and that she had worked in another gym as a trainer before she was scouted for this gym with the offer of a huge salary. It only made sense that she would be paid a lot. After all, she now had to deal with hunters, who paid very well compared to other clients. The gym had scouted her not only for her talents but also for her looks, as most hunters prefer to work out with beautiful women. As most of the hunters coming to this gym were men, all of the trainers present were women. This will be your last day with us. Do you have any plans to extend your pass, by any chance? The trainer asked. No, this will be it for now. I have to go out and hunt now, Han-Yeol replied firmly. It was true that his trainer was very pretty and that he was interested in her. However, he had no time to mingle with women, as his main priority at the moment was to grow stronger and cure his father's illness. As such, he planned to keep women away as much as possible for the time being. I see, his trainer replied very dejectedly, letting out a sigh. Han-Yeol left the gym and placed a call. Ring ring. Ring ring. Yes, Hunter Nim. I was waiting for your call. A man replied enthusiastically as he answered the phone. Mr. Sungbyum, how have you been? Han-Yeol said. The man on the other end of the line was none other than the personal porter he had hired last time, Sungbyum. I have been doing well, although I have been wondering about and waiting for a call from you all this time. He, Sungbyum replied, hinting slightly at the question of why it had taken Han-Yeol so long to give him a call. Han-Yeol caught what he was trying to hint at, but he decided to let it go. He did feel kind of sorry for taking so long to call Sungbyum, after all. He replied, I'm sorry. That's why I was thinking of making it up by hunting all out this time. I plan to hunt for 15 days at the Orch burrow the day after tomorrow. 15 days? Sungbyum stuttered in shock. Yes, Han-Yeol said calmly. Han-Yeol felt as if the man he was talking to over the phone had been growing old at the mere mention of 15 days. Sungbyum could not help but remember the nightmare he had gone through when they hunted giant ants for 15 straight days at the ant hill the previous time. 15 days, and at the Orch burrow on top of that. Sungbyum replied with a hint of skepticism in his voice, hoping he had heard Han-Yeol wrongly. Yes, Han-Yeol replied. A moment of silence ensued. It was unclear whether Sungbyum said nothing because he was shocked, or because he was mortified. The Orch burrow was a hunting ground on an entirely different level from the anthill that the giant ants inhabited. Even though orcs and giant ants were both low-tier monsters, it was still impossible to consider the hunting grounds comparable to each other. Mr. Sungbyum, Han-Yeol called out. Yes, Hunter Nim. I will convey your plans to Ms. Ari, Sungbyum finally replied. Yes. Please be mindful of the fact that we're going to the Orch burrow and not the anthill this time around, so I hope you will prepare accordingly. Additionally, I'll hire a collection service to pick up the monster corpses and mana stones this time, Han-Yeol added. Yes, I understand, Sungbyum replied. Goodbye, then, Han-Yeol said. Thank you, goodbye, Hunter Nim, Sungbyum replied enthusiastically. Beep. The call ended after Sungbyum gave his greetings to Han-Yeol, and Han-Yeol called another number. He chatted with the person on the other end of the line for quite a while. It did cost some money to ask for a collection service, but Han-Yeol felt that hauling the monster corpses and mana stones back and forth would be a waste of time. That was why he had decided to call in a collection service this time, so he could sell the monster corpses and mana stones directly to them. That way, he would no longer have to go to the Hunters Association to sell the mana stones, nor would he have to go to a factory to sell the monster corpses. The Onyx Party had used such a collection service when they hunted the trolls back in Bakrayongdu. The factory had sent a boat to collect the monster corpses. There had been no instances of a single hunter ever calling in a collection service so far, but there was no law preventing Han-Yeol from being the first to do so. Yes. Then, our factory's collection team will see you at the public area in front of the Orch burrow the day after tomorrow, Hunter Nim, the man on the other end said. Yes, I will see you there. I will be in your care, Han-Yeol replied. Haha, we are the ones who will be in your care, Hunter Nim. I am thankful that you called me. Our factory's turnover rate was greatly reduced when we stopped receiving the corpses Hunter Nim used to send to us, the man said, letting out a hearty laugh. It was quite embarrassing that a factory had faced a crisis just because of a single hunter's absence, but it could not be helped, as they were still a small factory and did not have any other choices at the moment. Nov. L. B /JNN. One ajima basically means auntie, and is a term usually used for married women. Alright, all that's left is to finally prepare for the hunt, Han-Yeol suddenly thought. Ding dong? Huh? He took a look and checked his phone when an old-fashioned tone rang from it. The proceeds from the sale of troll corpses have been deposited into your account. 810 million won has been deposited into your account. I'm glad that ended without any issues, he thought as he finally received the long-awaited money. He then went to the dwarven workshop once again. Welko Omo? You are here again, the wife of the workshop's owner said in delight when she recognized Han-Yeol. Yes. Would it be possible to extend the length of my chain by tomorrow? Han-Yeol asked. Please give me a minute, the woman said, typing something on her computer just as she had the last time. Sure, Han-Yeol replied. Yes, he says it will be possible, and your request will cost a total of 300 million won, the woman said with a smile on her face. I always end up spending a ton here, Han-Yeol sighed and grumbled inwardly. He swallowed his tears before handing his card to the woman. Will you be paying in full? The woman asked. This is a debit card, Han-Yeol replied. Thank you, customer, the woman exclaimed brightly. She swiped Han-Yeol's debit card and politely handed him the receipt. Goodbye, then, Han-Yeol said before leaving the shop. At times during the troll hunt, he had felt that his chain was a bit short, and that he had suffered because of its slightly insufficient length. That was the main reason why he had just spent a huge 300 million won to make his weapon longer. He went over his other equipment while he waited. Sungbyum and Ari were already fully geared up and waiting for Han-Yeol when he arrived at the meeting spot behind the Hunters Association. Hello, Hunter Nim, the two greeted him enthusiastically with a bow. Good morning to you too. Have you both had a good rest? Han-Yeol asked, giving them a generic greeting. Yes, I am in my best condition, even though I was a bit nervous last night, Sungbyum replied. Both of the porters had actually made sure that they were in tip-top shape, as they were nervous about getting fired in the event that they performed poorly. There's no other hunter who hunts as well as this one. I have to stick to this guy if I want to become an awakened as fast as possible. The two porters steeled their resolve to stick with Han-Yeol no matter what happened. It was widely known that the chance of one awakening increased the more monsters one killed. Han-Yeol's hunting style was a bit riskier than that of others who hunted a little at a time, but the porters had realized that he would be a significantly greater help to them as they worked toward their goals. Of course, the two had already vowed to never hunt as recklessly as Han-Yeol in the event that they awakened. Alright then. Shall we move over to the Orc burrows? Han-Yeol asked. Yes, I shall drive you comfortably all the way, Sungbyum replied enthusiastically as he hopped into the driver's seat. Meanwhile, Ari sat in the front passenger seat. However, Han-Yeol did not hop onto the back of the RV truck. He was going to be driving the new vehicle he had received not long beforehand. He wondered, so is this how it feels to have your own car? He had obtained his driver's license as soon as he turned 20 years old by self-studying, but it still felt strange and new to him to finally be driving his own car. After he began driving, an hour passed, and a familiar scene greeted him at last. Gulp. Sungbyum and Ari gulped at the same time once they reached the infamous Orc burrow. This was the same place where the 9 o'clock news frequently reported on hunters either dying or going missing. Han-Yeol parked his van in the parking lot right outside the Orc burrows, then hopped into the back of the RV truck the way he had the last time. He said, "Alright, let's enter this place slowly." "Yes, sir," Sungbyum replied, slowly driving the car past the hunting grounds military checkpoint and entering Anzong City. Vroom. The place was eerily quiet, as expected of a place that had been overrun by monsters when the dimensional gates first appeared. Mana eyes? Han-Yeol activated his skill as soon as he entered the city, just in case there were any orcs lurking nearby in an attempt to launch an ambush against them. Not long after. Thud thud. It was the signal Han-Yeol had arranged with his two porters beforehand. 2 taps on the roof of the RV truck was the signal that would let them know that he had found an orc. "I've spotted 2 orcs 30 meters in front of us. Please prepare accordingly," Han-Yeol said. Yes, Hunter Nim. It was very inconvenient for porters to move around with a full load of equipment, which was why most porters usually took a while to put on all their equipment when they entered hunting grounds. However, Sungbyum and Ari were well aware of the dangers of the Orc burrow, so they had already been wearing theirs all the way from Seoul. That was how it was possible for them to get out of the RV truck immediately, fully prepared to shoot at any time. SHH, you have to be alert and focused. "They're coming here," Han-Yeol said as he took out his M4A2 rifle and aimed it. He planned to inflict as much damage as possible while the advantage of range was still on their side. He told the porters, "Prepare to fire." Clack. The 2 porters prepared their rifles at his command. "I'll give the order to fire first, and Mr. Sungbyum can take over after and lead Ms. Ari the way you did the last time," Han-Yeol said. "Yes, I understand," Sungbyum replied. "They're coming," Han-Yeol followed up immediately after. Kuyaenik. Cook. Kuek. Keek. 2 orcs appeared around the corner of a building while letting out hideous sounds. As soon as they showed up, Han-Yeol immediately yelled a command. Fire! Rat-a-tat-a-ta! The three of them simultaneously pulled their triggers, and hundreds of bullets rained down on the two orcs. Keek! The orcs let out screeches of surprise at the sudden shower of bullets, bringing up their shields and taking cover. Soon after, they peeked over their shields, spotting Han-Yeol's party in the distance firing at them. Reload! Han-Yeol ordered. Click! Clack! The three of them had instantly emptied their guns. The two porters reloaded as quickly as they could while Han-Yeol slung his rifle onto his back. Keek! The orcs charged while letting out hideous roars, seeing an opportunity while the party was reloading. They held their shields up in front of them, prepared to defend themselves if bullets started raining down on them again. I'm not gonna let you. Restrain? Han-Yeol thought, throwing his chain. Shviik! Han-Yeol's chain flew toward an orc, reaching an incredible speed due to his higher-ranked chain skills. Shviik! The chain rapidly wrapped itself around one of the orc's legs. Thud! The orc's charge toward the humans was interrupted by the chain that tripped it up. Keek! The orc shrieked in pain as it fell, its nose striking the ground hard. Blood began to drip from its crushed nose. Meanwhile, Han-Yeol kicked off the ground and charged at the other orc while the first one was tied down. Clang! Kuruk! The orc groaned. Han-Yeol had been pushed back the first time he hunted orcs due to his lack of strength. However, his continuous training had produced amazing results. He was now able to go against the orc head-on without being pushed back at all in a contest of strength. The orc was greatly surprised to see that the human was not being pushed back at all, despite it using all of its strength. Creak! Right as the contest of strength between Han-Yeol's one-handed sword and the orc's shield and glaive was heating up. Bam! The orc suddenly felt a strong impact smash into its side. Kuek! The orc shrieked in agony. The blow that struck the orc was one of the things Han-Yeol had continuously practiced for some time. He had hit the orc in the side with a mixed martial arts kick to the midriff, which he had trained accurately. Han-Yeol had previously noticed that the orcs were not wearing any armor at all, and had subsequently decided to try landing a blow using his mixed martial arts experience. The orc's strength faltered due to the sudden pain from the blow to its side. Han-Yeol seized the opportunity to press his sword forward, cutting into the orc's shoulder. Sukok! Keek! The orc screamed in agony as the sword bit deeply into its flesh. As the orc squirmed and twisted its body in pain, Han-Yeol quickly cut its head off its shoulders with a sweep of his sword. The headless orc wobbled for a moment, then finally stopped moving. Clang! 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 The remaining orc had still not escaped from its restraints. It smashed its glaive down on the chain, trying to cut itself loose. Swoosh! Kuek! The orc tilted its head in confusion as the chain suddenly tightened around its legs. Han-Yeol pulled the chain and yanked the orc toward himself, using the monster's momentum to drive his sword into its neck. Ding! You have successfully managed to kill a monster using martial arts. A new skill has been created. Martial arts. Martial arts? Han-Yeol wondered as he checked the skill's details. Martial arts, F. Type, passive. Description, a skill that lets you deal increased damage to your enemies using your hands and feet. You can increase the amount of mana infused into your arms and legs. This isn't bad at all, Han-Yeol thought. He had trained continuously in martial arts at his father's friend's gym ever since he was young. It had not reached the extent of being something to brag about, but he had still reached a level where he could freely use and move his body however he wanted. Now, he would be able to exert as much force as he wanted due to the skill's effect of letting him increase the amount of mana he infused his body with. Mr. Sungbyum, Ms. Ari, please take care of the bodies as fast as you can. We'll be moving shortly, Han-Yeol said. Yes, Hunter Nim, the two porters replied. They immediately went into action dismembering the orc corpses. Meanwhile, Han-Yeol wiped the blood off his sword after making short work of the orcs. He kicked off the ground and jumped up to the roof of a building in 4 quick steps to scout around while the two porters were busy with the bodies. Ding! The rank of the skill jumping has increased from D to C. All right, Han-Yeol thought in satisfaction. The sound of a skill leveling up was a welcome tune whenever he heard it. Mana eyes. He infused mana into his eyes and used a skill after reaching the roof, then looked around the area. While he was scouting with mana eyes, he suddenly spotted a concentration of mana to the west. He thought as he removed the mana from his eyes, taking out the binoculars he had often used during his time as a porter to scout for any potential ambushes. He looked through the binoculars to try to identify the source of the mana, wondering, is it an orc? Soon, he realized that his assumption was off the mark as he found out what the source of the mana was. He thought, oh, it's a party of hunters. Most larger parties were busy with the war against the dimensional hole, so they were rarely seen at regular hunting grounds these days. However, smaller unofficial parties did not have the same responsibility to join the war against the dimensional hole, so they kept going to various hunting grounds. Han-Yeol could not discern any other information, as he was quite a distance away from them. However, he could see that they were currently fighting against an orc. He thought, I guess it's better to avoid that area. One of the unofficial rules that had to be maintained at the hunting grounds was never disturb another party. Hunter Nim, we have finished, Sungbyum called out from below. Yeah, all right, Han-Yeol replied. He set aside his binoculars and clipped them to his waist. He then jumped off of the roof and landed beside Sungbyum before saying, let's get moving. We're going east. Yes, Hunter Nim. Sungbyum replied enthusiastically. It was an obvious choice for Han-Yeol to set a course eastward, as he had clearly seen that there was another party west of them. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. 6 hours passed since Han-Yeol had arrived at the hunting grounds to hunt orcs. At the moment, he and the porters were facing 4 orcs at the same time. Hunter Nim. Sungbyum cried out. Ratatatata? The 2 porters were shooting at the orcs, but they could not help but be stricken with fear while facing 4 orcs at the same time. Until this encounter, they had only fought against a maximum of 3 orcs at a time. The main cause of their fear was that they had noticed that Han-Yeol already struggled against 3 orcs, but they now had to face 4. Groveok? The orcs, that single-mindedly craved human flesh and blood, roared while charging madly toward them. Restrain. Han-Yeol thought. Shuiainik. Han-Yeol's chain flew quickly toward an orc and restrained it, but the other 3 remaining orcs charged forward and swung their glaives. Clang? Growling? Mana shield. Han-Yeol blocked one of the incoming attacks, not with his bare hands or his weapon, but rather with his mana shield. However, the other orcs' attacks followed right behind the first ones. Clang? Clang? Han-Yeol parried their attacks and swung his left hand with all his strength. Whoosh! Bam! Bam! Kuek! 2 orcs fell down as Han-Yeol swung his chain, which was still wrapped around the first orc. However, there was still one remaining orc standing, as it had jumped up and avoided the chain. It charged wildly at Han-Yeol as soon as it landed. I was waiting for this opportunity. Shield bash? Han-Yeol thought, using another skill. Puk! Bam! Gwa! The orc roared in agony. The fight was now finally a one-on-one fight, which was the type of fight that Han-Yeol was most confident of. He pushed back the orc with shield bash. The orc tried to block Han-Yeol's attack with its shield, but his attack was infused with mana. The orc was eventually pushed back before it lost its balance and staggered backward. Now? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. Puck? Han-Yeol did not miss the opportunity and stabbed the orc's neck. Burrow, the orc let out a groan. His sword punctured the orc's neck and came through the other side, and blood flowed out from the orc's mouth before it dropped down to the ground and died. Fire. Ratatatata? Sungbyum and Ari did not miss the opportunity as they opened fire and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the 2 orcs that were down on the ground because of Han-Yeol's chain. Geek. Gueek. The orcs squirmed on the ground as the bullets pricked them all over their bodies. Han-Yeol pulled the chain once again, and the orc tied to the end of the chain was helplessly flung in the air as it flew back to Han-Yeol. It was at that moment that the orc was flying through the air toward Han-Yeol that. Sukok? Han-Yeol swung his sword and cut the orc in half. Pat, pat, pat. The orc's organs and blood splattered all over the place as it littered and stained the asphalt road. Han-Yeol killed 2 orcs in an instant, and he immediately kicked off the ground and charged toward the last remaining orc. Ceasefire. Sungbyum bellowed an order when he saw Han-Yeol running toward the other orcs. The orcs finally managed to get back up to their feet, but... Kiruk. Hayop. Shwayak? The first thing the orcs saw was the chain-wielding human who knew when he got there. They tried to react and raise their shields, but the human was already behind them, ready to strike. The orcs turned around in an attempt to exact vengeance against the human that killed 2 of their comrades, but they suddenly felt a burning sensation on their necks that made them slowly lose consciousness and fall to the ground. Grua, the orcs groaned as their vision started to spin, and the chain-wielding human looked gigantic for some reason. Swoosh? Sukok? Han-Yeol swung his sword and the hook attached to the end of his chain at the same time and cleanly cut both of the orcs' necks off. He then looked back and wiped the blood off of his sword on his clothes. He had plenty of spare clothes to change into, so his main priority was always to maintain his expensive equipment. Ding! Your level has risen. Alright, status, Han-Yeol thought as he opened his stats window. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 31. Points, 5. STR, 83. VIT, 78. AGI, 72. MAG, 95. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, D. Sword Mastery, C. Walking, C. Mana Control, D. Mana Mastery, E. Power Strike, C. Mana Shield, D. Sixth Sense, D. Restrain, C. Body Strengthening, D. Mana Eyes, E. Heal, A. Jumping, D. Stab, D. Dagger Mastery, F. Chain Mastery, B. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, D. Fire Attribute, E. Mana Explosion, D. Chain Smite, C. Marksmanship, E. Martial Arts, F. Han-Yeol invested all of his bonus stat points into MAG after checking his stats, and his MAG stat was now exactly at 100. Sungbyum, do you think that is possible? Ari asked. Sungbyum and Ari could not believe their eyes even though they saw everything unfold in front of their very eyes. Yes, Han-Yeol went around hunting the giant ants with relative ease, but he still struggled against the orcs. However, that same hunter that barely won against the orcs a month ago was now going around massacring the very same orcs he struggled against. I don't know as well, to be honest. How is this even possible? Don't tell me. No way, there's no way he possesses a growth-type ability, Sungbyum said. Sungbyum seemed to be certain that Han-Yeol was not a growth-type hunter. He also dreamt of becoming a hunter, so he also frequently investigated and studied the various types of hunters. A hunter, based on Sungbyum's logic and understanding, awakened with a set of skills, and the only way for a hunter to grow stronger was if they learned to have better control and understanding of their skills. The hunters eventually grew stronger and their mana capacity increased as they continuously used their skills more often, but there was no other way aside from this for a hunter to grow stronger. However, the hunter that they were currently following around was growing stronger right in front of their eyes. It's still within logical reasoning, but the problem is, I don't think his growth is going to stop anytime soon, Sungbyum thought as his instinct screamed the obvious. Sungbyum, Ari called out to him before she came beside him and held his arm. Sungbyum and Ari grew closer while working as porters for Han-Yeol, and they soon ended up in a relationship. Ari looked at Sungbyum for a while before he nodded and put his hand into his left breast pocket. Porters, please hurry up this time as well, Han-Yeol said. Yes, Hunter Nim. Sungbyum replied. The two jumped up in surprise like they did something wrong when Han-Yeol called out while they were intently staring at each other. They rushed to take care of 2 orcs each, and they immediately proceeded to dismember them. Then, Han-Yeol used jumping to climb up to the roof of a building. 4 orcs weren't that bad, he thought. He recalled struggling against the orcs previously, but his consistent growth now allowed him to fight against 4 orcs simultaneously with relative ease. Han-Yeol was about to scout his surroundings when, boom, what the, he muttered in response to the sudden explosion. Mana eyes, he infused mana into his eyes. He hurriedly scanned over the area where he heard the sound of the explosion from. It's those guys from a while ago. Didn't they go west? He thought. He was certain that they went west a while ago, and that was the main reason why he decided to move east. He found it funny that they were suddenly right up his nose while causing a ruckus. Should we move west? He pondered. Suddenly, Kya! The sound of a woman screaming rang out from the direction he was looking at. The wavelength of mana suddenly changed while he was thinking of something else, and he could no longer clearly see what was going on with the group. What's going on over there? He thought. He pondered for a moment before he decided to go check it out. He was curious about what was going on over there, and he could not just simply ignore the woman's scream as well. He used jumping to jump from one building to another, and he used his chain like a human spider to swing from one building to another if it was too far for him to jump. He was shocked when he arrived at the place where the sound of the explosion came from. What the hell is that? He thought in shock as he watched over the scene in front of him from the balcony on the 2nd floor of a building. An orc 3 times larger than a normal orc with its equipment being 3 times larger and thicker than the usual ones used by the orcs was standing there with a commanding presence. Mana eyes, he infused mana into his eyes to gauge the mana of the gigantic orc. Han-Yeol was shocked for the 2nd time. How is this possible? He exclaimed inwardly. He was shocked because the mutant orc had an abundant amount of densely concentrated mana. There was one other individual that he completely forgot about because of the mutant orc. Bam! Kaya! A woman holding a large shield screamed. The woman flew backward and crashed into a building when the orc hit her with its large glaive. The woman groaned in pain while struggling to get up. Her clothes were in tatters and her body was covered in bruises and blood. I can steal in these kinds of cases, right? Han-Yeol pondered for a moment. It was taboo to steal a monster that another hunter was hunting, but Han-Yeol was able to easily make up his mind since the current situation was closer to performing a rescue than a kill steal. Han-Yeol extended his left hand and threw his chain at the orc that was momentarily distracted by the woman. Shwee-nik. His chain moved like a snake as it coiled itself around the neck of the gigantic orc. Kairuryuk. The mutant orc muttered as it tilted its head in confusion. The chain tightly bound itself around the mutant orc's neck, and Han-Yeol infused more mana into his chain before he pulled it with all of his strength. It was an extra measure he took instead of simply relying on mana to bind the chain around the mutant orc's neck. The mutant orc's neck was slowly getting squeezed by the chain as if it was an anaconda constricting its prey. However, the mutant orc did not sit around and do nothing while the chain was choking it. The mutant orc pulled the chain. Clink. Han-Yeol exclaimed in surprise at the mutant orc's strength, which was multiple-fold stronger than a normal orc, and he had to expend more mana just to not get pulled by the mutant orc. Han-Yeol gripped the chain as tight as he could while thinking, what monstrous strength. However, the mutant orc pulled even harder, and Han-Yeol felt his body slowly get lifted off of the ground. Damn it, here goes nothing, he thought as he decided to let the chain drag him. He was now up in the air, and it was not easy to maintain his balance in midair. He squeezed his core muscles as tight as possible as he struggled to maintain his balance. I will end this in one strike. He steeled his resolve before flying through the air. Han-Yeol decided that there was no way that he would be able to win against the mutant orc in a contest of strength, and that was why he kicked off the railing of the balcony he was standing at to propel himself toward the mutant orc. Groo! The mutant orc roared and pulled the chain harder when it noticed that the chain became lax without even knowing that what it did just now was going to seal its fate. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The mutant orc pulled as hard as it could, and this only propelled Han-Yeol faster toward it. Han-Yeol flew like a bullet toward the mutant orc's head, and he activated his skills which explosively boosted his muscles before he stabbed the mutant orc. Puik! Ki-eek! The mutant orc shrieked in agony as the sound of its skin and muscles being ripped apart by the hunter's sword reverberated through the air. It was inevitable for the mutant orc to receive fatal damage no matter how strong it was if it was hit dead center at the back of its head, which was an orc's fatal weak spot. The mutant orc spat out blood before it fell face first toward the ground. Bam! Han-Yeol, who was dangling at the back of the mutant orc's head, pulled his sword out and jumped up before he landed on the ground in a cool pose. Huh? That was a piece of cake, he arrogantly thought as he shrugged his shoulders. Han-Yeol approached the bloodied woman and checked her condition after taking care of the mutant orc. Kahok? Cough? Cough. The woman was in critical condition. Figures. The stupidly strong orc landed a clean hit on her after all, he thought after checking the woman's condition. She seemed like a main tank from her looks, and perhaps it was because of her position, but she managed to stay conscious all this time. Han-Yeol used mana eyes to check her condition, but her body was in a mess as he expected that her mana was now flowing irregularly and she was in a condition where she was going to die if she did not receive immediate treatment. A hunter usually had the ability to naturally heal from most kinds of injuries, and it was rare for a hunter to succumb to their injuries and die. They healed slower the more severe the injury was, but they still had the innate ability to fully heal themselves nonetheless. However, the woman had most of the mana pathways in her body all tangled up or ruined, and she was definitely going to die if nothing was done as soon as possible. Han-Yeol looked at another female hunter that was a few distances away from them. She's dead. He sensed a little bit of mana on the other woman, but those were the mana that was slowly going to dissipate after the hunter died. Did the others run away? He wondered. He was certain that he saw 5 hunters if this was the same party he saw 3 hours ago, but there was only 1 dead and 1 barely alive here, and he could not find any other dead hunters nearby no matter how much he looked around. Also, there was no human blood or human remains on the dead mutant orc's teeth. How pitiful, he thought. Of course, it was not like he did not understand why the other 3 ran away, but they ended up committing a grave crime due to the unexpected intervention of Han-Yeol. It was a huge taboo among hunters to abandon one's own comrades, and this was an offense punishable under the laws of the Hunters Association. Help, me, the shield-wielding female hunter reached out and begged the hunter in front of her for help as she squeezed every single bit of her remaining consciousness. She could not afford to die here. She still had to take care of her young little sister after losing her parents to the dimensional gate outbreak. Her little sister was going to end up at an orphanage if she died here, and no one could tell what kind of cruel future awaited her little sister if she was sent to an orphanage. Oh right, I forgot about her, Han-Yeol said. He completely forgot about having to treat her while his mind wandered somewhere else. He placed his hand on the abdomen of the female hunter, who had most of the bones in her body broken. Just don't report me for sexual harassment. Heal? He thought before he used his skill. Woo-ung? A wave of blue energy emanated from Han-Yeol's palm and spread all over the female tank's body before her body absorbed the blue energy. Han-Yeol's heal only glowed a bit when he first used it, but it was now a very effective skill that had an imposing presence when used after reaching A rank. It did not heal as much as the instant heals of the healers, but it was now capable of healing a wide array of illnesses and injuries compared to when he first got it. The female tank had broken bones all over her body and was in a mess that anyone would have given up on her. However, she was slowly recovering while being healed by Han-Yeol, and she was close to fully recovering by now. It was at that moment that Han-Yeol was healing the female tank that someone called out from behind. Hunter Nim. Did something happen? The porters asked. They had finished dismembering the orc corpses a while back, and had been following the mana detection device when they suddenly picked up a sudden explosive increase of mana. They rushed toward where the mana detection device had picked up the sudden increase of mana, and found Han-Yeol healing the tank. Is he healing her? Sunbeam asked silently by shooting a look at Ari. I think he is, Ari replied with her eyes, nodding. Meanwhile, Han-Yeol's healing skill had already enveloped the tank's entire body, and her ruined body's injuries slowly started to recover. Han-Yeol's heal was insufficient when it came to completely healing his father's illness, but it was more than enough when it came to physical injuries, as long as he had the time to heal them slowly. Hop! The tank gasped. One of her ribs, which had punctured her lung, slowly snapped back into place. Her lungs, which had been unable to function properly due to the puncture wounds, once again began to operate after being healed. Soon, the tank was able to breathe normally once again. Woong, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. After around 30 minutes passed since Han-Yeol began using heal on the tank, she regained the ability to stand up on her own. Thank you, she said after she stood up, and gave a polite bow to Han-Yeol. However, her face looked quite dark and exhausted even though all her injuries had been healed. The first thing her eyes darted toward was the dead hunter holding a sword in her hand. Unfortunately, that hunter didn't make it, Han-Yeol said. He asked, did the others run away? Yes, the tank replied. She seemed to be in shock, and replied in a robotic monotone. Well, this hunter and I are still humans in the end, Han-Yeol thought. Han-Yeol had no idea what her relationship to the dead hunter was, but he was certain that they would have cheered each other on and promised to get out alive if they were comrades who had been together for quite a while. The shock of finding her comrade dead on the ground must have been quite a shock to the surviving hunter, and Han-Yeol could feel her pain just from imagining it happening to him. The tank slowly approached the dead hunter and hugged her, crying, Jia, sniff sniff, Jia, Jia. She continued screaming and wailing even though her throat ached, and she kept patting the dead hunter's cheek as if asking for her soul to return to her body. Despite that, however, she had no choice but to accept the death of her comrade. Thus, she neatly fixed her dead comrade's hair and paid her final respects, quietly bidding her farewell by saying, don't get sick, and be healthy. Be happy in the afterlife, okay? Han-Yeol and the 2 porters solemnly stood by and kept their silence. The media and the Hunters Association simplified the deaths of hunters by turning them into just another statistic, saying that 10% of hunters died every year. However, it was different for the family, friends, and comrades left behind by the hunter who died. It was never just another statistic for them. Quite a while passed before Han-Yeol approached the tank, having allowed her to calm down a bit. He said, "We'll help you collect her remains. Our truck is right over there. Thank you for your help. On top of that, you healed me too," the tank replied. Her eyes were quite swollen and her nose was clogged, due to crying over her dead comrade. "We have to help each other, after all," Han-Yeol said. The tank eventually managed to compose herself. Then, Sungbyum and Ari brought the truck over and loaded the dead hunter's remains onto the truck. The porter department made it mandatory for all porters to receive formal education on taking care of hunters' remains in the event that they died in the hunting grounds. Doing so was one of the porters' main jobs. Something's strange, though. Hunters usually leave behind porters as bait instead of a fellow hunter, Han-Yeol thought. That was the bitter reality, no matter how cruel it sounded. The chance of a porter surviving after being cast aside as bait was close to zero, so it was not much of a headache for the hunters to deal with the consequences afterward. However, the aftermath of having to deal with the consequences of a hunter surviving after being left behind was massive, as it was quite a serious offense to abandon a hunter and use them as bait in the hunting grounds. The hunt thus ended, and Han-Yeol and his porters accompanied the tank along with her dead comrade. They drove down to the Hunters Association in their truck, where they handed over the dead hunter to the association. The Hunters Association had a system to hold funerals for any hunters who died on the hunting grounds. They automatically called the surviving relatives of the deceased immediately after confirming their passing by receiving the body. What followed after that was no different from a normal funeral. "Oh right, I forgot to take the remains of the mutant orc," Han-Yeol thought. He recalled the gigantic orc he had left behind with a heavy heart while driving to Anzong to continue hunting. "Ah, such a waste," he grumbled. He was annoyed at himself for leaving behind such a rare monster's corpse, but he soon accepted the fact that it was an unavoidable decision. Under the circumstances, there had been no way they could leisurely dismember it and load it onto the truck. Another one should show up, right? He thought, looking forward to hunting down another gigantic orc. However, coincidences rarely happen twice. Quiek, Keek, Tisk. There's no mutant orc this time either, Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. He had been quite motivated to hunt, as he wanted to meet a mutant orc once again to grow stronger even more quickly. However, he only encountered normal orcs, and there was not a single mutant orc in sight. Shwienik. Han-Yeol wrapped his chain around the neck of an orc and flung it far away, but there were still 5 orcs remaining. They were completely unfazed, proving their right to be called a warrior race. They held up their shields and charged toward Han-Yeol. Shield bash? Han-Yeol held up his shield made up of mana and used his offensive shield skill. Bam! Keek! The orc at the forefront shrieked as it flew backward after being bashed by Han-Yeol's shield. It bumped into another orc running right behind it, and they crashed to the ground together. Whoosh! Another orc swung its glaive at Han-Yeol, but he immediately ducked and avoided the strike. Then, he kicked the orc hard in its left thigh. Puke! Keek! The orc shrieked in agony and fell to its knees. Sukok! Han-Yeol did not miss the opportunity to behead the orc kneeling on the ground. Chain smite! He immediately followed up by throwing his chain. Shwieik! Puke! Keek! The last standing orc was hit with chain smite and received near-fatal damage. Keeak! The third orc attacked Han-Yeol, but he ducked and lightly evaded it. The orc shrieked in anger as it swung its glaive at Han-Yeol's back once again. However, Han-Yeol immediately pulled his chain back and threw it at the orc attacking him from behind. Puck! Keek! The orc shrieked in agony when the hook at the end of the chain dug into its shoulder. Then, Han-Yeol let go of his chain and drew the gun holstered on his waist, and pulled the trigger. Power strike. He cast one of his offensive skills. Tang! 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 Han-Yeol's silver revolver spat out 3 rounds, but the bullets buried themselves in the orc's shield instead of its head, as it had managed to block just in time. Han-Yeol was unfazed by his failed attack, simply holstering the revolver as if he had already expected the result. He had not expected his revolver to be able to kill orcs, and all he had wanted was to tie them down for a few seconds. Tisk. I really have to obtain a new melee skill I can depend on, he thought, clicking his tongue. Han-Yeol clearly felt his limitations after hunting the orcs a few times. He could no longer depend only on his restraining skills, chain attack, and ranged attacks to efficiently hunt orcs. Additionally, he was certain that he would find himself with the exact same problem later on if he were to face intermediate and high-tier monsters, seeing as he was struggling against low-tier monsters such as orcs. It did not matter that he had a long list of skills that could assist him when it came to melee combat, as he just wildly swung his sword around due to his lack of knowledge when it came to swordsmanship. Keek! The orcs shrieked in anger and charged at Han-Yeol. Tisk! How stupid, Han-Yeol thought, clicking his tongue. He stabbed the sword in his right hand into the ground and unslung the rifle on his back. Then, he pulled the trigger and let loose a rain of bullets at the charging orcs. Rat-a-tat-a-ta! Ting! 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 The orcs raised their shields once again and blocked the bullets. Some of the bullets managed to graze them, but failed to deal any significant damage due to the innate barriers all monsters had. The monsters' natural barriers were one of the main reasons why it was almost impossible for a normal person to hunt them. Even the orcs, considered to be among the weakest monsters, could leverage that strength. Monsters normally did not receive any significant damage even after being fired on with bullets manufactured by a crafting class hunter. In fact, there were some absurdly tough monsters among the high-tier ones that could come out unscathed even after being hit by a nuclear bomb. The only people who were capable of bringing down such almost impossible to kill monsters were the special beings who could use mana, the ones now known as hunters. Well, the aliens took care of the stupidly strong monsters that could withstand a nuke in the end, Han-Yeol thought. He shook off the useless thoughts in his mind and infused his mana into his bullets. Then, he used the strongest offensive skill in his arsenal, mana explosion. He pulled the trigger. Tang, whoosh, kaboom! A grenade from Han-Yeol's rifle flew in an arc, then came into contact with one of the orc's shields and unleashed a ferocious explosion. The flames from the explosion swallowed not only the orc holding the shield struck by the grenade, but also the other two orcs standing next to it. Keek! The orcs shrieked in agony as their bodies were engulfed by the flames from the explosion, slowly being consumed. In time, however, the flames ran out of fuel and died out. Kuo, the other two orcs groaned, struggling to stand up with their charred bodies. Of course, the orc that had been holding the shield was burnt to a crisp, such that its body was almost unrecognizable. This is why I refrain from using mana explosion, Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. The value of a monster's corpse fell drastically when it was burnt to a crisp, and the only thing of value that could be salvaged from such a corpse was its mana stone. However, what choice did Han-Yeol have? He needed to level up and grow stronger while increasing the rank of his skills, and he could not afford to pass up on ranking up such a powerful skill just because it would damage the monster's corpses. The only logical solution he had at the moment was to close his eyes and bear the losses. Han-Yeol kicked off the ground and killed the two orcs that were staggering around. The orcs tried to struggle for their survival, but even their stubborn vitality only managed to keep them on their feet and nothing more. They could not even put up a fight as Han-Yeol severed their heads. Ding! The rank of mana explosion has risen from D to C. Yes? Han-Yeol cheered. Mana explosion did ruin the monster's corpses, but it was the most powerful offensive skill he had, and that skill's rank had just gone up. It was natural that he would be delighted by the turn of events. That was how Han-Yeol managed to kill 5 orcs in quick succession. He then turned around and asked, "Porters, have you killed the orcs yet?" "Yes, Hunter Nim," the 2 porters replied. Average porters usually fired their rifles from a distance, trying to awaken by inflicting minuscule amounts of damage to monsters. However, Han-Yeol could not be bothered with all of that, which was why he had left 1 injured orc for each of his porters and given them permission to take the kill. That was also the main reason why he bound the orcs with his chain before slamming them into buildings to incapacitate them. If one interpreted it in a nice way, he was being considerate. However, if one interpreted it in a bad way, it could also be thought of as "I'll throw you a bone so don't bother me." That being said, Sunbeam and Ari had no complaints, as they preferred this way of hunting over the conventional method. Han-Yeol sat at a bench and checked his status window after hunting down 6 orcs. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 31. Points, 0. STR, 83. VIT, 78. AGI, 72. MAG, 100. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, D, Sword Mastery, C, Walking, C, Mana Control, D, Mana Mastery, E, Power Strike, C, Mana Shield, D, Sixth Sense, D, Restrain, C, Body Strengthening, C, Mana Eyes, E, Heal, A, Jumping, D, Stab, D, Dagger Mastery, F, Chain Mastery, B, Infinite Library, M, Shield Bash, D, Fire Attribute, E, Mana Explosion, C, Chain Smite, C, Marksmanship, E, Martial Arts, F. HAAA, he could not help but let out a sigh. This damn healing skill won't rank up from A anymore, he thought, feeling frustrated. He wanted to cure his father's illness as soon as possible. The sticky lump of black mana had stopped growing thanks to Han-Yeol's healing skill, but it had also begun to harden as time passed. It almost seemed to be gathering up its mana, as if it would one day explode like a bomb. Clench. Han-Yeol clenched his fist. The only way to heal father's illness is to grow stronger. Am I right, Carvis? Han-Yeol asked his ego system mentally. You are correct. The ego system, Carvis, had made an appearance after quite a long absence. I wish you came with an instruction manual, Han-Yeol complained to Carvis. I am ashamed to say that I cannot help in that matter. That's a shame, Han-Yeol thought. He had initially thought when he first met Carvis that the ego system would play a huge role in his life as a hunter. However, the game-like system he had awakened with was quite strong and simple to use, so there were not many instances when Carvis had to step in and assist him. Of course, Carvis was an extremely smart system, and Han-Yeol had been able to gain some knowledge from Carvis, but it was not to the point that the ego system could solve problems for him. That was how he had ended up talking less to the ego system, and thus only spoke to Carvis a few times when he was alone, such as at the present. Well, I guess there might be a day when I'll be able to fully utilize you, Han-Yeol thought. Carvis did not provide any response. Huck? Kuek? An orc shrieked as it kicked in the abdomen, falling backward. Ding! The rank of martial arts has risen from F to E. The rank of the last skill Han-Yeol had obtained, martial arts, was quite low. Thus, it ranked up very quickly compared to his other skills. His physical attacks were no longer just punches and kicks thrown by an average hunter, rather, they dealt quite a lot of damage due to that skill. Additionally, the martial arts skill was quite useful, as Han-Yeol was quite adept at mixed martial arts after having trained from an early age. In truth, it was not on par with flashy swordsmanship or swinging chains as if they were an extension of his limbs, but it did still allow him to know how to properly throw punches and kicks. There was one other thing he had gained while hunting the orcs, however. Whoosh! An orc ferociously swung its glaive, but Han-Yeol easily managed to avoid it by sidestepping and twisting his body. Then, he swung his sword using the momentum to add more force to his swing. Sukok! Han-Yeol swung his sword in an instant, and cleanly severed the orc's head from its body. He thought, I'm kinda getting used to using a sword. He had initially purchased and begun using a sword because he needed a melee weapon, but at the time, he had never had any experience holding anything that resembled a sword other than the knives he used to cook. However, he was slowly growing more proficient in using a sword due to his continuous, stubborn use of it during his hunts. Ding! The rank of sword mastery has risen from C to B. His sword mastery was now at an astounding B rank. Even though he had no skill in swordsmanship, the system seemed to have given him merit for swinging his sword repetitively, ranking up his skill extremely quickly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Han-Yeol freely swung his sword in different directions as if it were an extension of his arm, due to his skill. Then, he suddenly threw his sword behind him, infusing his mana into it. Power strike. Perhaps because he had gotten used to throwing his sword instead of swinging it back when he was still inexperienced with it, he had developed a strange habit of throwing his sword and using power strike. Klea! Keek! Han-Yeol's sword, which was infused with the C-rank power strike, smacked an orc that had been intending to ambush him from behind. Then, he quickly ran at the orc while it was disoriented from being smacked by his sword and threw a high kick at its head. Puck! Kuek! The orc let out a groan, falling to its knees after being hit by Han-Yeol's kick in the head. Han-Yeol did not skip a beat, quickly drawing his revolver and aiming it at the orc's head before pulling the trigger. Bang! Thud! The orc, a monster that was well known for its vitality and toughness, fell lifelessly to the ground as the bullet pierced through its skull and pulverized its brain. It lay motionless, dead in a pool of its own blue blood. Ding! Your level has risen. Han-Yeol had easily taken care of 5 orcs once again, but he did not feel particularly happy about it. He thought in frustration, damn it, was there really just one mutant orc? His dissatisfaction was because he had been unable to see even the shadow of one of the mutant orcs he so desperately sought for. Meanwhile, Sungbyum and Ari, who usually got busy once Han-Yeol finished hunting monsters, busily moved around and skillfully dismembered the orcs, extracting their mana stones. Should I give up on the mutant orc? Han-Yeol wondered. It was likely that no other mutant orcs existed, as he had failed to find one even after leaving no stone in his path unturned. Should I focus on mass hunting the orcs and power leveling instead of looking for mutant orcs? He wondered. Han-Yeol had hunted the orcs carefully just in case a mutant orc appeared, but he had been unable to focus on going all out. Now that he was certain that there were no more mutant orcs, he no longer had a reason to hold back. I guess I have no choice, he thought. Han-Yeol climbed up to the roof of a commercial building and activated Mana Eyes. The skill had already reached D rank, as he had used it over and over again without reservation ever since arriving to hunt the orcs. Due to that, its range had expanded greatly. Let's see, where are the orcs gathered? He thought as he observed the landscape in front of him. The time had come for him to look for large clusters of orcs instead of small groups. However, what came into view instead of a large cluster of orcs was something strange. What's that lump of mana? He wondered, observing the strange phenomenon he had found. He was certain that he could not recall seeing anything of the sort when he had observed the area with his regular eyesight. Han-Yeol disabled Mana Eyes and took out his binoculars to get a closer look at the physical form of the lump of mana. However, he saw nothing. He thought in surprise, there's nothing there. What's going on? He wondered. He lowered his binoculars and infused mana into his eyes again. Once again, the spot that had appeared empty in his normal vision was overflowing with an abundance of mana. Han-Yeol instinctively thought that there had to be something hiding underneath all of that mana. He would not be able to provide a reasonable answer if he were asked why he had come to such a conclusion, but his instincts kept telling him that there was something over there. Let's go and take a closer look, he thought, making up his mind to investigate the strange phenomenon. Is the work still going to take a while? Han-Yeol asked his porters. No, we just finished everything, Hunter Nim, Sungbyum replied. Then I'll head out first, Han-Yeol said. Yes, we will be right there with you, Sungbyum replied enthusiastically. Tack. After he finished talking to Sungbyum, Han-Yeol used jumping to move around, leaping from one building to another. He had initially intended to use jumping as an evasive skill, but it had eventually turned into a useful mobility skill that allowed him to travel from building to building quickly to save time. Thus, jumping had quickly reached C rank after he used it over and over again to get around. It did not take long for Han-Yeol to arrive at the spot where the strange phenomenon was occurring, as it was not far away from where he had been. He thought, it looks just like a normal place on the surface. The place was an old, abandoned factory, with a padlocked chain wrapped around its gates. Han-Yeol thought as he observed the tightly shut gates, it seems nobody has been here for a long time. The chain locking the gates would not be there if someone had already entered the place. Judging by the fact that they were still present, not a single hunter had entered the abandoned factory for the past 30 years. This is making me pretty nervous, Han-Yeol thought. Any person who had wanderlust or loved mysteries would be thrilled by the words "a place where no one has been." Clank! Han-Yeol smashed the padlock that was holding the chains together tightly with his sword. The rusty old padlock could not withstand the blunt force from a sword coated with mana stones, made by a crafting class hunter. Kriak! Han-Yeol gave the old gates a push, and they moved with a loud creak. At long last, the entrance that hid the secrets of the old abandoned factory no one had visited in a long time had been opened. Vroom! The familiar sound of a truck's engine, coming from the vehicle Sunbeam and Ari were on, filled the air shortly after Han-Yeol entered the gateway. Woong! Is it really just an old abandoned factory? Han-Yeol wondered while looking around the place. He infused mana into his eyes and looked around with mana eyes, but he did not really find anything out of the ordinary aside from the lump of mana he had seen previously. He clicked his tongue and grumbled inwardly, "Tisk. I just wasted my time." He was about to turn around and leave the abandoned factory after confirming that there was nothing special about the place using mana eyes. At the very moment he was about to leave, however, rumble, rumble, earthquake? Han-Yeol thought in surprise. The floor had suddenly begun shaking, and it did not seem to be a natural phenomenon at all. It's not an earthquake. Mana eyes? Han-Yeol thought, instinctively activating mana eyes and looking around the moment he realized that the shaking was not an earthquake. He saw that the lump of mana was suddenly vibrating. He thought in surprise, what the hell is going on? Han-Yeol gripped his sword tightly as he observed the completely unfamiliar phenomenon happening right before his eyes. After 5 minutes, however, the unnatural tremors gradually subsided. He thought nervously, is it over? It was then. Creak, creak, rip. The space before Han-Yeol began to distort, and a hole that resembled a gaping maw tore itself open in midair. That's. Han-Yeol thought, stupefied. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. It was a phenomenon that he had seen only once before in his life when he had witnessed a monster's appearance on the way to the Hunters Association. Dimensional hole. Han-Yeol thought nervously. The hole that had appeared before his very eyes was none other than the subject of heated discussion around the world. A dimensional hole. Weren't these things only supposed to manifest outside the hunting grounds? Han-Yeol wondered. It was natural for him to assume that the dimensional holes only appeared outside the hunting grounds, as the only documented and reported instances of them ever occurring had all been in the outside world. However, he soon realized not long after how ignorant and stupid he had been for thinking that. Han-Yeol composed himself, bit his lips, and prepared for combat. He was filled with nervousness at the thought of fighting against the monsters that would soon emerge from the dimensional hole. He thought, what kind of monster will pop out? Bam! A loud sound rang out from the dimensional hole, and 3 monsters slowly appeared from it. Han-Yeol let out an exclamation of surprise, stunned and speechless. His eyes opened wide when he saw the monsters that had emerged from the dimensional hole. Soon, however, the tips of his mouth curled up and he exclaimed in delight, "There you are." Han-Yeol did not usually voice his thoughts out loud, but he could not hide his joy after seeing the monsters that had come out from the dimensional hole. "Mutant orcs," he exclaimed. All 3 of the monsters that had emerged from the dimensional hole were the very same mutant orcs he had so desperately looked for. So that's it. I couldn't find them no matter what because they came from dimensional holes, he thought as he observed the answer to the mystery that had eluded him for so long. The mutant orcs were not monsters that naturally roamed around the hunting grounds, rather, they were variant monsters that had to be summoned through dimensional holes. Kuh! The mutant orcs let out low growls. They looked around at their surroundings after exiting the dimensional hole, and when they spotted Han-Yeol in front of them, they immediately raised their shields and axes. Kyuu! All 3 of the mutant orcs let out a howl. It was much like a wolf's howl, seeming to announce that they had found their prey. "Nice to see you again, you damn bastards," Han-Yeol replied inwardly to the mutant orc's howl with a grin on his face. He felt that he had profited this time around, as he was finally able to find the mutant orcs he had so desperately searched for. On top of that, he had been able to figure out the secret of the dimensional holes. Shwick! Han-Yeol let loose his chain, which by then could be considered his trademark move. "Well, I killed the other one in one blow before. There's no reason for me to be unable to do it again," he thought confidently as he threw his chain toward one of the mutant orcs, using his favorite chain skill. Restrain. Clang! However, the mutant orc, which was 3 times larger than a normal orc, lightly swung its axe and parried the chain Han-Yeol threw. Han-Yeol would have been taken aback and panicked if that had happened in the past when his level was low, but things were different now. He was now able to control his chain like an extension of his own body due to the skills Chain Mastery and Restrain, and so he maneuvered his parried chain to swing around and fly toward the mutant orc once again. Shwiainik! Kiaru! The mutant orc tilted its head in confusion when the chain it had parried turned in midair and flew right back at it. Hap! As the chain successfully bound and stunned the mutant orc, Han-Yeol let out a cry as he pulled it forcefully. Thud! The mutant orc fell forward, landing flat on its face with a thud that shook the ground. As expected, Han-Yeol rejoiced inwardly. Han-Yeol was slightly nervous because of the number and sheer size of the mutant orcs, even though he had been able to kill them in one shot before. However, he was soon relieved, as he realized that the monsters were still as weak as he remembered them to be. He let go of the chain that was restraining one of the mutant orcs, then took out his rifle and aimed it at the remaining 2 other mutant orcs before pulling the trigger. He did not forget to infuse his mana into the bullets before shooting them, however. Power strike. Rat-a-tat-a-tata. The mana-infused bullets flew toward the heads of the 2 other mutant orcs. Puck, puck, puck. However, the mutant orcs covered their weak spots with their shields. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Han-Yeol had already expected the mutant orcs to take cover behind their shields, so that did not come as a surprise. However, what did surprise him was that the bullets that were not blocked by the mutant orcs' shields failed to penetrate through their skin. What the? He thought in surprise. He was taken aback, as that was different from what had happened before. Then how about this? Mana explosion? He exclaimed inwardly. He used his most powerful AoE attack, Mana Explosion, and aimed it at the exposed abdomen of one of the mutant orcs after finding that his bullets did not seem to have any effect on them. Bayam! The grenade precisely struck the mutant orc's exposed abdomen and unleashed a ferocious explosion, and the mutant orc staggered backward while letting out a roar. Kruuyua! The mutant orc cried out in agony. All right. Han-Yeol rejoiced. Kruuyua! The mutant orc roared again. This can't be. Han-Yeol was flabbergasted by what he saw. The previous surprise was not the last unexpected turn of events. Not only did the mutant orc that had been struck by the explosion remain standing, it even started to walk toward Han-Yeol as if nothing had happened. What the hell? Didn't I kill them in one shot before? Han-Yeol thought, bewildered by how strong the mutant orcs were. He had been expecting them to be as weak as the mutant orc he killed while saving the tank, but the mutant orcs this time were far stronger than the one he had killed. Clank! The mutant orc that had been restrained by Han-Yeol's chain broke free from it and stood up, recovering much more quickly than Han-Yeol had anticipated. Damn it, this isn't going to be easy, Han-Yeol thought. He had a feeling that this would be a long fight. He had already confirmed that these mutant orcs were stronger than the previous one, but it did not mean that he had no chance of winning against them. The only thing that had changed was the fact that he could not kill them in one shot, and that was all there was to it. Additionally, it enabled him to experience firsthand how strong the monsters that emerged from dimensional holes could be. Tack! Han-Yeol kicked off the ground and jumped high into the air. Kua! One of the mutant orcs roared as it unleashed an endless barrage of attacks with its axe. How dare you? Han-Yeol thought, gritting his teeth. He activated the skill Sixth Sense, making the monster's attacks slow to a crawl in his perception. That way, he was able to avoid all of the attacks by a hair's breadth, landing right in front of the mutant orcs. Queaik! The mutant orcs cried out when they saw the puny human jump toward them, swinging their axes as steam emerged from their nostrils. Then, they mercilessly swung their axes at the arrogant human charging toward them. Whoosh! The mutant orcs swung their axes with such overpowering strength that they would undoubtedly break several bones if they struck the human. Han-Yeol was aware that he would not be able to fight against the mutant orcs with his current stats and abilities. He thought, do you think I'm dumb enough to face you head-on? It would have been a different story if he came back to fight them later on when he was at a much higher level, but Han-Yeol was no different from an ordinary hunter at that moment. Restrain? He thus used his signature skill once again. Shweaik! The chain on his left hand flew toward the closest mutant orc and wrapped itself around the monster's axe. Having aimed for the mutant orc's weapon instead of its body, Han-Yeol yanked on the chain and pulled the weapon away. Keek! The mutant orc tilted its head in confusion as its axe was suddenly snatched out of its hand. Han-Yeol did not miss the opportunity he created, running forward and using jumping to charge at the weaponless mutant orc before slicing its neck with his sword. Sukok! The mutant orc's momentum gave weight to Han-Yeol's attack, and his sword left a deep cut on the monster's neck that sent a fountain of blue blood gushing out. Keek! The mutant orc shrieked in agony, grabbing the wound on its neck that was overflowing with blood. However, it remained standing, as if it refused to fall over and die. Tisk! Its neck is cut open, but it still refuses to die. Perhaps the monsters from the dimensional hole and the normal monsters out there are different? Han-Yeol thought. He had expected it to a certain extent, but the sheer difference in strength between the mutant orcs from the dimensional hole and the normal orcs at the hunting grounds was much greater than he had anticipated. Shweaik! Han-Yeol reeled his chain in and flicked the blue blood off his sword, thinking, I need a properly decisive weapon. He had a lot of skills, but he knew very well that he was still far from being able to call himself a strong hunter. He was quite a versatile hunter, as he had the ability to attack his enemies from close range, mid-range, and long range due to being able to use a gun, a chain, and a sword. However, he was not skilled enough, nor did he excel enough, to be able to answer anyone who asked him which of those 3 offensive roles he was most confident in. What I need right now is to fight them in melee range. There's no guarantee that I can bring them down with just my chain, and the same goes for my rifle. So, my only remaining hope is to deal as much damage as I can in close combat even though I can't guarantee I'll be able to kill them, he thought. Having realized what his last hope was, he knew he had no choice but to take care of the mutant orcs right then and there, as he would die if he did not. Whoosh! As Han-Yeol swung his sword, 1,000 different thoughts passed through his mind in an instant. He checked his status window while thinking, I don't have any offensive skills that I can use with this sword. If that's the case, the only option I have left is to increase the power of my sword, and the only skill that I can use together with my sword is Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 33. Points, 0. STR, 83, VIT, 78, AGI, 72, MAG, 110, LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, D, Sword Mastery, B, Walking, C, Mana Control, D, Mana Mastery, E, Power Strike, C, Mana Shield, D, Sixth Sense, D, Restrain, C, Body Strengthening, C, Mana Eyes, D, Heal, A, Jumping, C, Stab, D, Dagger Mastery, F, Chain Mastery, B, Infinite Library, M, Shield Bash, D, Fire Attribute, E, Mana Explosion, C, Chain Smite, C, Marksmanship, E, Martial Arts, E. Just as Han-Yeol was going over his status window, however, one of the mutant orcs let out an enraged roar and charged toward Han-Yeol. Tisk! Han-Yeol clicked his tongue inwardly. He was able to avoid the mutant orc's attack despite being fixated on his status window, due to his sixth sense skill. Afterward, he used his jumping skill to leap over the factory walls and climb onto the rooftop. Bam! 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 The mutant orcs that had just lost their prey angrily stomped their feet on the ground in frustration. Han-Yeol pulled out his rifle and emptied 2 magazines, spraying bullets at the mutant orcs to keep their aggro from resetting and making them pursue Sungbium and Ari instead. The mutant orcs were so enraged that their eyes began to turn a bloodshot red, and they started to climb the factory walls. They look like a mere bunch of pigs, but they can climb walls as well, Han-Yeol thought for a brief moment. As he was able to buy some time, he went over the skills he currently had. He was not looking for a flashy skill, rather, he was looking for a simple skill that would be able to deal a lot of damage against the mutant orcs. What I need the most right now to increase my sword's attack power is, he thought. Puck. He stabbed his sword into the factory roof and extended both of his hands. He gathered mana in one hand and fire in the other. Whoosh. He then combined the two in front of his chest. The brightly shining ball of mana that exuded calm, and the fiery ball that exuded a dense concentration of aggressive energy, merged together and combined into a single dense mass of energy as if it had been made through nuclear fusion. All that's left is to put this energy into my sword, Han-Yeol thought. The new mass of energy he had created seemed quite unstable, but he had no other choice at that moment. He slowly injected the mass of fiery mana into his sword, which was embedded into the roof. BZZT, 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 KUUG, Han-Yeol groaned in pain. He felt intense feedback all across his hands, arms, and even his brain after trying to force the mass of fiery mana into his sword. His hands and arms started to suffer burns, tearing open from the backlash. However, there was no way that he would simply give up after coming so far. Heal? He urgently cast his healing skill. In order to resist the feedback, he began repeatedly using heal on himself, repairing the wounds as quickly as they formed. BZZT, 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 KUAAIK, Han-Yeol gritted his teeth in pain. Eventually, he successfully managed to infuse the mass of fiery mana into his sword after struggling against the intense feedback it created. He exclaimed in delight, all right. The sword that Han-Yeol was currently using was worth more than 500 million won. It had been specially made for him after he sold the sword he had previously used, which was worth only 5 million won. The steel of its blade was forged from monster bone dust combined with special alloys, and it was coated with mana stone extract that increased its durability many times over. In short, that basically meant the sword was designed to withstand and absorb mana. The mass of unstable, fiery mana would have shattered the sword and caused an explosion that would have killed Han-Yeol on the spot if he had tried to save a bit of money by going to an average blacksmith that produced cheap, generic swords. However, Han-Yeol's gamble paid off in the end, as he had not had any reservations about spending on his equipment. Ding! You have successfully combined mana and fire by overcoming the backlash. You have learned how to enchant your weapon with different properties. A new skill has been created, enchant. The rank of sword mastery has risen from B to A. The rank of mana control has risen from D to C. The rank of fire attribute has risen from E to D. The skill sword mastery has reached A rank. A new subskill has been created, sword breath. Sword breath? Han-Yeol thought, quickly opening up the details of the new skill. Sword breath, F. Type, active. Description, the user's sword will breathe an endless stream of fire. The user's mana will deplete as the sword emits fire, but the weapon will amplify all fire attribute attacks and cause an explosion once it has accumulated enough energy. Alright, Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. He had gained an unexpected harvest that was several times more valuable than he could have imagined, having obtained enchant, which allowed him to grant attributes to his weapons, and sword breath, which greatly amplified any fire attribute attacks he made. This is a classic case of high risk, high reward. That's why I'll never be able to stop gambling, he thought with a smirk. Of course, the gambling he was referring to was not games such as poker or blackjack, which were solely about earning money. Rather, he meant the gamble one had to take whenever they needed to make a choice at a crossroads in life. Quachik? The mutant orcs grabbed the edge of the roof and successfully climbed up just as Han-Yeol's new skills were created. The one that had had its neck slit open by Han-Yeol was also there, looking as if it had never been hurt at all due to its excellent vitality and regenerative ability. It would have been impossible to tell that it was the same mutant orc that Han-Yeol had just attacked if not for the scar on its neck, which had fully healed leaving only a faint mark. However, Han-Yeol was no longer intimidated by the mutant orcs. He smirked as he activated his newly created subskill, Sword Breath. Fuyuaa, an endless stream of fire began to emanate from the sword in Han-Yeol's hand. It uses quite a lot of mana, he thought. He could actually feel his mana being drained from his heart while his sword was breathing out flames. This is why I have to invest all of my bonus stat points into mag, he thought. However, he soon stopped thinking of such pointless things and decided to focus on the monsters in front of him. He kicked off the floor of the factory's roof and charged toward the mutant orcs once again. Kuyaik! The mutant orcs shrieked loudly, as if to show their resolve not to be done in by the same tricks twice. They held their shields tightly against their bodies and gripped their axes more tightly than before as they charged toward the human. However, jumping, shield bash, Han-Yeol cast both skills simultaneously. The mutant orcs' expectation that Han-Yeol would avoid their attacks before counterattacking was shattered to pieces, leaving them in for a big surprise. Han-Yeol used shield bash and charged head-on toward the mutant orcs. Bam! A shockwave reverberated from the point of contact where the mutant orcs and Han-Yeol's shield collided. Despite being stronger than Han-Yeol, the mutant orcs were pushed back. They were taken aback by Han-Yeol's sudden decision to charge at them head-on, since they expected him to avoid them as he did a while ago. Geek! After being pushed back by Han-Yeol's charge, one of the mutant orcs belatedly realized that there was nothing behind it. It shrieked as it was pushed backward. Geek! This was exactly what Han-Yeol had planned. The large mutant orc fell from 5 stories above and crashed into the ground, Han-Yeol falling together with it. Baeam, Qui, the mutant orc moaned in pain. It managed to survive thanks to the strong, muscular, large, and the innate barrier all monsters possessed, but it was immobilized from crashing into the ground. Fwoosh, fwoosh. Han-Yeol stabbed his sword that spewed flames because of his newly created skill Sword Breath into the immobilized mutant orc's face. Fwoosh, keek. The mutant orc shrieked in agony since it did not immediately die from being stabbed, and the flames from the sword breath slowly started to melt its face into a hideous form. Tisk. These guys are so stubborn, Han-Yeol clicked his tongue and grumbled inwardly. However, the mutant orc's struggle was brief. The flames from the sword breath completely melted its face, and the mutant orc laid motionlessly on the ground. Keek, keek. The remaining mutant orcs shrieked in anger from the rooftop as they watched the human kill one of their own. They were enraged by the fact that Han-Yeol was dragging them up and down the factory. Come, bring it on, you filthy pigs. Han-Yeol shouted, taunting the shrieking mutant orcs. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The 2 remaining mutant orcs looked at each other before they tossed aside their shields and jumped down from the factory roof while wielding their axes high above their heads. They roared while falling from the sky. Qua? The 2 mutant orcs were aiming to slam their axes down on Han-Yeol and turn him into mincemeat. You want to hit me from there? Han-Yeol thought with a smirk, and he immediately used his trademark skill. Restrain? Shuiainik. Han-Yeol's chain shot toward one of the falling mutant orc and wrapped itself around the monster's leg. Then, he flung the mutant orc and slammed it on the factory's wall. Bam! The factory walls crumbled and its debris piled on top of the mutant orc. Now, it's one-on-one, Han-Yeol thought as he cracked his knuckle. He readied his flaming sword, which consumed his mana because of his skill Sword Breath. Kawaii! The mutant orc roared. It flew down toward Han-Yeol while wielding its axe with both hands. The momentum from its fall was certainly going to greatly amplify its strength upon collision. However, jumping, Han-Yeol jumped up toward the mutant orc and gathered mana into his left hand. Mana shield. At that moment, the shield that Han-Yeol summoned, which looked pitiful compared to the large imposing axe the mutant orc was wielding with both hands, was about to collide against the monster's attack. Whoosh, cook. The mutant orc momentarily tilted its head in confusion. It was a method that Han-Yeol had seen on TV before. It showed that, whenever an opponent overexerted and attacked you, then you should pretend to face it head-on before avoiding it at the last second. It was a difficult skill to pull off and it was mostly only found in martial art comics, but Han-Yeol had Sixth Sense, which was an ability that allowed him to see things moving in slow motion. Things appeared much slower to Han-Yeol than how they moved in reality, and this allowed him to catch the perfect timing of when the mutant orc's axe was about to collide against his shield before he dodged it at the last second. Cook. Han-Yeol grimaced when the mutant orc's axe slightly grazed him. He was not able to completely avoid the attack, but he did successfully manage to avoid most of the attack. The mutant orc, which had thrown away its shield earlier and was wielding its axe with both hands in anger, had its chest wide open in front of Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol did not miss this opportunity as he struck while shouting out loud, Die, puck, keek. The mutant orc shrieked in agony. Han-Yeol had stabbed his sword, which still had Sword Breath activated and was spewing flames, dead center into the mutant orc's chest. Ding! The rank of stab has increased from D to C. The sound of Han-Yeol's skill leveling up rang out alongside the hideous shriek of the mutant orc. Cook! Han-Yeol groaned. He twisted his body while keeping his sword stabbed into the mutant orc's chest, and got on top of the mutant orc just before they both crashed into the ground. Bam! Han-Yeol's head slammed against the ground. A loud sound still accompanied that hit even though most of the impact had been absorbed by the mutant orc. He successfully killed the monster thanks to his new skill Sword Breath. Who? Han-Yeol breathed out before he looked toward the factory and thought, there's only one left now. Crumble, crumble. Han-Yeol went to check on the final mutant orc that smashed into the side of the factory walls a while ago, and he found it buried under the rubble of debris. Queek, keek, the mutant orc shrieked. Han-Yeol was a bit surprised at how effective his light attack was when he found the mutant orc to be completely immobilized. Before stabbing the mutant orc, he said in a cold voice, "Die, puck, keek." The mutant orc shrieked in agony when its chest was stabbed by Han-Yeol's flaming sword. That was how Han-Yeol managed to kill the last remaining 2 mutant orcs. Ding, your level has risen. Whew, it's finally over, Han-Yeol said with a sigh of relief. His unexpectedly difficult battle against the mutant orcs was finally over. He cancelled sword breath and carried the dead mutant orcs over to where the 2 other dead mutant orcs were at. Please take care of these, Han-Yeol said, asking Sunbeam and Ari to dismember the mutant orc corpses just as he always did after a hunt. Why yes, Hunter Nim. Sunbeam and Ari immediately replied. They grabbed their equipment and started to dismember the mutant orc corpses, since they were quite alert and attentive after witnessing the fierce battle between Han-Yeol and the mutant orcs. Huining, the 2 porters started to get to work as they switched on the power tools they were using to dismember monster corpses. Han-Yeol, who usually searched for other monsters to hunt while the porters were busy dismembering the monster corpse, sat down on the ground while leaning against the factory wall. He was exhausted from the fierce battle against the mutant orcs, and all he wanted to do right now was to rest for a while. Status, Han-Yeol thought as he called up his status window. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 34. Points, 5. STR, 83. VIT, 78. AGI, 72. MAG, 110. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, D, Sword Mastery, A, Walking, C, Mana Control, C, Mana Mastery, E, Power Strike, C, Mana Shield, D, Sixth Sense, D, Restrain, C, Body Strengthening, C, Mana Eyes, D, Heal, A, Jumping, C, Stab, C, Dagger Mastery, F, Chain Mastery, B, Infinite Library, M, Shield Bash, D, Fire Attribute, D, Mana Explosion, C, Chain Smite, C, Marksmanship, E, Martial Arts, E, Enchant, F, Sword Breath, F. Han-Yeol invested all of his bonus stat points into mag. It was not that his other stats were not important, but rather, his mag stat was the most important stat to him. This was because his combat style was centered around using his skills. I'll have to start training at the Hunter Gym again, since the gap between my mag and my other stats is starting to widen again, Han-Yeol thought. Of course, his long hunting schedule had just started, and what was more important right now than his stats was a new fact that he had found out this time. A dimensional hole opened in the midst of the hunting ground, Han-Yeol thought. That was right. The information section of the Hunters Association stated that dimensional holes only occurred in urban areas or outside of the hunting grounds, but the dimensional hole that Han-Yeol had found this time, one that summoned the mutant orcs, proved to be wrong. It will certainly be very dangerous if a dimensional hole suddenly appears near me when I'm busy hunting, Han-Yeol thought. The world was slowly changing. It might not be felt immediately, but a change was happening as the 30 years period that they had agreed with the aliens was fast approaching. That means, I have to become as strong as possible before the 30-year period ends. Of course, treating father's illness before that comes first, Han-Yeol thought. Han-Yeol recovered his stamina before he stood up and paced around to recover his mana while being deep in thought. He then looked at the 2 porters before asking, "Are you done?" "Yes, Hunter Nim. We have finished everything. Are you planning on moving again?" Sunbeam asked. "Yes, we are just getting started," Han-Yeol replied. Ha ha ha, Sunbeam awkwardly laughed. He was well aware of Han-Yeol's hunting speed once he got worked up. The porters knew very well that Han-Yeol was not joking when he meant that he was just getting started, and they braced themselves for a long tiring day. 15 days had passed since Han-Yeol started hunting at the Orc burrow. Ugh! Han-Yeol groaned while sitting atop a pile of orc corpses. Han-Yeol had just hunted 20 orcs at once, and he would have lit and smoked a cigarette if this was a movie. Unfortunately, he was not a smoker. He had never tried smoking in his life before, but he probably would have quit even if he had smoked because of his stinginess. Ding! Your level has risen. Finally, Han-Yeol thought. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 50. Points, 0. STR, 98. VIT, 93. AGI, 87. MAG, 150. LCK, 10. Skills, Dismember, D, Sword Mastery, A, Walking, B, Mana Control, B, Mana Mastery, D, Power Strike, B, Mana Shield, C, Sixth Sense, C, Restrain, B, Body Strengthening, C, Mana Eyes, C, Heal, A, Jumping, B, Stab, C, Dagger Mastery, F, Chain Mastery, B, Infinite Library, M, Shield Bash, C, Fire Attribute, D, Mana Explosion, B, Chain Smite, B, Marksmanship, C, Martial Arts, D, Enchant, E, Sword Breath, D. Han-Yeol finally reached level 50 after hunting for 15 days. I'm going to die. Sunbeam and Ari's condition was at its worst. Han-Yeol's hunting speed was already fast, to begin with, but his hunting speed had gone up several folds because of his own sense of urgency. Thus, he ended up not only pressuring himself but also putting his 2 porters in a pretty bad condition. The two porters had large dark circles under their eyes, their hair was disheveled, and their faces were covered in grime. They did not have the chance to wash up properly these past few days. Above all, they were exhausted to the point of collapsing due to the tight hunting schedule Han-Yeol was on. "Thank you very much for your hard work," Han-Yeol said. It really is a shame that we failed to awaken this time again," the two porters said with dejection and exhaustion. Both of them did not become porters to make ends meet, but to awaken as hunters. They earned a lot of money from the hunt with Han-Yeol this time, but they could not be delighted by that. The disappointment of not awakening was far greater than any joy money could give them. "Well, I'm sure you will manage to awaken next time," Han-Yeol said. "I hope that is the case," Sunbeam replied. Sunbeam and Ari looked warmly at each other. Their bond grew deeper during the 15 arduous days they had suffered under Han-Yeol. They might look like a mess right now, but that was not a problem since they were in love with each other. "I'm happy for them," Han-Yeol thought, but he was honestly jealous of the two. He really wanted to be in a relationship now that he was no longer living paycheck to paycheck. He was bitter about the fact that he was 28 years old now, but still hadn't been in a relationship. He was very curious about what dating someone would feel like. Now, let's wrap things up and get out of here. We all worked like dogs over these past 15 days, and we need to go get some rest," Han-Yeol said. "Yes, Hunter Nim," the two porters replied. Their long hunt at the Orch burrow came to an end. They drove the truck to the Hunters Association and sold the mana stones they had collected, and they finally reaped the rewards of their hard work. "Wow, it has been quite a while since I have seen so many mana stones. Did you really hunt all of these yourself?" the staffers at the Mana Stone Exchange Center asked in shock when they saw the pile of mana stones in front of them. An entire guild needed to be mobilized to collect the same amount as the pile of mana stones in front of them, and it took the staffers quite a while just to measure each mana stone's density in the pile. "The total is F5, B240,000,000,000. Would you like it in cash or shall we wire it to the account registered under your name?" the staffer asked. It was an astronomical amount, and it was extremely hard to believe that Han-Yeol had earned all of this alone. "Please wire it to my account," Han-Yeol said. "Yes, I understand," the female staffer replied. "Ding dong, 5,240,000,000 has been deposited into your account. I received it," Han-Yeol acknowledged. "I understand, Hunter Nim. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" the female staffer asked while flaunting her voluptuous chest and sparkling doe-like eyes as she tried to seduce Han-Yeol. It was because she thought that it would be fun to go out on a date with a man like Han-Yeol even if she wouldn't be in a relationship with him. She is pretty, Han-Yeol thought. However, Han-Yeol was oblivious to the staffer's intentions. He just stood there appreciating her beauty before he turned around and left. Of course, Han-Yeol was not a eunuch or anything like that. It was just that nobody had ever tried to seduce him, so he was oblivious to what was going on. Tisk. "How can he not even show an ounce of interest in me?" the female staffer grumbled. She thought that Han-Yeol was just another arrogant hunter who was full of himself. "Keek, didn't I tell you to just give up on dating a hunter? We can date any guy we want out there since we work at the association anyway, so why are you reaching for the stars and trying to marry a hunter?" one of the female staffers said while laughing out loud. "They say that a normal guy can't hold a candle against a hunter when it comes to their performance in bed. You should compare something that's comparable at least," another female staffer chimed in. "Hey, you degenerate woman," the female staffer who Han-Yeol ignored simply shouted. "Keek keek," the rest of the female staffers cackled. The female staffers at the Hunters Association relieved the stress and boredom they got from the repetitive and tedious work they did by using any handsome hunters who came by as fodder for their gossip. On the other hand, Han-Yeol came home after having an astronomical sum of money deposited into his bank account. Beep beep beep. Han-Yeol pressed the passcode onto the electronic door lock and entered his house. The lights were all switched off and there were also no signs of anyone home. Looking around the house, he thought, is father still out? Han-Yeol came home once in a while during his hunts to check up on his father, but his father was not in whenever he dropped by. He thought, well, he should be home soon. Han-Yeol had been aware this entire time that his father loved to spend time with his friends but hadn't been able to since he had to devote himself to raising Han-Yeol on his own. His father was probably catching up on the time he had lost back then right now. Lacking the energy to wash up, Han-Yeol just took off his shirt and plopped down onto his bed. He thought as he fell asleep like a married man just returning from working overtime, I'm tired. I'll just wash up tomorrow? Of course, the biggest difference Han-Yeol had with those married men was the fact that he did not have a wife as they did. Slowly dozing off, he thought, that's the saddest part. Beep beep beep. After falling asleep for a while, Han-Yeol was woken up by the sound of the electronic door lock beeping. He thought while half awake, is that father? The only person who would come to their place was none other than his father. Han-Yeol forced himself to wake up and dragged his exhausted body to the living room, since he had to check up on his father's health. He greeted, welcome back, father. Ha ha ha, why look who's here. Isn't it my filial son, Lee Han-Yeol Hunter? His father exclaimed. You seem quite drunk, father, Han-Yeol said. His father staggered while exuding the smell of alcohol and meat. He almost slipped while trying to take his shoes off. Fortunately for Han-Yeol's reflexes, which were worthy of being called that of a hunter, kicking in, his father was caught before the fall. Han-Yeol's father was so drunk that he did not even realize that he had slipped and almost fell. He slurred, "My son Han-Yeol. My precious son." "Father," Han-Yeol said under his breath while looking at his drunken father. He felt the tip of his nose tingling when he heard that he had been on his father's mind even though his father was drunk. He was always thankful for all the sacrifices his father had made for him, and he would never be able to repay everything his father had done for him even if he lived 100 times over. He helped his father to the bed and helped to take off his clothes. He soaked a towel and wiped his father's body down just as he used to do at the hospital. "I always thought that I was going to be doing this at the hospital forever, but who'd have guessed that I would get the chance to do this at home, while father is drunk. I'm really a lucky guy." Han-Yeol looked back at the past months while wiping his father's body down, and realized that he was indeed a lucky guy. His teenage years had been quite turbulent and harsh, and he had always felt that he was the unluckiest person in the world. However, that was no longer the case. Han-Yeol finished wiping his father down and helped him change into his sleepwear. Then, he held his father's hand and used his skill, Heal Wuong. His mana, which was incomparable to his mana before his most recent hunt, shot out from his hand and enveloped his father in a beautiful, warm, and blue light. However, Keu, damn it! Han-Yeol cursed inwardly, trying not to wake his father up. He quickly went up to their apartment's roof because he could no longer keep the frustration welling up inside of him. He yelled, "Damn it! Why won't father's illness be cured?" His heal skills growth had already hit a plateau, but his father's illness was not showing any signs of being cured. Han-Yeol Nim, there is one other way. Carvis suddenly said while Han-Yeol was agonizing over his problem. The ecosystem did not have a marvelous idea, but Carvis had something that she wanted to tell him. That was why Carvis, who usually did not say anything unless Han-Yeol called for her, decided to speak to him first. "Another way," Han-Yeol said. "You increased your skill level by reading medical textbooks early on, but you stopped reading books after that. There are many ways to increase a skills level, and the fact that it no longer increases through the same method means that you would have to look for another method. I suggest you try reading medical textbooks once again and see if it helps," Carvis said. Han-Yeol was stunned. He had been forgetting that there was another method to increase the level of his skill. His turbulent heart calmed down and he soon said, "Thank you, Carvis." "You are most welcome, Han-Yeol Nim," Carvis replied. Han-Yeol ran to the library as soon as it opened and went straight to where the medical textbooks were. He scoured the library for medical textbooks and read every single one of them that he got his hands on, but he failed to make any progress in leveling up his skill. He thought, no, there's a limit with the books at the library. The library's medical textbooks were not the professional ones read by doctors, and these were not even the textbooks that students in medical school used. The public library was severely limited when it came to specialized books, and that was why Han-Yeol decided to leave the library and go to a bookshop instead. Han-Yeol searched for translated foreign medical textbooks that were related to the black lump of mana that was clinging to his father's heart. He read every single book he could get his hands on, but the books were riddled with words that were too difficult for him to comprehend. He barely managed to understand the contents, thanks to the basic medical textbooks he had read until now, and also because of his cheat skill Infinite Library which allowed him to remember most of the things he read. Han-Yeol sat at the same place for over 6 hours and read 3 medical textbooks from cover to cover. Ding! The rank of Heal has risen from A to M. Heal has reached Master rank. There is a possibility of the skill evolving if certain conditions are met. Finally, Han-Yeol rejoiced inwardly. His skill finally leveled up from A rank to M rank, which was the Master rank. He then thought, will I finally be able to get a skill to cure father once it evolves? Han-Yeol was not satisfied with his skill reaching M rank, so he decided to keep reading medical textbooks just as Carvis suggested. He did not eat anything for the whole day, simply immersing himself in books. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. It was now 11 in the evening, and time for the bookstore to close. Well, I guess I have no choice, Han-Yeol thought before he called the bookstore's staffers. How may I help you, customer Nim? One of the staffers tilted her head in confusion and asked Han-Yeol. Han-Yeol pointed at the rows of medical textbooks related to the human heart before saying, please pack all of these for me. Do you mean all of these? The staffer asked. Yes, you can deliver them, right? Han-Yeol asked in response. Why yes we can customer Nim. We can deliver it to you, the staffer replied. Han-Yeol nodded and wrote down his home address on his name card. While passing the name card to the staffer, he said, please deliver it to this address 1 hour later. I will pay you handsomely for the delivery. The staffer looked at the name card Han-Yeol had handed over. Unable to hide her shock, she gasped, Eep. The staffer realized that Han-Yeol was not an ordinary customer, but that he was a hunter, which was one of the most prestigious people in this day and age. Feeling a lot more alert now, she said, yes, customer Nim. We will deliver it as fast as we can. Then, I will be expecting the delivery 1 hour from now, Han-Yeol replied. He paid for the books and left the bookstore. However, the bookstore was now in an uproar after Han-Yeol left. The staffers reported what had happened to the manager. Then, one of the staffers asked, Manager Nim, we do not have a delivery vehicle. What should we do? What do you mean what should we do? Don't any of you have a car that can fit all of these books? The manager shouted urgently. One of the staffers raised his hand and replied, it will fit in my car. I have a van with me. All right. Everyone, load up the books in Seung-woo's van. Hurry up! That hunter is expecting us to deliver it within an hour, the manager shouted with even more urgency. Yes sir, the staffers replied as they quickly moved. K bookstore was in an uproar at a hunter's sudden large order, but they were able to skillfully take care of the matter thanks to their able-bodied manager and their position as the country's largest bookstore. They successfully managed to deliver the books to the address Han-Yeol provided in 50 minutes, which was just 10 minutes shy of the delivery time he had requested. Thank you very much. It might not be much, but please have a meal with your team, Han-Yeol said. Han-Yeol, who was a stingy miser, surprisingly took out a check worth $1,000,000 and paid it as the delivery fee. Hyok? Thank you very much, the staffer exclaimed. The reason why Han-Yeol paid an enormous sum of $1,000,000 as a delivery fee was because he was aware that while it was possible to have books purchased online delivered, it was not possible to have books purchased from an offline store be delivered, and the reason why he had stubbornly requested for it to be delivered was that he did not want to wait before being able to read these books. Also, he recently earned an astronomical sum of 5,200,000,000 won, so he felt a bit of leeway in his finances. 1,000,000 won is no longer an amount that can affect my finances, but it is enough to let them end their day in happiness. Han-Yeol thought that it was not bad to splurge and make someone's day better once in a while, now had the luxury to. Han-Yeol was no longer a poor person, but rather, he could now be considered an affluent hunter who could earn 5,200,000,000 won in just 15 days, although he had worked himself like a horse for that. The K bookstore's staffers bowed and thanked Han-Yeol before they left, and Han-Yeol went to the kitchen to make a cup of strong coffee before going to his room and sitting at his desk. He stretched his neck a few times before he opened the medical textbooks that cost him 1,435,000 won. Han-Yeol groaned after taking 20 days to read the medical textbooks he had purchased for 1,435,000 won. Of course, he did not sit and read for 24 hours a day. He had gone to use heal on his father from time to time, and he had consistently gone to the hunter gym to train his body as well. His stats no longer increased just by working out, and he needed to push his body to the limits to barely increase his stats. In fact, he had to train until his muscles ripped and forcefully healed to increase his stats. The hunter gym's manager fainted at the sight of Han-Yeol's clothes that got all bloodied up from him forcefully ripping his muscles. Flip. Han-Yeol flipped to the last page, and he was finally done with the medical textbooks that he had bought from K bookstore. Ding! You have successfully fulfilled the requirements to evolve the skill Heal. The skill has started to evolve. Heal, has disappeared. A new skill has been created, Restore, F. A new skill has been created, Healing Bullet, F. A new skill has been created, Enhance Healing, F. What? What in the world? Han-Yeol thought in disbelief. He only expected the skill to be more effective once it evolved, but he never expected the master-ranked skill to disappear and conjure a miracle of creating 3 different skills. He muttered inwardly, S skill, Restore, F. Type, Active. Description, a more powerful healing skill. It does not only heal physical injuries, but it also has the ability to heal illnesses. It is also a high-grade skill that can heal any diseases from contaminated mana. Healing Bullet, F. Type, Active. Description, allows the user to infuse healing mana into projectiles such as bullets or shots and fire it to a target. The target hit by the projectile will be healed instead of taking damage. Enhance Healing, F. Type, Passive. Description, all healing effects are enhanced. This is awesome. No, this is amazing? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. The master-ranked skill might have disappeared, but the 3 skills that took its place were far greater than the skill he had lost. This time around, one of the new skills Han-Yeol received was one that he could use during combat, but his joy was fully focused on the Restore skill. Han-Yeol thought as he clenched his fist. Finally. I can finally treat father's illness? The description of Restore stated that it had the ability to not only heal physical injuries but also illnesses caused by contaminated mana as well. Han-Yeol was now certain, after reading the skill's description, that his father's illness was caused by mana contamination. Hyuk. Han-Yeol cried, large droplets of tears falling from his eyes. He thought that all of the tears he could have cried for his father had already dried up, but the floodgates of his eyes opened as he burst into tears once again. He cried for quite a while before he calmed down and called his father. Ring. Hello? What's the matter, Han-Yeol? Where are you, father? Han-Yeol asked. I'm at the pool place, of course. Where else would I be? You should come by and see the place. I might be the owner of the place, but you are technically my investor. So, shouldn't you at least see how the interior construction is going? Should I drop by? Han-Yeol said. You should. I've always wanted to show you the place before we officially open it. Can you come right now? Yes, I can. Can you please message me the location? Han-Yeol said. All right. Oh, don't even think about buying something on the way. We haven't opened yet, and we don't have space here right now. Beep. There's really no stopping father, Han-Yeol muttered after ending the call. Han-Yeol checked the address that was sent to him through a message, and he drove there with the van that he had recently purchased. He soon spotted a familiar car that he had previously purchased parked in front of a building where there was construction going on the 2nd floor. He thought, the location isn't that bad. The building was not located in the city center, but it was still a place that had a lot of foot traffic. In fact, Han-Yeol was actually relieved that it was not located in the city center. The area where his father had chosen to open the pool place mostly had restaurants instead of bars or pubs, which meant that his father would not have to struggle with drunk customers coming to his shop. Han-Yeol used the stairs instead of the elevator, since it was located on the second floor. Bam, 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 bam. The busy sounds of ongoing construction could be heard once Han-Yeol reached the second floor, and the sounds of hammering and drilling filled the place. Ah, Han-Yeol. Come over here, Han-Yeol's father said. When is the construction going to finish? Han-Yeol asked. It will finish by next month, according to the man in charge. How is it? Isn't it nice? His father asked. Yes, the location is good, and the interior seems to be coming along nicely as well. The other facilities seem to be good as well, so I think it can be quite profitable once you open it, Han-Yeol replied. Han-Yeol did not really give it much thought when his father had mentioned wanting to open a pool place, but he realized after visiting that his father seemed to have put a lot of thought and effort into his business. His father had planned things out so thoroughly that even Han-Yeol, who did not have any knack for business, could tell at a single glance that it was going to be a profitable business. Oh right, can you give me a few minutes of your time, father? Han-Yeol asked. Sure, I'm just standing here to watch over the construction anyway, but what is this about? His father asked. I recently found a way to cure your illness, and I want to cure you, father, Han-Yeol replied. Is what you are saying true? His father asked in surprise. Yes, Han-Yeol replied. Han-Yeol's father was aware that Han-Yeol had been healing him when he was asleep. It was not all the time, but there had been quite a few times that he had woken up from sensing Han-Yeol's approach. He was also aware that Han-Yeol had been frustrated by the fact that his illness was not getting cured. To be honest, he was feeling more relieved by the fact that he was no longer going to be a burden to his son, rather than the fact that his illness could be cured. Han-Yeol, you don't have to be tied down by me anymore. You can go and live your life now, his father thought. His heart felt lighter now that he was no longer a burden to his one and only precious son. Han-Yeol went to a room cafe nearby and booked a corner room. He placed his hand on his father's left chest, which was where his heart was at, and used his skill. He activated his skill with full anticipation. Restore n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Wuong. A sound incomparably fuller, and mana that was denser than when used heal before, resonated as Han-Yeol infused his mana into his father. Then, the restore skill started to clash against the lump of black mana that clung to his father's heart. Han-Yeol's forehead had beads of sweat as he focused all of his senses on the battle against the lump of black mana. Han-Yeol, his father thought with a bittersweet feeling in his heavy heart. He felt sorry for his son, but he was thankful at the same time. I wonder when this immature little kid grew up so fast? His son had met the wrong parents and could not live a normal life. He cursed himself day and night for getting sick with this damned illness just when he thought he could provide a better life for his son. However, his son had grown up well and had become a hunter despite meeting a useless father like him, but above all, Han-Yeol was a very filial son. His young immature son had suddenly grown up into such an outstanding young man. Han-Yeol's father closed his eyes and thought that he would have no lingering regrets even if his son failed to cure his illness and if he died right here and now. He suddenly thought, although it's a shame that I won't be able to see my grandkids. Tears started welling up in Han-Yeol's father's eyes, and his tears fell on Han-Yeol's arm. However, Han-Yeol did not seem to have noticed it, since he was entirely focused on his struggle against the lump of black mana. I got it? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. There was one thing that his father misunderstood. The restore skill that Han-Yeol used was not a gamble type of skill that came with risks. Mana filled with healing properties flowed from Han-Yeol's hands and started to slowly move the lump of black mana just as it was described in the skill's description. So you finally decided to move. I will completely get rid of you this time? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly as he steeled his resolve. He looked at the lump of black mana as if it was his lifelong nemesis that took everything from him, and he was on the verge of exterminating the lump of black mana that almost took his entire world through his restore skill. There was no room for mercy. Wuong. Han-Yeol increased his mana's density as he used every single one of his 150 mag stat. Squirm, squirm, cook. Han-Yeol's father groaned. The lump of black mana that clung to his heart as if it was its own, or rather its own house, caused excruciating pain to him when Han-Yeol tried to pull it out. However, this was the lump of black mana making a final stand. It held on for dear life, but Han-Yeol pressed on as he felt that it was going to be better for him to finish this in one go instead of doing it progressively. He was certain that his father was going to suffer even more if he failed to cure the illness this time. In fact, he had no idea what that thing would do if it was almost exterminated but survived. Just give up already? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. Pukok? There was no actual sound, but the lump of black mana finally detached itself from Han-Yeol's father's heart. Han-Yeol's breathing was ragged. This is not the end of it. I can only say it's completely cured if I manage to expel it from father's body, Han-Yeol thought as he carefully enveloped the lump of black mana with his own mana. His experience of controlling his own mana through various situations helped him a lot this time. Focusing all of his senses on his mana, he thought, slowly. I have to slowly extract it out. Han-Yeol had the option of carefully guiding the lump of black mana through his father's blood vessels before leading it all the way down to his fingertips or toes. However, he was concerned that the lump of black mana might break apart and spread all over his father's body. There was also the concern of leaving some traces of it behind and making the illness relapse again. Therefore, Han-Yeol decided to take the drastic measure and directly extract it. It's not easy even with restore. I thought it would be easy like the heal they use in novels or video games, Han-Yeol grumbled. The limitations of reality made it much more difficult than he expected things to be. However, Han-Yeol did not give up. He collected his breath and slowly started to extract the lump of black mana from his father's chest. Woong, Kohup? Of course, his father was still in excruciating pain throughout the process. Please hang on just a little bit more, father. It will be over soon, Han-Yeol thought. Quack? It's over? Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. He successfully extracted the lump of black mana that desperately clung to his father after battling against it for 5 minutes. Finally, Han-Yeol rejoiced. Squirm. Squirm? The lump of black mana desperately squirmed as if it was trying to escape. In fact, it appeared to be looking for another host to infect rather than trying to run away. Han-Yeol wrapped the squirming lump of black mana with his own before he set it ablaze by using his skill Fire Attribute. Keek? The sight of Han-Yeol using his mana to burn the lump of black mana seemed like a holy fire of justice burning evil darkness. Finally, Han-Yeol thought. It was finally over. The source of his father's suffering and his heartache over the past 5 years was finally gone. Cough? Cough? Han-Yeol's father violently coughed. He felt awkward at the sudden disappearance of the parasite that had been living in his heart for the past 5 years, even though it was something that sucked away at his life force. Are you all right, father? Han-Yeol asked with a concerned look. Ugh, why yes. Is it finally cured? His father weakly asked in response. Han-Yeol's father saw it as well. He saw the lump of black mana emerging from his chest, and he also saw his son burn the hideous-looking thing like he was burning an insect. He thought proudly, that's my son. Yes, father. It is finished, Han-Yeol replied as he tightly hugged his father. He no longer had to worry about the lump of black mana going on a rampage and killing his father, and his father was now going to be able to live normally just like anyone else without having to be worried about his health. With tears in his eyes, he cried out, Father, Father. Yes, my son. My beloved son, his father replied as he patted Han-Yeol's back. You can now do whatever you want. You can even drink and travel as well, Han-Yeol said. Yes, yes, I can, his father replied with a warm smile as he continued patting Han-Yeol's back. You can also remarry a beautiful woman now as well, Han-Yeol jokingly added. What did you say? His father said. His face slightly crumpled at Han-Yeol's words. It was a normal reaction for anyone, since it was not common for someone to say such a joke in these kinds of situations. His father exclaimed, Han-Yeol. You. Yes, father. Han-Yeol replied. You? Can't you do something about my balding then? His father asked. Ha. Han-Yeol was dumbfounded at his father's words. He expected his father to rebuke him or say something serious, but instead, his father was talking about his balding. Han-Yeol weakly laughed as he felt all of his tension from a while ago disappeared, and then he asked, Do you really have to fix your balding? You are still cool regardless, father. What did you say? Don't you know balding is genetically inherited? Oh, I see. You seem to want to be bald too. Let me speed it up a bit and shave your head right now, his father fiercely responded. Father? Please calm down. I will find a way to fix your balding, so please calm down. Han-Yeol urgently replied. Ho ho, you should have said so earlier, his father replied with a satisfied smile. Han-Yeol's father changed his mind about shaving Han-Yeol's head after receiving multiple reassurances from his son, who planned to find a cure for his baldness. Ha ha ha, he he he. What followed was a hearty laugh filled with happiness by the father and son duo. It seemed that spring had finally come for them, and the winds of favor have started to blow their way. A room cafe is a cafe partitioned into rooms. These have been quite a hot topic these days for various reasons, but it is quite a versatile place since some of them have TVs, computers, beds, and all. A week has passed since Han-Yeol miraculously cured his father's illness. Han-Yeol had to endure a lot of things in life due to his personal problems, and he now felt empty since his lifelong goal of curing his father's illness had finally been fulfilled. There was nothing wrong with him physically, but he was feeling lethargic. Nothing was exciting anymore, because of his current mental state. Sook. This could end up badly and become depression. Han-Yeol covered his forehead with his hand and thought. He had seen a few times on television that people who did not have a goal in life were more prone to getting depressed exactly because of the lethargy and emptiness that he felt right now. Han-Yeol had an astronomical sum in his bank account right now, and it could sustain him for the rest of his life as long as he lived within his means. That was why money no longer served as a source of motivation for him. Was it because Han-Yeol grew up poor for almost his entire life that he did not know what to do with a large sum of money? Apparently, only people who have spent a large sum of money before actually knew how to spend money, and the astronomical sum that Han-Yeol currently possessed did not really excite him or anything. It was at that moment that Han-Yeol was knee-deep in his lethargy and emptiness that news was being aired on the TV. In other news, the sudden increases in dimensional holes have caused multiple civilian casualties, and have sharply increased the fatality rate among the hunters. 6 hunters have already died due to the dimensional holes since the start of this year as per the statistics announced by the Hunters Association, and the number of hunters who have gone missing at the hunting grounds numbered 10 hunters so far. The experts are currently advising all hunters to go in a party of 8 to 10 members instead of the current conventional 3 to 5 members from now on when entering the hunting grounds. The government is trying to minimize civilian casualties by setting up numerous plans, but this is proving to be not an easy task for them as the dimensional holes occurred at random. That's right. The dangers from the monsters have not disappeared yet? Han-Yeol snapped back to his senses and exclaimed inwardly when he heard the news. It was not the end for Han-Yeol now that he had cured his father's illness. He had forgotten it for a moment, but the threat of the monsters was still present. This was a threat that he was all too familiar with, but he had momentarily forgotten it as he got complacent. He immediately realized that he did not have the luxury of sitting around the sofa all day and just leisurely watch TV. The experts are currently criticizing that the Hunters Association is not the only one that should be making preparations for the expiry of the treaty set forth by the aliens in 2 years, and that the government should also be making equal efforts to ensure the safety of the people. That's right. I have to make thorough preparations. I'm not losing out on anything even if nothing happens anyway, and it is much better than getting pummeled one-sidedly just because I did not make any preparations for what was to come in the future, Han-Yeol thought. It was already enough for Han-Yeol to feel that he almost could have lost his father once, and it was not something he wished to go through ever again. His lethargy and emptiness suddenly disappeared as he got into action, and his usual hard-working attitude sprung back to life. What if a dimensional hole suddenly opened near this place while I'm away? Han-Yeol nervously thought. He could no longer reel his thoughts in after the sudden wave of anxiety that he felt when the initial thoughts kicked in. Who is going to block the monsters from the dimensional holes then? Han-Yeol thought. The time that he spent out on the field was going to increase from now on if he wanted to get even stronger, and he needed a special measure in place to protect his father from any monster attacks that could occur while he was away. I need a bodyguard for father. However, there's no way that I can use a hunter as a bodyguard? Han-Yeol thought. He had experienced quite a lot of things while working as a porter, and he knew very well that hiring a hunter as a bodyguard was definitely not going to be a walk in the park. He also thought, I can't trust them too. There was no way that those selfish bastards would put their lives on the line to protect someone else. In fact, he would have to be content and thankful if they did not use his father as bait in case of any emergencies. I need someone trustworthy to protect him, Han-Yeol pondered long and hard. Han-Yeol suddenly recalled a summoned creature that guarded its master exceptionally well in one of the raid parties organized by a guild that he had joined when he had been working as a porter. Every summoner class hunter had the ability to summon one summoned creature, and Han-Yeol heard that there was a variety of summoned creatures, from spirits all the way to mythical beasts. He immediately went to his room and booted on his computer. Then, he went to the Hunters Association website and typed in the search bar, summoned creature. Then, Han-Yeol pressed enter. There are only a few summoner class hunters out there, but there are quite a number of different types of summoned creatures. The most common type of summoned creatures are the spirits, and there are also the summoned creatures that possess high intelligence and powerful stats but are hard to control, like the mythical beasts. There are also the golems, which lack intelligence but faithfully follow every single one of their master's orders, and there are also the ones that resurrect the dead and turn them into the undead. Lastly, there are unconfirmed reports of summoner hunters that can summon demons as well. There are not many facts known about the summoner hunters, since not a lot of research has been carried out on them, and becoming a summoner hunter itself gave a huge boost to a hunter's rank as they are quite few and rare. Han-Yeol pondered. He continued reading to better understand the summoner hunter's different abilities. After spending quite a while on research, he eventually decided that the best summoned creature to watch over his father would be a demon type summoned. I need to have an affinity with the spirits if I want to summon a spirit type, and affinity with the spirits is something that someone is innately born with. Also, a spirit type summon has to stay within a certain distance of their summoner at all times, so I'll have to pass on it. A golem will prove to be a strong bodyguard once I manage to create it, but its low intelligence is a cause for concern, since it might misjudge the situation at times. Also, the time and money it will take to create a golem are just too much, and I need something that can start guarding father right now, so I'll have to pass on that as well. The undead. I'll have to pass on it just because of how it looks. It's simple to summon. Also, it's a contractual relationship and not that of a summoner and a summoned, which is good since there's no concern of the summoned creature being unsummoned, and a demon is willing to do anything as long as the contract is being fulfilled, Han-Yeol thought before he called on his ego system, Carvis. Summoning magic is difficult but simple at the same time, because of the fact that Han-Yeol Nim can create skills through your actions. I think that it would be possible for you to create a skill that could summon a demon as long as you put your mind to it. Put my mind into summoning a demon? Han-Yeol thought as he furrowed his brows. Unfortunately, the occult was not his forte, and neither was it something that was of interest to him. I went through hell reading those medical textbooks, but who would have thought that I would end up reading books about the occult? Han-Yeol sighed inwardly. Han-Yeol might have grumbled inwardly, but it was a luxury for him to grumble about his current situation. His ability to create skills put him in a much more advantageous position when compared to the other hunters who had to live their entire lives with only 3 skills. The other hunters would never dream of obtaining any skills, even if they read books on the same topic every day for 100 years. As for Han-Yeol, he had the advantage of being rewarded as much as the effort he put in. I guess I'll have to live at the library from now on again, Han-Yeol thought as he went to the public library once again. However, his expectations turned into disappointment in less than 30 minutes since entering the library. He exclaimed inwardly, "There are no books about demon summoning in the library." It was just as he thought. The library had no books that were related to demon summoning or the occult. Nov. L.B//JNN. Han-Yeol decided to ask the librarian, just in case, and the response he got was that those kinds of books were not suitable for all ages and the library was a place where people from all ages came. Thus, the library purposely did not display any dark books of that nature. Why is that considered a dark book? Also, don't you have a kids section over there? Han-Yeol cried out inwardly in frustration. Han-Yeol left the library and went to the K-bookstore. Welcome. Han-Yeol had become quite a celebrity at K-bookstore after spending 1,430,000 won on books. He had also given an astounding sum of 1 million won for the staffers to have dinner the last time he had visited. The K-bookstore staffers were much more polite than they were required to be toward Han-Yeol. They were hoping for him to generously open his wallet once again this time. The manager quickly asked, "How may I assist you, customer Nim? Do you have any books related to the occult here?" Han-Yeol asked in response. The manager was momentarily perplexed at Han-Yeol's words. "Do you have any books related to demon summoning or books about demons?" Han-Yeol asked. Please wait a moment, I will immediately go and check," the manager replied while slightly flustered at the strange request. "All right," Han-Yeol replied. The manager went to the other staffers and asked about Han-Yeol's request. He called out, "Weaponizing." "Yes, Manager Nim," the staffer responded. "Does our store have any books about the occult?" the manager asked. "Please wait a moment. I don't recall seeing any though," the staffer replied. The part-time staffer called Weaponizing searched the keyword occult on their computer, and there were quite a lot of different books that showed up on their database. However, all of the books had a message on them that showed that they were not in stock at their store. Noticing that, the part-timer Weaponizing said, "There are a different variety of occult books, but we do not have any of them in our store." "Well, that can't be helped. We can't tell him that we have a book that we don't have." "All right, thanks," the manager said. "Yes, Manager Nim," Weaponizing replied. She blushed when the tall and handsome manager thanked her with a warm smile. "Kaya?" Manager Nim smiled at me? Weaponizing thought as she exclaimed inwardly. She felt that this tiring and difficult part-time job had finally paid off, and she felt as if she got paid a bonus for her hard work. The manager approached Han-Yeol with an apologetic look on his face. He said, "I am sorry, customer Nim. We do not have any of the books that you are looking for at our branch. Shall I at least place an order for the books that you are looking for?" No, you don't have to," Han-Yeol replied. "I apologize once again. Then, I wish you a pleasant day," the manager said once again with a bow. "Thank you, have a nice day," Han-Yeol said before he left the bookstore. The staffers at K-bookstore looked at Han-Yeol leaving the bookstore with a hint of disappointment on their faces. We would have received a lot of tips to spend on dinner if we delivered the books to his place like last time. Tisk. I know, right? I still can't forget the taste of the Hanwoo ribeye we had that day. I want to eat it again. Me too. The staffers who were born and lived as ordinary citizens had the chance to eat such luxurious meat for the first time in their lives, thanks to the tip that Han-Yeol had given them that day, and it was a taste that they could not forget and wanted to taste one more time. Most of the staffers who worked here were mostly working to make ends meet or save up for their tuition fees, so they did not have the luxury to purchase Hanwoo with their own money. Well, we just have to hope for the next time. Sigh, the staffers sighed in unison. Han-Yeol eventually made his way home after failing to find the book he wanted at the library and the bookstore, and he searched up demon summoning on G platform on his computer. Then, he saw 5 posts with the words demon summoning in them, and he clicked on the link that was written demon summoning methods of different countries. It seemed that someone had half-jokingly posted a question regarding demon summoning, but there was an actual reply under it that suggested a few books. Shall I try ordering these suggested titles? Han-Yeol thought. He set aside the books suggested for a moment, scrolling further down to read the other replies. Then, he thought, this looks quite good. Han-Yeol did not really expect much from the online search, but he had unexpectedly found a reply that was quite sincerely written under the post. "I am currently a priest. I will have to post a reply while maintaining my anonymity due to my class, but I, myself, am quite interested in demon summoning. I have some experience summoning demons, and I also managed to successfully request things from them as well. Unfortunately, a demon is not something anyone can just summon. You will need to have innate spiritual or psychic powers to summon one, and you will just keep failing no matter how much you try if you don't have these. However, I will tell you a few things about demon summoning to satisfy your curiosity as well as to alleviate my boredom." Good, keep going, Han-Yeol thought. He did not expect even 1% on the reply, but he never imagined that he was going to unexpectedly profit from clicking a random link on the internet. Han-Yeol properly sat down and scrolled further down. Warning, please treat a demon with utmost respect and honesty at all times. Do not ever try to order it around or take advantage of them in any way. Han-Yeol thought as he nodded. One Hanwoo is Korean beef, which is a brand like Waejayu. Han means Korean and Woo means cow. You need some basic preparations before you summon a demon. Firstly, the summoner should be aware of what kind of demon they are trying to summon. You can check the link below to go to a site where the details of numerous demons are listed, and you can also find the demon's sigil on the site, so you should print that out before you try and summon the demon of your choice. Secondly, you need to have a clear goal when attempting to summon a demon. A goal? Wanting it to protect father should be more than enough, right? Han-Yeol wondered. It did sound strange to summon a demon to protect something or someone, but it was still a clear goal, so there should not be any problems with it. Han-Yeol continued reading. You have to come into an agreement with the demon and offer something once you successfully manage to summon it. The demons in fantasy games or novels usually demand something unreasonable from humans, but the real demons are not like that at all. They are a race that values honor, and they can only demand an offering when both parties, the demon and the summoner, come to a mutual agreement on what the offering would be. However, the demon could get enraged and either attack the summoner or just go back to the demon world if both parties fail to reach an agreement. Well, that's a relief. I was kind of worried that it might be unreasonable. But a race that knows honor and mutual agreement? It does not suit them at all for some reason, Han-Yeol thought. It would have been the same case for anyone, and the same went for Han-Yeol. He didn't perceive demons in a positive light. The demons portrayed in fantasy games or novels were usually evil beings that had mostly hated humans and were always trying to corrupt humans so that they could slurp up their souls. Also, you will have to be aware of how to communicate with a demon before summoning one. How to communicate? Can't I just talk to them? Han-Yeol thought as he tilted his head in confusion. A demon usually communicates through our minds. This means that they use telepathy to communicate instead of words. It will be difficult to differentiate between your own thoughts and the demon's words when you talk to one for the first time, and those that lack spiritual or psychic powers will fail to communicate with a demon even if they somehow managed to summon one successfully. Of course, you can train your mind by meditating, and you can also get used to communicating with demons by summoning more and more demons. In the end, it will be much easier for those of you that have psychic powers to communicate and reach an agreement with the demons. Psychic powers. Han-Yeol pondered. It's called psychic powers, but mana should be able to substitute for it, right? Han-Yeol thought. Han-Yeol continued reading the explanation on summoning demons a bit more thoroughly this time, and the part he waited for the most, which was the summoning part, had finally come. The most important thing when it comes to summoning a demon is to not be disturbed by anyone during the summoning process, so please try to find a quiet place where you are certain that nobody will be able to disturb you. The demons absolutely hate being disturbed while being summoned. Well, father will only come home after the pool place closes, anyway, Han-Yeol thought. Also, you need to check and prepare the sigil of the demon that you wish to summon. Oh right, I have to decide which demon I want to summon, Han-Yeol thought as he clicked on the link under the post and read through the list of demons on the site. There were unexpectedly quite a lot of types of demons, but Han-Yeol ignored the long list of demons. He immediately scrolled down to the lesser demons. What I need right now is a demon that won't stand out and that can be a protector from anything that might try and hurt father, Han-Yeol thought. He continued to scroll down when the profile of one demon stood out. Shadow demon. It was a demon with a pitch-black body, with only its red eyes shining brightly. It was a lesser demon that possessed the ability to hide in the shadows. It possessed basic combat abilities, but that was about it, since it was only a lesser demon. However, Han-Yeol found the fact that the shadow demon was only a lesser demon to be its most appealing trait. Alright, I will summon this shadow demon, Han-Yeol thought as he made up his mind. He then printed the shadow demon's sigil on a clean piece of paper as instructed. Lastly, close your eyes and visualize the sigil as hard as you can, and it is highly important that you memorize what the sigil looks like before moving on to this step. Next, you will have to shout out the name of the demon you wish to summon while visualizing its sigil with your eyes closed. You have to keep shouting out its name until the demon gets summoned. Han-Yeol pondered. He switched his computer's monitor off and positioned himself at the center of his room. Then, he closed his eyes and visualized the sigil he printed a while ago. Visualize it. Visualize. Visualize. The shadow demon's sigil was quite simple, so it did not take a lot of time for Han-Yeol to memorize it. He could perfectly visualize it even with his eyes closed, and he focused on visualizing the shadow demon's sigil. Whoosh. Han-Yeol felt the temperature of his room drastically drop. His room felt quite warm a while ago since it was still midsummer, but his room's climate suddenly changed as if it was midwinter outside. He wondered, did it work? He actually did the demon summoning while being half skeptical, but he was amazed when he felt that something was actually happening. He came back to his senses and focused on the summoning once again. The name of the demon I want to summon is Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon. He repeatedly thought of the Shadow Demon's name. Shadow Demon. Han-Yeol shouted out the demon's name. BZZT. 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 Han-Yeol noticed that his house lights went out the moment he shouted, Shadow Demon. Han-Yeol slowly opened his eyes. Han-Yeol was surprised when he found the monitor that he had switched off a while ago was switched on, and the shadow demon he had summoned was inside the monitor. You are? Han-Yeol thought. I am. Shadow. You called me. A bunch of words suddenly popped into Han-Yeol's head. Is this what they called telepathy? Han-Yeol thought in amazement. He then looked straight at the shadow demon and thought, I have summoned you. I have a request for you, something I want you to do for me. Deal. Fairness. I ask. Han-Yeol could not hear clearly what the shadow demon said, but he could make out what it wanted. It was something along the lines of, the deal has to be fair. State your request and I shall state my terms. My request is for you to protect my father clandestinely, Han-Yeol thought as he transmitted his thoughts. Alright. My terms. Monster. I eat. Han-Yeol thought long and hard about what the shadow demon said this time, since he could not really make out what it was trying to say. Monster. Corpse. Nutrition. Ah, you want me to give you monster corpses as an offering? Han-Yeol thought. There was a saying that silence meant agreement. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The shadow monster was basically requesting Han-Yeol to give it monster corpses as an offering. It was not really a difficult request, but why does it feel like I've just entered into a contract with a high-maintenance demon? Han-Yeol thought with a hint of worry. Of course, he had no intentions of backing out of the contract with the shadow demon. He just had to earn more money and kill more monsters to maintain the upkeep of the demon, and he had no intentions of being stingy with money when his father's safety was on the line. Alright, demon. I shall enter into a contract with you, Han-Yeol said through his thoughts. Blood. Back of your hand. Is it telling me to smear my blood on the back of my hand? Wondering, Han-Yeol gathered his mana to the tip of his fingertip. He then cut the back of his right hand with his mana-infused finger like a scalpel. Yuck. Han-Yeol groaned when he failed to control his strength, cutting more than he originally intended to. Shwoo. Huh? Han-Yeol was surprised when his blood suddenly flowed upward and went toward the monitor that the shadow demon was in. Then, his blood went through the monitor screen and into the monitor, and the display on the monitor suddenly changed into the shadow demon's sigil. Soon after, the shadow demon slowly started to crawl out from the monitor, just like the scene from a well-known horror movie, The Ring. I guess birds of the same feathers flock together, whether they're demons or ghosts, Han-Yeol thought. Shwayak? Cook? Han-Yeol winced when he felt a burning sensation on the back of his right hand. Then, the blood on the back of his right hand started to rearrange itself into a pattern that was similar to the shadow demon's sigil, and the pain on the back of his right hand subsided the moment that the shadow demon fully exited the monitor. This contract complete. I will grant you give corpse. Perhaps it was because he had already entered into a contract with the shadow demon, but Han-Yeol was suddenly able to hear more words in his mind. Also, ding, this will be your last chance. Are you certain that you wish to enter into a contract with the lesser demon shadow demon? What does it matter if it's an angel or a demon when it comes to protecting the ones you love? Of course it's a yes, Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. Ding, you have successfully entered into a contract with the lesser demon shadow demon. A new skill has been created, summon demon. A new skill has been created, telepathy. A new skill has been created, power meditation. A new skill has been created, psychokinesis. You have successfully summoned a demon using the traditional summoning method. You have been exposed to demonic energy. A new stat has been created, invoke. Han-Yeol received a lot of new gifts just by entering into a contract with a demon. He called up his status to check on his new developments. Status window. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 50. Points, 0. STR, 105. VIT, 101. AGI, 99. MAG, 150. LCK, 10. Invoke, 10. Skills, Dismember, D. Sword Mastery, A. Walking, B. Mana Control, B. Mana Mastery, D. Power Strike, B. Mana Shield, C. Sixth Sense, C. Restrain, B. Body Strengthening, C. Mana Eyes, C. Jumping, B. Stab, C. Dagger Mastery, F. Chain Mastery, B. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, C. Fire Attribute, D. Mana Explosion, B. Chain Smite, B. Marksmanship, C. Martial Arts, D. Enchant, E. Sword Breath, D. Restore, F. Healing Bullet, F. Enhance Healing, F. Summon Demon, F. Telepathy, F. Power Meditation, F. Psychokinesis, F. Summon Demon, F. Type, Active. Description, a skill that allows the user to summon a demon. The user may call forth a demon they have already contracted from the demonic world. The user may summon a higher-ranking demon the higher the skill level of this skill becomes. Telepathy, F. Type, Active. Description, the user may transmit their thoughts to another and converse through their minds. The user may engage in clearer conversations with a demon the higher the skill level of this skill becomes. The user may transmit their thoughts across farther distances to a target human the higher the skill level of this skill becomes. Power Meditate, F. Type, Passive. Description, the concentration of the user will increase, and the rate of health and mana recovery of the user will increase when the user is meditating. The user may cure all sorts of status ailments if they meditate for an extended period of time. Psychokinesis, F. Type, Active. Description, the user may move objects with only their mental powers or mana without physically touching the object. The telekinesis will become stronger the higher the skill level of this skill becomes. Stat description, Invoke. The energy used by the demons. The demonic world is filled with this energy just as how the real world is filled with mana, and the main reason why the demons are not able to display their full capability in the real world is due to the lack of this energy. The demons summoned by the user will be stronger the higher this stat is. However, the user may be eaten alive by the demon they summoned if the summoned demon is stronger than this stat. Please be mindful of how you manage this stat. Wow, Han-Yeol was speechless. It could be considered that he had evolved thanks to the rewards he obtained from successfully summoning the demon this time, and he never imagined that his actions of trying to summon a shadow demon, a lesser demon, would reap him such huge rewards. Han-Yeol had gained 4 skills and 1 extra stat all at once. He thought, I'm not so surprised about the skill, but it's quite surprising to obtain a stat. He was already expecting a new skill to be created since he always obtained one whenever he did something different, but he never expected, even in his wildest dreams, that he was going to obtain a new stat altogether. There are still a lot of things that I don't know about, Han-Yeol thought. Call me, Sigil. Are you telling me to call you through the sigil whenever I need you? Han-Yeol asked. At the start, it was fun trying to understand what the shadow demon was saying. However, it was now a nuisance to Han-Yeol, who had to think twice just to try and understand what the demon was trying to say. He grumbled inwardly, damn it. I have to level up either telepathy or power meditation to try and make sense of what this guy is trying to say. Then, the shadow demon was sucked into Han-Yeol's right hand, as if it was a vacuum cleaner sucking up smoke. Noticing that, he thought to himself, I can place this guy next to Father, and ask him to guard Father, right? That was how Han-Yeol successfully managed to find a bodyguard for his father, but he was feeling a bit greedy now that he had successfully summoned a demon. He daydreamed. I don't necessarily have to stop just because I managed to summon a lesser demon to guard Father. It would be possible for me to summon the strongest demon to fight alongside me as well, right? I do have the skill to summon them now? Han-Yeol might have lived a wayward childhood because of poverty, but it did not mean that he had no greed or ambition in him. He had recently been thinking that he could become not only an S-ranked hunter, but even an M-ranked, which was the master rank, thanks to the growth type ability that he awakened with. I should raise my invoke stat if I want to summon a greater demon in the future, and I definitely need to level up if I want to increase my stats. It all circles back to leveling up again, Han-Yeol thought. He had been feeling quite down these days because of his lack of goals in life, but his motivation was now back up to 100% since he had a new goal in sight. Han-Yeol's father came back before dawn. He appeared to have drank quite a lot after he had fully recovered from his illness. I did tell him that his health won't decline even if he drank alcohol because of heal, but he is drinking almost every day now, Han-Yeol grumbled. Alcohol was bad for one's health because of its adverse effects on one's stomach, as well as the toxins it accumulated in one's liver. However, Han-Yeol's restore skill was able to cure all ailments that one had in their body. It did not matter how much his father tried to drink and ruin his health, since all it took was one restore from Han-Yeol before his health would return to normal. Han-Yeol used his skill as often as he could on his father, who was now as young as 20 years old thanks to that. Also, his father was now extra motivated when it came to running his business since he was free from his illness. Han-Yeol suddenly felt ashamed when he realized how hard his father was working while he lazed around just because he had fulfilled his goal in life. Feeling embarrassed, he thought, Father is working so hard despite having a hunter as a son, but I've been lazing around pitifully after fulfilling my goal? Han-Yeol used restore on his father once again, took off his father's clothes, and wiped his father down just like he used to. Then, he got his father into sleepwear and changed his position so that his father could sleep comfortably on the bed. This was bound to be a nuisance for a normal person, but Han-Yeol was used to this. He had done this every time he had visited his father at the hospital previously. Shadow demon, Han-Yeol thought as he summoned the demon. Did you call? This is my father. You do remember my terms of the contract where you have to discreetly protect him, right? Han-Yeol asked through telepathy. Of course. Human. Protect. Of course, I will be supplying you with enough monster corpses to satisfy you, Han-Yeol thought in response. Swoosh. The shadow demon was absorbed into Han-Yeol's father's shadow, which was formed by the bed lamp's light. Han-Yeol held his sleeping father's hand. He thought, Father, the shadow demon will protect you from now on even though I am not around. Han-Yeol finally felt that he could slightly relax when it came to worrying about his father. Han-Yeol had successfully summoned a demon to protect his father at all times, but he was not satisfied at just summoning the shadow demon, which was a lesser demon, to protect his father. He thought, I have managed to solve just one small part of the problem, but the main problem still remains. The biggest threat to father's safety right now is the random appearance of the dimensional holes. People only had to be careful of the monsters trapped behind the barrier system that was summoned by the dimensional gates that had appeared 30 years ago. However, there had been quite a few cases of dimensional holes appearing in urban areas over the past few months. The rising civilian casualties from the suddenly appearing dimensional holes outside of the barrier system had been on recent news quite frequently. Thinking about that, Han-Yeol thought, the dimensional holes do show up in urban areas after all? The internet news agency being run by the Hunters Association had stated that the appearance of dimensional holes was a global occurrence at this point. They also stated that the United States was currently studying the mana frequency that resonated before a dimensional hole opened, and they hoped to find a pattern and predict the dimensional hole's appearance. Han-Yeol scratched his head in frustration while reading the news article related to dimensional holes. Oh, forget it. It's not that I'm a dimensional hole professor or something. I just want to keep father safe, that's all. What was I thinking, trying to come up with theories about the dimensional hole? Han-Yeol knew very well that he was not very smart, and that was a fact that he had already accepted a long time ago. That was also one of the main reasons why he had given up on studying during his school days and had prioritized working part-time, doing sports, and playing with his friends. He had studied quite hard during his porter days, but all he had to do during that time had been to memorize different kinds of information. Han-Yeol knew very well that theorizing and deducing these kinds of complex stuff was not his forte at all. Han-Yeol Nim, I advise you to continue reading regardless. I think that you will greatly benefit from reading about different kinds of topics just as it benefited you when you read the medical textbooks. Really? Han-Yeol asked when Carvis' words piqued his interest. Yes. Carvis was with Han-Yeol 24/7 even though it did not seem like she was doing much, and Carvis was always analyzing every situation Han-Yeol was in, since she was designed to assist her master. The intelligent ecosystem was bound to become a great source of strength to Han-Yeol if he only knew how to utilize her properly. I am not certain what kinds of secrets the skill Infinite Library holds, but I suspect that the hints to its secrets lie in the books you would read because of the word library in its skill name. What I am trying to say is, you won't be getting the shorter end of the stick if you decide to read a book. Well, if you insist that much, Han-Yeol thought. Carvis had never pressed her suggestion so strongly onto him before, but the ecosystem had managed to easily change his perception of reading this time. One of Han-Yeol's few strong suits was the fact that he was a man of action. He immediately called a company to work on one of the empty room's interiors in his house to transform it into a study room. Then, he went to G-Bookstore instead of K-Bookstore this time, put every single book that piqued his interest into his cart, and had 5 staffers from the bookstore with 1 cart each follow him around not long after he started to shop for books. So this is how flexing your money feels, Han-Yeol thought. He realized how far he had come as he reminisced about his past self who used to walk instead of taking the bus or the taxi as he wanted to save whatever he could. This, too, Han-Yeol said. Tack? Han-Yeol started to speed up as he added more books to his carts. At a glance, he was just mindlessly throwing the books into the carts, but he was able to precisely throw the books and make them land at the exact spot he wanted them to thanks to his marksmanship skill. Thanks to this, the staffers of G-Bookstore were left dumbfounded as they followed him around while taking in this rare sight. The carts would fill up whenever Han-Yeol passed a row of books, and the books were perfectly arranged according to who knows what criteria Han-Yeol was arranging them. Excuse me, Hunter Nim, one of the staffers asked. Yes. Han-Yeol responded. I knew it. He's a hunter? The staffer exclaimed inwardly. The staffer at the forefront right behind Han-Yeol had called him Hunter Nim as they suspected that the customer in front of them who was going on a spending spree was a hunter, and it was just as they suspected. The customer was indeed a hunter. Do you plan to purchase all of these? The staffer carefully asked. Of course, I am buying to read them, after all. Oh right, you seem to have books related to the occult here, Han-Yeol said while surprised at what he saw. He had been disappointed just a few days ago when he had found no occult books at K-Bookstore, so he was surprised to see that these books were readily available right in front of him at this bookstore. He thought, is this what they call customer satisfaction? Nov. L. B//JNN. Han-Yeol did not really need the occult books anymore, since he had already succeeded in summoning a demon. Still, he decided to put it in the cart anyway. They say, the more the better, Han-Yeol merrily thought as he filled 6 carts worth of books which came up to a total of 2,100,000 won. The staffers of G-Bookstore delivered the books all the way to Han-Yeol's house, and they even helped to arrange the books in his study room. Of course, Han-Yeol did not forget to give them a sizable tip for their sincere efforts. To be frank, there was nothing special about a hunter entering a bookstore. A hunter and a normal person would usually spend the same amount of money at a bookstore, and that was why the bookstore was one place where they did not really feel the privileges of a hunter. However, the G-Bookstore at Gangbuk was the first in the country to see a glimpse of how special a hunter was. Now, let's see. Shall we get immersed in books once again? Han-Yeol thought as he opened a book. Han-Yeol read through the books he had purchased from G-Bookstore, and there were a few books that proved to be beneficial to him and some that were not. Still, he continued to read the books just in case he would benefit from one of them, even though some of the books he had bought did not make any sense. Confucius blah blah, Mencius blah blah, Han-Yeol thought as he read through one of the less helpful books. Ding! Infinite Library has indirectly influenced one of your skills due to the overwhelming amount of knowledge you have read. The rank of Mana Mastery has increased from D to C. Status window, Han-Yeol called up his status screen. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 50. Points, 0. STR, 98. VIT, 93. AGI, 87. MAG, 150. LCK, 10. Invoke, 10. Skills, Dismember, D. Sword Mastery, A. Walking, B. Mana Control, B. Mana Mastery, C. Power Strike, B. Mana Shield, C. Sixth Sense, C. Restrain, B. Body Strengthening, C. Mana Eyes, C. Jumping, B. Stab, C. Dagger Mastery, F. Chain Mastery, B. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, C. Fire Attribute, D. Mana Explosion, B. Chain Smite, B. Marksmanship, C. Martial Arts, D. Enchant, E. Sword Breath, D. Restore, E. Healing Bullet, E. Enhance Healing, E. Summon Demon, E. Telepathy, E. Power Meditation, E. Psychokinesis, E. Who knew that Infinite Library was going to be this helpful? Han-Yeol thought. Han-Yeol initially thought that, when he first got the skill and read that it was a helpful skill, he never imagined that the skill was going to be this valuable. In fact, he would have probably never realized the true worth of this skill if he did not read so many books. Also, the biggest benefit he reaped from Infinite Library was the fact that his skills from Restore all the way down the Psychokinesis, which were all at F rank, level up 1 by 1 into E rank. Wuong, flip. Han-Yeol leisurely used Psychokinesis to flip the last page of the book while sitting relaxed on the chair. The good thing is the fact that Summon Demon became E rank, he thought. Summon Demon was the skill that Han-Yeol was most interested in at the moment, and he had decided to invest most of his efforts into leveling up this skill. The best part about the skill was the fact that leveling it up benefited him in more than one way. Sukok. Han-Yeol infused mana into his finger and lightly slit the back of his right hand, where the sigil was engraved on. He called forth his summoned demon. Summon, Shadow Demon? Fwoosh! The Shadow Demon's sigil glowed brightly in midair as the Shadow Demon slowly made its appearance from its sigil. Huh? You're not the same Shadow Demon. Han-Yeol thought as he tilted his head in confusion. Although it looked the same, this Shadow Demon gave off a slightly different mana frequency compared to the one from before. Han-Yeol was certain that this was not the same Shadow Demon that he had entered into a contract with. I think the number of Shadow Demons you can handle has increased due to your skill leveling up. The ecosystem, Carvis, interjected at just the right time to assist Han-Yeol. Ah, is that so? Han-Yeol muttered inwardly. Yes. Fwoosh, human. What should I do? Oh right, it did warn me not to aimlessly summon a demon for no reason, Han-Yeol thought as he recalled what the online post had written. He had actually activated Summon Demon out of curiosity because it leveled up, but he did not really have anything, in particular, to ask from the demon. Human. Perhaps it was because the Shadow Demon had noticed what was going on, but its voice seemed to have become a bit more emotional. Ah, I am curious about something. The offerings you guys require are monster corpses, right? Han-Yeol asked. That is right. The Shadow Demon calmed down when Han-Yeol mentioned the monster corpses. Then, will you also be able to grow stronger if you hunt the monsters yourself? Han-Yeol asked. Of course. We will become stronger. I see, Han-Yeol thought. It basically meant that he did not have to summon a greater demon, because he could just train the demons he had summoned to become stronger. Alright, you can go back now. I will call you the next time I am going on a hunt, Han-Yeol said. Make sure. Call me. Alright, Han-Yeol replied. Fwoosh. Han-Yeol was able to prevent upsetting the demon thanks to his quick thinking. I don't have any more time to waste. I need to offer some monster corpses to the Shadow Demon guarding father as well. Thinking that, Han-Yeol took out his smartphone and dialed a number. Ring. Ring. Why isn't he picking up? Han-Yeol wondered. The person you are calling is currently not available. Please leave a message after the beep. Han-Yeol had called Sungbyum, who did not pick up. He wondered, what's going on? Well, Sungbyum might be busy or away from his phone, so Han-Yeol decided to call Ari instead. Hello? Hi, Ari, Han-Yeol said. Ah, Mr. Han-Yeol. Yes, it's me. Sungbyum is not picking up his phone. Did something happen? He asked. Ari could not easily respond to his question. What's going on? He thought. Han-Yeol was not dense at all. In fact, he was quite sharp and quick-witted, since he had to work countless part-time jobs ever since young. His instincts were currently telling him that something had happened to Sungbyum and Ari. Han-Yeol's instinct was spot on because something did happen to the two. Did Sungbyum not tell you? No, did something happen? Han-Yeol asked. Actually, we joined another party as porters, and both of us managed to awaken. It was shocking news. Most porters, excluding those who gave up on awakening and just worked to make a living, went through all sorts of dangers just in the hopes of awakening, and the actual awakening of a porter was always something to congratulate them about. Oh, congratulations? Ah, so that's why he's out of reach. He can't work as a porter anymore, Han-Yeol said. I'm sorry. No, that's all right. But aside from that, is there any other reason Sungbyum is out of reach? Han-Yeol asked. Luckily, we awakened with B-rank abilities, so a lot of guilds are calling us. It's quite hectic for us as well. Sungbyum was supposed to give you a call, but I guess he forgot about it. Han-Yeol could totally understand if that was the case. The numerous guild scouts would probably be on fire right now if they heard that they had awakened as B-rank awakens, and this was especially true in these times when the value of a single hunter was skyrocketing. Mr. Han-Yeol. Yes. Han-Yeol responded. I'm sorry. We should have contacted you earlier. I can introduce you to two porters I know. Would you want to meet them? Really? He asked. Yes, they are quite capable, and they are willing to work hard to make big bucks. I'm thinking that they will be a perfect fit for someone like you, Mr. Han-Yeol. Ari's offer was not that bad. Ari and Sungbyum were veteran porters with 4 years of experience, and they wouldn't have low standards at all. That was why Han-Yeol was confident that the porters they planned to introduce would be somewhat capable at least. Then, can I bother you with that? He asked. Of course. Also, Mr. Han-Yeol, you are not bothering me at all. I think I am the one bothering you by making you take care of my juniors. Haha, I should be thankful if I can have a porter as capable as you. I was actually worried for a moment because good porters are in short supply these days, Han-Yeol said while letting out a hearty laugh. The monsters were popping up like a swarm of bees all over the country because of the dimensional holes, and the hunters were forced to mobilize more often than they usually would because of it. All of the capable porters were already snatched up by raid parties and guilds, and it was practically impossible to find a capable porter in the market these days. Also, the guilds have started to sign the capable veteran porters to an exclusive contract to protect their own interests during this porter shortage. Then, I will arrange an appointment for you to meet them tomorrow at 2 in the afternoon at the same place where we first met last time. Alright, thanks for your help, Han-Yeol replied gratefully. Then, goodbye. Oh right, alright, he called out. Yes, I hope that you will live happily ever after with Sungbyeom, he said. Omo, you've noticed? Of course, it's hard not to when you guys were all over each other so openly. I thought I was going to die from envy? Ha ha ha, Han-Yeol said while laughing out loud. We tried to keep it a secret. Were we too obvious? I just noticed by chance, he said cheekily. There was no such thing as a secret in this world. Han-Yeol hung up after talking to Ari. Their awakening was very good news, but Han-Yeol had something else on his mind the moment he heard it. He was worried about where to find porters who could replace the two in this day and age, where porters were high in demand but low in supply. However, his worries were for naught, because he immediately arranged an introduction to replacement porters. As expected. It always pays to be generous, Han-Yeol thought. Han-Yeol seemed to have started becoming melancholic after becoming financially abundant, and he could not help but feel like he wanted to be around people once again. He was extremely looking forward to the new porters he planned to meet tomorrow. I wonder what kind of people they are? I hope they are kind and diligent, Han-Yeol wondered as he was looking forward to meeting his new porters. Should I call my friends and hang out with them? Han-Yeol found himself pondering this question quite often these days. He missed quite a few of his friends, ones he used to hang out with and do mischievous things together during his younger days. No, I have to return to my senses. I don't have the luxury to fool around right now. Not yet, he thought as he steeled his resolve once again. He still did not have the luxury to laze around and do whatever he wanted. Nov. L.B//JNN. I've become quite relaxed, both mentally and physically, these days. I'm still not strong enough to be so complacent. What was I thinking? Han-Yeol rebuked himself. He didn't feel that he was at the stage where he could get complacent and be satisfied. In fact, he felt an even stronger need to do his best and take one more step if he could. But first, let's get some sleep, he thought as he decided to put to rest the numerous things running on his mind. He was feeling sleepy and he also had to get up early tomorrow, so he decided to lie down on his bed and slowly drift away to sleep. The next day, Han-Yeol woke up early in the morning and went for a light jog around his apartment complex. Then, he took a shower and got ready to go out. The meeting was at 2 in the afternoon, but he had some other things to take care of prior to that. That's the reason he left early. It's been ages since I've gone shopping, Han-Yeol said as he lightly stretched his body before leaving his house. His destination was the Hunter Mall that he had previously been to, but the difference this time was the fact that he was not using public transportation. He was now using his own car. I'll buy a proper sword this time, Han-Yeol steeled his resolve before entering the Hunter Mall. Han-Yeol's wealth had well exceeded 5 billion won by now, but he was still using a sword worth 500 million won, which was unacceptable. He felt the need to invest more into his sword, which was the other weapon he depended on aside from his chain. He arrived at Hunter Mall, which was actually more of a shopping mall complex, and he purchased a sword worth 1,570 million won before he sold his old sword at the second-hand market for cheap. Whoosh, whoosh, it feels perfect, Han-Yeol thought while lightly swinging the sword a few times. Han-Yeol went to his afternoon meeting with the new porters after he leisurely went around window shopping at the Hunter Mall. Ring! A familiar chime rang out when Han-Yeol entered the cafe, and he went to the same spot where he had first met Sungbyeom and Ari before. There was a pair of one boy and girl sitting at the table, and Han-Yeol could only see the boy from his angle. Looking at how young the boy was, he thought, a high schooler? What the? Did she pass me the bucket or something? Han-Yeol thought as his face flushed red in anger. There were some cases where a raid party or a guild would introduce a porter in hopes of getting rid of them, passing them to someone else. The term usually used in these kinds of cases was pass the bucket. Damn it. I should have noticed the moment they did not even bother to contact me even after awakening. How dare they repay my kindness with evil? Those ingrates? Han-Yeol cussed inwardly as he gritted his teeth. Han-Yeol was a peace-loving person who did not wish harm on anyone, but it was a different story if someone actually stabbed him in the back. In those cases, he would only be relieved if he managed to get back at them. That was also the reason why he had stuffed his resignation letter in the factory manager's mouth previously. He is here. The boy who looked like a high schooler got up when he first saw Han-Yeol approaching. The girl beside him, who Han-Yeol could barely see, also got up and turned around to greet Han-Yeol. You? High schooler? Han-Yeol muttered in surprise the moment he saw the girl's face. Han-Yeol appa, the girl muttered in surprise as well. Surprisingly, the girl who turned around was the same one who lived next to Han-Yeol at Moon Village, and this was the same girl that Han-Yeol had saved from almost being raped that night. Han-Yeol. Appa. Yeol exclaimed excitedly. She stared intently at Han-Yeol before she suddenly said, You suddenly disappeared. Do you know how sad I was when I went to give you banana milk only to find that you have already moved? I'm sorry. My father suddenly got discharged, so it was quite hectic, and that was not long after I awakened as a hunter. It was a very hectic time, Han-Yeol replied apologetically. I see, Yubai muttered. The Han-Yeol who was about to explode because he thought he had been past the bucket was nowhere to be found now. He was quite happy to meet his high schooler once again, because he really missed her but hadn't been able to see her due to all sorts of reasons. Now, let's cut our greetings short and sit down. It's uncomfortable for all of us to keep standing, Han-Yeol said. Yes. Why yes. Yubai replied while smiling brightly, but the boy replied nervously while stuttering his words. Actually, Yubai would have been the one frozen stiff from nervousness if the hunter in front of her was not Han-Yeol, but the nervousness completely disappeared from her face, replaced by a big smile. It's a relief that I will be working with Han-Yeol appa, Yubai thought. She had heard a lot of stories during her porter trainee days from fellow trainees, the internet, and her seniors regarding the harsh treatment that the porters were subjected to by the hunters. In fact, the scariest part for her was the fact that there had been quite a few cases of sexual assault committed by the hunters against female porters. Working as a porter was difficult for females, who had no one to protect them against the hunters' abuse. However, she was now able to be at ease, since she knew very well what kind of a man Han-Yeol was. How much experience do you two have working as a porter? I can speak informally to you two, right? Han-Yeol asked. He was already comfortable with Yubai, since they knew each other, so his question was actually directed at the boy. Well, who in their right mind would reply no, I want you to speak formally to me in such a situation, especially when it was between a hunter and a porter, right? Why yes. Yes, Hunter Nim, please speak freely with me, the boy replied. He was frozen stiff from nervousness because of the fact that he was sitting in front of a hunter, and he could not help but stutter with his words. Alright, I will ask once again. You just have to answer me honestly, Han-Yeol said. Yes, Appa. Yubai replied with a bright expression. Meanwhile, the boy seemed to still be nervous as he kept stuttering. He quickly replied, why yes, Hunter Nim. The two fresh-faced porters tensed up when they suddenly had to face the charisma of a level 50 hunter, and even Yubai, who was already acquainted with Han-Yeol, unintentionally stiffened in surprise. How much experience do you have as a porter? Han-Yeol asked. Then, he wondered, I haven't seen Yubai for around 4 months. Does that mean she was doing this since before we met? It was the same for Han-Yeol, but not anyone could become a porter just because they wanted to. It was mandatory for anyone who wanted to become a porter to be registered and receive 4 months of training from the porter department, which was directly under the control of the Hunters Association, before becoming one. Then, they had to receive additional training if they wanted to advance to the next level as a porter. In fact, Han-Yeol also had to complete the mandatory 4 months of training and take numerous additional training just to become an A-ranked porter. But we just completed our training yesterday, Yubai replied quite honestly. What? Han-Yeol was flabbergasted at her reply. Yeah. You were referred to as a very good and kind hunter by our seniors, so, is there something wrong? Yubai asked. No, there's nothing wrong. It's just that it is a bit different from what I was told, so I'm a bit surprised, Han-Yeol replied. I got scammed, right? Han-Yeol thought. Well, Ari had mentioned that they were skilled, but she did not mention that they were experienced in the first place. Technically, she was not lying as long as Yubai and this boy had the skills to back it up. They're seniors. Did she really pass the bucket to me, or is she hoping that I can help them grow? Han-Yeol wondered. This situation was quite a headache for him, regardless of Ari's intentions. He thought, wait a minute? No, that might not be the case here. Han-Yeol suddenly shook the problematic thoughts out of his head and remembered what he was supposed to do in the coming days. Nov, L, B /JNN. I'm supposed to hunt at the hunting grounds where the weaker monsters are at since I have to train the shadow demon. Then, in that case, I can kill 2 birds with 1 stone if I can whip these guys into shape at the same time, Han-Yeol thought as he decided to be optimistic about this whole situation. It was quite difficult to find a veteran porter these days anyway, so he really had to make do with whatever he had at the moment. Also, it's not a bad idea to go hunting if it's with Yubai, Han-Yeol thought. This was actually the biggest driving factor behind his optimism. Han-Yeol had been missing Yubai for quite a while now, but he now had the opportunity to stay together with her. Alright, let's sign a contract then. I'm sure you have heard of the terms, right? Han-Yeol said. Yes. I heard that you will hire us for 900,000 won an hour, the boy said nervously. Han-Yeol smiled. I'm already acquainted with Yubai so I know her name. What is your name though? Yes. My name is Sung-Won, the boy nervously replied. Alright, Sung-Won. Tell me honestly, do you think that you are worth the same as Sungbyum and Ari, who are veteran porters? Han-Yeol asked. And not at all. They are the role models I look up to and I hope to be like them one day, Sung-Won replied. Right? Then you should know that it will be a joke if you get paid the same rate as they got. Han-Yeol asked. Yes, Sung-Won replied with a hint of disappointment in his voice. He completely understood what Han-Yeol meant, but he could not hide his disappointment when he heard that he was not going to be paid the amount that he had hoped for. Well, I can't pay you the same rate as what I paid Sungbyum and Ari, but we can start with the intern rate, which is at 630,000 won. I will increase the rate when I am satisfied with your skills. Do you have any objections? Han-Yeol asked. No, not at all. Sungwon enthusiastically replied. His face brightened when the pay that he expected to be greatly reduced was only reduced by a bit and the terms of the contract were quite favorable. Same here, I do not have any, Yubai replied. Alright, Han-Yeol said before he wrapped up the meeting by telling them the time and location of their next meeting place. He then asked, I hope that you both are aware of the equipment that you need to have as porters. Ah, that. We did receive the training, Sungwon muttered hesitantly. Yubai gave a similar response. Han-Yeol felt a bit nervous, but the next hunting ground was going to be a low-leveled one. Also, he was not the type to reprimand someone when they have not even made any mistakes yet. In the end, Han-Yeol decided to give Sungwon and Yubai the benefit of the doubt and trust them this time. He said, alright then, I will see you both tomorrow. Han-Yeol was about to leave after the meeting finished when Yubai suddenly held his wrist. Looking back at her, he asked, what's wrong, Yubai? Han-Yeol appa. It has been quite a while since we have seen each other. Do you plan to leave just like that? Yubai asked. You're right. Do you want to go for a walk? Han-Yeol replied. Sure. Sungwon, you can head home first, she said. Oh okay, Sungwon grumbled slightly before he left the cafe. Han-Yeol and Yubai went for a stroll at a park near the cafe. They have known each other for quite a while now, but this was the first time that they were spending time together. I was really surprised when I saw that you have become a hunter, Yubai said. Yeah, I was surprised when I awakened too. Also, I'm sorry, Han-Yeol said. Huh? What are you apologizing for? She asked. I should have at least contacted you before I moved, but I couldn't, since things were just too hectic at that time, he replied apologetically. Don't mention it. I understand that it was not an easy time for you, Yubai responded. It was then. Wuong. Han-Yeol tilted his head when he suddenly felt a wave of mana from somewhere in the park. As he looked around with mana eyes, he thought, don't tell me. Then, Han-Yeol saw that mana similar to that of a dimensional hole was forming at a place not so far away from where he and Yubai were. Noticing that a dimensional hole was suddenly forming out of nowhere while he was having a lovely time with Yubai, he cursed inwardly, damn it, what shitty timing is this? Han-Yeol appa. Yubai called out when she saw him glaring at one spot. Yubai, do you have your porter equipment with you right now? Han-Yeol asked. No I don't, she replied. You have to keep at least some of your equipment with you from now on, he said. She was confused at what he had just said. BZZT, BZZT, BZZT? The space above the lake in the middle of the park suddenly started to twist and turn while releasing static sounds, and this caused panic among the park visitors as they screamed and fled in all directions. Kaya, it's a dimensional hole. Run away. Help me. The dimensional hole had already cemented itself as a source of terror, not only to the hunters but also to the general populace. This was all because of the news that reported the numerous fatalities caused by it. Yaya? It seemed that someone quickly reported the matter to the authorities, because sirens blared from the speakers installed across the park. Attention everybody. A dimensional hole has just formed here at Gangbuk Park. We request for all civilians to seek refuge at the nearby shelter this instant. I repeat. A dimensional hole has appeared here at Gangbuk Park. We request for all civilians to seek refuge at the nearby shelter this instant. We ask any hunters nearby to push back the monsters and buy some time for the civilians to evacuate. Numerous speakers and cameras had been installed all over civilian areas by the government as a precautionary measure in the event of a dimensional hole suddenly appearing. Han-Yeol and Yubai did not move a single step despite what was currently happening. With a relaxed voice, Han-Yeol said, you have to be prepared just in case something like that happens, right? However, Yubai was currently stunned and confused as to what was going on because of the sudden appearance of the dimensional hole. She was barely able to respond. Why yes. She had heard about the dimensional holes quite a lot, but this was her first time seeing one in real life. Han-Yeol smirked at Yubai, who was obviously frozen with fear, before he took out his revolver and passed it on to her. He asked, you know how to use a gun, right? Of course, I'm a certified porter that went through 4 months of training. Yubai retorted. Click. Clack. She received the revolver from Han-Yeol before opening the cylinder to check the bullets inside. She then closed it with a flick. Good, Han-Yeol said with a satisfied nod before he pulled out the new sword which he had bought for 1,570,000,000 won. His other equipment was all in his car. He would have made it just in time if he had run to his car and collected all of his equipment, but he chose not to bother. It's a perfect opportunity for me to check how strong this new sword is, Han-Yeol thought. Splash, swoosh. The monster that popped out from the dimensional hole resembled a gigantic blue bee that released electricity around it. Is it at the same level as the electric hornets? Han-Yeol wondered. Gulp. Yubai, who was standing beside Han-Yeol, could not help but gulp dryly at the sight of the monster that she had never seen before in her life. Broom. The monster emitted a loud sound resembling that of an insect. It threateningly reverberated throughout the park. Sword breath. Han-Yeol activated his main sword skill. Fwye. A bright flame engulfed Han-Yeol's sword, and Yubai could not help but exclaim at the awesome sight that was in front of her. Amazed, she cried out inwardly, wow. Yubai had never seen an actual hunter in action before, since the only hunters she had encountered were the ones who volunteered as instructors during her porter training. That was all the more reason that she was astounded by how flashy Han-Yeol's skill was. Hey, Yubai. You have learned that the first thing you should do if you encounter a monster is to shoot it with your gun and lure it, right? Han-Yeol asked. Yes. Yubai replied as she snapped back to her senses. Then, try to hit that bee with the revolver I gave you, Han-Yeol ordered. Okay. Yubai enthusiastically replied before she aimed the revolver at the monster. Tang, tang, tang. Yubai accurately shot the monster's face with pinpoint accuracy, using the revolver Han-Yeol had given her as soon as he gave the order. The bullets fired from the revolver would have exterminated the insect if it had been fired by Han-Yeol along with power strike. Unfortunately, the one that was using the revolver right now was Yubai, who was only a mere human, and the bullets she shot only managed to graze the monster. That was also because the gun and bullets were crafted by a hunter. Yuk. However, Yubai was successful at agitating the monster, which was her main purpose in the first place. Vroom! The monster flew at a high speed toward where Yubai and Han-Yeol were at. Mana shield? Han-Yeol summoned his shield, which was the best thing that went along with a sword, before he charged toward the incoming bee monster. Bzzzt? The bee released an explosion of bluish energy. It seemed to have gotten agitated by the human that was charging toward it. Electricity. Han-Yeol coveted the electricity that the bee was emitting. With a smirk on his face, he thought, shall we play for a bit? Bam! Bzzzt? Han-Yeol's mana shield and the bees collided. He groaned upon impact. Ku. The monster from the dimensional hole lived up to its reputation, because Han-Yeol could feel the difference in their strength compared to the normal monsters at the hunting grounds in just a single clash. Han-Yeol used mana eyes to gauge the density of the monster's mana, and he found that this monster's mana was much denser than the normal ones at the hunting ground. He thought, it's still a relief that they are only slightly stronger than 3 mutant orcs combined. Han-Yeol was already much stronger than he had been when he had fought against the mutant orcs, and that was why he was confident that he could face the monster this time around without any problems. Also, what I want is, Han-Yeol's thoughts trailed on. He was not sure if it was going to be possible, but he really coveted the monster's electricity attribute. He did not know if it was going to work the same way when he had obtained fire attribute, but he was certain that he would become much stronger if he could obtain a skill to control electricity. It's because the electric attribute is quite rare, Han-Yeol thought before he smashed his shield into the monster. Shield bash. Keek! The bee shrieked in agony when it was hit by the shield. Shield Bash was lagging behind in terms of levels compared to the other skills he had obtained around the same time as it, but the shield was not lagging behind at all when it came to its strength. Han-Yeol simultaneously used mana control while fighting against the bee. He tried to control the electricity that the bee emitted from its body. Bzzzt? Cook? Han-Yeol groaned. However, it did not prove to be easy as the electricity that Han-Yeol was trying to control was not something that was made from his mana. Therefore, the electricity rejected all of his attempts to tame it. Keek! The monster brandished its stinger, gathering electricity on it. Damn it! Han-Yeol cursed under his breath before he used jumping. Bzzzt? The monster had shot the electricity it gathered on its stinger, and it would have hit Han-Yeol if he did not promptly evade by jumping out of the way. The area that was hit by the monster's attack was charred, and the attack even left a large depression on the ground. Gulp! I'm a goner if I get hit by that, Han-Yeol thought as he gulped dryly. He was underestimating the insect monster, since its defense did not seem to be that strong. However, he soon realized that the monster's attack power was not something to look down on. I would have already died if it wasn't for Sixth Sense, Han-Yeol thought with a sigh of relief. The main reason why Han-Yeol was still alive despite his recklessness was all thanks to Sixth Sense, which made him see the opponent's attacks in slow motion. Han-Yeol quickly glanced around his surroundings. The crowded park was now so empty that not even a single ant was to be seen, and the only people remaining were Yubai and himself. He thought, I have to finish this before they send in a party to manage the situation. He planned to monopolize the insect monster that was in front of him, and he was certain that this plan of his would go up in smoke if a party of hunters arrived. Clicking his tongue, he thought, it would be much easier if only I had my chain and rifle. The insect monster seemed to be quite good at mid-range and melee combat, since the short-range electricity it shot out from its stinger was extremely destructive. Swoosh! Han-Yeol lightly swung his sword, which was engulfed in a majestic flame. Yuk! The insect monster let out a cry. Broom! The insect monster charged at Han-Yeol, taking the initiative by attacking first. It viciously flapped its wings while letting out the same sounds as that of a helicopter's propeller, and it was gathering its electricity to its stinger as well. Mana shield? Han-Yeol immediately responded by injecting more mana into his shield. He thought that a defensive approach would be safer and more effective in this situation, since he was not used to fighting melee against a flying opponent. Bzzzt? The monster unleashed a bolt of electricity once Han-Yeol was within range of its attack. Han-Yeol focused and intently watched the bolt of electricity before he parried it with his shield at the last minute to minimize the impact he had to receive. This was only possible because of his skill Sixth Sense. Cook! Han-Yeol groaned. He was slightly grazed by the bolt of electricity, but he was thoroughly electrocuted. As expected. Electricity is such a pain to deal with. That was all the more reason that Han-Yeol desired the electric attribute. Any ability related to electricity was very rare, and electricity was a relatively efficient and versatile attribute to use. Sukok! Han-Yeol counterattacked with sword breath as soon as he avoided the insect monster's stinger. Keek! The monster shrieked in pain. The flames engulfing Han-Yeol's sword were very effective against the monster regardless of which elemental attribute it possessed, and this was due to the fact that fire was very effective against insect-type monsters. The insect monster was in immense agony after being struck by sword breath, and it was trying to fly up into the air in hopes of avoiding Han-Yeol's sword. However, Han-Yeol had no plans to let the monster escape. I won't let you, Han-Yeol thought. He probably would have just let the monster fly up before he took his sweet time to hunt it down if this was a hunting ground, but the current circumstance was one where he had to hunt the monster as fast as possible, so he had to prevent it from escaping. However, bzzzt, the insect monster had already gathered electricity on its stinger, just in case Han-Yeol would try to disrupt its flight. It shot the bolt of electricity when Han-Yeol attempted to get near it, preventing him from coming near. Damn it! Han-Yeol cursed inwardly. The only weapons he currently had on him were his sword and mana shield, and it was going to be problematic for him if the insect monster managed to fly up. He was just about to give up on hunting the monster when n/o/fel/b/n.c//om. Tang, tang, tang. The firing of 3 bullets rang out before the bullets pierced through the insect monster's wings, and the bolt of electricity that the monster shot out was interrupted thanks to that. This is my chance, Han-Yeol thought before he jumped up. He used jumping to jump so high that he was now above the insect monster. Then, he took a stance in midair just like the Spartans from an old movie. His shield was in front of him and his sword was right next to it as he started his descent toward the monster. Keek! The insect monster screeched as it tried to defend against Han-Yeol's attack. The only way it could attack or defend was through its stinger, but Han-Yeol was currently above it entirely. Die! Han-Yeol shouted before he activated his skill, Shield Bash, Bam, Pukok. He stabbed the insect monster in the head with sword breath together with the momentum of his fall. Squirm, squirm. The insect monster squirmed as it tried to get Han-Yeol off of its head, but it could not struggle for long. Half of Han-Yeol's sword was already stabbed deep into its head, continuously unleashing its hot flames. Kairyuk, the insect monster made a strange noise before it fell to the ground. Thud, the insect monster momentarily squirmed after it hit the ground. Then, it plopped dead. That's the end of that, Han-Yeol muttered. He had successfully managed to solo hunt the insect monster from the dimensional hole. Han-Yeol Appa, are you alright? Yubai asked as she approached Han-Yeol. She had been quietly hiding while the battle between Han-Yeol and the insect monster had raged on. Now that the battle was over, she had come to check on Han-Yeol just in case he was hurt after the battle. I'm alright. What about you? Are you hurt anywhere? Han-Yeol asked in response. I was just watching from the sidelines, so it would be strange if I was the one that got hurt, Yubai replied. Is that so? Han-Yeol said with a smile before he suddenly remembered and asked, oh right, the 3 bullets a while ago. Did you shoot those? Han-Yeol was referring to the bullets shot when the insect monster was about to take flight. Yes. I felt that I had to shoot those at that moment. Did I disturb you by any chance? She asked with a worried look. However, Han-Yeol simply broke into a big smile. No, your timing was impeccable. Keep it up even when we are at the hunting ground. Then, you will become a top-class porter in no time. That is if you don't awaken as a hunter before that. Telling someone that they had the potential to become a top-class porter seemed like praise, but it was actually no different from cursing someone. 99.99% of the porters did not set their goals as merely becoming a top-class porter, but they were aiming to awaken and become a hunter themselves. Hi, thank you, Han-Yeol Appa. Yubai replied with a big smile on her face. She did not seem to be aiming to become a hunter yet, since she was extremely happy by the fact that Han-Yeol had praised her just now. I hope that you will never get corrupted by this dirty, messed up world, Han-Yeol thought as he looked at Yubai smiling innocently. Yubai was bound to be influenced by the world at one point, but Han-Yeol hoped that the time would come as late as possible. Weeing, Han-Yeol took care of the dimensional hole that had appeared in the middle of the city, and the response team only arrived after everything was over. The whole thing was briefly broadcasted on the evening news since there were no fatalities, and the only casualty was the park having sustained some damage. Han-Yeol drove Yubai home before he went home. PSSHHH. He opened a can of beer and sat in front of the TV. Opening a can of beer and sitting on the sofa was a habit that made him happy, and this did not change whether he was rich or poor. It's a shame though. I really wanted that electric attribute, Han-Yeol thought as he clicked his tongue inwardly. He was really disappointed because the electric attribute was what he wanted the most out of all the elements, and he was not able to obtain it despite meeting an electric attribute monster which was considered to be quite rare. Tisk. It can't be helped, but I'll definitely get my hands on that attribute the next time. No matter what, he thought as he steeled his resolve. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Han-Yeol took a swig from the beer can while watching his favorite variety program. The program had 6 participants that did comedy with different concepts every week, and the MC, who was also known as the National MC of Korea, was quite good at making the show livelier and funnier. Han-Yeol enjoyed watching this specific show, which he found to be quite funny, and the show also gave him a good laugh whenever he watched it. Before he ended his day, he thought, I want to go on that show at least once in the future. The next day, Han-Yeol got up early in the morning like he usually did. He checked his weapons and equipment before he prepared to leave his house. Today was going to be the first day that he was going out to hunt with Yubai and Sungwon. Of course, Han-Yeol's goal for today was not to level up but to test the shadow demon at the hunting ground. However, he had thoroughly prepared his weapons and equipment, because being overconfident was the biggest mistake a hunter could make at the hunting grounds. Ding dong? Who is messaging me this early in the morning? Thinking that, Han-Yeol checked his smartphone and saw a message from Yubai. Han-Yeol appa, we are meeting at 9 in the morning, right? The content of Yubai's message was nothing special. Han-Yeol had already informed both Yubai and Sungwon of the meeting time, and he had also reiterated this before previously dropping her off at her place. However, Han-Yeol could not help but feel happy because of Yubai's message. The simple fact that he had someone to exchange messages with in the morning, and that the someone was a beautiful high school girl like Yubai made him happy. No, I can't. Yubai is still a high schooler. I only like her as an older brother. I have no ulterior motives. That's right, this isn't love, Han-Yeol thought. There was a huge 8-year age gap between them. It was not going to be a problem if they were both adults, but Yubai was still in her senior year of high school. She was technically a minor. Did she drop out of school by any chance? He then wondered. Han-Yeol had seen a lot of students drop out of school just to become porters when he had been working as one. It seemed to him, at that time, that these kids had chosen to become porters rather than betting their future on their studies, and the fact that the economy was in ruins these days did not help, as they probably did feel that there would be a better chance of them making it big if they worked as a porter instead. Also, there was a higher chance of awakening the younger they were, and that was the biggest factor for kids to drop out of school and become a porter at an early age. Yes, we agreed to meet at the Hunters Association at 9 in the morning. Also, don't forget to prepare and bring your equipment. I hope you won't make a scene tomorrow because you forgot your equipment. Han-Yeol replied. Alright. Hi. Han-Yeol might have sounded like a boomer in his message, but Yubai did not seem to mind it at all. She replied in her usual cheerful demeanor, and Han-Yeol could not help but smile as he read her reply. The trio met up in front of the Hunters Association and drove down to Sacho. They each had an earpiece that was connected to a walkie-talkie to talk to each other. Sungbyum and Ari had been veteran porters, so they did not need this kind of equipment, but these two required it. This was the first time they were going out to the hunting grounds. We are going to hunt the Volaxes for your first hunt. Well, there's not much you have to do, to be honest. I just want you to try and get a feel for the hunting grounds for starters. Don't feel too nervous, I won't be reprimanding you to do better right away, Han-Yeol explained. Yes. The two enthusiastically replied. Well, I like their enthusiasm. Han-Yeol thought that an enthusiastic porter without experience was always bound to be better than an experienced one who did not really want to work. They arrived at the low-level hunting ground at Sacho, and they identified themselves to the military guarding the checkpoint before entering the hunting ground. Han-Yeol was driving his car at the front while Yubai and Sungwon were following in a truck. Are you picking up anything on the detection device? Han-Yeol asked while looking around the hunting ground with mana eyes. He knew that there was nothing around them, but he still asked nevertheless to train the newbies. PSSHT? No, I am not picking anything up in the detection device. It seemed that the two had decided that the leader between the two porters would be Sungwon. It was unsurprising since the males were usually the leader if the porters were mixed genders. Report immediately if you pick something up, Han-Yeol said. PSSHT? Roger that, Hunter Nim. Quite a while had passed since they had entered the hunting ground. PSSHT? Hunter Nim, I am detecting 4 monsters that seem to be Volaxes just 300 meters in front of us. Okay, we will advance 100 meters and lure them toward us, Han-Yeol replied. PSSHT? Roger that. They finally picked up some Volaxes on their detection device, but Han-Yeol had already spotted the monsters as well. It's finally starting, Han-Yeol thought while rubbing the back of his right hand. The time for him to use his latest skill had finally arrived, and he planned to grow the shadow demon more powerful in this hunt. Kong? The Volaxes caught a whiff of Han-Yeol's party's scent even though they were quite a distance away, thanks to their developed sense of smell. They viciously ran, following the scent of the humans. Fire. Rat-a-tat-a-ta? The two porters pulled the triggers on their K2 rifles and opened fire at the command of Sungwon, who assumed the role of the leader since they had no manager. Most of the bullets the porters fired missed the Volaxes as these monsters were quite agile, but the fact that they missed was not important to Han-Yeol at all. Han-Yeol extended his right hand and cut the back of it with his mana-infused finger. He looked at the blood dripping from the back of his hand before he muttered, "Summon demon." The droplets of blood that dripped to the ground coagulated together before they spread out and formed the pattern of the sigil that belonged to the demon that Han-Yeol had contracted with. Han-Yeol summoned the shadow demon. Fwaa! A cloud of black smoke rose up from the ground before the shadow demon slowly emerged from within the cloud of smoke. Did you call? Human. The demon had replied through telepathy, just as it always did. Shadow demon, I offer you monsters. Those 4, Volaxes, are yours, Han-Yeol said while pointing at the 4 hideous monsters frantically charging toward them and avoiding the bullets Yubai and Sungwon were firing at them. I shall grant your request. Huh? Han-Yeol was confused. The shadow demon's telepathic connection between it and Han-Yeol made it hard for him to fully understand what it was trying to say, but he could clearly hear what the demon was saying this time. Halt! Cease fire! Han-Yeol shouted a command. The two porters' accuracy had drastically fallen the moment they were surprised after seeing Han-Yeol summoning the shadow demon. Sungwon immediately stopped shooting once the shadow demon started walking toward the Volaxes. Shiying, the shadow demon raised its sharp nails on both hands and walked toward the Volaxes, which opened their mouths while charging at it. Shuaye? Huh. What the? Yubai and Sungwon were taken aback by what they saw. They just went through it? Han-Yeol thought. The Volaxes were about to collide with the shadow demon before they simply passed through it. That was the moment that completely confused the monsters as to what had just happened. Shakok? The shadow demon turned around and swiped its nails at one of the Volaxes, leaving 4 huge lines on its back. Kakang? The Volax that got scratched squirmed and winced in pain. The shadow demon's attack works, but the Volaxes simply passed through it? Han-Yeol thought, and then he wondered, is it because of its shadow trait? Does that mean it's immune against physical attacks? It was certainly interesting if that was the case, since this meant that only magic attacks could ever damage the shadow demon. This meant that the shadow demon was a nightmare for low-tier monsters. There were a lot of mid-tier monsters that used mana to attack their enemies, but the only monster capable of using mana to attack among the low-tier monsters was the hunting grounds boss monsters. This is good. I don't think it's going to be difficult to grow the shadow demon, Han-Yeol thought. The fact that the shadow demon was immune to physical attacks meant that it had the ability to one-sidedly sweep through this entire hunting ground. The Volaxes were fully occupied by the shadow demon, and they did not think about anything else aside from trying to get a bite out of the demon. However, there was no way that these monsters, which only knew how to do physical attacks, could ever win against the shadow demon that was immune to it. The shadow demon seemed to be relaxed while fighting against the Volaxes as it swiped its nails at the monsters and easily dispatched 3 of them. Then, Pyuk, Kakang? The remaining Volax continued to stubbornly try and bite the shadow demon, only to be punched by the demon's large fist. It cried in pain when it was flung back by the force and hit a tree. The shadow demon slowly walked toward the incapacitated Volax, then wrapped its hands around the Volax's neck and slowly started to choke it. Keek, keek. The Volax squirmed and resisted for dear life. However, the shadow demon tightened its grip even further the more the Volax resisted against it. Crack, snap. The shadow demon dispatched the Volax by snapping its neck off, just like a serial killer from any horror movie. He. The shadow demon that dispatched 4 Volaxes on its own laughed in an eerily sinister manner before it picked up a Volax's corpse and proceeded to devour it whole. It was just like how a fisherman would swallow its small game after fishing it out. A red mouth suddenly appeared on the shadow demon's face, which was originally void of anything. Munch, crack, munch, munch, munch. The monsters the shadow demon ate were already dead, but the sight of it voraciously eating the corpses could only be described as grotesque and stomach-turning. Nom, 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 tisk. The shadow demon clicked its tongue after feasting on a Volax, as if to show that it was not satisfied, and it spat out a mana stone just like how someone would spit out the bones of the fish they were eating. Make sure you collect the mana stones. You won't be dismembering any monsters as long as that guy is around, Han-Yeol said. Huh? Ah, yes, Hunter Nim, Sungwon replied before slowly approaching the shadow demon. He was nervous at the fact that he was approaching the grotesque-looking demon that had just picked up another dead Volax. He immediately picked up the mana stone on the ground as fast as he could while the shadow demon was busy munching on another fresh corpse. The mana stones from the Volaxes seemed to be not so valuable at a single glance. This was unsurprising, since the monsters were widely known to give out mana stones low in purity. Let's make a short round before going to the next stage, Han-Yeol thought. It was the shadow demon's first hunt, but it was not bad at all. Munch, crack, munch, munch, munch. The shadow demon finished devouring the 4 Volaxes like a hungry person eating chicken legs. Shadow demon, are you satisfied? Han-Yeol asked. Not enough. I need more. Monster corpses. I'm still hungry. I wonder how many offerings a more powerful demon would demand if you are already so gluttonous, Han-Yeol thought. The shadow demon just ate 4 Volaxes, but it was still complaining about hunger. Han-Yeol took Yubai and Sungwon deeper into the hunting ground, to a spot where the Volaxes usually appeared in large numbers. Sniff, sniff, sniff. A massive number of 20 Volaxes picked up the scent of Han-Yeol and his party, and they proceeded to ferociously charge toward them. Let it rip, you two, Han-Yeol shouted. Yes, Hunter Nim, the 2 porters replied before they let loose. Rat-a-tat-a-tata? There was no such thing as aiming for the Volaxes right now. All the porters had to do was to shoot whatever that came into view, and this surprisingly worked very well. Almost all of their bullets hit a target because of the sheer numbers of the monsters coming in. Shadow Demon, these are offerings for you, Han-Yeol said through telepathy. I will take them all. Shuaye. The shadow demon glided through the air toward the monsters, as soon as Han-Yeol pointed at them, just like it did a while ago. The 20 Volaxes and the shadow demon were about to collide any minute now. However, the Volaxes' attacks did not work on the shadow demon, just as expected. Grr. The shadow demon was alone and not nimble, and the Volaxes came in droves. That was why the demon could not attract the aggro of all of the Volaxes, and some of them came charging toward Han-Yeol and his party. Chain smite, Han-Yeol thought as he threw his chain. Shui-aik. Han-Yeol mercilessly unleashed his chain smite at the incoming Volaxes. Bam! Kakang! Pyuk! Kakang! Han-Yeol looked like a circus ringmaster, whipping the beasts that were charging at him. It only took a single hit for the Volaxes to die from his chain. Volaxes were the first monsters Han-Yeol had hunted when he was level 1, but he was now level 50. It was rather obvious that these low-tier monsters were not going to be able to withstand the sheer difference in level, coupled with the fact that Han-Yeol was using one of his strongest skills against them. Bomb! The 5 Volaxes, who ignored the Shadow Demon and charged at Han-Yeol and his party, did not even manage to reach them before laying dead on the ground. Their corpses were severely crushed. Listen up, you two. Go and retrieve the 5 Volaxes I killed just now and try dismembering them, Han-Yeol said. Yes, Hunter Nim, the two enthusiastically replied. Thud, thud, thud. Yubai and Sungwon immediately got into action and ran as fast as they could to retrieve the 5 monster corpses. Then, they started to quietly dismember the monster corpses just in case the Shadow Demon was going to shift its attention toward them. Huining? Of course, there was no way that they could quietly dismember the monster corpses since they had to use power tools to do it. Shwa, shwa, shwa. The Volaxes tried their best to attack the Shadow Demon. They charged into the demon, bit it, and even kicked it with their short legs, but the only thing they hit was the smoke that the Shadow Demon was made up of. Grr, grr. A monster with a certain amount of intellect would have already noticed that something was wrong, but the sole purpose of the Volaxes' heads was to support their massive mouth that split into 4. These low-intelligence creatures only got more agitated when they discovered that their attacks did not do anything against their target. Pioke, pioke, pioke. The Shadow Demon used all sorts of methods to execute the Volaxes, and it proceeded to devour them by taking a huge bite out of their flesh. The demon ate its prey in different ways, as if experimenting on the tastiest way it could eat them. Also, the more Volaxes it ate, the more visible its body became. Am I seeing things? Han-Yeol thought. Ding! The Shadow Demon's level has risen. The Shadow Demon has created a new skill, Shadow Taunt. What? The Shadow Demon leveled up? Han-Yeol thought in surprise at the message. Shadow Demon. Level 2. Rating, lowest. Experience, 1/118. Skill, Devour, Shadow Taunt. I can also see the Shadow Demon's status window? Han-Yeol thought. He originally thought that his game character-like abilities only applied to himself, so he was amazed to discover that his ability could be used toward his summoned creature too. Shadow Taunt? Han-Yeol tilted his head in confusion when he read the demon's new skill. He could not help but be curious about how effective this skill was going to be. Sungwon, are there any other packs of Volaxes in the area? Han-Yeol asked. Please give me a moment. I will immediately check for any signs of them, Sungwon replied. He did not even have time to take a breather after dismembering the monster corpses, because he immediately had to locate another pack of Volaxes under Han-Yeol's orders. Soon, he reported, there is a pack of Volaxes about 1.5 kilometers north of here. Alright, let's go there. There's not much, but load up the Volaxes you have dismembered, Han-Yeol said. Yes, Hunter Nim, the two enthusiastically replied. They were running on a very tight schedule, and other porters would have already started grumbling after being dragged around by Han-Yeol in such a manner. That was because Han-Yeol was not hunting with the widely used format of resting an hour after every monster encounter that the others were using. However, Yubai and Sungwon were fresh graduates from the Porter Academy. The only experience they had was from the practical test they had done back at the academy, and this was their first experience out on the field. That was why they had no choice but to move according to how Han-Yeol was moving, and this was the main reason that Han-Yeol had accepted them as his porters despite them being complete newbies. They boarded the truck and moved north to where Sungwon had spotted the pack of Volaxes. BZZT, Hunter Nim, the Volaxes 3 kilometers east of us, not the Volaxes 1.5 kilometers north of us, are fast approaching us. We will be making contact with them in 10 minutes. The Volaxes were not good at suddenly speeding up, but they were able to reach top speed if they continuously ran for a distance. 3 kilometers was a distance that would take them less than 10 minutes to cover. Their numbers? Han-Yeol asked. BZZT? Around 50, judging by their size, Hunter Nim. 50, Han-Yeol thought. It was not a bad number at all. No, in fact, it was the perfect number for Han-Yeol to deal with so that he did not have to trouble himself by going here and there to hunt them down. This was something that made Han-Yeol thankful for these Volaxes charging toward them right now. BZZT? Hunter Nim? There is an emergency. The 30 Volaxes 1.5 kilometers north of us have changed directions and are now coming toward us. Sungwon's urgent voice conveyed the dire situation they were going to be in. The 80 Volaxes charging toward them was more than enough to strike fear in his heart. BZZT? Oh Appa. What should we do? Nov, L, B /JNN. It was Yubai's fear-stricken voice that could be heard this time. 80 was a massive number enough to be of a threat, even though they were made up of only Volaxes, which was one of the weakest monsters out there. Their sheer number made the two porters doubt if they could make it out of this alive, and running away was an option that they wanted to take right now. However, Han-Yeol was not fazed at all. He calmly thought, they're just Volaxes in the end, even if there are 80 of them. He brought the walkie-talkie to his lips and said, we stop here and face the Volaxes. BZZT? I understand, Hunter Nim. Sungwon was taken aback by Han-Yeol's response. He expected Han-Yeol to give the order to retreat, but he had no choice but to comply since it was an order given by a hunter. BZZT? Appa. Yubai's worried voice came from the walkie-talkie, whether it was a mistake or on purpose. Thud. Han-Yeol came down from his van, and Yubai and Sungwon emerged from the truck. The two of you will position yourselves on top of the truck. The Volaxes might be fast on the ground, but they are bad at climbing up trees or higher places, Han-Yeol said. Yes, Hunter Nim, Sungwon replied. All right, Appa, Yubai replied. The two climbed on top of the truck as fast as they could once Han-Yeol gave the order. Gur, gur. Soon, the Volaxes could be seen in the distance. They kicked up quite a dust storm, one fitting of a 50-strong pack. Summon demon, Han-Yeol thought as he dropped his blood on the back of his hand. Shuaye. A cloud of dark smoke rose up and covered the ground before it gathered and rose up. You can stay here and eat the monsters that come here, Han-Yeol said. All right. The shadow demon stood still and waited for the pack of Volaxes to arrive. The monsters lived up to their reputation for being fast as they instantly appeared in front of the trio in no time. Gur, woof, woof. A whopping 50 Volaxes appeared and exuded tremendous pressure despite being low-tier monsters. However, the shadow demon simply raised both of its hands before it shouted. Shadow taunt. The shadow demon used its newly created skill. Its shadows spread all over the place, and the Volaxes absorbed the shadow into their bodies. Woof, woof. Then, the 50 Volaxes only charged at the shadow demon without even sparing a glance at Han-Yeol and his party. In fact, the monsters were lining up behind the other monsters, waiting to have a go at the shadow demon. The remaining Volaxes did not charge at Han-Yeol and his party like the 5 Volaxes had in their previous combat, and all 50 of them were solely focused on the shadow demon alone. This is quite amazing, Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly. At that moment, when the 50 Volaxes were all tied up by the shadow demon, an additional 30 Volaxes came from the north and were now visible in the distance. Alright, the 50 Volaxes are tied up by the shadow demon, so I just have to take care of the 30 incoming, Han-Yeol thought before he walked toward the north slowly. It did not matter whether there were 30, 50, or even 100 Volaxes coming at him. Click, clack. They're all going to die in one hit anyway, Han-Yeol thought while loading his M4A2. He went down on one knee and stabilized his rifle before activating his skill and pulling the trigger. Power strike. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-ta. There was no need for Han-Yeol to mind his aim at all, since there were monsters all over the place and his marksmanship skill gave a bit of support regarding his aim. Pioke, 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 pioke. The sound of something smashing into something else could be heard whenever a bullet hit the Volaxes. You guys can shoot as well. They won't be able to reach us anyway, Han-Yeol shouted. The sound of gunfire was extremely loud, but Yubai and Sungwon had no problems hearing Han-Yeol, who had amplified his voice with mana. Yes, Hunter Nim, the porters replied before they pulled the trigger and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the incoming Volaxes. The Volaxes tried their best to avoid Han-Yeol's gunfire and get closer to him, but his bullets buffed with 2 skills did not give them an inch at all. Kakang. 20 of the Volaxes quickly died from Han-Yeol's gunfire. Last but not least, mana explosion, Han-Yeol thought. Plop, bayayaam. It was at that moment that the 10 Volaxes remaining from the 30 instantly died from the grenade that Han-Yeol threw into their midst. Only a cloud of thick black smoke rose up from the place where the explosion happened, and not a single movement could be seen beneath the smoke. Han-Yeol used mana eyes and looked around just to be sure that none of the Volaxes had survived before he placed his heated rifle on his shoulder. Then, he walked over to where the shadow demon was diligently fighting against the pack of Volaxes. Pioke, pioke, munch, munch, ugh, it's basically eating them while fighting, Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. The shadow demon was completely surrounded by the monsters, and its gluttonous instinct wanted to eat them as soon as possible. That was why it stuffed a Volax into its mouth whenever it could while wildly swinging its hands around to dispatch the others. Oh right. After thinking that, Han-Yeol said, you two can come down and retrieve the Volaxes we killed just now. Yes, Hunter Nim, the two enthusiastically replied. They had calmed down after seeing Han-Yeol's one-sided massacre of the Volaxes. A bit of suspense was needed for the two porters to feel nervous, but Han-Yeol leisurely dispatched the monsters as if he was just taking a routine morning walk. He thought, well, it feels different from when I first hunted them. The pair heard from their seniors that a porter was a dangerous occupation where they might be quite often put in shameful or even degrading situations, but all they were doing so far was to shoot, clean up, and drive. In fact, they found their work not that difficult at all as opposed to the stories they had heard from their seniors. Just as Yubai and Sungwon were completely engrossed on dismembering the Volaxes, Han-Yeol looked at the shadow demon and thought, I think it's going to be better for us to go to Ant-Hell rather than stay here and hunt the Volaxes. The Volaxes were an easy opponent for the shadow demon, and Han-Yeol felt that it was now time to move to a more challenging hunting ground for the demon. The shadow demon had leveled up after taking care of all 50 Volaxes and it was now level 3. I think that this place is too easy for us, so we might have to move to another hunting ground, Han-Yeol said. Where are we going then? Sungwon asked. We will go to the Ant-Hell, Han-Yeol replied. I understand, Sungwon said before he thought. The ants are stronger than the Volaxes, but it doesn't mean that they are much more dangerous. He felt that the ants were not going to be much of a threat after personally witnessing Han-Yeol's greatness with his own eyes. Pioke, Kiriaik. The shadow demon grabbed a giant ant and slowly squeezed it hard. Crack, crack, keek. The giant ants squirmed and screeched in agony when the shadow demon It stubbornly clung to life, but soon stopped moving and plopped down dead when the shadow demon crushed its head. Puziok. Then, the shadow demon voraciously feasted on the dead giant ant. Ding! The shadow demon's level has risen. Shadow demon status window, Han-Yeol thought as he called up the demon's status window. Shadow demon. Level, 6. Rating, lowest. Experience, January 2018. Skill, Devour, Shadow Taunt, Overwhelming Strength. The shadow demon reached level 6 after consistently hunting the giant ants. The shadow demon, which was immune to physical attacks, was a nightmare for the low-tier monsters that could not use mana in their attacks. However, its attack power was not that strong, so it took quite a while to kill its prey. However, it gained the skill Overwhelming Strength when it turned level 5, and was now able to deal a massive amount of physical damage to its enemies while not receiving any physical damage. Hehe, the demon is now starting to really become a demon, Han-Yeol thought while being very satisfied at the shadow demon's growth. Munch, munch, munch. The shadow demon's skill levels rose alongside its level, and it was now devouring the monsters like a vacuum cleaner compared to the speed it had eaten them when it had been level 1. Are you two alright? Han-Yeol asked. They have been roaming around the ant hill for almost 3 days now, but they did not really have much to do since the shadow demon ate all of the ant corpses. However, it was quite difficult and tiring for the two normal people to follow around Han-Yeol, who was unawakened, for 3 days. I'm alright. I can still go on, Sungwon replied. Me too, Yubai replied. That was what they said, but they did not appear to be in great states in Han-Yeol's eyes. The dark circles underneath their eyes were almost touching their lips, their skin looked dry and dirty, and their disheveled hair was scattering all over the place now. Let's call it a day and come back tomorrow morning, Han-Yeol said. Really? Yubai asked. Yubai, who had lesser stamina compared to Sungwon, instantly reacted to the good news while Sungwon quietly smiled at the news. Yeah, I will pay you for your work. Just make sure to get some well-deserved rest before coming tomorrow, Han-Yeol said. Thank you, Appa. Yubai exclaimed. Thank you, Hunter Nim. Sungwon enthusiastically exclaimed. Yubai was delighted at Han-Yeol's announcement, since her stamina was almost about to hit rock bottom no matter how much she wanted to stay and spend time with Han-Yeol. Likewise, Sungwon bowed and expressed his gratitude to Han-Yeol. That was how they decided to take a break after hunting for 3 days straight. Han-Yeol returned to the Hunters Association with the mana stones they had acquired in tow. Shwayayayak? The mana stones Han-Yeol, to be more accurate, the shadow demon, had hunted from the Volaxes and giant ants for 4 days piled on top of the counter, and the staffer behind the counter could not believe her eyes. With wide eyes and a slack jaw as she looked at the amount of mana stones piled up, the staffer asked, this. Are these all? Mana stones. The mana stones were small and low in purity, but the staffer had never seen such a massive amount of mana stone in the 5 years she worked at the Hunters Association. Did a guild hunt all of these? But then, a guild won't move and hunt for such low-tier monsters, right? The staffer wondered. She could tell that these mana stones were extracted from Volaxes and giant ants at a single glance, but the fact that surprised her was the sheer quantity of the mana stones on the counter. Was this how the Allied forces felt when they were faced with the overwhelming numbers of the communists during the Korean War? Hyok? The staffer could not help but gasp in shock once again. 1,580,000,000. The Volax and giant ant might be useless monsters to hunt, but their mana stones amounted to an astonishing 1.58 billion won because of the sheer quantity submitted by Han-Yeol. Of course, the total amount was actually going to be 1.16 billion won after taxes, but it was still an unbelievable sum considering that it was earned from the weakest of the low-tier monsters. That's with mana stones from the Volaxes mixed in it as well? The staffer exclaimed inwardly. Perhaps this was the reason why China was such a powerful country, since any small thing, no matter how insignificant it might be, would become a force to reckon with. This was assuming that enough of them were bundled up together. That was how Han-Yeol managed to earn 1.1 billion won after selling the mana stones, and then he went to the factory that he was now a regular client of. So they made it through, Han-Yeol thought. The factory was able to make it through its early stages thanks to Han-Yeol constantly supplying them with monster corpses, and it was now time for them to withstand the pressure the corporation-owned larger factories were going to put on them. Thank you very much once again, Hunter Nim, the factory CEO, who was previously the manager, said while shaking Han-Yeol's hand. Han-Yeol wasn't selling countless corpses to the factory, but the factory had no hesitations when it came to signing a contract with him. Having a constant supply of monster corpses in their early days, no matter how little the quantity might be, was going to decide whether they were going to make it or not. On top of that, the fact that they were able to maintain operations thanks to the constant supply from Han-Yeol was more than enough of a reason for them to sign a contract with him. Thanks to Han-Yeol, the factory was able to make it through its early stages, which was the most difficult period for any factory. Well, I'm selling to you because you are giving me good prices for them, Han-Yeol replied. In the future, we will be in your care as well, the CEO said. Of course, Han-Yeol replied. As a VIP client, he received the payment on the spot. It was now time for him to pay his porters. Beep, beep, beep. Han-Yeol accessed his bank application on his smartphone and wired money to the bank accounts he previously received from the two. You have successfully transferred 60,480,000 won. You have successfully transferred 60,480,000 won. Heop. Thanks to Han-Yeol paying them in full, Yubai and Sungwon's eyes and mouths opened as wide as they could upon seeing the amount wired to their bank accounts. They had walked around for 4 days without doing anything, and they only had to forego sleep a few times, but they received a huge sum of 60 million won in their bank accounts. The money they received was incomparable to what a normal porter would earn, since a normal porter would earn only around 1.4 million won in a day. Hunter Nim. Is it alright for me to receive such a huge amount? Sungwon asked. Of course, thanks for your hard work. It's only your interim pay for half of the month, so there will be more where that came from, Han-Yeol said with a smile. He might have paid his porters 120 million won, but that was not even 10% of the amount he had gotten from selling the monastones, and that also excluded the proceeds from selling the monster corpses. Then, he added, now, let's part ways here for today. Get some good rest and let's meet again tomorrow. Got that? Yes, Hunter Nim, the two enthusiastically replied. Sungwon's attitude made a drastic 180-degree turn after receiving his fat pay. After all, he had become a porter to make ends meet, but the unexpected lump sum that fell on his lap was nothing short of a godsend for him. Sungwon giggled like a little kid while looking at his bank account, and he was about to go home when he suddenly asked, Yubai, aren't you going? That is. Can we really accept this money? Yubai asked. She was well aware that an average porter made around 1.4 million won a day, but she felt that she was cheating the others by receiving such a huge sum after only working for a few days. Of course, I did tell you beforehand that you will be receiving 630,000 won an hour. I'm just giving you what I promised, Han-Yeol replied. Still, Yubai muttered. She thought that they were only going to get paid for working 8 hours a day, which would have explained why Han-Yeol was paying them so much per hour. She never imagined that he was going to pay for the entire 24 hours they spent with him. Han-Yeol patted Yubai, who was still hesitating whether she could take the money or not, on the head and said, I might have paid you 60 million won each, but I earned 1 billion this time. I will start feeling awkward if you keep hesitating over 60 million, you know. No, that is not what I meant. I will gratefully accept it. Thank you very much. Yubai exclaimed with sparkling eyes before she bowed to show her gratefulness. She usually did not like causing trouble for others, but she snapped out of it the moment Han-Yeol mentioned that he was going to feel awkward because of her. She added cheerfully, then, I will see you tomorrow. All right, see you, Han-Yeol replied. Yubai left after saying her goodbyes. Han-Yeol had a satisfied smile on his face while watching Yubai walk away, and he soon left and went home as well. Beep, 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 murmur, 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 is father home? Han-Yeol wondered when he entered his house. He heard the sound of people noisily talking, and it did not come from the TV. It sounded like there were at least 4 people talking right now. He took off his shoes and went inside. Ha ha ha, cheers, clink. A feast was already set up in their living room, and Han-Yeol's father was at the center of it just as Han-Yeol expected. Han-Yeol? Are you home already? Didn't you say that you will be gone for at least 15 days? His father asked. I came back to wash up and change clothes, but father, why are you drinking so early in the evening? Han-Yeol asked. Ha ha ha. It just happened, his father replied with an awkward laugh. Han-Yeol did not really like it when his father called his friends over and drank with them at home when he had been young, and that was why his father had stopped calling his friends over even when he really liked to host these drinking parties. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. His father thought that this was a golden opportunity he could not miss when Han-Yeol had told him that he was going to be away for 15 days, and that was why he had called his friends over to host them for a drinking party. However, Han-Yeol had unexpectedly come home ahead of plan. Well, I will need to leave after I wash up, so please go ahead and enjoy yourselves, Han-Yeol said. Really? His father nervously muttered. Yes, Han-Yeol coolly replied. All right, let's have a toast since my son gave us permission. Cheers, his father exclaimed. Cheers. Wahahaha. Liquor was certainly a powerful thing. The tense atmosphere instantly elevated into a rowdy one as soon as they clinked their glasses. Sigh, Han-Yeol inwardly sighed. Han-Yeol liked to drink, but his love for drinking was nothing when compared to his father's. He went to his room and washed up before he cut the back of his right hand and summoned the demon. Summon demon? Han-Yeol thought as he summoned the demon lurking underneath his father's shadow. Shuaye. By human. Han-Yeol summoned the shadow demon he had tasked to protect his father and checked its status. He called up its status window, Shadow Demon's status window. Shadow Demon. Level 1. Rating, lowest. Experience, 1/100. Skill, Devour. The Shadow Demon's stats were hopeless, as expected, because Han-Yeol had not brought this demon out to hunt yet, and the only skill it knew how to use was Devour. Then, is it possible for the demon to learn a different set of skills? Han-Yeol wondered. Shwa. The Shadow Demon stood there observing Han-Yeol. Demon, I have a question, Han-Yeol said through telepathy. Ask. Is it possible for the demon's abilities to be different from one another? Han-Yeol asked. Of course, all demons, skill, different. The Shadow Demon replied, but it was hard to make out its words due to the interference in its telepathy, and this annoyed Han-Yeol. However, it was not impossible to understand what it was trying to say. So you mean that Devour is a basic skill, but the rest are different. Alright, it will be fun nurturing you guys, Han-Yeol said. A month had passed, and Han-Yeol spent most of his time sweeping through ant hell and hunting down every single one of the ants in sight with the shadow demon. Thanks to that, the shadow demon gained quite a lot of weight that it was nearly unrecognizable to how it had been a month ago. Pukok? N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. A soldier ant's head popped as it plopped dead to the ground. Ding! The shadow demon's level has risen. Shadow demon. Level, 30. Rating, lowest. Experience, 1/32,119. Skill, Devour, Shadow Taunt, Overwhelming Strength. It's finally level 30, Han-Yeol thought. When the shadow demon reached level 30, a message suddenly popped up. Ding! The shadow demon has reached the minimum prerequisite level to evolve. It reached the minimum prerequisite level? Han-Yeol wondered while reading the message. The shadow demon may evolve or transform into another demon. 1 lesser shadow demon, evolution. 2 lowest void demon, transformation. 3 lowest void devil, transformation. When he was presented with 3 choices, Han-Yeol thought, I hate complicated things like this. He was someone who preferred to have fewer choices to work with so that he did not have to think so much, and that was why he always preferred to simply make a choice and get it over with. I have a low appetite for risk. I should just continue nurturing this shadow demon I've already invested my time in instead of turning it into another demon and causing more headaches. It's not like anyone else is going to take responsibility for it, right? Han-Yeol thought. He then chose the first option, which was a lesser shadow demon. Ding! You have chosen the lesser shadow demon. The lowest shadow demon has evolved into a lesser shadow demon. The shadow demon may now learn up to 5 skills instead of 3. Shadow demon's status window, Han-Yeol muttered inwardly. Shadow demon. Level, 30. Rating, lesser. Experience, 1/32,119. Skill, Devour, Shadow Taunt, Overwhelming Strength. There were no visible changes in the shadow demon's stats, but the skills it could possess had now increased from 3 to 5, which made the demon even more of a cheat. The simple fact that this immaterial demon, which was immune to physical attacks, could now possess up to 5 skills was sure to be the worst nightmare of most monsters at the hunting grounds. I wonder what kind of skills it will be getting, Han-Yeol thought while snickering like a villain. Just as he turned around after checking the newly evolved shadow demon's stats, the 2 victims of Han-Yeol's month-long exploitation were looking at him with their out-of-focus eyes, and their dark circles that drooped all the way down to their chins seemed to silently cry out for their survival. Oh, was I too harsh on them? Han-Yeol wondered. He had been so engrossed in nurturing the shadow demon that he completely forgot about everything else, and Yubai and Sungwon had been severely exploited during this time. Should I have made them work on rotation? Han-Yeol thought. The month-long hunting they did this time was supposed to be a crash course for Yubai and Sungwon, so Han-Yeol did not really need them both with him at all times. Han-Yeol deeply repented for his lack of consideration. With an awkward smile, he said, "Great work, you guys. We will stop our hunt here, and I'm sorry by the way. It was planned to be a 15-day trip, but it turned out to be longer than expected." Please do not mind it, Sungwon replied. He was concerned that he would touch a nerve and annoy Han-Yeol, who was a hunter, if he were to complain or grumble. That was the reason why he stayed silent and pretended to be alright despite being severely exhausted and overworked. He doesn't look alright to me, Han-Yeol thought. That was how their long hunting trip at Anthal ended, and Han-Yeol paid them a massive sum totaling to a month's worth of labor. The 2 previously received 60 million won for 4 days worth of work, so it was quite normal for them to doubt their eyes when they received their pay after working for 30 consecutive days this time. Sungwon was the first to go home after receiving his pay, and Yubai and Han-Yeol were left all alone now. Is it really alright for us to receive this much money? Yubai asked. Of course, Yubai, you worked really hard to earn your keep this time. It's all yours, and you can use it as you want, Han-Yeol replied. Yubai was severely disoriented as she could not differentiate if this was fantasy or reality. In the end, tears started welling up in her eyes when it finally hit her. Han-Yeol silently comforted the high school girl, who buried her face in her bank book while crying. Actually, it was not true that Han-Yeol had only focused on the shadow demon and had forgotten about the 2 of them for an entire month. He was interested in Yubai, so he had devised this plan to pretend that he was financially looking after the 2 of them while trying to get closer to her. He had quite a good relationship with Yubai after saving her from the rapist, but they did not really know each other very well, so there was a hint of awkwardness between them. Fortunately, they have managed to get a lot closer during this month that they had spent together hunting. Why don't you move to a nice apartment and live with your mother from now on? I think you deserve to live comfortably, Han-Yeol said. Yubai had earned 400 million won for the long hunt they had gone on this time. Frankly speaking, Yubai and Sungwon did not do much work that warranted them to be paid such a huge sum of money, but Han-Yeol was investing in them for the future right now. No, to be precise, he was investing in Yubai. Hyuk. Hyuk. Yubai cried again and again, as if she had a lot of sorrow pent up in her heart all this while. Han-Yeol silently stayed by Yubai's side. Yubai stopped crying after a while and calmed down, then Han-Yeol accompanied her all the way until she reached home. Appa, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for taking care of a newbie porter like me, and for treating me so well too, Yubai said. She was not stupid, and neither was she an immature child who did not know how the world worked. She had already noticed that Han-Yeol was treating them too well despite what he said. However, she could not muster the courage to say anything whenever she saw the large sum of money deposited into her bank account. I'm telling you that it's really fine. If it really bothers you, then can you grant me a favor? Han-Yeol asked. Why yes, I will do whatever you ask of me. Yubai enthusiastically replied with eager sparkling eyes. The burden in her heart would be slightly reduced if she was able to do something for Han-Yeol in return. Will you sign an exclusive contract with me? Han-Yeol asked. Huh? Yubai muttered in surprise. She was taken aback by Han-Yeol's suggestion. Exclusive contract? She thought. She was well aware of what an exclusive contract was. She might be weak when it came to practical things that required physical labor, but she had graduated with quite high marks when it came to theoretical things. But a hunter like you, Han-Yeol Appa, will be able to find far better porters than me. Why are you choosing me of all people? Yubai muttered. However, contrary to her words, she was secretly hoping deep inside that Han-Yeol was going to sign an exclusive contract with her, and this was solely because he was someone that she could trust and not because he was a strong hunter. She had read about quite a lot of cases where a female porter had been mercilessly raped and murdered by a hunter, and sexual harassment was a normal thing that a female porter had to go through. Indeed, it was quite difficult for a woman to work as a porter in this twisted world. Well, a good porter or a veteran porter, these sound nice and all, but what I need is not those kinds of porters but the kind that I can always depend on and trust. In addition, I also prefer to hire a porter who will stay with me even after they awaken, Han-Yeol replied. Someone who will stay with you even after they awaken. Yubai muttered while tilting her head in confusion. Yes. But it doesn't matter even if you don't awaken. What's important is trust, after all. I have seen a lot of porters that secretly lined their pockets away from the hunter's eyes, and I have also lined my own pockets sometimes as well, Han-Yeol replied. Wink? Han-Yeol gave Yubai a cringy wink. He was half joking, but it was true that he had lined his own pockets a few times before. However, in his defense, he did not do it out of malice or ill intentions. He tried to maintain his integrity whenever he worked, but he had fallen sick that month and he had to skip a few days of work. Thanks to that, he had calculated that his salary was not going to be enough to pay for his father's medical bills, and he had been left with no choice but to do it twice. Well, I just did it twice and didn't do it after that, Han-Yeol thought as he justified his own actions. It was possible for a porter to earn a lot if they lined their own pocket, and that amount was going to be double or even triple the wages they would earn. Most porters started off by stealing bit by bit before failing to keep their greed in check and ending up getting caught. Then, they usually ended up regretting it after getting severely punished and sued by the Hunters Association. The law punishing and locking up porters that dared to steal from the hunters was quite unforgiving in this country, after all. Han-Yeol frequently saw cases where porters would end up in jail because of their greed, and that was why he had stolen just enough to cover his losses and pay for his father's hospital bills. Anyway, Yubai ended up nodding to what Han-Yeol had said. I see, she muttered. She was convinced, after listening to his words, and she had already decided that she wanted to sign an exclusive contract with him anyway. So what do you think? Do you want to sign a contract with me? Han-Yeol asked. He was not simply proposing to sign an exclusive contract with Yubai out of affection or for old time's sake. It was true that he was attracted to her, but all he had to do was ensure that she was financially taken care of and that was it. What Han-Yeol really needed right now was a porter who listened to his commands and trusted him above anything else. In short, he needed a porter so that he could establish a relationship built on trust, and Yubai was undoubtedly the perfect partner for him in that case. She won't be able to easily betray me if ever she decides to, since I saved her from being raped after all, Han-Yeol thought. It was the best case scenario if he could work with a trustworthy yet skilled porter, but that was not possible since most of the established porters out there were either one or the other. Most hunters preferred to work with a skilled veteran porter, but Han-Yeol, who had been a veteran porter himself, thought that he could simply teach Yubai how to become a veteran porter, and that was why he would choose to work with a trustworthy person over a skilled one. Sungwon was not even a consideration in the first place, since Han-Yeol could clearly see the cowardice and greed in his eyes, but most importantly, he could see the lecherous way Sungwon looked at Yubai. It could be a misunderstanding and a misjudgment on his part, but Han-Yeol had no reason to work with someone who made him feel that way. In fact, Han-Yeol was not so benevolent to even consider it in the first place. I'll say this again, but I am not proposing this exclusive contract because of an emotionally driven reason. I can see that you have the potential to be an excellent porter, and I can help you reach your potential. Also, I want to propose in advance a partnership in the event that you end up awakening. In short, this is an investment from my side. Of course, we can mutually terminate the contract anytime if we decide that this is not working out, so you don't have to be scared of anything, Han-Yeol explained. One of the wealthiest men in America once said to trust a stock that you have decided to bet on until it gets delisted from the stock market, Han-Yeol thought. It was a quote he had read from the wealthy man's biography when he had been quite into all of these self-help books. Han-Yeol had already tested Yubai, who passed his test with flying colors. That was the main reason that he decided to invest in her. Also, it was bound to be difficult for a person to bite the hand that fed them when they were just starting out after all. This was another reason why he found that there was practically no merit for him to invest in an already established porter. Also, last but not the least, My instinct is telling me that she will get strong abilities if she awakens as a hunter. Han-Yeol thought of his true intention. He could replace a porter anytime he wanted to, but it was going to be extremely difficult for him to find a strong hunter that he could trust and partner with. Han-Yeol was someone who trusted his instinct 100%. Why yes, let's sign the contract. I might be lacking right now, but I will do my best to live up to Appa's expectations. Also, I will stay by Appa's side even if I somehow manage to awaken. Then, I will be able to proudly walk side by side with you. Yubai exclaimed as she steeled her resolve. Good. Han-Yeol exclaimed in response. I will never forget your kindness, Yubai said. Then, shall we sign the contract? Han-Yeol asked. Yes. Yubai enthusiastically replied. Just for your information. The exclusive contract will be for 2 years at a time in accordance with the laws that regulate exclusive contracts, and we can terminate the contract whenever one of us wants to terminate it. Also, it will be automatically renewed if neither of us has a comment about it. Are you aware of this? Han-Yeol asked. Of course, I did not doze off during porter theory classes and I even took down notes, you know. Yubai proudly replied. You even took notes? Yubai, I never knew you were a very good student, Han-Yeol said. Han-Yeol had worked multiple part-time jobs and had only slept for 2 hours every day when he had been studying to become a porter, so he had dozed off during the theoretical classes. He had procrastinated and crammed everything right before the tests, and had somehow managed to pass in the end. The two came into an agreement and they immediately went to a nearby lawyer's office. Welcome, how may I help you? A well-dressed lawyer greeted them in the office. Hello. This Hunter Nim and I would like to enter into an exclusive contract, so we came for your help to legalize things, Yubai said. She had learned during her porter classes that a porter was supposed to step up and do everything required in place of the hunters, and that was why she was the first to respond and engage in a conversation with the lawyer. Haha, you have come to the right place. I am a lawyer specializing in hunter affairs. I can help you with whatever you require, the lawyer replied. The laws covering everything related to the hunters were not decided by the Congress, but it was rather decided by a panel of 133 hunters under the Hunters Association. The Hunters Association would seek advice from these hunters, who were legal experts as well, and that was why the laws governing the hunters were quite detailed and complicated. The complex set of rules paved the way for numerous misunderstandings and disputes, and this became an opportunity for numerous lawyers to earn money. Of course, it was quite difficult to become a lawyer specializing in hunter law, as they had to first pass the bar exam and then further study to become specialized in it. However, the lawyers that did manage to become specialized in hunter law would earn quite well. An average legal fee of 3 million won would instantly turn into 30 million won if it was related to hunters. There was a legendary news story of a lawyer earning 30 billion won after successfully defending his hunter client in court. Thanks to that, there was a boom in lawyers trying to become specialized in hunter law. The bottom line was, the lawyer that Han-Yeol and Yubai had come to was a skilled lawyer who knew what he was doing. Now, please have a seat and relax. We will bring all of the documents to you, the lawyer said. Thank you, Yubai replied. Would you like some coffee? The lawyer asked. That would be great, Yubai replied. All right, please wait a moment. The lawyer stood up and went somewhere before returning with 2 cups of coffee, which were not those instant mix coffee usually given in other places. Rather, it was an aromatic coffee hand-dripped by a professional barista. Slurp. So, I just have to legalize the exclusive contract you will be entering, am I correct? The lawyer asked. Yes, the contract term will be for 2 years. Before Han-Yeol could offer a full reply, Yubai suddenly cut him off and said with a serious look, no, please make it 5 years. Yubai wanted the contract to be binding for 5 years instead of 2. Yubai, Han-Yeol said in surprise. He obviously thought that the contract term was going to be for only 2 years, so he was taken aback when Yubai suddenly asked for it to become 5 years instead. 5 years. The law stipulates that the term shall be for 2 years, but it is possible to change it since the exclusive contract is not a real estate contract or anything. However, are you certain that you want it to be for 5 years? The lawyer asked. Yes, please make those changes accordingly, Yubai replied. All right then, consider it done, the lawyer replied with a confident smile before he motioned to his assistant to go and amend the documents. He thought that Yubai was a strong person with convictions, and he could not help but look at her in admiration. Being young is the time to take risks and take on challenges. He did not know what relationship the two had, but he thought that they did not look bad together at all. That was how Yubai and Han-Yeol both ended up signing a win-win exclusive contract at the lawyer's office, and they were now in the car on the way back after signing it. Yubai, Han-Yeol called out. Yes, Yubai responded. Why did you make the contract 5 years when 2 years was more than enough? Han-Yeol asked. 5 years is the obvious choice. Did you think I will fulfill 2 years and run away after that, after all you have done for me? Yubai replied as she flaunted her innocent yet confident charm, which was one of the reasons why Han-Yeol liked her. Well, I trust you after all, but you have to realize that a contract will be the only thing that can help you if things go south and take a turn for the worst, Han-Yeol said. Hehe. It's all right. I will become the best porter beside you, and I will awaken one day as well. Then, I will become a hunter who can proudly stand beside you, Yubai said. Yubai, Han-Yeol muttered while seemingly touched by Yubai's words. Han-Yeol and Yubai already knew each other, but they were not that close and there was still some awkwardness between them. However, that lasted only until they signed the contract at the lawyer's office. Perhaps the signing of the contract signaled a new start in their relationship as they somehow found themselves a lot closer than before. They already spoke to each other in a comfortable manner, but the thin wall that separated them was strangely gone now too. They were able to progress from being a dongsang and appa who met for work to something even closer than that. It was the sweet break they got after hunting like crazy for a whole month. Slurp. They were enjoying their break at a global hamburger brand, McDonald's. They each ordered their favorite burger set and ate while chatting with each other. Han-Yeol enjoyed the sensation of his vanilla shake flowing down his throat and hitting his stomach. So, have you looked around for houses? Han-Yeol asked. I wasn't able to find a house that I liked. I went around and saw around 4 houses, but they did not really interest me, Yubai replied. Well, I guess it's not going to be easy to find the perfect house in the current housing market. Do you want to go out to the hunting ground and work for 15 days more? You will be able to earn around 100 million won, so don't you think that your choices will increase with the additional funds? Han-Yeol asked. It was important for them to work hard, but it was also equally important for them to take proper breaks as well. This was especially true for hunters and porters, since their line of work required them to put their lives on the line, and they would be able to think with a level head the more rested they were. It was quite difficult to find hunters and porters that continuously rushed to hunt whenever they got the time like Han-Yeol, who could be considered a workaholic. Yubai stuck out her tongue at Han-Yeol half-jokingly before she said, forget about it. I would rather just wait and buy a house later. We did not even rest properly yet. I do not want to go. I was just kidding. We have to rest properly, when we get the chance. Your bones might get holes if you don't, you know. Han-Yeol said. It does not matter since I am young, but Appa will be 30 soon, right? I think you are the one who has to be careful, Yubai retorted. Yuk, that's cheating. You can't roast me with facts like that. Don't be a coward and face me with anything else aside from facts. Han-Yeol exclaimed. Can you stop it? Yubai grumbled. Haha, sorry. Han-Yeol laughed it off. Han-Yeol and Yubai frequently met after they signed the contract. They did not really do anything important together, but they frequently met up to have a cup of coffee or to eat. Right. Have you heard of that news, Appa? Yubai asked. Which news? Han-Yeol asked in response before taking a big sip from his vanilla milkshake. Slurp. As expected. The vanilla milkshake is the best, Han-Yeol distractedly thought. The H20 International Summit will be held in Seoul this time and the Strike Guild will be attending as the United States representative, Yubai said. What happened? Wasn't the Avengers Guild the usual representative for the United States? Han-Yeol asked. The Hunters Association of the United States of America had a strange system of managing their guilds. They gave points to their guilds and ranked them according to their points, and the Avengers Guild maintained their spot as the representative of the United States for 10 years in a row at the H20 Summit, which was a gathering of the top 20 countries with the strongest hunters. However, the guild that would be accompanying the Hunters Association's chairman of the United States of America was going to be the Strike Guild instead of the Avengers Guild, based on the information collected by Yubai. The rumors say that the Strike Guild, which always stayed on the 20th spot on the guild rankings, suddenly managed to secure the top spot in the rankings, Yubai explained. No wonder it's a guild I have never heard of. But a guild on the 20th spot suddenly managed to become number 1 in the rankings. Han-Yeol asked. Yes, Yubai replied before she passed a tablet PC to Han-Yeol and showed him a news article, which spoke about the Strike Guild. Well, the writing was hopeless and comparable to a tabloid piece, but it made quite a lot of assumptions as it analyzed how the 20th guild in the ranking suddenly managed to become the number 1. Wadang? 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 The police car's sirens blasted outside. I guess the H20 is really something amazing. Those police cars have been patrolling the streets the entire day, Yubai said. Well, it makes sense since the top leaders of the Hunters Association from the 20 strongest countries will gather here and discuss the past year. Then, they will decide on the plan for the following year in this event. Imagine that a terrorist attack occurs in Seoul when such a major event is happening and the whole world's attention is focused here. There would be no greater shame than that, Han-Yeol explained. The discussion between the 28-year-old and the 18-year-old seemed to be quite mature and unlike something their peers would talk about. Both of them came from poor backgrounds, so they did not have the luxury to enjoy things that other kids their age enjoyed such as music, fashion, movies, and other hobbies. That was why it was understandable that this topic was more interesting and seemed more natural for both Han-Yeol and Yubai. Oh right, Yubai. I saw on the internet that a new action movie is going to premiere today. Do you want to go and watch it together? Han-Yeol asked. Shall we? Yubai replied. Han-Yeol's suggestion was a welcomed one, since they were feeling bored and did not know what to do for the day anyway. To be honest, Yubai was physically exhausted so she preferred to rest, but she thought that it was not a bad idea to enjoy once in a while since she spent most of her life without being able to enjoy these luxuries. The thought had never crossed Yubai's mind when she had been immature and young, but she had started to distance herself from these hobbies and luxuries when she grew up and matured to the point where she understood her family's financial situation. That was how Han-Yeol took Yubai to the movies and had dinner afterward before sending her home. Han-Yeol strangely felt empty after dropping off Yubai and returning home. Status window, Han-Yeol inwardly summoned. Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 51. Points, 5. STR, 105. VIT, 101. AGI, 99. MAG, 150. LCK, 10. Invoke, 10. Skills, Dismember, D. Sword Mastery, A. Walking, B. Mana Control, B. Mana Mastery, C. Power Strike, B. Mana Shield, B. Sixth Sense, C. Restrain, B. Body Strengthening, C. Mana Eyes, C. Jumping, B. Stab, C. Dagger Mastery, F. Chain Mastery, B. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, C. Fire Attribute, D. Mana Explosion, B. Chain Smite, B. Marksmanship, C. Martial Arts, D. Enchant, E. Sword Breath, D. Restore, E. Healing Bullet, E. Enhance Healing, E. Summon Demon, E. Telepathy, D. Power Meditation, E. Psychokinesis, E. Han-Yeol was not able to grow since he was focusing on the shadow demon's growth these days. Still, I only gained a level after hunting for a month. I guess there will be a difference in the experience points I gain whenever I level up. I only managed to level up telepathy since that was the only skill I used, and that was out of necessity to communicate with the shadow demon, Han-Yeol thought. Still, Han-Yeol could not pinpoint the source of his frustration and unease. He thought that he would be able to shake off the feeling if he did something to occupy him, so he switched on his computer and surfed the Hunters Association website. Click, click, tap, tap. A certain title caught his eye while he was absent-mindedly surfing the website. Blue Hunter has successfully become the first D-rank hunter to solo raid a D-rank raid monster. A D-rank hunter solo raided a D-rank raid monster? Han-Yeol thought. He immediately clicked the new article as soon as he read the title. The D-rank hunter, the Blue Hunter or also known as the Lonesome Hunter, Han-Yeol brought back the remains and mana stone of a D-rank raid monster, the Death Frog, at 6:30 p.m. today. His achievements on solo raiding a D-rank raid monster have stirred up quite a news in the community. The D-rank hunter, Han-Yeol, earned his additional nickname the Lonesome Hunter aside from the Blue Hunter after being seen hunting alone by several people. The officials are currently checking to verify the authenticity of his achievement, but people are expecting that there will be no problems with his achievement being recognized as the first D-rank hunter to successfully solo raid a D-rank raid monster. A solo raid, Han-Yeol thought as the idea piqued his interest. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. It was exhausting for him to go back out to the hunting ground, where he would have to roam around and hunt for multiple creatures, since he should be resting right now. Also, that made raiding sound even more attractive for him, since he only had to go and solo raid one monster. Han-Yeol started to research raid monsters after the news article piqued his interest, since he had no knowledge whatsoever related to raid monsters. After all, he never had the opportunity to join one in his porter days. Raid monster, a monster with the same mana density as the other monsters of the same rank, but possessed far greater amounts of mana and far more valuable body parts compared to them. A raid monster is a special kind of monster that you will only find one at a time at the raid field. A raid monster is very powerful despite possessing the same mana density, so it is considered to be impossible to hunt alone and will require the cooperation of numerous hunters to hunt. A solo raid? That doesn't sound bad at all, Han-Yeol thought. His competitive spirit was ignited. Then, he scoured the internet to search for the easiest raid monster out there. An F-rank monster will be too easy no matter how dangerous they say they are. I should probably choose an E-rank monster for starters, Han-Yeol decided as he searched all over the Hunters Association website. Then, one specific raid monster caught his eye. E-rank raid monster, Donkey Kong. The gigantic gorilla was named Donkey Kong, since it looked quite similar to the giant gorilla shown in the movies or video games. Its fists were covered in black scales, and its main attack of gathering mana in its fists before slamming it down on its target was a powerful one. The information written regarding Donkey Kong was that it was a monster highly inclined toward exerting destructive physical attack power, and it did not have any special abilities or high defense and health compared to other raid monsters. The information also mentioned that it was slow despite possessing destructive strength, and this meant that this raid monster was the perfect one for Han-Yeol to hunt. Alright, Donkey Kong. I choose you, Han-Yeol muttered inwardly. He then went to the video gallery to see if there were any videos of Donkey Kong that he might watch. Oh, there is. Ah, Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly before his enthusiasm was doused by a paywall that required him to pay up to watch the video. His poor childhood made him instinctively tense up when the word pay appeared on the screen. No, I'm already rich. I can't shrink back at this amount. It sounds funny and stupid if I do, Han-Yeol thought as he steeled his resolve and decided that it was now time for him to break free from his old mindset. He no longer had to live with the miser mindset he had when he had been working like a dog to earn 5.6 million when only to spend 5 million on hospital fees. A person who earns a lot needs to spend money for it to circulate and support the economy, Han-Yeol thought before he bravely paid online and viewed the pay-per-view video. This is a joke/expression in Korean for overworking. You have successfully paid 5,000 won. A hunter, who earned 5.2 billion won, actually contemplated whether to pay 5,000 won or not. Anyone else who saw Han-Yeol struggling like that would have probably found it strange. Han-Yeol downloaded the video he bought for 5,000 won and thoroughly analyzed Donkey Kong's attack patterns. His habit from his porter days where he analyzed monster attack patterns just in case of emergencies had proven to be quite a lot of help time and time again. After studying the 5-hour-long video without fast-forwarding it even once, Han-Yeol repeatedly watched the video 3 times to perfectly study Donkey Kong's attack patterns. Then, he checked the raid field since he might lose it to another raid party if he did not manage to get there first on time. It was rare to see hunters doing a solo raid, but that did not mean that raid parties were just as rare as that. In fact, raid monsters were quite popular among the hunters and most of them had their own raid parties just to raid them. The main reason for their popularity was due to the fact that a raid monster's mana stone was a much better source of energy compared to a normal monster. Their body parts were also received differently by the factories, in short, expensive. Couple those facts with the fact that a raid monster was not something that you could hunt 24/7 whenever you wanted, their loot became all the more precious. Han-Yeol scrolled through the website to see if there were any open raid fields, but he soon thought, there aren't any suitable ones? The raid fields did not open at the exact same time, so most of the guilds hired people to sit and monitor the raid fields 24/7. Looking at the available ones, Han-Yeol thought to himself, Seoul and Gyeonggi are all gone, and Chungcheon is gone as well. Gangwon? Perhaps it was a stroke of luck, but the Gangwon area did not look as busy as the other regions. Han-Yeol stared at the Gangwon area's raid fields, which had quite a few green lights on, before he immediately booked a slot. Click, click, tap, tap, tap. You have reserved the E-rank raid field, Donkey Kong field. All right, Han-Yeol inwardly exclaimed. He had been a tad bit nervous about whether he would get the slot or not, but luck was on his side. He had managed to get the slot and not waste any more time on his computer. Grinning, he thought, I have great luck today. It seemed that the heavens had come to pity the poor boy, deciding to help him out in recent months. Vroom. Han-Yeol got into his RV truck and drove down to Gangwon-do. You gotta strike while the iron is hot, Han-Yeol thought. He did not want to delay it until tomorrow only to find the raid field had disappeared or that another guild had cut the queue and snatched it from right under his nose. Of course, cutting the queue and taking someone else's raid field was practically illegal. However, the hunter's world was a dog-eat-dog world and the law was not going to be on the side of a weaker hunter. A solo raid. I'm getting a bit nervous, he thought. Accidents were more likely to occur during a raid as opposed to a normal hunt, but the rewards were much more tempting than a normal hunt. Therefore, quite a lot of hunters risked their lives to challenge it for the riches it promised. However, due to the high fatality in recent months, most guilds and raid parties preferred to lower the difficulty level by a rank to reduce their risks. In fact, a handful of guilds started to monopolize the lower rank raid fields, and this in turn led the other raid parties and guilds to launch a complaint against them to the Hunters Association. However, the Hunters Association stayed silent and refused to comment on the matter until now. Han-Yeol was on the way to Gangwon-do, Yanggu, when he had a thought. Hold on a minute, Yanggu? Gangwon-do, Yanggu-gun, Dongmyeon, Saitari, Skriek? Han-Yeol slammed the brakes as soon as he reached the destination. It was not a smart idea to suddenly slam the brakes like that with a truck traveling 70 km per hour, because it would degrade the brakes faster. However, that was not the important issue right now. Grabbing his hair, Han-Yeol exclaimed inwardly, Yanggu-gun, Dongmyeon, Saitari. That's in North Korea. He had previously heard some rumors that some of the hunting grounds and fields in Gangwon-do on the North Korean side would be mistaken as a South Korean field due to a glitch in the system. No wonder nobody reserved a slot for it. Damn it! Are you an idiot or what? Han-Yeol cussed himself inwardly. Han-Yeol had already entered Gangwon-do, the South Korean side, and was deep within the mountains. It was going to be a huge waste of time for him to turn around now and simply go back. Unfortunately, his crazy tendency sprung into action when things went south. His attitude of stubbornly focusing on one thing, which could be seen as an advantage or a disadvantage at times, took over his mind. I heard that some of the raid fields and hunting grounds in Gangwon-do, Yanggu are a part of the South Korean territory because of the effect from the Mana wave, so even the North Koreans aren't aware of its existence in the first place. That's why most of the raid fields naturally vanish on their own, or our government passes the information to North Korea and lets them get rid of it. If that's the case, then I can just go and take care of it myself. In secret, of course, Han-Yeol reasoned to himself. That was how Han-Yeol ended up coming up with a very dangerous and risky plan in his head. Complex was the perfect word to describe the current relationship between South Korea and North Korea. The world changed quite a lot after the aliens' appearance, and the relationship between South Korea and North Korea was not as bad as it had been before, but it was still an awkward and complex one. Of course, crossing the border was a huge offense. You could not blame either side for thinking that if someone like Han-Yeol, a hunter who could be considered as a human weapon, crossed their borders, they would see it no different from a declaration of war. I'll just make a quick visit in secret. Nobody will know, since they will erase the records anyway, Han-Yeol justified. The raid field was designated into the South Korean server by mistake because of the Mana waves, but it was a raid field that belonged to North Korea and it was bound to be erased from the records. Also, the South Korean government usually sent a notice to the north, requesting them to clear the raid field just in case it did not naturally disappear and instead blow up only to cause severe damages to the south. I'm just going to quickly go there, kill the raid monster, and leave before anyone notices it, Han-Yeol thought. There was not going to be any problem if he just kept his mouth shut. But safety first is my life's motto, he grumbled inwardly. The whole thing started to become a headache now that Han-Yeol thought of it that way. He should not be going ahead with his plan if he had stuck to his usual personality, since it was bound to be a risky thing to do. However, he found it cumbersome to go back empty-handed after coming all the way here. On top of that, the competition to reserve a slot for the raid fields had been so intense a while ago when he was making his booking that he had ended up thinking that he was lucky to get one in the first place. This meant that he had not been sure if he was going to even be able to get a raid field slot later or not. Beep! A horn blasted in this rural secluded place, because Han-Yeol slammed his head into his car's horn out of frustration. Do I bear the risks or wait for another opportunity that who knows when will come? This is the main issue right now. But how did that blue hunter manage to do all this in the first place? Han-Yeol wondered. It was very bothersome to do a solo raid now that Han-Yeol tried to do so himself. He pondered over and over again before deciding to completely give up on the raid field. He came to the conclusion that it was not worth doing something illegal that could land him in jail no matter how much time he had lost and wasted coming all the way here. Also, the fact that South Korea had an arrest rate of 70% to 80% further supported his decision. Tisk, it's a shame but what can I do, Han-Yeol thought as he prepared to head back. It was at that moment, when he was about to turn his truck that this sensation, mana eyes, when his senses suddenly tingled, Han-Yeol immediately infused mana into his eyes. He saw that his entire surroundings were covered in mana the moment he activated his skill. He then muttered inwardly, I'm inside the field? Han-Yeol read that a raid field usually occurred in secluded places where nature's clean mana had the highest concentration. However, there were no further accurate details on it, because nobody from the Hunters Association had ever experienced one forming in front of them. The problem is, I have no idea what rank this raid field will be, Han-Yeol thought nervously. He would still attempt to raid the raid field if it was an E rank 1, regardless of whether the Donkey Kong appeared or not, but he was going to run away without looking back if the rank was any higher than that. The Hunters Association would send someone to investigate the area once they picked up the mana waves coming from the new raid field anyway. Boom, boom, boom. It's coming, Han-Yeol thought as he readied himself. The raid field was quite small. That was obvious, since only one monster was going to appear in it, and that was how he heard the earlier footsteps. Han-Yeol decided to leave his truck and hide in the bushes. Boom, 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 boom. The monster's footsteps grew louder and signaled that it was getting closer. Then, the raid monster finally made its appearance. Huh? Donkey Kong? Han-Yeol muttered inwardly in surprise. There was no way that his luck was going to be so good that the raid field that suddenly appeared just as he was about to turn back would be the raid field for the same monster he was initially targeting. Alright, then, Han-Yeol rejoiced inwardly at the fact that he did not have to illegally cross the border to North Korea, and neither did he have to go back empty-handed. Also, according to the rules and guidelines set out by the Hunters Association, any raid field that an association's investigator had not visited was fair game for everybody. In short, this meant that a raid field that had not come in contact with the Hunters Association was going to be finders keepers. Hua, Han-Yeol calmed his breathing as the Donkey Kong searched for him in its surroundings. Sniff, sniff, sniff. The Donkey Kong started to sniff around just like how a gorilla would as it looked for Han-Yeol, its intruder. Han-Yeol aimed for the Donkey Kong for a moment before he activated his skill, Restrain. It was only for a split second, but he took advantage of the opening where Donkey Kong was distracted and threw his chain toward the raid monster's leg. Shweaeniak, Guru-o-o. The Donkey Kong angrily stomped when a chain flew out of nowhere and bound itself around its leg. It stumped on the ground and pulled on the chain in an attempt to snap the chain off. Creak, creak. How stupid. Do you think a chain worth 3 billion won is going to snap so easily? Han-Yeol confidently thought. He had invested 3 billion won to coat the chain he was using with mana that explosively increased its toughness, and the chain's toughness was further reinforced by his chain mastery skill as well. It was going to be difficult for a monster to snap the chain no matter how strong it was. Creak, clank, creak, clank. At that moment, while the Donkey Kong's full attention was diverted toward the chain, Han-Yeol took out his M4A2 rifle from within the bushes and placed the butt of the rifle to his shoulder. He activated his skill before pulling the trigger. Power strike? Rat-a-tat-a-tata? The bullets, infused with the B-rank power strike skill, instantly flew across the air and slammed themselves at the distracted Donkey Kong. It's as tough as I expected it to be, Han-Yeol thought. The raid monster withstood power strike quite well for an E-rank monster, but Han-Yeol was not fazed at all. Power strike was not his main method of attack anyway. Clack, clack. It was at that moment that Han-Yeol had emptied his magazine and the clicking of his rifle reverberated through the air that the enraged Donkey Kong charged at him without even bothering to free the chain bound on its leg. Guru-o-o. The Donkey Kong roared while rushing toward Han-Yeol. Huh? It's dumber than it looks I guess? Han-Yeol thought. His chain went around a thick tree trunk and formed a 90-degree angle. This was a trap he had prepared in advance as insurance, just in case things went south. Clack. Han-Yeol pulled the chain as hard as he could. Quachik, bam, burrow. The Donkey Kong roared in anger when the chain wrapped around its leg tightened, causing it to fall from its momentum. It did not suffer huge damage despite falling face first with its heavy body weight, since it was surrounded by an innate barrier that absorbed most of the impact. In fact, the Donkey Kong roared in anger and not pain or anything else. It was annoyed, since it was getting toyed around by a puny human. Also, it was one way for it to reduce its enemies' morale, but it was nothing but noise pollution to Han-Yeol's ears. Han-Yeol aimed his M4A2 rifle at the raid monster once again before he fired a grenade while activating his skill, Mana Explosion. Nov, L, B /JNN. Plop. Kaboom, Bruuaaaaa. The Donkey Kong roared in agony and squirmed when the grenade accurately hit its face directly before exploding. After staggering around, it let out another roar, Graaaaaa. Bam. The Donkey Kong slammed its fist on the ground in anger, and then it straightened its posture before rushing toward Han-Yeol once again. The Gangwon province makes up the northernmost tip of South Korea and the southernmost tip of North Korea. The province was divided in half when the country was split after the Korean War. To avoid confusion by the foreigners, Gangwon became the English spelling for the South Korean part, and Kangwon became the English spelling for the North Korean part. However, the spelling maintains the same in Korean as, which was the reason why Han-Yeol mistook it. I maintained the spelling to be Gangwon since it wouldn't really make sense if I made it Kangwon. Tip boom, 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 boom. The raid monster was coming toward Han-Yeol with both of its fists balled in anger. It was possible to tell how angry it was, since its only attack pattern was punching with absurd strength. Right now, it was tightly clenching its fists. Ha! This raid monster is just plain dumb, Han-Yeol thought while laughing in disbelief at the raid monster's stupidity. Quachik, bam, gruo, woo, 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 woo. Donkey Kong roared and angrily stomped its feet. Donkey Kong still did not unwrap the chain around its leg, so all Han-Yeol had to do was pull the chain as hard as he could at the right time to plant the raid monster face first into the ground once again. And lucky for him, the raid monster fell for the same trick twice. Click, click, clack. Han-Yeol used the opening created while Donkey Kong was on the ground to reload his rifle. He could have dashed right in and engaged the raid monster in melee while it was vulnerable, but he still had no idea how strong Donkey Kong was. That was why he decided to attack from a distance and continue to observe the raid monster. Gur, Donkey Kong let out a low growl after realizing that the chain was the main culprit behind it falling down twice. It slowly reached toward the chain in an attempt to grab it. Tisk. So it finally noticed. Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly before he retrieved his chain. He was certain that he was going to end up losing in a contest of strength and dragged toward the raid monster if it were to pull the chain toward it, and that was why he immediately retrieved the chain even before the raid monster had the chance to grab it. The real fight was finally going to start. Han-Yeol cut his left hand and squeezed the blood on top of the back of his right hand. Summon demon, he muttered inwardly and summoned the shadow demon. Shwaya, Donkey Kong over there is my enemy. Please lend me your strength to vanquish my foe, Han-Yeol said. All right. The shadow demon moved toward Donkey Kong as soon as Han-Yeol made the request. Pioke, 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 pioke. The shadow demon used overwhelming strength and smacked Donkey Kong's leg. In retaliation, Donkey Kong smashed its fist into the shadow demon multiple times, but its fists only ended up going through the immaterial demon that was immune to all physical damage. So that guy's attack speed is about that quick? Han-Yeol thought while observing the raid monster. After getting a grasp of the raid monster's attack speed, he lowered his rifle and took out his sword. He infused his mana into the sword and thought, sword breath. Fwaya. Sword breath was now Han-Yeol's primary weapon, and he prepared another skill to use alongside it. He muttered inwardly, enchant. The fire that Han-Yeol was using wrapped itself around his chain, which was his secondary weapon, and the chain was now engulfed in a yellowish-white flame from tip to end. Shwiain. Quack. The chain cracked just like a whip when Han-Yeol slammed it to the ground, and the ground had a small crater that was burning even without anything acting as a conduit for the flames. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Donkey Kong was still futilely swinging its fists at the shadow demon, which used the shadow taunt on it. Jumping, Han-Yeol activated his skill to jump high. Tack. Donkey Kong was fully focused on the shadow demon, so Han-Yeol no longer had to maintain his distance. He kicked off the ground and swung his left hand as hard as he could. Shwiainiainiaiak, Guru. Donkey Kong roared in agony when Han-Yeol's chain smacked it on its back. Only then did the raid monster finally decide to turn around and focus its attention on Han-Yeol, because Shadow Taunt was dispelled the moment that someone else attacked the taunted target. Donkey Kong had a look on its face that seemed to say I'm going to vent my anger out on you, while glaring at Han-Yeol. Then, it rushed toward Han-Yeol as fast as it could. The Shadow Demon tried to follow the raid monster, but it could not catch up to the speed of the agitated Donkey Kong who was kicking off the ground with its monstrous strength. Goo! Donkey Kong roared before it swung its scaly fists toward Han-Yeol for the very first time. It was at that moment that it seemed impossible for Han-Yeol to avoid the punch, since he was still hanging in midair. He used his skill once again, muttering inwardly, jumping, tack. Han-Yeol just jumped once again in midair by using his jumping skill. This was possible because his skill had reached C rank, which allowed him to jump 2 times while in midair. Whoosh, Donkey Kong exhaled smoke from its nostrils in agitation once it failed to strike its target yet again. Han-Yeol spun in midair before swinging his left hand once again. Restrain. Shuiainiik. The chain that Han-Yeol swung in midair flew toward the raid monster's arm and bound itself around it just as he intended. Kuiainik. Gruo. Donkey Kong roared in agony once again as the fire-infused chain wrapped itself around its arm and slowly started to burn it. It's much more powerful than I expected, Han-Yeol thought in admiration at his new combo skill, which not only restrained his target's movement but also applied burn damage to them as well. Han-Yeol landed on Donkey Kong's other arm, which was not bound by the chain. Gruo. Donkey Kong tilted its head in confusion. Then, its face brightened in delight upon realizing that the annoying slippery little mosquito, which was Han-Yeol in this case, that kept managing to slip through its fingers had come by his own 2 feet and landed on its arm. Thinking that it could now finally kill the human with its own 2 hands, Donkey Kong remained still just in case the slippery little mosquito would run away once again if it made any sudden movements. Then, it slowly moved its left arm, which was still bound by the flaming chain, back and swung it toward Han-Yeol with its full power while clenching its left fist. Whoosh! Hap! Han-Yeol readied himself for the incoming attack. He did not attempt to avoid the raid monster's fist, but decided to face it head-on with his sword that was burning with sword breath. He quickly stabbed his sword in between the small openings on Donkey Kong's fist. Clang! Puuk! Donkey Kong's fist was covered in hard scales, but the phalangeal joint which connected the phalanx of his fingers was not covered in scales, so it was an exposed weakness on its hand. That was the very spot that Han-Yeol accurately stabbed with his sword burning with sword breath. Gruwa! Donkey Kong screamed in agony the moment it felt something penetrating into its hand and burning it from the inside. Tack! Han-Yeol did not miss that opportunity and jumped once again before retrieving another sword that he kept just in case. Sword breath! He exclaimed inwardly before stabbing his sword into the raid monster's glabella. Puck! Grook! Donkey Kong desperately tried to cling to life, but its eyes soon rolled backward when its brain started to burn because of sword breath. It stuck out its tongue and knelt on the ground before. Whoosh! Bomb! It fell backward in slow motion. Nov. L. B / JNN. Ding! Your level has risen. The rank of jumping has risen from B to A. The rank of power strike has risen from B to A. The rank of mana eyes has risen from C to B. The rank of fire attribute has risen from D to C. Hoo! Han-Yeol let out a sigh of relief. Han-Yeol retrieved his chain and wrapped it around his left hand, since the battle was finally over. Then, he called up his status screen. Status window? Name, Lee Han-Yeol. Level, 52. Points, 10. STR, 105. VIT, 101. AGI, 99. MAG, 150. LCK, 10. Invoke, 10. Skills, Dismember, D. Sword Mastery, A. Walking, B. Mana Control, B. Mana Mastery, C. Power Strike, A. Mana Shield, B. Sixth Sense, C. Restrain, B. Body Strengthening, C. Mana Eyes, B. Jumping, A. Stab, C. Dagger Mastery, F. Chain Mastery, B. Infinite Library, M. Shield Bash, C. Fire Attribute, C. Mana Explosion, B. Chain Smite, B. Marksmanship, C. Martial Arts, D. Enchant, E. Sword Breath, D. Restore, E. Healing Bullet, E. Enhance Healing, E. Summon Demon, E. Telepathy, D. Power Meditation, E. Psychokinesis, E. Han-Yeol was now level 52, and he had 10 bonus stat points as well. He contemplated where to invest these 10 bonus stat points, and he was currently inclined to increase the latest stat he gained, which was Invoke. That was because he wanted to maximize the demons he summoned, but there was a limit to his control over them because of his low Invoke stat. It said that I can better control the demons the higher my Invoke stat is, right? Han-Yeol thought. The other stats were important, but he felt that Invoke was going to play a huge role in the future. Alright, let's invest all 10 bonus stat points into Invoke then, Han-Yeol thought as he distributed all 10 bonus stat points into increasing Invoke from 10 points to now 20 points. Han-Yeol muttered while observing his status window. Humans are coming. Han-Yeol muttered when the shadow demon was the first to react. When the raid field disappeared and the noisy sounds of sirens blared throughout the surroundings, Han-Yeol thought, you guys are too late, heh. These were the investigators who came to investigate the raid field, but they ended up wasting their efforts coming all the way here since Han-Yeol had already cleared the raid field. Then, Han-Yeol was recorded as an E-rank hunter who managed to solo raid an E-rank raid field after a brief interrogation by the investigators. Han-Yeol did not gain a lot of fame since he was not the first to solo raid a raid field, but rumors spread all over about him being an able-bodied E-rank hunter. This led to him receiving numerous invitations from different raid parties. Of course, he rejected all of their proposals in the end. Do you think that I'm busting my butt trying to become stronger just so that I can hunt these low-rank monsters? Han-Yeol grumbled inwardly. Safety first might be his life's motto, but Han-Yeol was a man with ambition. It wasn't bad to aim to become a master rank hunter as long as he stayed within safe boundaries and did not risk his life. That did not sound all too bad to him. A few days later, Han-Yeol reached level 60 after consistently hunting around with Yubai, and the Shadow Demon was now level 22 as well. That was not all, he invested all 40 bonus stat points that he had gained from the 8 levels into his invoke stat. He was certain that Summon Demon was going to be a powerful skill in the future, since the skill would allow him to summon more powerful demons the higher his invoke stat was. Thanks to that, his invoke stat, which was only at 20, skyrocketed to 60. Han-Yeol thought that the bonus stat points he had gained was an absolute cheat. He managed to somehow increase his other stats to close to 105, thanks to his body strengthening skill, but he also managed to increase a stat to a whopping 60 within a month after gaining 8 levels and investing all of the bonus stat points he had gained from leveling up. Wow, I think I am starting to get amazed, Yubai said. What is? Han-Yeol asked. Han-Yeol continued to go on hunts with Yubai. It was not only because of the exclusive contract they signed together, but they were also surprisingly well went out on the hunting ground. Also, they were not really dating as of right now, but they had a very good Appa Dongsang relationship. The fact that I am starting to get used to this enormous sum of money, Yubai replied while staring at the bank application on her smartphone and occasionally rubbing her eyes in disbelief. It was understandable on her part, since the amount shown on her balance was not really realistic for most ordinary people. Thanks to the money, Yubai moved out from the Moon Village and settled in an apartment in Gyeonggi-do just at the outskirts of Seoul. She also steeled her resolve to work harder, because she never wanted to go through the feeling of not having her own home ever again. You could have bought a house in Seoul if you hunted a few more times, but why did you settle for Gyeonggi? Han-Yeol asked. Seoul is a bit too complicated for me, so I wanted to take it easy and settle down in Gyeonggi instead, Yubai replied. Well, if you say so, Han-Yeol said. They started to intrude into each other's personal life, meeting up quite often. However, a problem soon occurred where Han-Yeol felt that he was stuck in a rut these days and had no idea how to get out of it. He even searched on the internet on how to get himself out of a rut, but he only got the following results. 1. Have some luxury in your life. 2. Take a break and go on a vacation. 3. Do not conform to what others do. 4. Find a hobby that makes you happy. But these were not so helpful for Han-Yeol, who thought, I have enough luxury in life, I get as much break as I want, I work alone so I don't need to conform to others, but the last is, I don't really have a hobby now that I think about it. He could give the fourth advice a go, but he instinctively felt that it was not the solution to his problem. 1. The smooth or soft part of the forehead between the eyebrows. People engaged in a hobby to relieve themselves of the stress they got from their main occupation, but Han-Yeol was not getting any stress from his main job at all. However, after getting stuck in a rut, he did feel empty these days and felt that he had no reason to work hard. Of course, the people around him did not really notice this, since he did not go around making it obvious to them. When Han-Yeol was looking up ways to get out of the rut, one particular piece of advice stood out to him. Meeting someone new could also help from getting out of a rut. Someone new, Han-Yeol thought. He suddenly realized that he hadn't really expanded his social circle despite having more leeway than he had before. The only person he spent time with was his father, and that only expanded to Yubai recently even though he did not have to work like a donkey to make ends meet like before. Did I get used to not having people around me? Han-Yeol wondered. The fact that he got used to loneliness and being alone was a bitter pill to swallow. It was understandable for him to be a loner, since he had spent most of his time working and trying to make ends meet. But now, he was very well off thanks to awakening as a hunter. Han-Yeol realized that it was now time for him to take a step forward away from being a loner. Thank you for your hard work today, Yubai, Han-Yeol said. Ah, thank you for your hard work too, Appa, Yubai replied. Alright, see you next time, Han-Yeol said goodbye. Alright, bye, Yubai responded goodbye. Han-Yeol went home after parting from Yubai. He took out a box that he never thought he would ever open from the corner of his closet. The box was filled with his middle school and high school graduation certificates and graduation album, along with some pictures and some stuff he used to use back then. Now that he thought of it, this box was holding his memories from his happiest days, of course, excluding his present memories as a hunter that was. The box had been sealed up and stashed in a corner ever since his father had fallen ill. So I'm finally opening this once again, Han-Yeol thought. He had sealed the box up while telling himself that he would open it once again as soon as possible. A year passed, then another, and then another year passed before his longing for friends had dried up, and loneliness naturally took its place. In the end, he had actively avoided opening this box for fear of his old emotions springing up. He finally opened the box again today. The old mobile phone that he used to use and had saved all of his friends' contact details was at the top of the box. He thought, a lot of time has passed, so I'm not sure if their numbers still stayed the same. 4 years had passed, almost 5 when also counting the months. It was highly likely that they had changed their phone numbers over the years. Still, Han-Yeol tried his luck and dialed one of his friends' phone numbers on his smartphone. Ring, 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 ring. Hello, is this Sungjin's phone by any chance? Han-Yeol asked. Yes, that is me, but may I ask who is on the line? It's me, Han-Yeol replied. Only silence could be heard over the line after Han-Yeol told the person who he was. Hey, you son of XXXXX. Crude cuss words came flying out from the other end of the call. Sungjin, who had been Han-Yeol's childhood friend and best friend from high school, spat out quite a strong combo of cuss words. However, Han-Yeol quietly stood there, taking all of his old friends' cussing. No, rather, he seemed to be smiling instead. Hey, where the hell are you right now, you asshole? My anger won't be vented if I don't see you in person and smack you in the face. Let's meet there, Han-Yeol said. Now. Yeah, now, Han-Yeol replied. Alright, you are dead. Beep. After the call disconnected without even a word of goodbye or anything, Han-Yeol immediately prepared to go out. He headed for the place that was quite familiar to him. Ring. The sound of a bell, which had stayed the same since his high school days, rang when Han-Yeol opened the door. He thought, this place hasn't changed at all. He was currently at a pub near the high school he had gone to. It seemed cringy now that he thought about it, but his high school self had thought it cool to go to a pub. They did not drink or anything, but they had still made this pub their gathering spot as he and his friends had found it cool. Also, the pub was owned by a former gangster, so the owner had no qualms about letting Han-Yeol and his friends hang around. Welcome. Huh? Are you Han-Yeol by any chance? The pub owner asked. Yes, Ajusi. It has been a long time, Han-Yeol replied. Wow, how long has it been? I thought you died in a ditch or something since you never bothered to show up after graduating. It's a rough world out there these days after all. So, what made you come here again? The pub owner asked. I agreed to meet with Sungjin here, Han-Yeol replied. Ah, he stopped coming here around the same time you did. How are you two doing? Are you guys doing well? The pub owner asked. The pub owner was as nice as Han-Yeol remembered him to be. He looked quite rough and scary with the scars on his face, but he was quite nice to them. I am not sure about Sungjin as well. This will be the first time we are meeting after 5 years, Han-Yeol replied. Wow, that is a long time. Alright, one appetizer will be on the house today, the pub owner exclaimed. Haha, thank you, Boss Hyung-nim, Han-Yeol replied. How long has it been since someone called me that? Kids these days are no fun, you know? Forget about Boss Hyung-nim, they call me Owner Nim. No fun I tell you, they are no fun, the pub owner grumbled. Haha, I know right. Han-Yeol replied with a laugh. Nostalgia filled Han-Yeol's senses as the memories he had kept hidden in a corner of his mind slowly started to come out. He also felt like this was helping him get out of the rut he was stuck in recently. Was this the reason why people placed importance on memories? Perhaps it was still a bit early for patrons to come and drink at the pub, because Han-Yeol's spot in the pub was still empty when he visited. A few minutes passed after he sat down on his usual spot before the familiar bell rang loudly as someone swung the door open. Ring, 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 step, step, step. A man walked toward Han-Yeol without any hesitation in his footsteps. Han-Yeol got up from his seat and greeted the man. Hey, Sungjin. It has been a pukok? The 2-meter-tall man who weighed more than 130 kilos walked toward Han-Yeol and punched him in the face. His fist was as hard as a rock. Han-Yeol did not avoid the punch, letting the fist greet his face. However, there was no impact or damage to him as a barrier automatically sprung into action and protected his face. Ever since awakening into a hunter, he could take more than a hit. Kaya? What's that? Is there a fight? Should we go and stop them? Nov, L, B / JNN. But look at that man. Can you even muster the courage to go and stop him? Police? Should we call the police or something? The few customers in the pub nervously murmured among themselves while staring at Sungjin and Han-Yeol. Their reactions were normal, since a huge gangster-like man had just punched a small man, who did not look strong at all, directly in the face. Calm down now, everybody. Those guys are friends. They are just venting it out since they are meeting after a long time, so you don't have to mind them at all. Hey you, lady. Can you stop filming them? The pub owner said. The atmosphere calmed down thanks to the pub owner's intervention. He also made sure to prevent any future uproar by stopping the woman from filming the fiasco, since it could be posted on social media and trigger a witch hunt for Sungjin. You asshole. You call after 5 years and all you have to say is it's been a long time. Sungjin said with obvious anger in his voice. I'm sorry, Han-Yeol replied. You asshole, Sungjin muttered while glaring at Han-Yeol before he continued. Do you know how sorry I felt after I found out that your father's terminally ill? Sungjin, Han-Yeol muttered. The atmosphere drastically changed at Sungjin's words. You asshole. Do you know how useless I felt when I heard that your father's terminally ill but I couldn't help in any way because you bastard changed your phone number, moved houses, and couldn't be contacted? Sungjin complained. I'm really sorry, Han-Yeol said. He had no idea at that moment. Back then, he had been ashamed to meet his friends, scared of them finding out how pitiful his life was. He had despised going through what he had to at that time and had hated the fact that he could only despise the heavens and no one else. Back then, he had been too young to manage the burden he had. He was certain that he would be knee-deep in an emotion he refused to even think about if he had never awakened as a hunter and his father had passed away. He could not help but feel sentimental after meeting his old friend after 5 years. Glug, 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 glug. Sungjin was the first to pour soju into Han-Yeol's glass, and Han-Yeol reciprocated by filling Sungjin's. Then, they clinked their glasses and drank the soju bottoms up. Sungjin was the first to open his mouth to ask, so, your father is well now? Yeah, my father's illness is all cured now. What about you? What have you been up to? Han-Yeol asked. He was curious about what his friend, who looked like a grizzly bear but had feminine hobbies since they had been in school, was up to. Sungjin had also been quite a studious student, unlike Han-Yeol and his other friends, although their school was only a technical high school in the end. Perhaps it was because Han-Yeol had asked about life, but Sungjin's eyes turned dark all of a sudden. He suddenly poured the soju into a beer mug and downed it in one go. Why? Is there something going on? Han-Yeol asked. Who? Don't even mention it. I'm currently working at a bank, you see, Sungjin explained. Oh, as expected from the only elite from our school? So you are working at a bank? Han-Yeol exclaimed. That's not the important thing. I'm working at a bank, but there was a memo circular that instructed us not to lend any money to my father's company. I think those bigger corporations had a hand in it or something, Sungjin grumbled. Really? Han-Yeol asked. Sungjin poured another mug of soju and downed it once again before explaining. Yeah, that's why my father's on the verge of going insane as well. Thankfully, there were some hunters that we continuously dealt with, so our factory is managing to stay afloat. However, I heard that those corporations have started to make a move on those hunters as well. Thankfully, the bank is not aware that I'm the son of the owner of that company, so I can still pass on some information to my father in advance, but things are looking bleak at the moment. I think those corporation bastards are trying to snatch my father's factory away. Han-Yeol muttered. He was familiar with the modus operandi of these big corporations on how they killed their competitors. That was the reason why the big corporations still maintained their dominance over the market even after the era of oil had ended and the era of mana stones had started. Well, the politicians and the rich people stayed the same, so there was no reason for the legislation favoring the rich to stop after all. The big corporations usually waited until a good medium-sized company grew to a certain extent before pressuring the bank to force that company to service their loans or luring them with an attractive contract before paying them with a promissory note that only matures after a year. Another method they used is to lure the key employees of the company with higher salaries. The financial pressure coupled with key employees leaving would mount up and force the owners into selling it off to them. It might cost them a lot to do these, but it was well worth the money spent for these big corporations since they could get their hands on the technology of these companies while getting rid of competition from the market at the same time. It seemed that no matter how much time had passed, the tactics of these big corporations remained the same. Thanks to that, the Republic of Korea had gained the infamous title of the Republic of Conglomerates. That must be frustrating, Han-Yeol said. It is. Those corporation bastards. They won't have a problem making a living even if they don't do this, but why are they trying to steal my father's factory? I would have gone and blown their offices if I was a hunter, Sungjin grumbled. Yeah, come and have another drink, Han-Yeol said as he poured another glass of soju while listening to Sungjin's unrealistic grumblings. Glug, glug, glug. A few hours passed and daybreak came. Sungjin was slumped over the table, drunk. He had higher tolerance to alcohol compared to Han-Yeol when they had been younger, but Han-Yeol was now no different from a cheat when it came to drinking. It was basically impossible to intoxicate him with alcohol. So you have it rough too, Han-Yeol muttered. It seemed that Sungjin, who Han-Yeol had thought would be the most well-off among his friends, was struggling with his own issues as well. What? How the hell are you the last one standing? I was sure that Sungjin would be the one awake, the pub owner said after coming to their table. Han-Yeol had always been the first to pass out and be carried home, and Sungjin had been the one that always stayed behind and helped the pub owner clean up, but it seemed that the roles were reversed today. It seems that he is having it rough these days. He complained quite a lot today, and he drank like there is no tomorrow, Han-Yeol explained while looking at his friend with a bitter look. One Hyungnim means older brother, but this is also what gangsters call their bosses or superiors. So Han-Yeol was referring to the pub owner as owner Hyungnim, but that doesn't sound nice, does it?